Clip-clop, clip-clop. Before daylight had fully broken, the urgent drumming of hooves shattered the damp midsummer air, disturbing the quiet of the small village's early morning. The sound drew nearer and nearer until it finally halted before a small wooden hut that looked rather crude and simple. A white horse, its body caked in mud and faintly steaming, still showed traces of its original pale coat. Beside it sat a wandering courier, cloaked and hooded, his face smeared with a mixture of mud and sweat. "I really hope those magicians can hurry up and invent some way to send messages," he muttered. "Then the ones above wouldn't have to send us running all over the place at this time every year. Let me see. Yes, this is the place." With a sigh, the courier flexed his fingers inside his gloves to ease their stiffness, pulled out a map to verify the faintly glowing mark upon it, then rummaged through his slung satchel, producing a rolled parchment scroll. He slipped it into a low makeshift mailbox crookedly nailed to the wooden wall. He rapped the wooden door twice with a heavy knock, then flicked the reins and urged his horse away at a brisk pace toward his next destination. A moment later, the sound of the door creaked in reply. The courier had not gone far when the wooden door of the hut was pushed open from within. A short, slight figure, simply dressed and not looking particularly strong, leaned out through the doorway. He glanced left and right for a moment, then, as though suddenly recalling something, shifted his gaze toward the mailbox. The boy, who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, felt a spark of brilliance flare in his eyes, unable to suppress the excitement surging within him. With careful, trembling hands, he reached into the box, drew out the item within, and returned to the house. He came to the clean desk by the window, lit an oil lamp, and began to closely examine the scroll in his hands. The parchment, treated by some unknown special method, was so clean it seemed untouched by the hardships of travel and dust. It exuded a faintly elegant and solemn air. A red silk ribbon was tied around it, fastened with a small, exquisite badge. The badge bore a complex design composed of pointers, sun, moon, stars, and an eye faintly shimmering with shifting hues of light. As the boy reached out to touch the badge and loosened the knot, a ring of white incantations faintly surfaced upon the scroll. Like flowing water, they circled around him, then gradually dissolved. The badge slipped free from the ribbon, the rolled parchment unfurled by itself in midair, and gently settled back into his hands. On the soft textured paper, graceful cursive letters spelled out, "Dear Mr. Lyons, in the recent magic examination you achieved a magic affinity of D, a physical fitness of B, and a magic theory score of S. In view of your outstanding knowledge of magic theory, you have been granted admission to our academy. The new term will officially commence on the first day of the month of abundance, September. For enrollment arrangements, please bring your school badge and necessary items, and arrive 3 to 5 days in advance at Feilai Bay on Ruinai Senshi Mountain, within the territory of Arisitu. The scroll will guide your way. On behalf of Fondayasi Academy, I welcome your arrival. Yours sincerely, Principal Benu Shengxiao." He read the letter to the very last word. Only after the writing faded and a map with a glowing mark appeared in its place did the boy carefully lay the badge and scroll upon the desk. Then he slumped back into his chair, staring blankly up at the ceiling as he let out a long breath, as though he had just completed some great feat. For years, I've finally made it through. It had been, he thought, a rather long stretch of memories. A small town in Renaissance style was filled with cries of utter despair. A giant riddled with tumors swung a massive wooden club, his single blood-red eye laid bare in unrestrained madness. Beneath a collapsed house, a frail little boy lay trapped. Sweat, or perhaps tears, streaked his face, grinding into his fear-twisted features. In the narrow crevice, a blood-stained hand and mouth pressed against the debris. A soul torn from its body, a life destined for rebirth, lightly nudged the gears of fate into motion. In an ordinary world, on a spring night in a city of Zhonghua, the darkness was always sliced into multicolored shards by neon lights. Yet in the university laboratory building on the outskirts, only monotonous white lights spilled through the windows into the pitch-black night. Behind the 7th-floor laboratory window, a weary figure was finishing the last tasks of the day. Liang Xia peeled off his PVC gloves, a thin layer of sweat already pooled inside them. He kneaded his sore wrist and glanced at the neatly arranged test tubes on the lab bench. The cell cultures had finally shown some progress today, yet the data he needed for his thesis was still a long way off. With graduation from his master's program approaching, the pressure of choosing a thesis topic weighed on his chest like a boulder, leaving him breathless. "If I had another chance, I would never choose this major," he muttered to himself, his voice unusually clear in the empty laboratory. "If I could, I'd like to live more comfortably in the future." Gazing at the pitch-black night outside the window, Liang Xia softly voiced the wish buried deep in his heart. He hung his white lab coat on the rack, checked the power to all the equipment, then took his phone from a sealed bag. As he turned off the lights and locked the door, he scrolled through the messages in his contacts. "I'm heading out first. Remember to turn off the lights. There's no need to rush your thesis topic so much. Go back and rest early." It was a message from his advisor, followed by a cute sticker completely at odds with the stern demeanor usually shown during group meetings. "Still not done with the experiment. Bring back some late-night snacks." That was the call of the hungry wolves in his dorm. "Are you logging in tonight? The castle construction is still far from finished. Without you, progress is so slow." The last message was from the owner of the cat cafe and dessert shop, where he often worked part-time, a friend who had taught him many cooking and dessert skills. Fallback means of survival if he ever couldn't find a job. After all, in these times, what mattered was being able to shed your academic robe and still make a living. He turned off his phone, placed the keys on top of the door frame, took the elevator down to the first floor of the lab building. On the large doormat at the entrance, wet footprints spread across the fabric, and through the glass he could hear the patter of rain outside. Early spring, weather was fickle. He had gone out without checking the forecast and forgotten his umbrella, and the self-service umbrella stand was already empty. Maybe I should just run back. Gritting his teeth, he zipped his jacket up to his chin, drew a deep breath, and plunged into the curtain of rain. Sometimes life was just that irritating. If he had brought an umbrella, the rain might have stopped, yet staying in the lab or running through the storm only made it fall harder. By the time he reached the dorm, he was soaked to the skin. He tossed his clothes into a basin to wash the next day, grabbed a big towel from the bedside, and rubbed the water from his body. His hands were trembling slightly from the cold, but with the air conditioner on, he would warm up soon. He sat in his usual spot and deftly powered on the computer, entered the game interface, and let the clatter of the keyboard drown out the chill in his body, while that chill in turn masked the heat on his forehead. His mind grew increasingly foggy, his limbs heavier and heavier. Liang Xia merely took it for drowsiness, sent a message, exited the game, and prepared to go to bed. But his body gradually lost its strength, and in the end he never managed to rise from the chair. Darkness swallowed his vision, and what happened afterward was beyond his knowing. In an unknown dense forest somewhere on the blue planet, a massive furry white beast lay dozing. It had goat horns, wings, razor-sharp claws, a tiger's head, and a dragon's body. It yawned wide, then lifted its paws to pat its own head. What just happened? It opened its drowsy eyes. In their depths were reflected a boundless starry sky and two clusters of white soul light. A soul exchange between worlds. How rare. This phenomenon hasn't appeared for several hundred years. Let me take a closer look. Why does that kid look so familiar? The white beast suddenly stood up, shook its still groggy head, and examined them carefully. Isn't that the waiter from the cat cafe? I remember he brushed my fur once. His technique was quite good, rather comfortable. As it spoke, the beast waved a paw toward the soul that was speeding away, then frowned and sighed. Tisk, I can't pull him back. Looks like there's something wrong with the other soul. Probably used some kind of forbidden power. Well, forget it. I'll lend you a bit of strength to protect yourself and treat it as seeing you off on the shop owner's behalf. Later I can use it as an excuse to mooch food and drinks. As it spoke, auspicious radiance blossomed around the white beast. A droplet of essence blood shot from the tip of its claw and merged into that soul, which then slammed into an invisible barrier and vanished without a trace. This was Baze, Lord of auspicious omens, guiding fortune and warding off calamity. The brain halted, gave up thinking. No sound, no sensation, everything faded away into a void. This perhaps was what it felt like after death. It was like a computer gone black after being unplugged. Where am I? In his hazy consciousness, there was only darkness before his eyes, silence without a single sound. The experiment, right? I still have experiments tomorrow. And my advisor, I worked so hard to get into this program. The shop owner, I can't go make cakes for you anymore. People, events, and things streaked past his inner vision, then were devoured by endless darkness, leaving only a stubborn trace of unwillingness behind. A thread of light pierced the gloom, illuminating a small body lying in a cramped space. A pair of broad, calloused, powerful hands reached in and lifted him out. He's still breathing. Hey, kid, wake up, can you hear me? He's opening his eyes. Quick, bring the water, skin over, let him drink a few mouthfuls. Damn it, that's lamp oil. Is your brain smashed to pulp by the Cyclops? The clamor all around made Liang Xia feel as if his head were about to split open. After a bout of fussing, the surroundings slowly quieted. Clean water trickled past the corners of his slightly parted lips. As the liquid slid down, his muddled brain clawed its way back to awareness. The bright light was no longer so blinding, and the shapes of several people gradually came into focus. Perhaps it was an illusion, but each of them seemed shrouded in a faint white glow. Why do these people have a radiance about them? Did I go to heaven? But even if I'm dead, I shouldn't be under the jurisdiction of some foreign heaven, was his first thought upon waking. Ow, what happened to me? His pale lips twitched feebly, his throat dry, producing only a tiny sound that no one could hear. All right, the kid's awake. Everyone disperse. Those on patrol, get back to your rounds. Lena, take this child to rest. If he's up to it, explain the situation to him. Liang Xia studied the middle-aged man barking orders before him. His entire body was encased in classical steel armor, a long sword at his waist. His head was bare, unruly flax-colored hair stuck up like a bird's nest. Stubble shadowed his chin, dark circles hung beneath his tired eyes, and his sharply contoured features carried a trace of melancholy. The person he had summoned wore a similarly serious expression and armor. Her delicate features were dust-smudged, her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She looked cold and not easy to approach. Lena was the medic and second-in-command of this unit. To avoid dragging the team down, this proud healer trained and went onto the battlefield alongside the soldiers. Despite her slender frame, her combat prowess was far from weak. She lifted Liang Xia up and with a toss slung him over her shoulder. Waving briefly to the middle-aged man, she strode off toward a hastily erected tent, carrying him like a sack of grain. Setting aside for the moment how the jutting shoulder armor dug painfully into his stomach, the slightly recovered Liang Xia forced his fuzzy head to observe his surroundings. Broken walls and shattered ruins. These buildings could no longer be described as collapsed, as if some force had smashed them to pieces. Flames still burned here and there, and armored soldiers moved in pairs, gathering corpses into piles. Some corpses wore crude armor, some simple homespun clothes, some seemed to have earth-yellow bodies covered in strange tumor-like growths. From this distance, he could not clearly tell what they were, but most of the bodies were incomplete. Missing limbs were almost mild, those cleaved cleanly in half were nearly impossible to look at. Stark white bone stumps, exposed intestines, and viscera spilling out, scattering across the ground as they were moved. Worst of all were those whose bodies had been completely crushed, reduced to a pool of pulp flesh and armor mashed together in a blurred mess of blood and meat. A few people were pouring lamp oil over the piles. The constant jolting as he was carried, coupled with the brutal sight before him, magnified Liang Xia's queasiness. His already dizzy head made him feel all the more nauseated. You may be small, but if you dare vomit on me, I'll throw you onto the pyre with them and burn you together. Her chilly tone made him clamp a hand over his mouth at once. He felt that faint white light around her body ripple with a trace of blackness, then vanish without a trace. Ugh, PFT cough. Set down from her shoulder, Liang Xia found a corner against a wall, squatted, and braced himself with both hands as violent retching racked his body. He felt much better afterward, but the air was now thick with the smell of burning oil mixed with something charred. The stench made him furrow his brow, his mind a jumble. His weakened body could no longer support him. He toppled backward and once again lost consciousness. Outside, daylight slowly faded toward night. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on a simple, yet relatively soft, narrow bed, a blanket over him. A candle on the bedside table cast a dim, wavering glow. After this spell of unconscious sleep, his mind was much clearer. He moved his small hands and feet, arched his chest a little. His limbs were still flexible with no broken bones. Only localized aches where bruises had formed and a dull soreness across his back. Overall, nothing serious. Propping himself up, he scooted back and sat upright against the headboard. The temporary tent was not large, as several other beds were occupied by patients clearly in worse condition than he was. A few healers in simple white robes busied themselves back and forth. Catching his breath, Liang Xia stretched again, then swung his legs over the side. His limbs were still a bit uncoordinated. He stumbled and nearly fell, and a nearby healer hurried over to catch him. Since you're awake, why not rest a little longer? You may not be badly injured, but you've been malnourished for a long time, and after such a severe shock, all this strain won't do you any good. If you die after being rescued, I won't be taking responsibility. Clad in armor, Lina entered through the tent flap. Speaking as she walked, she nodded to the healer, who helped Liang Xia back onto the bed before turning away to tend to other patients. I brought you dinner. You're not fit for other food right now. Drink more porridge first. He had already noticed that this language felt strange yet familiar, like speaking English with a foreign teacher for the first time. A brief pause to react, and then the mind shifted its human input method, and everything became understandable. Thank you. He took the wooden bowl from her hands, and speaking that same unfamiliar tongue, drank the porridge spoonful by spoonful. Lina remained silent, and so did he. He had just arrived in this place. He had no idea how he had died so suddenly, only to end up here. In a world where he knew no one if he spoke carelessly and exposed something, he might be arrested or treated as a lunatic. This little town was destroyed by a cyclops. It was the medic who finally spoke first, her tone still far from gentle. Almost everyone in the town, including the guards, is dead. Only a few who hid in cellars were lucky enough to escape notice. Watching the spoon in Liang Xia's hand gradually slow, while his expression remained relatively calm, she continued, her voice flat, as if reciting lines. You're a vagrant who wandered here and happened to run into the Cyclops raid. Everyone else in that house died. You were the only one hiding by the outside wall. The collapsing building buried you without crushing you, and you survived long enough for us to rescue you. I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. Listening to her, Liang Xia felt little beyond a faint sense of order returning to his thoughts. Sorting through his memories, he formed a rough outline. He should have died, yet by some unknown special power, he had been resurrected into the body of a street orphan in a fantastical world. His ability to understand this language was entirely thanks to that power. The orphan had left behind only scant memories, not even a name. From the moment he could remember, he had been wandering, sometimes hungry, sometimes full, and had never encountered monsters before. Overstimulated, he had simply died of fright. This identity was clean and transparent, with no acquaintances to worry about. As long as he didn't babble about other worlds, reincarnation, or modern society, he could more or less muddle through. Do you still remember your own name? Seeing his blank expression and silence, Lina did not doubt him. She simply assumed short-term aphasia from shock. A street orphan with no family in the town would likely show little visible grief. So long as he wasn't scared witless, it was fine. Liang. The deputy, who had not expected much of an answer to that question, suddenly heard a faint, indistinct reply. Leon. She arched a brow. Yes, Leon. Leon's. My name is Kezi Leon's. Kezi, cozy, in English, meant ease and comfort. It was a name Liang Xia had come up with on the spot based on his former wish in the laboratory for a more comfortable future. Lina asked a few simple questions to assess Cozy's mental state, then clearly explained the situation, reminded him to eat on schedule, and rose to examine the other victims still unconscious before departing. Report. Enter. Osterga, dark circles under his eyes, sat in his tent reviewing statistical reports submitted by his subordinates, drafting the monster assault report and outlining measures for survivor resettlement. A shadow flickered outside the tent flap. Lina lifted the curtain and stepped inside. How is it going? This town is too small, and the Cyclops incursion was massive. Most of the guards were weak. The survivors sustained severe injuries and are undergoing emergency treatment. A handful remain relatively intact, yet even they have lost limbs. Full recovery will require prolonged convalescence. And the townsfolk? None escaped. Only 2 families survived. In one, the father sacrificed himself to shield his wife and daughter, and was devoured. The survivors are all mentally disoriented, though they have begun eating. The orphan, however, appears least affected. He speaks coherently, recalls his name, and retains basic logical clarity, likely only suffering from shock. Remarkably, he seems no older than 6 or 7. Well done, Lena. You've worked hard all day. Go rest. No, Commander. I'll check the wounded again. Perhaps 1 or 2 can still be saved. The female medic did not hesitate. She turned, swept aside the tent flap, and strode away, her golden ponytail swaying with each step. Osturga remained seated, his left elbow propped against his temple, his right hand tapping rhythmically upon the table. TCH. Cyclopes. Sigh. Why would these reclusive, peace-seeking creatures suddenly launch an unprovoked assault upon humanity? Oh, Ezio, you're back sooner than expected. Excellent. Tell me what you've discovered. From the candlelit shadows beyond the pool of light, a figure emerged. Ezio wore a mask, not the full armor of ordinary soldiers, but a sleek black bodysuit armored only at vital points. They are blighted cyclopes. I deduced it from the grotesque tumors on the corpses, distortions wrought by the curse of their profane gaze and twisted magic. According to my surveillance, they have infected and enslaved at least 2 Cyclops tribes. His voice was low, resonant, and measured. Osturga steepled his fingers atop the desk and continued. More than 1. Yes, 3 blighted cyclopes confirmed. Any anomalies observed? No residual traces of black magic were detected, initially ruling out summoning or attraction rituals. No subterranean tunnels leading to caverns were found near their encampment. Given this region's remoteness, bordering untamed wilderness, we infer they originated from far beyond these lands. All cyclopes within the camp exhibit controlled frenzy, unresponsive to external stimuli and capable of mounting effective ambushes against humans. They grow alert at distances of 150 meters. Due to the unique lethality of their cursed gaze, assassination or long-range elimination is strongly advised. The black-clad assassin delivered his findings, meticulously compiled by himself and the reconnaissance unit, and proposed tactical recommendations for the upcoming operation. Understood. Still, I'll need your team to maintain surveillance on the Cyclops encampment, especially through the night, to prevent surprise assaults. Keep your distance if memory serves. Their senses sharpen considerably after dusk. Understood. As swiftly as he appeared, the shadow dissolved into the deepening night. That evening remained eerily still. Perhaps the giants sensed the human force's formidable presence and chose not to act. At dawn the next day, Cozy awoke early. Having consumed 3 bowls of kanji the previous day, his strength had partially returned. His visceral aversion to rubble, blood, and severed limbs had softened, replaced by a quiet, gnawing unease, the disorientation of being utterly adrift in an alien world strikingly reminiscent of his own post-graduation uncertainty. He donned clean, neatly mended clothes and asked friendly soldiers for a basin of water to wash his face. Gazing into its murky surface, he saw the reflection of a black-haired youth, whose features bore 7/10 the likeness of his former self, Liang Xia, with the remaining third hinting faintly at Western ancestry. His predecessor's memories unfolded like cinematic fragments in dreams. From hazy, fragmented recollections, too deep to fully grasp, he learned that his parents too had perished in a monstrous raid. He had been orphaned at just 6 years old. As Cozy stared absently into the basin, the warm, earthy aroma of boiled wheat drifted over, his rumbling stomach interrupting his reverie. He followed the scent to a nearby cook clad in coarse cloth, stirring a large cauldron as he served the soldiers their rations. The cheerful, portly chef noticed the shy survivor and waved him over to join the line. Bathed in pale morning light, his figure seemed almost angelic. After receiving his portion, Cozy settled on a smooth stone and surveyed the army's breakfast. A bowl of vegetable oat kanji, so thick and hearty he hadn't noticed yesterday, exhausted as he'd been. Clearly this unit maintained commendable provisions. A dense, crusty black loaf, unpalatable yet filling. A rich stew of dried cured meat, already a rare delicacy. 2 peeled steamed carrots, vilethud, nearly unrecognizable save for their familiar shape, intended primarily to supply essential vitamins. A small dish of pickled mustard greens, commonly called turnip heads, serving both to enliven flavor and replenish vital salts. Finally, a wedge of goat cheese, pungent and sharp, yet brimming with sustaining energy for the troops. Given the era's austerity, most of this fare struck him as remarkably abundant, yet this last item defied acceptance. He considered returning it, but such a gesture felt trivial. To discard it outright would be wasteful. It lingered, a true paradox, neither nourishing nor dispensable. As he held the cheese between thumb and forefinger, glancing about for somewhere to conceal it, his hand suddenly went empty, followed instantly by a gentle tap on his shoulder with someone's knuckles. Moi. Not to your taste. You'll need your strength if you're to keep pace with us. Before he could turn, the man with the tired eyes stepped around from behind, balancing an identical tray in one hand, and using 2 fingers of the other to pluck the cheese and return it neatly to Cozy's bowl. Osturga brushed dust from a broken stone slab and sat beside Cozy, breaking his black bread in half and dipping it into the meat broth, savoring each bite. Yesterday was chaotic, no formal introductions. I'm Osturga, commander of the 6th Mobile Unit of the Domestic City Defense Force, tasked specifically with incidents like this. He gestured toward the ruins across the field and the charred remains of the slain monsters. Lena mentioned your reasoning is sound. Surely you grasp what I mean. Cozy nodded. He was no ordinary 6-year-old. He understood perfectly, and from the unit's name alone he surmised it specialized in containing internal threats monsters like cyclopes within the realm's borders. Excellent. Then let us discuss your future path. As our mobile units deploy across cities, we also bear responsibility for resettling those displaced by magical beasts, those left without home or kin. For cases like yours, we generally offer 2 options. This decision would profoundly shape his life ahead, so Cozy fixed his gaze intently upon the commander's eyes, absorbing every word he spoke. No need to look so solemn. Option 1, we place you in an orphanage, a cot of your own with chores shared among the children to cover daily sustenance. The nature of the work cannot be guaranteed, perhaps craft work, perhaps manual labor. The city defense force lacks the capacity to oversee such details. Additional support comes via ducal stipend, but repayment is required upon adulthood. Enlistment in the military reduces this obligation by 1/4. For most children, this is our standard recommendation. Still, personal freedom remains limited. Your days will largely alternate between labor and rest. Managing dozens of children demands strict oversight. Unsupervised roaming simply isn't feasible. Orphanages are typically located in larger towns. Since this area is remote, you'd accompany us for some time until we deliver you there. Osterga noted Cozy's downcast gaze, no spark of enthusiasm, and surmised that this child hardened by loss and solitary wandering might struggle to integrate among peers. Option 2 is simpler. We escort you to the nearest village or town. Safety concerns are unfounded. Following such an incident, neighboring villages are negotiated for relocation, ensuring no secondary trauma is inflicted upon survivors. Thereafter, local authorities, alongside our officers, will arrange your lodging. Don't expect luxury, perhaps a dilapidated timber hut, or even a stable. You'll be responsible for your own sustenance. They may offer simple work, washing dishes, peeling vegetables, fetching water, nothing more complex given your age. Villages versus towns differs mainly in tone. Villages tend to be warmer, whereas towns, should you have visited one, expose you earlier to life's harsher truths and social nuance. Their advantages lie in greater information access and stronger defenses. Beyond that, it's up to you. Greater liberty, yet greater solitude. In essence, both paths demanded self-reliance through labor. An orphanage, truly little more than that. In a world where such monsters exist, would anyone genuinely care for a displaced child? Cozy harbored no illusions about welfare systems in this world, nor for that matter in his own, where even advanced nations teemed with homeless citizens. An unwatched child is always the easiest target. With no authority nearby, orphanage overseers might conscript him into illegal labor, exhausting him to death unnoticed and unmourned. Did he imagine finding a loyal childhood friend who'd protect him, who'd share her bread when he starved? Even in fantasy games, that trope rarely holds. Far likelier a gang leader who steals his rations, and no complaint would ever be heard. Cozy silently broke his bread into the broth, pondering whether to choose village or town. In villages, households know one another intimately. Mutual aid flows naturally. Wages may be modest, yet humble diligence, learning from farmers, could sustain him well. Would towns pay more? Nonsense. If anything, they'd exploit his vulnerability as cheap child labor, just as the orphanage would. Perhaps he'd even encounter street thugs demanding coin, exactly as depicted in animated sagas. Silence stretched between them, awkward, suspended. Osterga drained the last spoonful of kanji and wondered, was it truly fair to burden a 6-year-old with such a choice? Take your time thinking it over, no rush. Find me once you've decided. He rose to return the wooden tray to the cook, when a soft, youthful voice sounded beside him. Thank you for telling me all this. I choose option 2, to go to a small rural village, commander. Osterga froze mid-step, turned, and met Cozy's earnest gaze. What he'd intended to say dissolved halfway. You truly have. You've clearly made up your mind. Good thing I took Lena's advice and sought you out personally. Otherwise, I might have defaulted to option 1 and sent you straight to the orphanage. Ha ha ha. He laughed warmly, utterly unembarrassed, and ruffled the boy's tousled hair with a broad palm, leaving it as wildly unkempt as his own. Very well, I respect your choice. Commander is too formal. Call me Mr. Osterga, or Uncle if you prefer. We'll now draft our operational plan. Lena will escort you to a nearby village. She knows the region well. 2 days and nights suffice to settle you safely and allow her to return for battlefield cleanup and medical aid. With no personal belongings, your departure will be swift and uncomplicated. Watching the tall figure recede, Cozy felt warmth bloom within, tinged with melancholy at the prospect of parting. Logically, having met the commander only twice, such sentiment seemed disproportionate. Yet almost involuntarily he called out, Mr. Osterga, will we meet again? That depends. Should our route happen to pass your village, perhaps we'll stop by to see how a certain young fellow fares. The towering figure faded into the distance, bearing his singular blend of melancholy gravity and radiant cheer, a paradox rendered strangely harmonious. Yet recalling the burly, warm-hearted northeastern uncles of his past life, Cozy found it less astonishing than it first seemed. He attributed the complex emotion to the suspension bridge effect in an unfamiliar world, the rare kindness shown to him. An orphan, combined with the uncanny milky white radiance he'd witnessed, inevitably stirred quiet affection. But more pressing than sentiment was his utter lack of direction. His original anxiety had not eased, it had deepened, layered with new uncertainties. He finished his simple meal, left the cheese untouched upon the wooden tray for the cook to reclaim, and retreated to a quiet corner to reflect, waiting patiently for his next assignment. Around him, soldiers' voices ebbed and flowed, time slipping by unmarked. In Osterga's office, the brooding commander reviewed intelligence gathered by his subordinates and replayed his conversation with the boy. Cozy. Though no official records exist, his identity appears legitimate. His logic is coherent, and no traces of black magic linger upon him, suggesting no enchantment or control. This name may be one he adopted during his wanderings. Very well, Lena, the rest is in your hands. How long had passed he could not tell, until something hard gently prodded his back, snapping him out of his daze. He lifted his head to gauge the sky. Noon approached. Turning, he found the medic, a woman with an impassive face, standing before him, arms crossed, sword sheath in hand. Sister Lena. Sister. Facing someone who appeared roughly the same age as his former self, he found it impossible to feign the wide-eyed innocence of a true 6-year-old. No stammering, no childish babble. With visible effort, he forced the word sister through clenched teeth. Just call me Lena. We're hardly acquainted. No need to strain yourself. Her tone remained characteristically detached. We must depart. I'm escorting you to a village called Novus. Its distance is considerable. Time is short. A lithe figure clad in light armor and bearing a sword strode ahead. Behind her trailed a frail boy. The two made their way to the stables. She exchanged a brief nod with the guards, led out a sturdy warhorse, and guided it past the ruins of the town onto a broad earthen road. Lena darted to the horse's flank, seized the reins with one hand, planted her left foot, and vaulted into the saddle with fluid grace. Then, extending her arm, she gripped Keezy's collar, hoisted him up before her in one smooth motion, gave the horse a sharp tap, snapped the reins, and cried, "Hiya!" Amidst billowing dust, rider and child vanished from the military encampment. This was Keezy's first time astride a horse, not only in this life, but across both lifetimes, and certainly his first encounter with a warhorse thundering at full gallop along open terrain. The jolting rhythm sent his senses reeling, scenery blurred past in streaks, wind pressure whipped his unruly hair into even greater disarray. He clutched the iron pommel of the saddle with desperate intensity. If he tumbled off, his fragile frame would surely shatter upon impact. After a long while, the boy gradually steadied his nerves and turned his gaze outward, surveying the surrounding land. It was called a main road, not for its width, certainly no paved thoroughfare, but because, unlike the tangled forest paths choked with weeds and strewn with jagged stones, this stretch had been deliberately cleared, a smooth level track wide enough for wagons or mounted patrols to pass swiftly. Yet this region lay far from any hub of civilization, and worse, had recently suffered an incursion by cyclopes. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, they encountered not a single traveler. All that stretched before them was dense, shadow-draped woodland, its depths impenetrable, its boundaries unknowable. Only the sighing wind, the steady drumbeat of hooves, and the startled flapping of wings broke the silence, leaving Keezy with a growing sense of tedium and weary solitude. Sister Lena, what kind of village are we heading to? At last he broke the quiet. Though they'd shared barely a day, he sensed neither the captain nor Lena bore ill will. You'll see when we arrive. Her emotionless reply ushered in another stretch of silence. Then, how much longer until we get there? By noon tomorrow. What's for dinner tonight? I don't know. Don't force conversation. Oh, right. Conversing with an iceberg rendered an already tedious journey doubly barren. So they rode on in silence side by side until the sun dipped low. The setting sun bled crimson across the clouds, its fading light flickering through gaps between towering trees, veiled and revealed in turn by their swaying crowns. Even a robust adult thrust suddenly into hours of horseback riding would feel his thighs burn and numb, let alone a boy whose body was slight and untested. Keezy had no mind for Twilight's beauty. He kicked and writhed, striving to find a less punishing posture. Don't fidget. We'll rest once we clear the woods. As ever, her words were sparse, precise, and utterly devoid of warmth. He swallowed his discomfort and waited, until at last the forest parted like great gates, revealing open space beyond, a wind-swept pale yellow expanse of early spring steppe, bathed in serene orange light. A slender stream wound lazily through the distance, all hushed and tranquil. Ah, this was how a world of wonder ought to appear. Corpses, ruins, and monotonous woodland roads had all been illusions. Just as Keezy was about to gasp in awe, a firm hand slammed his head down onto the horse's back, and Lena's body pressed tightly against him from behind. An arrow shrieked overhead. A shrill, grating laugh shattered the peace. The sun sank behind the horizon. Dusk thickened into indigo and charcoal gray, stitching earth and sky into one seamless veil. The moment the shaft skimmed past Lena, she drew her longsword with a ringing metallic hiss and leapt from the saddle. Sticky bind. Even as battle loomed, her voice held no tremor, cool, measured. She traced a swift arc with her blade, pointed its tip forward, twisted her right wrist inward, and braced the scabbard with her left hand. The conical pommel struck her armored hip with a crisp ding. Shield of the body. A faint silvery luminescence shimmered over her form. Her left hand swept downward, then she surged forward, swift, decisive. Edge of metal. This time golden light gilded the length of her sword. By the time Keezy twisted around to locate the source of the attack, Lena had already closed in. Two fleeting shadows had scarcely coalesced before two grotesque heads, trailing crimson arcs, soared skyward and thudded heavily onto the earth. Their headless bodies swayed drunkenly atop their mounts, then tumbled down. One black-clad figure let out a panicked, squealing cry and bolted into the undergrowth. The other fell skewered by Lena's casual, sweeping thrust. Kizzy slid awkwardly from the saddle, swinging both legs to one side, releasing his grip and landing with a soft, muffled thud on the ground. He massaged his aching thighs and edged cautiously toward the blood-soaked ground, studying the fallen corpse's skin, the color of tarnished moss clad in ragged, filthy cloth, less clothing than a crude brown scrap draped over their lower halves. One severed head lay nearby, its scalp sprouting a few greasy, lank hairs, like unscraped pork rind, unsettling to behold. Its eyes glared crimson, ears crumpled, and pointed jaws locked in a snarl, frozen at the moment of death. In the town, Kizzy's awareness had been clouded. The Cyclops' remains had been carted away and burned en masse. Here, however, the visceral immediacy struck deeper. The acrid tang of charred flesh and iron-rich blood rose again in his throat, threatening nausea. The female medic wiped her blade clean on the coarse fur of the fallen mount, then, spotting the boy's approach, unhooked a dagger from her belt and tossed it to him. Now that you're down, don't stand idle. Go carve off 2 slabs of wild boar meat. That'll be our supper. Kizzy fumbled the dagger from its sheath and knelt beside the carcass, grayish skin, coarse black bristles running from neck to haunch, matted with dried mud and filth. Under dim light, little more than a shapeless black mass. Sturdy build, short, thick limbs, sparse, coarse hair, and a stench so potent it sealed his lips shut. Yes, this was merely a large wild boar. He pointed to the small, green-skinned humanoid sprawled nearby. That is a goblin. Yes, more precisely a goblin knight, though knight is generous. They simply ride tame beasts, boars, sometimes wolves. Stronger tribes may even mount dire wolves. On monstrous taxonomy, Lena spoke with effortless authority. The poor boar had died mid-flight, her blade piercing its skull cleanly. Holding his breath, Kizzy guided the dagger effortlessly through the boar's tough hide, and blood gushed forth, mingling with the reek of decay and damp earth, making even the thought of speaking unbearable. He carefully avoided the viscera, especially the stomach and intestines where half-digested horrors might still lurk. Having never witnessed slaughter before, his movements were clumsy, inelegant, and deeply unsettling. Though he shielded his face and hair, blood spattered his clothes in broad, sticky swathes, ending only when he hacked free several sizable chunks of relatively unmarred meat. Lena retrieved a pouch crafted from unknown hide from the saddlebag, packed the dripping bones inside, then led the horse, its mane stained dark with gore, toward a distant stream. Pointing into the deepening gloom, she said, "Go there first. Discard your clothes far away, then wash the scent of blood from your skin. I'll build a fire across the water. Once you're clean, hurry back and change." The sky deepened into sapphire, the last hue before true nightfall in this lampless expanse. As horse and rider receded into the distance, Kizzy couldn't suppress a shiver, not just from the chill, but from memory. The boar's bulk, the goblins' twisted faces. They hadn't lasted a single blow in Lena's hands, but against him, dispatching them would be no harder than slaughtering a chicken. Hastily stripping off his garments, he wrapped them around a stone, whirled it twice, and hurled them far into the brush. A cool northern breeze whispered across his bare skin, raising gooseflesh and sending involuntary shivers rippling down his spine. Suppressing rising dread, he stood in nothing but coarse linen undergarments, cupping icy water to rinse exposed limbs. His outer clothes had shielded him well. Little blood actually clung to his skin, but caution dictated washing away every trace of scent lest predators catch wind of him in the dark. The frigid water prickled his flesh, raising goosebumps. Across the stream, flames suddenly bloomed, a sudden radiant beacon. He shook his hands dry and sprinted toward it without looking back. Indeed, fire's birth remained humanity's most profound covenant with light. Knowing nocturnal predators gathered near water, Lena had chosen a large boulder well removed from the stream, avoiding unnecessary confrontation. As Kizzy dashed toward the fire, she finished rinsing the leather pouch and hung it on a stick above the flames to dry. The boar meat rested on a makeshift rack woven from supple branches. Seeing his flustered approach, the medic exhaled softly and tossed him a set of dry clothes from her saddlebag. Clutching the garment, Kizzy hurried behind the boulder to dress. Though merely rough-spun cloth, it conferred a profound sense of safety, infinitely preferable to wandering half-naked beneath the stars. Lena rotated the skewers to ensure even roasting, then reached for a small clay jar at her feet. From it she pinched a delicate measure of white crystalline powder, salt most likely, and sprinkled it over the meat. Her careful handling, coupled with the army's scarcity of preserved vegetables, suggested this condiment was neither cheap nor common. Night descended fully. Beyond the circle of firelight, darkness swallowed all. The boar meat sizzled softly, lean and low in fat, yielding little of the rich, aromatic oil one might expect. And here in the wilds, lacking pot scallions, ginger, garlic, or rice, why a mere pinch of salt could not mask the meat's deep-rooted gaminess. Kizzy sighed as he accepted the rib portion Lena offered. Truth be told, her cooking was masterful, golden brown, perfectly seared. Neither charred nor underdone, no pink traces of rawness. Yet the flavor lingered stubbornly unrefined. She, however, ate, with evident satisfaction, her usual rigid demeanor softening almost imperceptibly. Hunting during military marches was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one successful hunt would spark widespread imitation, disrupting discipline and supply logistics. Thus, such regulations were rigorously enforced, making fresh meat a rare luxury, reserved only for solitary missions like this one, where discretion ensured no one would ever know. He tore at the dense, sinewy meat with his teeth, no longer demanding perfection, only grateful for sustenance. After the simple meal, Lina stirred the embers, coaxing the fire to burn steadily onward. 2 steaming kettles rested atop the stone. Without devices, without diversions, and with hours still stretching before them, they sat wrapped in cloaks beside the blaze, eyes closed, minds adrift. Kizzy even found himself nostalgic for the sterile gleam of laboratory instruments. Sister Lina, those techniques you used this evening against the goblins, were they spells? Boredom at last overcame his reserve. Is there an issue? Well, it's just that. I suppose I expected them to feel different. Different how? Different, plain, unadorned. Ah yes, I'd imagined them more spectacular. Lina needed no further prompting to grasp the boy's meaning. Just another child captivated by heroic legends, yearning for dazzling flourishes. How naive. Yet her mood buoyed by the savory meal and her awareness of his past as a destitute orphan, soon to navigate the world alone, softened her resolve. For once she did not cut the thread of conversation. Spells serve purpose, not spectacle, to kill more efficiently or better serve those who wield them. Against goblins, magic is superfluous. What I cast were mere cantrips, trifling tricks hardly worthy of grandeur. Should you one day witness a grand archmage unleash true sorcery, you'll understand just how sublime magic truly is. Magic, just magic. Is it that glowing layer covering your body and sword? He turned over, facing Lina's direction, his face filled with curiosity. He was quite familiar with this tone and demeanor when dealing with a mentor from his time as a graduate student. Magic is not the kind of street performance you think it is a form of spell. Generally speaking, the level of a spell is measured by the number of rings, from 1 to 10 rings for spells, while 0 rings correspond to basic spells and are not included among formal spells, also referred to as tricks. These are not secret information. They are introduced in the basic spellbooks widely circulated in the Principality in recent years, so Lina spoke without hesitation. The spells I used during the day were Sticky Spell, Protective Barrier, and Metal Sharpness. The effects are to hinder the enemy's movement, protect oneself from harm, and enhance the sharpness of weapons. They are all ordinary tricks and can also be seen as simple little techniques. Seeing Key's longing expression as if he had never seen the world, she couldn't help but pour cold water on him. If you are in an orphanage, a child with magical talent can go to the Magic Academy for study if they pass the test, with fees payable after reaching adulthood. Children from other commoner families follow the same process, but they won't be able to pay for you like the orphanage does if you lack financial means, especially since you are alone, making it even harder to gather tuition fees. So you can't be sure if your choice is right or wrong. Then can I? No, Osters has already reminded you to think carefully, and now you tell me you want to back out after coming this far. No way. He merely said this out loud. After all, he was a mature soul with hands and feet. Although he felt uncertain about living alone, he still somewhat rejected the idea of living in an orphanage, relying on others for relief. Realizing that her words to a child might have been a bit harsh, Lina shifted the topic to comfort Keys. Actually, if you are good enough, not going to the orphanage might be the right choice. Almost no children from orphanages are sent to magic academies unless their magical talent is exceptional enough for special admission. Otherwise, whether in spell theory or physical fitness, it is difficult to meet the admission requirements. An orphanage is not purely a welfare institution. It cannot afford to provide surplus funds for your study and physical training. For now, don't think too much. At your age, wanting to go to a magic school is still too early. This remark stopped Keys from asking about the admission process, and he could only inquire later with others in the know. Since commoners and orphans from the orphanage can enroll, it shouldn't be too hard to find out. The sky had completely darkened, but the actual time was much earlier than staying up all night for experiments. After bumping around on horseback all afternoon and experiencing a wave of bloody psychological shock and future mental pressure at night, he felt his brain was a bit fatigued. Thus he curled up on the soft grass beside the fire and soon fell asleep. Seeing the child's breathing gradually stabilize, Lina stood up from the large rock, took off her cloak and covered him, and then picked up her weapon and left the illuminated area of the fire. In the dark, only a slight reflection of light entered the observer's eyes. The image formed on the retina was insufficient to be sensed by the photoreceptors. Thus it is easy to overlook objects in the dark while in the light. Even with the dim light of the moon, it is hard to detect creatures approaching, like those eyes emitting a faint green glow. The escort tasks received by the mobile units each year amount to at least 60 or 70, and they often encounter situations where only a few people or individuals are acting. A slight lapse in attention can lead to disaster. No one would joke with their own life. As one of the experienced and cautious medical officers and deputy, Lina has never let her guard down. If the entire army sets out with a large number of personnel and strong combat capability, they generally do not suffer attacks from goblins and other monsters in the forest. However, when separated from the group and acting alone, it is essential to pass through quickly. Staying still makes one susceptible to ambush by certain creatures, such as the relentless forest wolves and various spiders adept at concealment. In slightly more remote areas, one could encounter tribes of gnolls, kobold, cyclopes, or even ogres. In short, it is extremely dangerous, which is also why Lina mentioned the need to leave the forest and rest. The grasslands are relatively calmer than the forest. Yes, merely calm, not safe. During the day, the sun hangs high, and the low grass does not provide hiding space for large predators. The main concerns are potential venomous snakes and insects. As night falls, everything changes. Subhuman creatures sleep like humans, but nocturnal monsters and ordinary beasts take advantage of the darkness to hunt for food. Perhaps areas with human activity undergo regular cleaning, but no matter where, as long as it is outside the town's range, there is no absolutely safe place, making camping a significant challenge during the journey. Soon a simple spell was researched based on the ubiquitous magical essence in the world. As long as it comes into contact with the caster, one can keenly sense the changes. When a creature imbued with magical essence enters the perception range, the naturally loose structure of the magical essence suddenly reveals a denser shape. This contrast change was given a certain stimulus in the spell structure, and after continuous refinement by humans, it became a relatively common spell. Magic Essence Warning. Maintaining Magic Essence Warning in daily life has long become a habit for Lena. Expanding the perception range while choosing a resting place during solo action is an essential means. She carried the sheathed knight's sword away from the campfire, her long shadow stretching from beneath her feet, connecting with the darkness, and just outside the light someone was approaching the grass with a soft rustling. Beast's Eye. Lena expressionlessly gripped the hilt of her sword with both hands, positioning the knight's sword horizontally in front of her in a blocking posture. Then she quickly transitioned, placing the sword upright against her chest, stepping out to the edge of the light and entering the knight metal body. Beast's Eye is a secondary spell effect to see objects clearly in faint light. Metal Body is a secondary spell effect to make the body as hard as metal with the strength, depending on the caster's ability. Before the leading forest wolf, the flat sword sheath appeared to grow larger in its eyes. The metal struck its head with a dull thud, and in the next second it fell silent. The wolf pack did not fall into chaos. One of them sprang up, taking the opportunity to pounce from the side. Lena dodged by bending down, lifting the sword sheath to strike its belly. The howl that barely escaped its mouth was cut short as its teeth bit its tongue. The setback from the continuous attacks of several forest wolves made them somewhat retreat, baring their teeth and surrounding Lena, waiting for an opportunity. Accompanied by a sharp and crisp howl, without drawn-out tones, the pack of wolves revealed their claws and attacked the target from various directions, soon being knocked down to the ground or sent flying from the fray by the long sword's thrusts, slashes, and sweeps. Among the attacking wolves, there was one inconspicuous individual that, while pretending to rush forward, changed positions and circled around to observe the battle situation, hesitating whether to abandon this action or first sneak attack the distant little boy, completely unaware that the entangled woman had narrowed her eyes and glanced at it. Soon the leading wolf's feigned attack was deflected by the sword sheath. A faint roll sounded in its ear, and a long leg covered in light armor kicked its head's left side and neck, the immense force flipping its entire body and crashing against a tree in the distance. Howl, howl, howl. The panicked footsteps of the wolf pack mixed with tragic wails as they dragged their comatose companions scurrying into the woods and disappearing into the night. Lena turned back to the fire, moved her arms a bit, found a comfortable position leaning against the nearby stone, hugged the long sword, and closed her eyes for a light sleep. No blood, no corpses, just the empty, messy grass. There shouldn't be any unwelcome creatures tonight. In the morning, as the sun's light barely peeked over the mountain keys, he felt someone shaking him repeatedly. Opening his eyes, the distant light stung his eyes, and the morning sun had dyed the world in front of him golden. The vast grassland was a spectacle incomparable to towering buildings. He slapped his face to wake himself up, stretched his arms to loosen his muscles. After sleeping on the ground for a night, his body surprisingly showed no significant soreness, probably due to his adaptation to being a wanderer. Lena had returned to the fire, gently stirred the remaining embers with a stick to rekindle the fire from last night's remnants, then took out 2 pieces of black bread from the pack on the horse's back, tossing 1 piece to Keys. There's nothing good to eat, just make do. The 2 of them toasted the dry black bread, tearing it in half to sandwich the remaining roasted wild boar meat, and managed to have a meal with the lukewarm water from the kettle. After breakfast, Lena separated the fire, doused it with water, buried the ashes with some dirt, and called Keys to mount the horse, continuing their journey under the dim sky. The grassland was flat, and the horse ran quickly. The second half of the journey was uneventful, with occasional moving dark spots in the distance that were too far to see clearly. It was unclear what kind of creatures they were. Crossing the grassland and surmounting several small hills, they finally reached a main road with distinct signs of human activity when the daylight brightened with wheel tracks indicating recent horse-drawn carriage passage. Following the direction of the road, one could vaguely see the pointed roofs of Gothic buildings on the horizon. However, Lena led the horse's reins along a different path, heading towards the layered mountain range. The mountains underfoot formed an obstacle beside the basin, and the entire basin was immersed in the vibrant energy of spring. Green vegetation covered the entire valley, and even the cliffs were draped in a coat woven from moss. Winding around the gentle mountain foot, wisps of smoke rose slowly from the distant woods, a blend of rustic earthy fragrance mixed with the fresh aroma of plants gradually infiltrating his nostrils. In such an atmosphere, the lively and playful sounds of a banjo seemed to echo in his ears, easing the tense atmosphere from the past 2 days. Lena urged the horse straight up the hillside, and the youth sitting in front of her was filled with curiosity, surveying the surroundings from top to bottom. This place is the entrance to the Novice Mountains. The residents who came here originally did not put much thought into naming the village, simply calling it Novice Village. A gravel road stretched east and west, connecting the path into the mountains. The valley was dotted with more than 20 houses, and at the center was a crystal lake reflecting the blue sky. From above, the surrounding farmland was planned in different sizes and had been simply processed dark and without any crops planted yet. The warhorse walked in a neat and rhythmic small step along the country road, encountering few pedestrians. Spring plowing was approaching, and everyone was busy with their own tasks. Passing by a stone-built house, one could still hear the clanging sounds coming from inside. Soon the sound of hooves came to a stop, and the two stopped in front of a relatively more magnificent house. The trees used as building materials had their rough outer bark stripped, revealing a smooth inner core of deep brown color. After cutting, they formed thick walls that looked sturdy and secure. The spotless glass sparkled, making the arriving guests feel delighted. Lena helped Keys down from the horse and pushed open the large door of the house. Although early spring was no longer as cold, the warmth emanating from the fireplace was still enough to relieve travelers of their burdens and fatigue from the road. Wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged on both sides, and the central aisle led directly to the counter. Beside the counter were stairs leading to the second floor and a wooden sign posted with several notices. A young girl dressed in a simple yet appropriate maid outfit was cleaning. Upon hearing the bell at the door, she paused and raised her head, her tone somewhat surprised. "Is someone already here, so early?" "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Lena took out something resembling a pass from the inside of her armor and handed it to the girl. "My name is Lena, belonging to the City Defense Army. I have business with your village chief. Please help me inform him." "Thank you." "Oh, all right, just a moment, please." The waitress took the document, placed the cloth back in its place, ran upstairs, and shortly after hurried back down, bowing to Lena. "Milady, the tavern downstairs is rather informal. The village chief requests you to speak upstairs." Lena nodded, indicating for her to lead the way. The three of them passed through the second-floor corridor to the innermost room, knocked on the door, and a frail voice from inside said, "Please come in." After entering the room, Keys looked around. The interior was simple and tidy, but rather plain, with only a set of rudimentary tables and chairs. The newest item was probably the sofa for guests. The person speaking inside was an elderly man, his long white hair tied back, a bushy beard hanging down to his chest, his eyes somewhat cloudy, and his forehead and cheeks marked with knife-like wrinkles, appearing like a weathered elder. Keys had previously known several very old professors during his graduate studies. Some geological researchers often traveled nationwide to conduct experiments and collect data. After enduring wind and sun, they ended up looking like the village chief before him, with deep wrinkles, each one full of stories. In contrast were the wealthy individuals living comfortably. No matter how well they maintained their appearance, they would still face aging one day. The wrinkles on their faces were plump and smooth, revealing prosperity, lacking the kind of vicissitudes of life. But in his eyes, the old man seemed to emit a faint white light. What kind of light is that? Surely in this world, not everyone with strong combat power would glow. While Keys was pondering with wide eyes, the old man extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "Miss Lena, it is an honor to have you visit. Please sit down and we can discuss in detail. There are no formalities in our humble village. Feel free to make yourself comfortable." Lena sat on the sofa without formalities and accepted the steaming cup of tea offered by the shop attendant. In informal settings, excessive adherence to etiquette only stiffens both parties. Yet courteous greetings remain essential. "You're too kind. Has Awusha been faring well here?" The female deputy did not address Cozy's matter directly. Instead, she invoked an unfamiliar name. Upon hearing it, the village elder paused, then swiftly recalled, "Miss Lena knows Awusha. Indeed, he once mentioned having served in a city defense regiment before his discharge. Now he is one of our village's finest hunters, frequently ridding us of monstrous beasts that harass the villagers. I suspect your visit today concerns more than merely inquiring after his well-being." "Precisely. We face a delicate matter requiring your assistance. I shall speak plainly. As you know, our city defense corps occasionally arranges shelter for children displaced by war or monster raids." Lena gestured toward Cozy, who stood nearby, too shy to sit. "This is Cozy, rescued just 2 days ago. He had been wandering alone before then. Had we not encountered him, we might have lacked the capacity to intervene. But having done so, we could not simply turn away. Per our commander's directive, we wish to place him in your village. Would that be feasible?" The elder nodded, his expression one of quiet understanding. "Ah, I suspected as much when Vianette informed me earlier that you'd arrived with a boy. So long as his character and conduct pose no grave flaws, welcoming a child presents no difficulty. Yet, given his tender age, might a proper orphanage not serve him better? This is after all a remote and modest hamlet." His unspoken implication hung heavy. If superior alternatives exist, why choose this path? Unless the boy carries some grievous defect rendering him unwelcome elsewhere. Though humble in means, we bear responsibility toward all villagers. You've overthought this." Lena, perceiving his unease, replied, "This was his own choice, and our corps remains engaged in active operations, leaving no bandwidth to monitor children placed in orphanages. Rest assured, no such arrangement would stem from prior rejection. From my observations these past 2 days, he is quiet, obedient, no burden upon others. His intellect and physical health are sound, though he may carry residual shock. Should any issue arise, feel free to dismiss him entirely. Let him fend for himself." Her words sounded harsh, yet functioned as solemn vouching. Imagine within one's own village raising a thieving, ungrateful wretch. In that light, her candor struck him as oddly reassuring. "Very well." The elder smoothed his white beard, leaned upon his cane, and approached Cozy, studying his eyes, appraising his features, then sighed softly. "Then, poor child, you shall dwell among us for now." Lena rose from the sofa as matters neared resolution, Per regulation, you need offer no extraordinary care. Merely assign him light labor, provide sustenance and shelter. These 2 silver munes cover his resettlement. For further details, consult him directly. He speaks clearly, thinks logically, and answers questions precisely. With no further queries, I must hasten back to camp. The elder escorted Lena downstairs, Cozy trailing behind. A solitary adult soul, tempered by years of self-reliant solitude, found this sudden parting harder to bear than any child. It echoed the hollow silence of lying alone on a dormitory bed after graduation, bereft of school roommates, mentors, a void that had in fact propelled him toward graduate studies. Now the world, kin, friends, classmates, even the kindly commander and physician he'd newly met, all receded one by one. Until this moment he'd believed himself composed, certain he could thrive independently. He'd assumed at his age composure would hold firm amid utter strangeness. Yet at the threshold, watching the last familiar figure vanish into blinding daylight, a sharp pang rose in Cozy's chest. Whether child or adult, stepping wholly beyond one's comfort zone fills the heart with disquiet long before stability arrives. His hand lifted instinctively, then slowly fell. Lena. Outside beside her warhorse, Lena dipped into a respectful bow, feet together, torso bent 45 degrees. This child is now entrusted to your care. Please also convey my warm regards to Awusha. My deepest gratitude. The elder raised a hand as if to assist, but she had already straightened. Seemingly catching Cozy's quiet plea, she halted mid-turn and walked straight to the doorway, gently ruffling the boy's hair. Live well. Growth demands, confronting both parting and solitude. Then she strode briskly to her mount, seized the saddle, vaulted astride, pressed her heels, and snapped the reins, vanishing down the path before either could utter another word. A placid mountain breeze brushed Cozy's face, lifting his unruly bangs to reveal eyes long hidden, yet his sorrow lingered undimmed by the wind's passing. The elder's broad, calloused hand settled upon his shoulder. After a long silence, the boy sighed, a sigh far too weary for his years. At last Cozy followed the elder back upstairs to that second-floor room, sinking onto the sofa, head bowed, speechless. Young one, allow me a proper introduction. I am Ostic. By grace of this community's goodwill, I serve as village elder. You may call me elder grandfather. Miss Lena departed rather hastily. I've yet to learn your particulars. Might you share your story first? I am Cozy Leonis, 6 years old. Though young, I can do many things. Years spent enduring laboratory rigor had forged remarkable resilience. Merely loosening his guard transformed his presence, dispelling melancholy, revealing a quiet, resolute strength beneath his youthful features. Oh, you've recovered remarkably fast. Then, Cozy, shall we begin acquainting you with your new home? Ostic stroked his beard, deeply impressed by the boy's self-regulation. A volatile, tearful child would have complicated matters immensely, especially for one whose energy waned with age. That would be most kind. Ostic drew back the curtains, unveiling the vista beyond. We reside in a secluded valley along the outer rim of the Norvis Mountains. The surrounding forests teem with beasts and monsters, yet most lack aggression, making this a favored staging ground for adventurers entering the highlands. Beyond my office, the other second-floor rooms serve as temporary lodgings for adventurers and merchants. As the elder spoke, they stepped out together. Downstairs functions as a modest tavern, where villagers gather after work. The bulletin board posts local commissions and royal decrees from the capital. This is Vianette. She greets guests, cleans, and changes linens on the upper floor. Cozy felt like a graduate student being introduced to senior faculty, ill-equipped for such formality, so he offered a slight bow and murmured, Sister Vianette, hello. Hello, little Cozy. Should any daily difficulty arise, don't hesitate to seek me out. Vianette, please check the kitchen, see if Cook is about. If he's free, ask him to join us. The maid nodded, stepped from behind the counter, and vanished down the corridor, returning shortly with a middle-aged man in an apron, brown hair, cropped short, water still glistening on his hands. Cook's sleeves rolled, shook droplets from his fingers, freshly washed. This is Cook, the village's chef. All its bread, wine, and fare spring from his hands. Cook, this is Cozy. From today onward, he joins our village. I thought best he meet its people first. Hello, little one. Cook crouched, studied the boy, then dried his palms on his apron before gently patting Cozy's head. I'm pressed for time. I must tend the oven. Come evening, when everyone gathers, I'll welcome you properly. For now, I'll return, else the loaves burn. Seeing Cozy poised to speak, the elder interjected, Don't mistake our modesty for idleness. Cook keeps relentless hours. He bakes bread before dawn, processes wild greens and fruits gathered in the mountains, and butchers game brought in by Awusha, the famed hunter you've heard of, and evidently a friend of Miss Lena's. He left for the hills at first light and won't return until dusk. Let's move on. We'll introduce you to several others and perhaps find you suitable work. Thank you, elder grandfather. You're welcome, child. In our village, honest labor ensures no one starves. They arrived at a stone building echoing with rhythmic metallic clangs, its twin wooden doors ajar. As the elder pushed them open, waves of furnace heat rolled forth. Elwyn, are you occupied? Elder, out for an early stroll. A deep voice resonated from within. Awusha asked me yesterday to forge several spring traps. It's sweltering inside. Please wait outside. I'll finish shortly. No rush, no rush. Ostic seated himself on an outdoor chair supported lightly by Cozy, then patted the boy's small arm with a weathered hand. I'm not yet so frail as to require aid, but thank you. A fine lad you are. Moments later, the hammering ceased. A burly man emerged, wiping sweat from his brow with a neck towel, startled to see the boy beside the elder. Elder, where'd you pick up this child? Mind your tongue, that's Cozy. His homeland fell to monsters, the city defense corps sent him here. Does your smithy need help? Huh. Little fellow you. The giant extended a thick muscle-corded arm and clapped Cozy's shoulder. A gesture repeated so often by adults it had become its own ritual. You're dreadfully thin. A smith demands stamina. Can you even lift a hammer with those arms? He's only 6, just checking if light tasks suit him. Remarkably, he chose not to enter an orphanage. He seeks honest work, to earn his keep. Quite the determined lad. Huh. Impressive grit. Good. So long as you labor, hunger won't claim you. Elwyn laughed again, delivering another thunderous slap to Cozy's back, nearly knocking the breath from his lungs. Let me think, I manage both forging and furnace control alone, somewhat taxing. Cozy, yes that's right. Is that acceptable? If you truly wish to work, begin by tending the fire. But you must obey, understood? When I say stop, you stop. When I say bellows, you pump. You'll pull the bellows when told, cease when commanded. Cozy nodded vigorously. Elwyn folded his arms, satisfied. Let me be clear, smithing is grueling. The forge room burns fiercely, especially for one stoking the flames. Should heat overwhelm you, leave at once. Your health outweighs wages. Many paths exist to earn your keep, not only mine. Further, I pay 3 copper cups per day, only for actual labor. Idle days yield no coin. Though town apprentices earn more, I cannot stretch generosity further. Still willing to work here? Yes, Mr. Elwyn, I endure hardship well. Though Cozy knew nothing of this realm's currency, he resolved to prove himself. Good lad. Drop the mister, it reeks of pompous nobles. Call me uncle. He raised his massive palm again. Cozy flinched and dodged, bowing deeply to acknowledge the kindness, then hurried off with Ostic escaping the smith's boisterous warmth. Little Cozy, brace yourself. The next person we visit possesses a temperament, somewhat less gentle. Should her words wound, take no offense. Truth be told, since awakening, Cozy had met Osterga, a hardy commander, and Sister Lena, reserved yet deeply caring. The elder Vianette and Uncle Elwyn had all treated him warmly, yet he doubted every denizen of this foreign world possessed such kindness, a realism hard won. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when the elder halted before a rustic wooden cottage, its garden enclosed by a picket fence blooming with unnamed flora. Knock, 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 knock. The elder tapped firmly, receiving no reply, then called aloud, ahem, Madison, Madison, are you home? Here, here, stop shouting, you foul old man. I told you, knocking suffices. What if I were mid-brew at the critical juncture? Your bellowing could ruin everything. Cozy watched the elder's mortified expression and couldn't help a faint wry twitch at the corner of his mouth. A soft click announced the latch. There stood Madison, an elderly woman with silver hair coiled into a neat bun, round spectacles perched low, shoulders slightly stooped. I said, Ostic, what brings you? She turned, spotted Cozy, and paused. Is this the new apprentice you've foisted upon me? Worse each time. At least previous candidates grasped herbal theory. This one's barely 6. Can he even read? Her voice, dry, piercing, struck like lightning. Cozy recognized it instantly, the same formidable, rigorously academic, unyielding senior professor from university, whose critiques cut deep, whose logic brooked no rebuttal, whose very presence silenced even his own advisor. She spoke with barbed precision, finding fault even in flawless execution, armed with irrefutable reasoning. Resistance was futile. Of course, with time, Cozy had developed strategies to navigate her, though now was not the hour. Madison, please, Cozy is still a child. Childy. Her gaze sharpened behind her lenses. I treat the ill, compound remedies, conduct research. My schedule overflows. I haven't time to babysit. Grandmother Madison, hello. I can learn. I'm quick, obedient, and I won't trouble you. His voice trembled, carefully measured. What a troublesome child. Alchemy is a rigorous discipline. I explicitly requested a skilled apprentice. You, however, are not only incapable of assisting me, but will inevitably hinder my progress. Ostic, perhaps you're right. He may be obedient and could one day prove a reliable aid. But at his age, I'll seek someone more qualified. Madison turned to close the door, but Cozy hurried forward and bowed deeply. Grandmother Madison, I truly don't wish to burden you. Yet I long to build a life through my own efforts. Since you currently have no apprentice, might I ask for a chance to prove I can at least handle your daily tasks competently? Though moral coercion and emotional appeals felt unscrupulous, Cozy refused to abandon any opportunity that might secure survival and peace in this unfamiliar world. Time seemed to suspend itself. Only the whisper of wind stirred the silence. After a long pause, an aged voice spoke beside him, still sharp, yet unexpectedly mellifluous. Humph. Very well. Prove it to me then. Madison did not shut the door. Instead, she gestured toward the interior, and 2 books levitated from their shelf, glided across the threshold, and hovered before Cozy. The jagged black spines once piercing the soft white aura around her now softened into gentle contours. This is a comprehensive lexicon of continental tongues. You cannot even read. So how could you possibly assist with mundane tasks? The second is an introductory guide to herbal lore. I won't demand you memorize every derivative nomenclature, but you must master without fail both the standard continental terms and pharmacological properties of every listed herb. Remember, alchemy is a solemn science bearing responsibility for every soul who consumes its fruits. I am occupied with urgent matters and will not waste time answering questions. Seek guidance wherever you may, by whatever means. But if you can fully comprehend these texts and pass my examination, I shall honor my word. As you said, until I find another apprentice, I impose no time limit upon you. Come for the test whenever you feel prepared, but you shall have only one attempt. Should you fall short of my standards, I regret to inform you, child, that you need not return. Madison stepped back without glancing over her shoulder, closed the door, and left the village elder and young Kizzy standing speechless on the threshold. Arise, child. Holding that bow for so long must weary your back. Ostic extended a hand to help the boy stand. I've little to add. Madison's requirements are formidable, yet her true standards run even deeper. Unless you possess absolute confidence, best not disturb her again. Kizzy scratched his head silent. He was after all merely a street orphan who had inherited fragmented memories. And though he could speak the common tongue, he remained illiterate in its script. Mastering an entirely new orthography alongside precise, scholarly terminology seemed nearly impossible. He would simply proceed step by step. Next, Kizzy cradled the 2 volumes as Ostic guided him through the village, introducing landmarks, waving to farmers in the fields, before arriving after several turns at the settlement's quietest corner. Nois is a secluded hamlet. Occasionally newcomers settle here, others grow restless and depart. The elder led the youth to a modest, somewhat neglected timber cottage. A carpenter dwelled here until 2 years ago when he returned to the city seeking better fortune. His craftsmanship was sound. The structure remains sturdy despite neglect, though the interior may be dusty and disordered. Seeing the elder hesitate, Kizzy quickly interjected, "It's quite all right, grandfather elder. Shelter alone is blessing enough. I'll clean it myself." "Indeed you bear much. These 2 silver muni were left by Lady Lena. Keep them safe. For now, I'll lend you basic household goods. The merchant Claude has just departed on trade. We'll visit him later. For now, let's go to Venet's to borrow cleaning tools." Venet had intended to assist personally, but Kizzy declined, citing his desire for independence. At the elder's quiet nod, she ascended to retrieve an extra set of bedding. "Return these once you've purchased supplies from Claude." Kizzy thanked both the elder and the maid, then shouldered his belongings and walked back toward the small cottage now his own. Withered vines of some grape-bearing species clung to the exterior. A delicate mechanical latch secured the door, no lock in sight. As he pushed it open, a gust stirred the dust carpeting the floor. He waved his hand before his face to clear the air. Spiderwebs draped the rafters. Aside from a brick-built hearth, a narrow bed, and a single table with chairs, the room held no other furniture. The table resembled a craftsman's workbench. Hooks for tools lined its surface, drawers slid smoothly beneath, and a small porcelain dish rested atop, likely for candle or lamp oil. A wooden casement window opened above the bedhead. Its gaps had been sealed with cloth now rotted away. Only frayed remnants hung limply around the frame. Kizzy propped the window wide with the broom's wooden handle, inviting fresh air to dispel the dust. Then, donning a borrowed headscarf and layering clothes over himself, leaving only his eyes exposed, he muttered warily while clearing Webb's 8 legs. How utterly revolting. At that very moment, far beyond the village, the 6th garrison of the city watch advanced toward the Cyclops encampment amid ruined ruins. Commander Osturga rode grimly at the vanguard, drawing a knightly sword from his belt, a cage-hilted blade whose pommel stretched unusually long, its guard shaped like leaping flames. Brothers, swift victory. Clerics grant blessings. Rangers provide cover. Remain vigilant. Follow me into the charge. At the rear, several clerics clad in simple robes and adorned with necklaces unfurled sacred tomes. Chanting softly, they summoned luminous sigils that rose from the pages. Then with the final syllables surged forth like floodwaters, breaking a dam, sweeping across the entire formation. Hum, boom. An explosion thundered above the Cyclops camp. A shadowy, indistinct figure coalesced beside Osturga, still half-formed, when the charge horn blared. No battle cries echoed, no enraged shouts pierced the air. In that instant, the column had already surged 100 paces forward. As the foremost warrior swung his cage-hilted blade, a colossal cross-shaped arc of light cleaved through the chaos following the blast, while 3 grotesque, tumor-riddled corpses lay scattered across the camp, each decapitated with surgical precision, their heads twisted unnaturally. Rangers cloaked in flowing mantles fanned out along the camp's perimeter. In the blink of an eye, bows materialized in their hands, as strings sang sharp arrows traced shimmering near-invisible paths, sunlight glinting off metallic tips that pierced the Cyclops' eyes with uncanny accuracy, as though striking perfect targets. By the stars, I'm utterly spent. Finally done, Kizzy stretched luxuriously and collapsed onto the freshly made bed. The gray quilt embroidered with delicate patterns carried the warm, sun-drenched fragrance of linen, and somehow the gentle echo of the maid's smile. Dust and cobwebs had vanished. The hearth burned steadily, stacked with twigs gathered nearby. Moss in the corners had been scraped away with a knife. Even crevices that might harbor insects had been seared with flame and tightly sealed with clay. Though lacking many essentials, Kizzy found profound satisfaction in his new home. He sprang from the bed, stepped outside, and gazed westward, where the setting sun spilled molten gold across the tranquil lake, its surface mirroring the heavens. Wisps of smoke curled from mountain cottages, dissolving into the radiant rosidian sky as birds winged past, leaving behind only fleeting lyrical notes. Residual clouds scatter like brocade. The clear river lies still as silk. Birds clamor over spring isles of fragrant blossoms crown every meadow. When shall this cherished meeting come? Tears fall like icy sleet. These verses, alien to his era and world, slipped unbidden from his lips. Once studying them in school, he'd grasped only their form, not their resonance. Now feeling their depth, he knew he could never return to that innocence. A booming voice suddenly rang out along the path. Ho, Keezy, you finished tidying up. What were you murmuring? Some wandering bard's ballad. Elwyn stepped beside the youth, observing his dazed expression and the lake he'd just been watching. Crouching, he draped an arm over Keezy's shoulders. Well, is it beautiful? Many years ago, fleeing a beast assault, I brought my wife here. She fell in love with this place at first glance. Though later she succumbed to illness, whenever I gaze upon this pale blue water, I see her eyes and hear her gentle scolding. Twilight fades, yet do not forsake the starlight. He exhaled softly, rose, and, with a playful cry, hoisted Keezy onto his shoulders. Right, time to go. Word spread that a new child joined our village, and everyone dropped their chores to welcome you. When they re-entered the tavern, its atmosphere had transformed utterly from the day's hush. Boisterous toasts clashed rhythmically amid clinking tankards, voices blending into a joyous, indistinct hum. Keezy stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, threatening to buckle under 20-odd revelers, and glanced at Elwyn, whose own expression mirrored stunned disbelief. Setting the boy down, the blacksmith bellowed inward, "Hey, you rascals promised to wait for me while I fetched young Keezy. Why's the drinking already begun? Cook, where are you? You did save me some, didn't you?" The cook emerged from the kitchen, handing a platter of roasted wild fowl to Venet. Spotting the pair entering, he shrugged helplessly. "It's all over there. If you ask again, it'll truly be gone. Damn it, save me a sip." With that, Elwyn abandoned Keezy standing alone in the tavern hall and charged scowling into the jubilant throng. Snatching a goblet, he drained several swallows of cloudy liquor, then tipped it upside down, ensuring not a drop remained. "Hey cook, why still sagebrush wine? It tastes like fruit juice, utterly spiritless. Wasn't today meant to celebrate young Keezy? Where's your prized vintage? Less talk, more drink. It's generous enough you're getting any at all. Children can't imbibe, and serving fine stock to you lot would be sheer waste." Cook balanced a tray bearing a glass of apple juice and half a roasted wild fowl, sprinkled with rosemary and parsley, as he approached Keezy and gently guided him to a nearby table. Before roasting, the bird had been glazed with honey and garlic paste. Under perfect heat, its skin crisped into a golden brown lacquer, releasing steam rich with caramelized aroma. Juicy, tender meat glistened with savory fat. Rosemary roasted fowl, a rare delicacy in this age. Keezy, who'd battled goat milk cheese just yesterday, swallowed hard. "Eat, child, the feast is abundant. These drunkards care only for wine. Even barrels of cheap sagebrush brew hold more allure than food." "Thank you, chef, sir." "Uh-huh. Am I already an uncle?" "Ha." Cook removed his kerchief and scratched his still thick, lustrous hair. "Indeed. Do you still fancy yourself a dashing youth?" Elwyn appeared silently from behind, slinging an arm around Cook's shoulders and offering him a second goblet before tapping the table. "Everyone, look here. Have you forgotten the guest of honor? What kind of wine are you drinking?" All villagers turned their attention. Elder Ostick and Venet smiled warmly, raising glasses of apple juice by the bar. The tavern fell from raucous to reverent silence. Elwyn raised his cup, paused thoughtfully, and bellowed, "To your health." Instantly, laughter erupted. "To your health? What does that even mean? Thought you'd muster something eloquent." Elwyn's face flushed crimson, yet within moments he regained composure. "In any case, this is Keezy, a boy of remarkable resolve. From this day forward, he is one of us. To welcome him, cheers." "Woo, cheers. To Keezy. Let me introduce you. This is Annie Harvis. Her turnips are legendary. And this is..." Elwyn's enthusiasm overflowed, his aura itself seeming to glow brighter, as he tirelessly introduced Keezy to villager after villager. "That's a Wisha. Oh, you arrived just in time. The wine's nearly gone. Almost forgot, you don't drink much, do you?" The blacksmith pointed to a towering man draped in unknown beast fur, crowned with dark curls and a thick beard, wearing a necklace of fangs and radiating quiet, potent strength. "A Wisha is our famed hunter, and the wild fowl Cook cooked tonight. He brought it especially for you." Keezy gazed awestruck at the man, whose soft white aura shimmered with latent power. "Thank you, Mr. Awusha, and Lady Lena sends her regards." "And thank you, dear boy." Awusha ruffled Keezy's hair and gave his back a gentle pat. "You're rather slender, too frail for comfort. If hunting ever calls to you, come find me." Then from some unseen corner a melody floated forth, accompaniment provided by chaotic, enthusiastic handclaps, as the entire tavern joined in a boisterous off-key chorus. Beneath ancient oak's light and shadow intertwined, by babbling brooks petals drift and twine, along stone-paved paths time's song unfolds. Each step echoes legends centuries old. In quiet timber homes smoke curls high, wands weave spells beneath the open sky. Hearthfire blends the ordinary and arcane, where magic meets the mundane, unchained. Golden wheat sways in the breeze, fairies laugh, elves dance with ease, unicorns glide serene and free through emerald woods eternally. Twilight yields to moonlit streams, breezes ripple silver gleams, freedom and lakes answer the stars' bright gleam. In distant valleys springs chime clear, forests vast, mountains stern and sheer, the world's great hymn, silent, sublime, sincere. Each line sung in that enchanting cadence wove a tapestry of this alien world, and the tavern soared anew with jubilation. Keezy's motion slowed as he sucked the last marrow from a chicken bone. He had lost everything, and knew not what encounters awaited him. Would he live as these villagers did, laboring quietly through life? Or sword and sorcery? In the early morning, as a ray of sunlight streamed through the gap in the window into the room, Keys yawned and climbed out of bed. He groggily reached for 2 leaves from the basket by the table, chewed them into bits, then went to the door to spit them out before taking a sip of water to clear his mouth. This was a peculiar plant akin to the toothbrush tree used in a certain continent of his past life, and in this world without toothpaste, it was quite popular among the lower classes for its affordability. After brushing his teeth, Keys took out a piece of black bread from the basket and sat down on a chair in the small wooden house. Last night the blacksmith and the others sang songs while drinking. Although the alcohol content was low, the sheer volume took its toll, and in the end, everyone except for the sober Asha cook, the village chief, and Miss Vinette were sprawled all over the tavern. Even the ladies like Aunt Havers displayed a boldness in drinking that was no less than the others. In short, Mr. Hunter sighed, and under Vinette's smile helped carry the villagers home. As for Cook, he did not leave, but instead took Keys to the kitchen, where he retrieved a basket filled with black bread and various household items such as cups, bowls, and candles. Little Keys, since you just arrived in our village, we have nothing much to gift you. That fool Kraut hasn't returned, so everyone thought it over and prepared these everyday necessities for you. The chef looked at the boy as he took out 2 silver munis from his pocket and waved his hand, repeatedly patting him on the head. Perhaps adults were quite adept at such gestures with small children. There's no need for that. This is just a small token from everyone. You can spend this money later. At that time, things won't be given to you for free. Keys chatted with Chef Cook for a while, subtly hinting about currency and prices by mentioning that he was an orphan. To facilitate trade with other races, the humans in this world circulated a single type of currency. Round coins made entirely of gold, silver, and copper with no issues regarding minting rights. What you had was what you had. They were called gold soul, silver munis, and copper cups with an exchange rate of 64 coins per unit. The black bread made by Uncle Cook was the market price. A large piece weighed about 300 grams and was worth 2 copper cups. He didn't inquire much about the other items, as he would naturally learn about them once the merchant going to the city returned. Perhaps due to the backwardness of agriculture, wheat, which required particularly favorable farming conditions, was not easily harvested. Oats and naked barley, originally considered weeds in the fields, were discovered and cultivated on a large scale, leading to bread in this era resembling that of medieval Europe. The locals made dough by mixing oat flour and rye flour, which was then baked in an oven resembling a fireplace. The rye bread produced was not only unappealing compared to the white bread made from wheat flour, but it was also hard and coarse in texture, making it inexpensive. Even so, some unscrupulous bakers would mix sawdust, small stones, and sand into their black bread to save on material costs. Of course, Cook was not among them. Casting a furtive glance at the black bread, Keys, he thought that it probably weighed as much as 15 small French loaves. Here an adult would need to eat about 3 pieces a day, and as a child 2 would suffice. If he could forage some wild vegetables to make soup, he might save a bit. Thus, with 2 silver munis, he could eat for 32 days without buying anything else. The problem was that this would further malnourish his already frail body. It seemed he should still try to cling to the legs of the chef and Mr. Hunter. Uncle Cook, if Mr. Elvin is not busy, can I work here? I can't possibly make complicated dishes, but I can help you wash vegetables and clean up. My. The chef hesitated for a moment. Norvis village was small, and his place was more like a bakery providing daily food for the whole village. Only in the evening did the busy villagers come in groups to have a drink and buy some snacks, so it wasn't very busy. I don't want any wages, Keys, he added. Everyone is taking care of me, and I want to help you with what I can. This statement moved Cook, not because the child said he didn't want any wages, but because he understood the sentiment of wanting to give back. All right then. He patted Keys' hair like the others in the village. Since you want to come, then come. You're always welcome. Actually, I also want to go hunting in the mountains with Mr. Hunter. Do you have any suggestions, Uncle Cook? Keys, he had calculated that Elvin did not forge iron every day, and coming to the tavern was just to wash vegetables. Neither of these was a long-term solution. He would eventually need a regular means to support himself. The chef stroked his chin. Hunting, huh? The forest is not a fun place. Although with Asha around, it's not as dangerous near the village. I think you should talk to him directly. It's not safe for just a child to go alone without him. He initially intended to advise Keys to abandon this dangerous idea, but then reconsidered the boy's circumstances. Eventually, he would need to have the means to live independently, and acquiring some skills early on would be beneficial. Asha thought the same, so when he returned to the tavern, it didn't come as a surprise. Actually, when he returned from the forest in the afternoon, the village chief had already introduced this child and mentioned Lena, his former captain, a cold-faced, but warm-hearted, proud, and strict swordsman. Since he was injured in his right leg during battle and retired, he refused Lena's offer of a lighter position and instead found a leisurely village to resume his old profession, allowing him to live comfortably without becoming lax due to the lack of combat. Now Lena had left Keys here, perhaps with the idea of having him help out for him. It was just a matter of convenience. I'll come find you the morning after tomorrow, we'll talk then. Leaving this casual remark, Asha turned and continued to escort the villagers home. Having spent a long time with Miss Iceberg, he may have also developed a rather troublesome character. Seeing him leave, Cook pulled out a piece of fur from the bottom of Keys' basket and wrapped it around him. Watching the small boy bundled up like a dumpling due to his short stature, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, Keys, this is the fur that Asha sent you in the afternoon. There wasn't time to make it into clothes, so for now you'll have to make do with it. It's still very cold in the mountains, and remember to dress warmly the day after tomorrow. Thus Keys, dressed like a bear cub, was sent back to the small wooden house by Cook. Considering that the blacksmith and other villagers had drunk heartily last night, they should still be resting at home. He decided not to disturb them in the morning. Now on the desk in front of him lay 2 books that had been handed to him by Madison yesterday at noon, one for recognizing characters and the other for learning herbal knowledge. No matter how you looked at it, this completely new writing system was not something an illiterate could comprehend, but fortunately among this group of bold and rough villagers, one could still find people who knew the common characters. Is there something little he wants to ask me? Vinette looked at the small child who was still shorter than the counter, struggling to push a thick book onto the table. Sister Vinette, this is the task given to me by Grandma Madison. Only if I can recognize enough characters will she allow me to be her apprentice. So can you teach me? Of course I can. I just finished cleaning here, and I'm not too busy. The maid picked up the universal language of the continent, took E's small hand, and sat side by side on a chair. So you must study hard. Okay. He nodded vigorously, now increasingly adept at pretending to be an ordinary child. Very well, let's start with the simplest phonetics. Who doesn't like obedient little ones? Throughout that morning, Ye's grasp of the common language of the continent gave his temporary teacher, Vinette, a sense of accomplishment. Until noon, very few people came to the tavern. Cook served a few dishes from the kitchen and invited to stay for a meal, while Vinette selected some to take to the village chief upstairs. Is it usually this quiet around here? Imitated the adults slicing cheese and putting it with cabbage in the black bread, curiously asking a question. Well, it depends on the season. The maid explained we are in a place where it is convenient to enter Norvis Forest. In other seasons, adventurers come to stay every day to go deep into the forest for some gathering commissions. However, in winter, the cold weather sometimes covers the mountains with snow, and with the lurking magical beasts, the danger greatly increases, so few choose to venture into the mountains at that time. But spring has arrived, and the weather outside is gradually warming up. Cook, and I will also have things to do. I will come to help. Then I'll thank you in advance. Miss Vinette smiled gently. After lunch, he held his books, said goodbye to Vinette and Cook, and walked home. Under the sunlight, it was hard to feel particularly cold outside. The branches on either side of the road showed signs of budding. He recalled the phonetics of the characters Vinette had taught him with some distress. For a child, his memory speed was certainly fast, but he wanted to pass the assessment as soon as possible to become an apprentice alchemist. Oh, I really don't want to memorize words. Sitting in the chair at home staring at the obscure language, the boy covered his head in pain. Why could he never escape the fate of memorizing words no matter where he went? He widened his eyes, glaring at the words on the page, trying to concentrate in this way, fantasizing that the characters could imprint themselves in his mind. What's this? The boy, who had originally been slumped on the table, straightened up, looking at a jelly-like, transparent object swaying and dangling from above his head. A strange thing. A slime. A magical beast. Instantly, he recalled that this was a fantastical world with cyclopes and goblins, so anything unusual must be. He didn't dare to act rashly, slowly extending his finger to poke at the top of his head, but no feeling. No, it had no physical form. Why did it disappear? If there was anything more terrifying than suddenly encountering an unknown magical creature, it was that it vanished without a trace. He nervously glanced around every corner of the room, but found nothing amiss, so he kept advising himself to calm down. There's a problem. Something so bouncy shouldn't have fallen on my head without warning and then left so quietly. But it has no physical form, so what was I doing to attract such a thing? Stay calm. When did it appear? Right, memorizing words. I was very eager to memorize them. Just as he concentrated again on the words in the book, a transparent jelly extended down from above his head, silently plopping onto the book. This made the boy suddenly aware of the rough texture of the paper and the content recorded on it. This feeling was somewhat peculiar, yet it was as if it was vividly engraved in his mind. What is going on? To figure out what this was, he closed his eyes, imagining that he could see things, and murmured, I want to see what is written in the book. I want to see what is written in the book. The next second, the world suddenly opened up. The boy touched his eyelids with his hand. They were closed, and he instantly became excited. Then he frowned because he could only see the book on the table, the basket beside it, and the corner of the bed. Estimating these should all be objects within a 1.5 meter radius around himself, while further away was a pitch-black void. It seemed. The perspective was also somewhat unique, not merely in the first person or third person, but rather as if observing an object from various angles within a spherical space of a 1 meter radius. He opened his eyes, and that strange perspective vanished. Habitually, he mimicked the adults and touched his head. This thing, how is it so similar to the divine sense that records techniques in those cultivation novels? But which family's divine sense is bouncy like this, and isn't this range a bit small? Curiously experimenting with the peculiar new ability he had inexplicably acquired after memorizing a quarter of a book, Kizii temporarily grasped 2 applications of this ability. First, he could extend his translucent jelly-like divine sense by 1 meter, enveloping objects to directly perceive the information recorded within them, achieving an effect akin to photographic memory. Secondly, he could encompass a space within a radius of 1.5 meters, allowing him to sense any movement within that area, with every detail vividly presented before his eyes. As for the emergence of his divine sense, Kizii could not fathom the reason. He could only attribute it to his previous life as a flower cultivator, where he spontaneously awakened the traditional cultivation arts of his homeland upon encountering this extraordinary power system. This truly is very timely. Perhaps he would still need to flip through the book page by page, Although it was not as swift as scanning bamboo scrolls for techniques and fantastical tales, he found it incredibly easy to proficiently use the commonly used characters of the continent and recite the knowledge of herbs without error in a short time. But now another question arose. Xia suddenly recalled the white light that almost everyone he encountered possessed. What could that be? While contemplating how to experiment with this other strange phenomenon, he headed out towards the blacksmith shop. Elvin had indeed drunk a bit too much last night, but it was not enough to sleep through the morning. He had just finished sketching out the blueprints and was moving around outside his small cabin to stretch his body. Mr. Elvin, I see you are already up. I thought you were still sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you. Huh, what are you saying? Don't underestimate me, my alcohol tolerance is quite high. You must remember those who cannot drink do not make good blacksmiths. The blacksmith cheerfully led Xia into the room, pointing at a blueprint on the wall depicting a longsword. This is what we are going to forge in the next few days. It's still a bit far off for you, but you haven't forgotten what I said, right? First help me start the fire. When I say stop, you stop, and when I say continue, you keep pulling the bellows without pause. As for how to forge iron, it's still not suitable for you to do. You just watch and lend a hand as needed. Oh, learn as much as you can. Is there really a need to forge weapons in the village? Thinking of the farmers who tilled the land, Xia thought that the blacksmith shop would only provide farming tools. Of course, the village doesn't need them, and I am not one of those unscrupulous blacksmiths who create low-quality tools for the sake of repair fees. Thus, relying solely on village business is not enough to cover expenses. So I forge high-quality weapons and then accumulate them to give to Kraut, asking him to sell them in various towns or supply specialized weapon shops. This is my main source of income. Elvin took a portion of the black mineral from the pile in the corner with an iron shovel and tossed it into a large furnace. All right, Xia, pay attention. This is the processed vortex coal, the mainstream fuel used by blacksmiths. Its outer layer has swirling grooves while the interior contains narrow guiding spaces. In short, it can effectively trap heat. Due to the differing temperatures of the outer and inner flames, what we need to do is bury the materials in the middle, not rely on the seemingly fierce, but actually weak flames on the surface. After speaking, he added another shovel of a different black mineral along with some twigs and straw, took out an iron box, retrieved a piece of cloth from inside, placed it among the straw, and while blowing air, struck a flint against the steel. Huff to prevent the vortex coal from being accidentally ignited and causing a fire during storage. It is said that its creator adjusted the material's huff. It needs to absorb the energy produced by the combustion of other flammable materials, and only after reaching a certain level can it ignite on its own. Xia now gently pulled the bellows. In the dim furnace, faint sparks ignited. Under the blacksmith's efforts, flickering flames appeared, and Xia followed the command, cautiously pushing the lever. He could not see the internal structure enveloping the bellows, but he felt significant resistance in his hands. Air was sent into the furnace, and the surface of the ordinary coal burned red from sufficient combustion. Xia pulled the bellows forcefully. Do not stop. The blacksmith assessed the situation in the furnace, grasped the lever with his hand, yanked it open sharply, and then pushed it back and heavily, causing the flames in the furnace to surge up momentarily, and then quickly form a vortex as they settled. Don't be so gentle with my bellows, this thing is quite sturdy. He retracted his hand, casually wiping the beads of sweat from Xia's face. Just maintain this rhythm. It's not that hard. Before vortex coal was created to burn steadily, blacksmiths had to adjust the bellows continuously to control the temperature of the flames. I was often scolded by my teacher when I was young. The flames illuminated the blacksmith's dark face, and a faint light flickered in his eyes. Xia pushed the lever in with all his might, just like rowing a boat, and then used his body weight to pull it back. The flames in the furnace danced erratically with the air, yet the room's temperature did not rise due to the burning coal. Can you feel it, Xia? The blacksmith extended his palm toward the furnace. At first, the heat is absorbed by the vortex coal, and we won't feel any change in room temperature. Once you start to feel the scorching heat, it means the vortex coal itself has begun burning. Because the energy it releases is very stable, as long as there is enough air, it can maintain the highest temperature. Thus, the act of a blacksmith igniting the fire nowadays doesn't involve much technical skill. You need not worry about messing it up. Henceforth, this task will be entrusted to you. Xia found himself at a loss for words. He did not expect that even a weak child like him would find it so exhausting to operate the bellows. Of course, it could also be that there was an issue with the design of the bellows and the furnace. According to the blacksmith, the temperature from burning this coal could melt most ores, which surely was not low. Under such conditions, the fact that he had not dehydrated and turned into a dry husk indicated that the furnace was not simple. Overall, the things in this other world were indeed quite marvelous. He exhaled, enduring the wave of heat hitting him, nodded, and like someone running 5 kilometers, closed his eyes and mechanically repeated the pushing and pulling motions. Seeing that the boy could still hold on, Elvin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the furnace, using a long iron tong to pick up a piece of blackish red or burying it among the coal, continuously pulling it out to check its quality. Xia observed within the radius of his divine sense, feeling that this process seemed a bit familiar, somewhat reminiscent of the 7-Up and 8 Down when eating hot pot with sliced beef, causing the previous atmosphere of forging iron in this other world to vanish. He quickly shook his head, dispelling this strange thought, and opened his eyes to watch. Elvin took the ore out of the furnace and simultaneously shoved another piece in, smoothly picking up the iron hammer beside him and striking the ore on the anvil. With a crisp clang, the ore erupted with dazzling sparks, illuminating his robust physique, creating an imposing presence in the dim little cabin. Kezai shook his soaked hair, leaned against the wall, sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and used his divine sense to observe the blacksmith's actions. Whenever the blacksmith looked at him, he would open his eyes. With a clank, the iron piece dropped into a pre-prepared container still glowing with a dim red light. Elvin then pulled the ore from the furnace, placing in the next piece, the entire process smooth and visually pleasing. Next, we just repeat this process. It might seem boring, but transforming an uneven stone into a smooth one through your efforts will bring a great sense of accomplishment. The hammer flying up and down and the sparks splashing around attracted Kezai's attention, and before he knew it, the world around him was once again confined to this 1.5 meter radius. The tall figure of the man, meticulous in his work, became clearer from all angles. His lips moved slightly as he softly hummed something, the iron hammer in hand striking the ore in rhythm, the entire scene resembling a musician conducting an orchestra. Finally, the last piece of ore fell into the container. Elvin set down the hammer in his hand and walked over to the boy who had been silent in the corner. How was it? He squatted down, pinching Kezai's small face, the hand covered in black ash smudging streaks on his clean face. Did you understand? Kezai shook his head. He understood, but not completely. This is just the first step. You still have much to learn. Once you are rested, get up and pull the bellows. These iron pieces need further processing. The young boy, back in action, watched as the blacksmith placed the pile of processed iron pieces into the furnace and continued to hammer away. A blacksmith must trust your hammer, learn to communicate with it. It will tell you where it is uneven, where there are impurities, and where the structure is still not tight enough. We forge the refined iron through heating and hammering hundreds of times, each strike measured and light, until the weight remains unchanged and impurities are eliminated before it can be considered qualified forging material. An hour later, Kezai's sweat dripped down his body, gradually forming a puddle on the ground. Elvin took 3 copper cups and placed them in his pocket, then handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. You little one need to exercise more. It gets cold at night. Remember to dry off before going home. Kezai held the towel and weakly wiped himself down, then barely pushed himself up off the ground, greeting the blacksmith. Instead of going home, he headed to the tavern. Without a clock, he could only estimate that it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon based on the light. The tavern was still fairly empty. Cook saw him walk into the kitchen looking dejected and brought him a small stool. How does the life of a blacksmith feel? I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion, but it's very fulfilling even though I'm just helping with the bellows. Mr. Elvin is very kind and very fascinating. He looks so. I don't know how to describe it when he is forging. Kezai thought of the flying hammer, the splashing sparks, and that wonderful atmosphere, wanting to speak, but finding no words. Haha. Cook chuckled lightly, taking a bowl of vegetables. That's just how he is, very serious and very pure. Are you doing well today? If you are too tired, you can go home and rest. If you can manage, help me wash these things and pick out the bad ones. No problem. Kezai twisted his waist, stood up, and often did small tasks like this when helping his boss with desserts. In the evening, villagers who had worked all day came to the tavern in small groups to relax and buy a few dark loaves of bread. Cook always baked fresh bread on the same day to ensure food freshness. After washing the vegetables, Kezai began sifting flour at the back door in preparation for baking bread the next day. Similar to the medieval times, the wheat here ground into flour still contained many impurities, such as small stones, sand, bran, and weeds, requiring multiple siftings. Without the convenience of machines from the industrial era, sifting flour required a lot of time and labor. The flour used by commoners and some nobles for baking bread might be similar, but the nobles could afford to have servants sift out the bran, while commoners would not have the time or money for that. Considering the overall market price trends, Cook didn't require Kezai to sift so strictly. This conventionally made bran black bread was satisfactory to everyone in terms of both quality and price. After dinner, Kezai, under the moonlight, dragged his somewhat tired body back home, lit the twigs in the fireplace, then took off his dirty clothes, kicked off his shoes, and flopped down onto the bed, not moving. In fact, it was still early. There were not many people in the village, and working at the tavern didn't take much time. The young boy gathered his spirits, climbed out of bed, grabbed the common tongue translation, squatted in front of the fireplace, focused, and began extending his translucent jelly-like divine sense, recording the text on each page. A large amount of text was recorded in his mind, giving him a feeling of overload. Finally, after a long day and the back and forth, Kezai pinched his temples, placed the book beside his pillow, lay flat on his bed, staring blankly at the wooden beams of the cabin, his mind empty, and fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn broke, a sharp knocking, thump, 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 sounded at the door. Kezai opened his eyes, and instantly sensed his body was no longer his own. His muscles ached fiercely, especially his arms, shoulder blades, and the inner elbows worn raw from pumping the bellows. I truly don't want to get up. Recalling Asha's promise to return that morning, he reluctantly wriggled out of his blanket and opened the door for the hunter. Outside, the sun had yet to rise. Hooded Asha stood with bow and quiver slung across his back, a long spear in hand, and a leather pouch resting at his feet, its contents unknown. Let's go. If you wish to hunt, you must grow accustomed to this hour. Watching the boy rub his sleepy eyes while fumbling into his clothes, Asha seemed unsurprised and said no more. Minutes later, 2 figures, one tall, one small, strode briskly along the forest path leading into the mountains. Early spring brought biting temperature swings. As the wind swept across Kezai's face in the pre-dawn chill, he shivered, jolted, fully awake, and pulled tighter the half-finished fur cloak draped over his shoulders. Uncle Asha, why must we rise so early to hunt? The hunter's aura bore a quiet, frost-like aloofness, much like Lina's, making familiarity feel unwelcome. Wild beasts typically gather at water's edge or open meadows at sunrise eager to fill their bellies. When the day grows hot, they retreat to hidden dens, and at dusk return to their lairs or burrows nearby. Under the silver glow of moonlight, they emerge to forage once more. Creatures active at dawn and twilight are not only abundant, but also easiest to locate near springs, forest clearings, or mountain passes. Moreover, fresh tracks often glisten with dewdrops, ideal for both tracking and identifying their favorite haunts. Once the sun rises, those telltale droplets vanish without a trace. Asha spoke patiently, his voice a low, gravelly murmur as he carefully explained each point. Afterward, silence settled between them, just as it had during Lina's earlier journey through the woods with Cozy Eye. The forest lay hushed beneath the pale light of approaching dawn, delicate beads of dew clung to every blade of grass. The ground is slick, tread carefully. The hunter drew a short knife from his belt, hacked a sturdy branch from a nearby tree, stripped away its side shoots, and handed the smooth, tapered staff to the boy behind him. Use this to steady yourself on the climb. Keep your footing sure. Thank you. Unsure whether to break the stillness, Cozy Eye accepted the staff and murmured his reply softly. The hunter placed his index finger in his mouth, then held it aloft, explaining, if grass is nearby, hold it where the air flows to gauge wind direction. Without grass, moisten your finger like this. The cooler side reveals the breeze's path. Most prey possess keen senses of smell. Should we stand upwind, our scent will betray us, not only startling wary beasts, but possibly drawing powerful monsters. Though I usually do this. Asha raised his index and middle fingers, scent nullification. A faint spiraling updraft swirled abruptly at their feet. Dry leaves spiraled upward into its vortex, then drifted down again, weightless once the current faded. This is the scent nullification spell, a simple incantation that briefly erases all odors clinging to the body. Yet we are living beings, sweat will always bring forth new scent. In certain situations, smearing animal dung may even prove more practical. You cannot yet wield magic, so I won't teach it to you now. For now, washing with water, rubbing crushed leaves or herbs onto your skin, or even applying dung, all help mask your presence. The hunter resumed, walking deeper into the forest. Hearing, cannot yet wield magic, Cozy Eye seized the chance and asked the question that had haunted him. Then, Uncle Asha, how do I learn magic? That requires a rather complex explanation. When Clot returns, he'll take you to town. He knows far more about such matters. Wise beyond his years, Cozy Eye let the subject drop. He followed silently until they reached a modest treehouse. It earned the name treehouse only because it perched high among the branches, yet it resembled little more than an open observation platform sheltered only by a rainproof roof. This is my temporary rest stop when hunting in these mountains. Asha scaled the trunk with effortless agility, landing lightly on the platform's floor. Then he lowered a rope, hauling Cozy Eye up after him. For now, this will suffice. On mornings without hunts, I'll train you here, teaching you to move freely up and down the forest canopy. Otherwise, you'll be the hunted, not the hunter. Even a rabbit stands better odds of escape than you do right now. He swept his spear across surrounding foliage. Only rustling leaves answered. When left unattended, such heights occasionally attract snakes, raptors, or venomous insects. It's still too cold for most, but always inspect before resting. Unfurling his leather pack, Asha withdrew dense black bread and an unfamiliar cylindrical food, handing both to Cozy Eye while beginning his own meal. You rose early. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Eat quickly before the sun climbs too high. Today is your first day? From tomorrow onward, I'll finish breakfast before coming to fetch you. Cozy Eye thanked him, took the food, sniffed it. Black bread, unmistakably. The dark cylindrical morsel carried a faint iron-rich tang. A gentle bite revealed tender softness, subtly spiced, reminiscent, all told, of blood sausage. This is black pudding, made with blood, milk, animal fat, onion, rosemary, and oatmeal. I hope it suits your palate. Having already finished his portion, Asha watched the boy's expression and answered the unspoken question. It's quite palatable. I've eaten far stranger things while wandering, but sheep's milk cheese, that I simply cannot stomach. Perhaps compared to true blood sausage, this so-called delicacy tasted oddly alien. But having endured sheep's milk cheese, Cozy Eye found it tolerable. Heh. A rare smile tugged at Asha's usually stern lips. That cheese is truly dreadful. Without making Asha wait, Cozy Eye swiftly finished his meal. Then, descending from the platform, they pressed further into the forest. Are we not there yet? In the dim silent wood, even the flap of distant wings felt ominous. Unconsciously, the boy edged closer to the hunter, fearful of being left behind. We're barely inside the forest, still skirting its outer fringes. The truly perilous depths lie far ahead. As Asha spoke, something caught his eye. He halted and prodded thick layers of fallen leaves beneath a tree with his spear. There, nestled in a shallow earthen hollow beside the roots, lay a translucent sky-blue slime, easily mistaken at a glance for a dew-dampened mud clot. At Asha's gesture, Cozy Eye knelt and touched the creature. Its elastic surface yielded like jellyfish tentacles and secreted a viscous fluid. Within its gelatinous mass, fragments of decaying leaves swirled visibly. A slime, a loady or harmless monster found everywhere. Omnivorous by nature, it passively feeds on small insects, rotting vegetation, carrion, and even feces, nature's born scavenger. Its body contains digestive acid, weakly corrosive and utterly devoid of nutritional value, rendering it without natural predators. Still, campers must inspect nearby undergrowth. I've seen too many cases of travelers suffocated in sleep, engulfed by slimes that sealed their mouths and nostrils. You wouldn't want that garbage eater muffling your breath, would you? Hearing Asha's grim description, Cozy Eye hastily rubbed his fingers against the tree trunk, then retreated to stand close beside him. Relax, slimes move slowly and leap poorly. They pose no threat to alert humans, merely leave a mess. Some regions breed dangerous variants, mutated by what they digest, but none exist here. As if to confirm his words, the murky blue orb pulsed gently, lifting 10 centimeters off the ground before settling back into its leaf-littered hollow. Let's go. We've spotted animal traces ahead. Follow them. 50 paces from the slime, a tree bore visible scarring on its bark, streaked with tufts of brownish-black fur. Beneath it, damp earth bore 3 distinct layers of footprints. The outermost sharp marks are claw impressions, the middle layer as thick as a human finger shows digit prints, the innermost broadest imprint is the sole. Claw count matches human fingers. This belongs to a bear. It seems we face a brown bear, roused from hibernation by the warming air, now venturing forth in search of sustenance. Asha's calm tone steadied Cozy Eye's rising anxiety. In this world of wonder, an ordinary bear, no magical beast, posed little danger to a seasoned hunter. They advanced silently along the trail, until Cozy Eye heard a sudden rushing shhhhh sound. The hunter, clearly aware of the stream ahead, remained silent, halting and raising an arm to block the path, then nodding toward a shifting patch of brown moving just beyond. As Cozy Eye wondered whether Asha planned to set a trap or prepare some other tactic, a spear blurred through the air, grazing the bear's flank before embedding itself with a resonant thunk into the neighboring trunk. The bear had already whirled around upon hearing the projectile's whistle, its winter fast having burned away a third of its body fat, leaving it leaner, less rounded than expected. Roar! Threatened, the bear roared, a sound that sent flocks of birds exploding from the treetops. Baring fangs, it bunched muscle across its shoulders and neck, then charged the 2 motionless humans, its unmasked crimson-black aura radiating savage, unbridled fury. Cozy Eye stared stunned, first at the misfired spear, then at the hunter crouching low. Reassured, how could he remain calm facing a charging bear? Afraid, yet the man guiding him was a master hunter. Confused, absolutely. How could Asha, so precise and practiced, have missed so badly? Wait, was that misty white light? No, it was crimson-black. A storm of conflicting emotions paralyzed Cozy Eye's thoughts. Frozen in place, he watched the bear surge forward, felt the rush of displaced air as its claws sliced past his nose. In the next instant, a firm grip seized the back of his collar, yanking him sideways mere inches from the bear's path. Hoisting Cozy Eye onto one shoulder, Asha leapt into the air, drew his bow mid-flight, and loosed an arrow with a sharp twang, burying it deep within the bear's left eye. Agony drove the beast to thrash the ground, bellowing in raw anguish. With its remaining eye blazing hatred, it lunged again, recklessly faster than before, at the man who had wounded it. Landing lightly, Asha set Cozy Eye down, then drew his bow anew, calculating distance and trajectory. A second arrow pierced the bear's right eye. As the beast reared upright, jaws wide for a downward strike, Asha slipped the bow back, pulled his spear from the tree, and lunged forward, driving the weapon straight through the bear's open mouth and deep into its brain. Intact pelts fetch higher prices. Asha shook bear's blood from his spear and turned to Cozy Eye, kneeling motionless on the ground, hands trembling uncontrollably. Well, are you all right? Planting the spear upright, he extended his hand. How can one call himself a hunter and fear the forest? Forgive me, Cozy Eye. I must expose you repeatedly to beasts and monsters of the wild, lest you freeze again when next you face them, helpless, unable to move. Cozy Eye remained dazed, eyes vacant, fixed on nothing. One hand pressed against his chest where his heart hammered wildly. The other hung limp, fingers splayed, too weak even to clench into a fist for courage. Hearing Asha's voice, he instinctively lifted his hand, only to be hauled upright and steadied against the trunk of a nearby tree. Asha cast scent nullification upon the bear's carcass, briefly suppressing the coppery stench of spilled blood. A breeze stirred Cozy Eye's hair, pulling him from his daze. I'm sorry, Master Asha. I don't know, I'm truly sorry. It's all right, child. No one masters fear from the start. Even green recruits who tremble on the battlefield may one day command legions. Such trials grow easier with repetition. I trust you'll fare better next time. Leaning on his spear, Asha brushed imaginary dust from his coat. Let's go. The scent of blood lingers. It may draw fiercer predators. Reflect on my movements as we walk back. Let them guide your understanding. We humans lack the innate advantages of lofty races born to power. Instead, we ascend, step by deliberate step, trial by hard-won trial. Along a narrow mountain path in the Norvis Range, a hunter carried a brown bear carcass with its head upright, careful to prevent blood from dripping onto his body, gripping the beast's forepaws firmly behind his back. Cozy dragged the long spear behind him. Its tip scraped the earth, carving a faint furrow. He had initially seized the weapon with eagerness, intending to brandish it proudly, only to misjudge its weight and overestimate his own strength. Uncle Asha could hurl this spear effortlessly. How could it possibly be this heavy? This is a weapon forged by Elwyn from fine-grade iron. Had that tree not been thick enough, the spear would surely have pierced straight through. Asha's breath remained calm, and even though he bore the 400-kilogram bear carcass upon his back without so much as a gasp, his stride, if anything, grew lighter. Good, your strength needs tempering. From now on you'll carry this spear on our descent. If it grows too taxing, let it roll gently downhill, but spare your body from strain. At the foot of the mountain in the hunter's modest wooden cottage, the exhausted youth collapsed onto the ground, shielding his eyes from the sun, with one arm weeping inwardly, while whispering to himself. Hardship yields sweetness. Hardship yields sweetness. Beside him the hunter laid the bear's carcass flat upon a clean stone slab, retrieved a wooden basin from the cottage, and with swift practiced strokes of his hunting knife slit open the pelt, releasing the still warm, uncoagulated blood. Once the blood had fully drained, he removed the steaming viscera and tossed them into a nearby bucket, then guided the blade with fluid precision between hide and flesh. These entrails, what are they for? Cozy now rested, leaned against the wall, squinting slightly, as his divine sense swept across the scene, observing every motion within its reach. You mean these? Asha nudged the wooden bucket with his foot. Entrails spoil quickly. This afternoon I'll set snares deep in the woods and use them as bait. Perhaps we'll catch a few forest wolves. His hands never paused for conversation, one pressed firmly against the outer surface, gauging the knife's proximity, the other moved with seamless dexterity inside. There. Done. Asha grasped both forepaws and gave them a gentle shake. The pelt peeled cleanly from the flesh, leaving not a trace of adhesion. Would you like to learn? He turned, meeting Cozy's wide, astonished eyes, and a quiet smile lifted the corner of his mouth as he tilted the hunting knife in his hand. I'd like to learn. The boy nodded rapidly, watching as Asha produced a large wooden frame and clamped the bear hide taut across it with sturdy pegs. Come, lend a hand. Next time we snare a rabbit, I'll teach you. Together they carried the stretched hide to the rear courtyard, where numerous similar frames stood arrayed, each holding the cured pelts of diverse beasts. Good, set it here. Asha ran his fingers across the taut hide, then glanced at Cozy and remarked offhandedly. Fresh hides contain abundant moisture and oils. Left piled up, they'll soon mold, rot, or fall prey to insects. Thus all residual flesh and fat must be meticulously scraped away before stretching the pelt tightly on a drying frame. Without this process, the hide will shrink by 20% during drying, severely diminishing its value. Come, let's fetch a properly dried pelt from the shed. I'll show you how to tan it. Cozy selected a pale gray pelt, resembling as earlier mentioned that of a forest wolf, and carried it to the cottage's front yard, where Asha appeared bearing two buckets, one filled with clear water, the other with a pale green liquid. What you hold now is known as rawhide, dry and stiff. Before tanning, it must first soak in water to rehydrate, restoring its supple, fresh state, and rinsing away soil and bloodstains. Go ahead, you handle this step. Asha placed the water bucket on the ground and guided Cozy in removing the pelt, then draped a linen cloth over an empty bucket and poured the green liquid through it, filtering out coarse fibrous residue. This is tanning liquor brewed from bark and leaves. Many plants serve as suitable tanning agents. As Cozy's water grew cloudy, Asha tested the pelt's softness with his fingers, lifted it from the basin, and laid it flat upon a nearby table, fur side down, flesh side up. He slipped a finger into the wooden bucket, murmured an unfamiliar incantation, and scooped a small bowlful of the verdant plant-based tanning liquor, pouring it evenly over the pelt. That brief incantation was a simple cantrip called Arrow's Edge, designed to augment archery damage. I've adapted it superficially, drastically reducing its potency and redirecting its effect onto liquids. Nothing extraordinary, merely accelerating their penetration. He tapped the pelt rhythmically with a small wooden mallet, then kneaded it thoroughly with both hands, further driving the tanning liquor deep into the fibers. This labor endured for a long while. Without magic, bear hide would require several days to absorb the tanning solution fully. Afterward comes drying, scraping, secondary tanning, dyeing, fat liquoring, lubrication, and finally stretching once more on a frame to dry and set its shape. The sequence is intricate, don't fret. I'll guide you through each step gradually. When the sun hung high at zenith, Asha, having already rolled the finished pelt into a compact bundle, scraped the last traces of white fat from the meat, divided the bear flesh into portions, packed them neatly into several buckets, and wheeled forward a simple handcart. Cozy, I spoke with Owen earlier. He told me you're assisting him with fire tending and smithing this afternoon, so I'll venture into the woods alone. Please deliver these meats and fats to the tavern. I'll leave the rest to Cook. He'll handle everything. With that he waved farewell, slung his weapons over his shoulder, and strode into the forest, carrying the entrails and animal traps in hand. Before the tavern's entrance, Cozy and Vinette hauled bucket after bucket of meat into the rear courtyard, where a peculiar furnace stood alight. Cook already kindling the flames, preparing to smoke the meat swiftly. What are these white substances for? Cozy held a bucket aloft, curious about how this era processed animal fats. Those whites are animal fats, typically boiled until liquefied, then cooled and blended with other ingredients to make candles. So that's how our tavern candles are made. Realizing Cozy referred to the lamps illuminating the tavern, Cook shook his head emphatically. No, not entirely. Fat-based candles emit an unpleasant odor and thick black smoke. Since our tavern hosts guests and values cleanliness, we primarily use costlier fish oil or beeswax candles. Back when we used fat candles, Vinette spent hours cleaning every day. Oh, I see. And the substance you use in cooking, Cook uncle. That's the same thing, right? Though he knew it was butter, Cozy carefully adopted a child's perspective, asking questions slowly, deliberately. Well, that's butter, quite different from these whites. It's churned from sheep's or cow's milk. Animal fat simply lacks sufficient yield for culinary use. It's better suited for candles or sale. If you're curious, I'll invite you to watch next time I make it. Cozy sighed inwardly. Plant oils were evidently rare here, and animal fats too pungent for daily use. Then quietly ended the conversation. That afternoon, Cozy left the tavern clutching a small portion of roasted bear meat, gifted by Cook, and walked toward the forge, eating as he went. Elwyn stood before the anvil, hammering a slender iron bar taking shape, its crisp rhythmic clang 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 echoing with an unexpected musicality. Ah, you're here, Cozy. Perfect. Stoke the fire, then watch closely as I transform this iron into a weapon. The forge's embers had never died. The boy added fresh coal with a shovel, then stepped aside to a blind spot, closing his eyes and relying instead on his divine sense to observe every subtle motion of the blacksmith's hands. Yesterday I told you when forging weapons, trust your hammer, for with each strike the metal's composition and condition transmit distinct feedback through vibration and sound. For instance, the section I'm striking now has a looser internal structure. It returns less resistance than expected, and its resonance sounds duller. Of course, you likely cannot yet discern such subtleties. That sensitivity demands years of relentless repetition. The most seasoned smiths develop profound attunement to tonal nuance and tactile feedback, and with mastery refine their technique according to deeply ingrained personal habits. Even greater still are smiths versed in magic. They perceive variations in mana flow, allowing precise control over heat and timing throughout the forging process, a trait especially pronounced among dwarven masters. Alas, I am but an ordinary man devoid of magical aptitude, unable to inherit my master's sublime arts. At this, a flicker of melancholy crossed Elwyn's gaze, yet he rallied instantly. But it matters little. Every life follows its own path, and excelling in what I do is achievement enough. Now, Cozy, listen closely. Is the hammer's ring louder or softer than before? The youth opened his eyes, studying the blacksmith intently. Even with his divine sense extended, he detected no perceptible shift in tone. It seems slightly louder. No, keep listening. That night beneath the rising moon, Cozy's skull throbbed. His mind saturated, his thoughts sluggish, the relentless clank-clanging of the forge echoing ceaselessly in his ears. Elwyn, deciding to unwind with a drink, led Cozy toward the tavern, where they met the hunter returning with the handcart. Cook counted the silver coins in the pouch, once more confirmed the sum, tossed the bag to Asha, and ushered Cozy into the kitchen. In the main hall, villagers raised their mugs to Elwyn and asked with warm smiles, "How's young Cozy faring under your tutelage?" "He's only been with me 2 days. What could he possibly learn? Still among children, I've known few match his diligence at this age. Could it be your teaching isn't quite up to par?" Others teased. "Impossible. Which of the farming tools I've sold you ever failed?" "Oh, come now. Mastering the forge and teaching well are two very different arts." "Precisely. Don't corrupt such a courteous lad, Elwyn. Vinette, another round, please." Coming right up. The maid drew sage wine from the cask and served it deftly, listening to their banter with a gentle smile. Indeed, that earnest boy was utterly endearing. "I heard Asha brought down a bear in the mountains today, and wasn't Cozy with him. By all accounts, he's already wrestling bears." "You're stretching it. Though he is braver than certain others who won't even set foot in the woods." "Spare me. You once wet yourself at the sight of a bear." "That was ages ago. I was young and foolish." "Young? Cozy's barely younger than you are now." A group of villagers idled at the tavern table, trading jests and witticisms, while in the kitchen the subject of their mirth, scrubbing vegetables, began nodding off, on the verge of sleep. Cook steadied Cozy's shoulders and gave him a gentle shake. "What's wrong, Cozy? Too exhausted? Perhaps tell them you need a few days' rest." "It's fine." The boy stifled a yawn, his mind perfectly lucid. This fatigue stemmed unmistakably from sustaining his divine sense all afternoon. "I'm not tired, just adjusting to new routines. My body will adapt in a day or two." A few days later in the afternoon, in the blacksmith shop, Keys, relying on his divine sense, switched between two perspectives, trying to use his divine sense to assist his body in training. On the village's stone-paved road, the sound of urgent hoofbeats grew closer, eventually stopping nearby. Then a cheerful and mischievous voice echoed from the doorway as a young man with a flamboyant demeanor walked in. "Hey, Elvin, want to go find Cook for a drink?" He had medium-length reddish-brown hair with a braid hanging down from the side in front of him. He held a black Homburg hat in his hand and wore a black and white patterned shirt beneath a leather jacket with a golden badge engraved with a scale hanging from it. Who is this kid? Your new apprentice." The young man, who was quite familiar, showed no disdain for the coal dust on Keys' apron, lifting him up from the ground and looking at Elvin with surprise. "Well, how should I put it? Keys is a child rescued by the city defense army and has been placed in our village. He is very strong-willed and doesn't want to be a burden, so he helps me with some odd jobs here." "I see." The young man set the boy down on the ground, bent down, removed his gloves, and extended his hand. "It might be a bit late, but welcome, little Keys. Let me introduce myself. My name is Cloud, and I am a merchant living in Noas." Keys hesitantly reached out his hand, slightly dirty from just finishing with the bellows, but it was firmly grasped by the other and shaken up and down very seriously. Welcome, very welcome." "Oh, I almost forgot." Releasing his hand, Cloud walked into the blacksmith shop, took out a money pouch from his waist bag, and skillfully placed it into an iron box. He then turned around and put his arm around Elvin's shoulder. Let's go, time to drink. I brought back a few barrels of his wine, and if we don't drink it soon it'll spoil quickly. Seeing that the other still remained calm, Clout spoke again, it's on me. Let's go. He stared blankly at the carriage that had run far away in the blink of an eye, only able to hear 2 sentences almost blown away by the wind. He helped me put out the fire in the stove and close the door. Little hurry up and come, brother will treat you to something delicious. Outside the tavern, Elvin and Clout, each carrying 2 wooden barrels, walked into the building. Miss Vanette, it's been a few days, and you look even more beautiful. Come on, you say that every time you come back. Because it's the truth. Usually you can only see Vanette's outstanding appearance, but only after a while apart can you realize that your charm has indeed improved even more. Clout placed the wooden barrels on the table in front of the counter, sneaked into the kitchen, put the money pouch on the cabinet, and began to look around. In back, are you surprised? Has Asha caught any good prey lately? Cook glanced at him, the knife in his hand, never stopping. What do you want to eat? How about rabbit stew? I haven't had yours in a long time. Clout stroked his chin. I did order it once in town, but you know those merchants are very stingy, they don't put enough seasoning, and it looks rather barren to put it mildly. It was really disappointing. Clout twitched his nose again. What is that smell so fragrant? You'll see when it comes to the table. You love to present challenges to people as soon as you return, so hurry up and chat about your day. Cook pushed the eager Clout out, took a few skinned wild rabbits from the cellar in the backyard, skewered them with iron sticks, and placed them on the grill where a row of sizzling meat skewers also lay. Keezy, you're here. Help me mash some pea puree, and keep an eye on the grill. Seeing a small figure walk in from outside, Cook instructed softly. Hey Cook, give him a day off today. He's just a kid, clumsy and awkward. Oh, it's better for you to make the delicious food yourself. Then under the chef's helpless gaze, Clout beamed as he poked his head out from behind the boy, slid his arms under his armpits, and lifted him back to the dining table. Come try the drink that brother brought back. Clout placed Keezy on a chair, turned around, and used a long ladle to scoop out a glass of slightly flat golden liquid from the wooden barrel, smiling as he handed it to the boy. Hey, Clout, what are you doing? Kids can't drink alcohol. From behind, Vanette lifted a wooden tray and slapped it on the back of the jumping merchant's head, angrily snatching the glass of wine from Keezy's hand. While the maid scolded Clout for his behavior, Keezy savored the whiz wine he had just tasted. It had a hint of malt and straw aroma and tasted somewhat like apples. Despite the lack of a distinct bitterness, it truly resembled beer. Having worked in the tavern for some time now, Keezy already knew that sage wine was actually a type of wine that had been mixed with sage and distilled a second time. For instance, most wines are made from grape wine as a base ingredient with other spices or fruits added during secondary processing to create fruit wines. Uncle Clout, this drink tastes terrible. Do you all really like it? The merchant, holding his head in shame, replied earnestly, of course. Ha, this is much better than any sage wine. It's an important symbol of adulthood. It's just that it can't be stored in large quantities. I rushed back right after I bought it. Also, Keezy, you should call me brother. Relating to what Clout said now, and what he told Elvin, this hard-to-store malt wine, which should now stand out among fruit wines due to its unique taste, and be widely favored by wine enthusiasts. However, on its development path, it lacks an important ingredient, a material that restricts the large-scale production and promotion of beer, which can greatly extend the shelf life of beer. Even in the past life, it was only added many years after the invention of beer, hops. Thus, the current was wine cannot shake the status of other alcoholic beverages, serving more as a specially produced drink provided to guests, perhaps more for wealthy farmers to experiment with. As for the crucial hops, it is currently just a type of weed known as hop, with its flowers used to make brown-yellow dye, and its soft stems used for weaving ropes. A light yellow exclamation mark popped up in Keezy's mind. While money isn't everything, not having it is absolutely impossible. If I could understand the production process of beer, this drink might be sold on a larger scale, solving my economic crisis. But the problem is I only have a preliminary understanding of beer production, lack the conditions for production, and as a child no one listens to me. I might even get a whack on the head from Sister Vanette for researching beer. Darn it. The comfortable days seemed to be drifting further away from me. Back in the kitchen, the boy began washing the vegetables in the basin, while Chef Cook was cutting the golden roasted rabbit meat with a small knife, placing it into a clay pot with butter for a simple frying. Next, he added chopped onions, pea puree, grated ginger, cinnamon, and rosemary. Rosemary seemed to be a common spice, as Cook appeared to enjoy adding a bit to whatever dish he made. Finally, he poured in a bit of fruit vinegar and wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma, then added hot water, covered it with a lid, and all that was left was to wait. At night, the villagers gathered for his wine, and their numbers seemed to be the same as the day Keezy first arrived in the village, except Grandma Madison, who had never shown up. She seemed to prefer solitude. Clout handed Asha a bag of money earned from selling furs. Asha weighed it in his hand and looked at the quantity inside. Has the price of furs gone up lately? Yes, the weather has warmed up and quite a few adventurers have appeared in the larger towns. Many workshops are hoarding materials to make equipment. Not just furs, but the weapons made by Elvin have also gone up in price. Thanks to you all, I've made a small profit, otherwise I wouldn't be extravagant enough to buy so much was wine. Uncle Clout, what are adventurers? Keezy, sitting in the chair beside him, sipped the juice poured for him by Vanette, swinging his legs that couldn't reach the ground, and curiously asked. His curiosity was genuine and his inquiry was sincere. Clout placed his large hand on Keezy's head, and Keezy was eager to know why everyone liked to do this. You asked the right person. Your brother Clout has been around various towns widely seen and knows many stories. Changing the way he addressed him subtly, Clout displayed a thoughtful expression. When a country expands its territory, there are often unknown areas around it. Some people venture into these unknowns for the potential wealth, while others do so for the thrill. There are always those daring individuals who risk their lives to explore the unknown. Whether it's deep canyons or dark undergrounds, traces of human exploration can be found, and the title of adventurer originated from this. As for now, I can only say that the world is vast, and it's not merely a stage for humans. Beyond the walls of every town, many beasts and monsters live, making it still dangerous for humans. Strictly speaking, our small village isn't particularly safe either, but the scenery is beautiful, the land is fertile, and there are no city defense taxes or property taxes to pay. It's also quite close to the big city, so the danger isn't too great. Some villages aren't so lucky. Oh dear. Vanette struck Clout's back of the head hard with the wooden tray from behind. Don't tell Keys, such heavy topics. Sorry, I just went along with the topic. I forgot where I was. Oh right, Keys, did you see that? Our tavern's bulletin board is full of requests sent from nearby towns. The content written there is the items that other people need. No matter the era, we will always have a high demand for brewing potions, forging weapons, making clothes, and daily necessities. Especially for those who can use magical spells, they are quite eager for special items, many of which are priceless. Clout clapped his hands. Isn't that where value comes from? Over the years, whether due to war or other reasons, treasures left behind by other adventurers after their deaths can be found all over the world. Not to mention the legendary greedy goblins and treasure-collecting dragons Tisk, even finding a little could lead to immense wealth, ensuring a carefree life, attracting more people to flock to it. Oh dear, don't instill such dangerous thoughts in the child. Keys, don't listen to him rambling. You can never go to dangerous places or look for elusive treasures. Keys, nervously nodded, watching the maid leave with a satisfied look while carrying the tray. It truly is difficult to tell a story now. Clout rubbed the bump on his head and looked up. All right, just as Vanette said, those places are very dangerous, but under the temptation of great benefits and honor, there are always reckless individuals who take on commissions and risk their lives dreaming of making a fortune. And so the profession of adventurer has developed into what it is now. However, it isn't all doom and gloom. Everyone wants to keep clues about precious materials tightly guarded. Who would publicly post them on a bulletin board? Most of the tasks posted are still about acquiring everyday materials, while commissions for escorting goods, investigating leads, and clearing monsters often have to be taken at the Adventurers Guild. As for the original adventurers who sought to explore the world, witness its vastness, challenge dragons, and pursue freedom, they now only exist in the tales of bards. At this point, Clout took a sip of his wine, letting out a comfortable, scooping rabbit stew with a spoon, wrapping it evenly in black bread, and happily began to eat. Chew, Keys, chew. Do you know the name of our country? I don't know, the boy answered honestly. After all, as a wanderer, this wasn't surprising. Hearing this, Clout perked up again, opening his mouth to speak. You can't be serious. You don't even know the name of your own country. How will you go out and see the world in the future? Come, brother, will tell you the origin of our country, which is somewhat related to adventurers from 700 years ago. According to historical records, 1,000 years ago, a demon tempted by evil powers and fallen into darkness called himself the Demon King and sought to rule humanity by force. Every era lacks similar stories and individuals with such ambitions, but few have achieved what he did. To prevent the occupation of their territory and ensure the safety of their citizens, the existing nations were unprecedentedly united, and the flames of resistance spread across the world. Countless heroic adventurers emerged during nearly 300 years of warfare. Among them was an adventurer who used his life to cast a forbidden spell, perishing alongside the Demon King, thus ending this dark chapter of history, later revered as the hero. In this hero's party, there happened to be a Prince Adric III, who after ascending to the throne renamed the country to honor his sacrificed friend, the hero of that era, Sakai's Yakmant. This is how our country's name has never been named after a king, but instead it is carried on as the Duchy of Jacquemart. When you visit the royal capital in the future, you will still see the statue of the hero standing in the square. Seeing the envious expression on Cozy's face, Kraut glanced at Vanette, who was pouring wine, and quietly asked the crucial question, what about it? Do you want to become a great adventurer too? No, I don't dare to become a great adventurer, but I want to be a great mage. Cozy also looked longingly at the maid in the distance. But I don't know how to learn magic. Uncle Asha said before that it's a very complex process. It's not wrong to say it's complex. In fact, those with a bit of magical affinity can use some simple spells to some extent, like Asha, like me. Those with genuine talent will generally choose to attend a magic academy for systematic study. There almost all subjects related to magic are covered. Alchemy, enchantment, potions, spells, and other worlds that ordinary people seldom see will be completely opened up to talented students. The prerequisite for all this is having talent. Kraut changed to a more comfortable position, looking like he was about to give a lengthy lecture. Children like you can apply for a free test of magical affinity at the Mage Tower in large towns when they turn 10. The testing standards include a affinity for magic and physical condition. Magical affinity is the foundation for a spellcaster, affecting all aspects of magic usage, limiting not only the speed at which a person learns magic, but also the upper limit of magical strength. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but someone like me with low affinity can barely use three-ring magic. The admission standards of our country's magic academy require an affinity of at least C capable. Physical condition is considered an additional criterion. Nowadays, a development direction known as Magic Warrior has gradually become popular in magic academies, so some academies also accept children with both conditions at D decent. Such people generally combine spells with the use of other weapons, and they don't have a strong demand for high-level magic. As for those with even lower magical affinity, there is no need to learn. It's better to research on your own if you can afford the tuition. If you're not confident in yourself and worry about failing one of the criteria, there's a third option to make up for it: participating in the magic theory exam. This pathway is purely for those who are dedicated to studying magic, and to a large extent, it's also for nobles without talent. The troublesome theoretical exam content is simply too much, and to pass relying solely on memory is insufficient, and you also need to hire a good magic teacher. Therefore, although many sign up each year, very few actually pass. At this point, Kraut awkwardly scratched his head. I remember back in the day, I also participated in this exam with a sense of luck, and as expected, I didn't pass. If little Cozy wants to learn magic, he must work hard. It's clear that you're diligent, and the people in the village like your personality, but in this regard there's not much we can help you with. I am just a merchant who goes with the flow, and Asha is merely a retired elite ranger. The only one who might help you is that somewhat ill-tempered Lady Madison. Looking at the thoughtful and somewhat downcast boy, Kraut patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Regardless, having a dream is good. While other children are still in a state of confusion, you've gone through challenging changes and gained a rare mature mindset. Next time I go to the city to stock up, would you like to come along for some fun? I can take you to a shop that sells magic books. Really? Can I, Uncle Kraut? Cozy's eyes were filled with desire. Call me brother. Otherwise I won't take you. Kraut emphasized while patting the table. That night back at home, Cozy sat by the fireplace, diligently copying the Introduction to Herbal Studies. With the help of divine sense, he had already gained a fairly complete understanding of the continental language. To avoid surprising Vinay too much with his literary talent, Cozy still went to ask about some terms from herbal books every day, pretending to be in a concurrent learning state. The sprout grass has an upright stem with few branches, the leaves are alternate oval-shaped, and the edges are slightly wavy or entire with a developed and densely branched root system, short and small, like seedlings used to prepare basic solutions. Let's just say that this entry-level herbal book is not something an ordinary person can memorize. Many apprentice pharmacists are discouraged by this book. If it weren't for Cozy's ability to cheat, even with the soul and intelligence of an adult, it would take at least a year or two to memorize it. Feeling his mental state, the boy closed the book, climbed into bed, and pondered the information he had received from Kraut. He raised his arm, and with the moonlight streaming through the window, looked at his tender little hand. Magic, such an idealistic thing, should come from the soul. I wonder if my foreign soul has magical affinity. I still need to find a way to get books related to the exams. Other things might not work, but when it comes to exams, no one understands them better than I do in this world. 2 months later, having adapted to this fulfilling life, Cozy no longer fell asleep from exhaustion every day, but instead used all his spare time to record the contents of the herbal books. Actually, he had already memorized the herbal knowledge a month ago, but to be safe and to simply cover up his remarkable talent, he spent another month understanding the phrases in the book. During this time, he also identified the herbs planted outside Madison's wooden cottage. This ill-tempered old woman only glanced at him and didn't bother with his actions. Are you saying you mastered the commonly used language of the continent from scratch in just 2 months and memorized the entire Introduction to Herbal Studies? Madison sat in a wooden chair, her expression stern like water, looking very strict at the downcast Cozy standing in front of her. I should have mentioned that I only give you one chance. If you don't pass, no matter whether Ostic comes to plead for you or not, I won't let you in again. You should be very clear about that. Yes, I understand, Grandma Madison. The boy raised his head, his eyes filled with determination, and who wouldn't feel unsteady in this situation. All right. Madison took a deep breath. Since you have that confidence, I won't say anything more to discourage your enthusiasm. Follow me to the back. I noticed you have observed the herbs I planted in the front yard multiple times. Since that's the case, let me show you more varieties and tell me their tastes, aromas, and medicinal properties. As a master of potion-making, Madison only purchases herbs from botanists she trusts, while also cultivating her own medicinal garden. As the two entered the medicinal garden, a wave of earthy fragrance mixed with the aroma of herbs rushed to meet them. Cozy compared the patterns in his memory from the book, identifying the plants meticulously cultivated in the pots: vine yellow, resinous, and irregularly cylindrical or block-shaped, reddish-brown or orange-brown. The exterior is covered with yellow-green powder with visible longitudinal stripes. The texture is hard and brittle, easily crushed with a blue-brown waxy luster. It has a sour and bitter taste, can treat bruises and swelling, bleeding from wounds and burns, and is one of the main ingredients for medicinal potions. Madison's medicinal garden naturally can't consist solely of basic herbs like vine yellow that every pharmacist must understand. In fact, the vast majority are not recorded in introductory herbal books. Since she only hands the introductory book to homeless children who can't afford more books, she certainly doesn't expect them to answer beyond the content in the book. Thus, Cozy skipped over plants he had never seen and only answered what was mentioned in the book. Before he could reach the depths of the medicinal garden, Madison interrupted his recitation, still maintaining a stern expression that made it impossible to discern her thoughts. All right, let's go back. Back in the wooden cottage, Cozy glanced at the potion-making station where medicine worked neatly arranged with various bottles and jars containing ingredients for alchemy. These simply processed semi-finished herbal materials only allow you to identify them based on their appearance, smell, and condition. Cozy nervously clenched his fists. If he hadn't spent an extra month organizing the content in the herbal book, it would have been quite difficult to pass this assessment. He stepped forward and opened a small glass bottle. The appearance resembles a grass with green wings unfolding. After drying, it will curl into a ball. This is the phoenix grass. After opening it, there is a warm feeling inside, revealing dark red sharp objects, which I guess should be the spikes of the fire thorn. From different angles, it shows different colors of powder. This is the dried and crushed illusion skirt. As he recognized more and more materials, Cozy felt relieved. These items retained the obvious characteristics of their original plants, and with his capability, identifying them all was not difficult. You can stop now. Your memory is quite impressive. To memorize this book in less than 2 months means you can stay. Medicine took out a potion from the drawer, dipped her aged finger in it, and applied it to Cozy's nose. The spores of the ghost nightmare mushroom are also toxic after drying, so don't expose them to air for too long. Be careful next time. Additionally, the materials for potion making are diverse and not limited to just plants. Even plants cannot be fully encompassed by just a small book. Therefore, as an apprentice, you are clearly far from qualified, but due to your effort and talent, I agree to give you a chance. Thus, the assessment is not over. In the days to come, I will gradually give you more potion-making books and some recipe notes, which you can only read here and are not allowed to take away. Every once in a while, I will check on your study progress. As for whether you go hunting with that little Asha or work at the blacksmith's, it doesn't matter. I only care about the results. If you can't satisfy me, then I'm sorry, you know what I mean. Thank you. Cozy sincerely expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to learn from this reclusive master of potion making. No need to thank me. My standards are higher than average, so as long as you pass, this is what you deserve. Come over. Medicine moved to the area of the potion-making station where she handled materials. It was clean and tidy with no traces of leftover materials. Today, I will demonstrate how to make a basic potion solution. Starting tomorrow, this part will be your responsibility. Fresh plants for potion making should ideally maintain the integrity of their roots and leaves during storage to prevent the loss of medicinal properties. They should be taken as needed when used. For the whole plant, there's no need to elaborate. Simply clean it, dry off the surface moisture, and weigh it. If only the roots or leaves of a particular plant are needed, then the rest must be cleaned to avoid weakening the medicinal properties. The sprout grass, you should have memorized it more than once. Medicine skillfully used a small knife to remove the stem and leaves, leaving only the long roots. It's very simple. Cutting the first thread of roots evenly will yield a clean root. Similarly, cutting from where the leaves connect with the stem will yield clean leaves. When handling different materials, remember to wash the tools and platform with distilled water. The distilled water is in this bottle. Experiments have shown that water droplets formed from evaporated water vapor are lighter, indicating they contain fewer impurities, which has less impact on the potion. Her palm glowed red as she stroked the sprout grass, removing the water droplets, igniting a small furnace under the potion-making pot, and taking out a small scale from beneath the table. This is the drying magic. Those who can't grasp it well should avoid using it, as some plants will change their medicinal properties when heated. Weighing out 100 grams of drained sprout grass roots, it's fine to leave a few water droplets that won't clump together. Place it into a brewing pot containing 1 liter of boiling distilled water. Remember to add it only after it has boiled. Cook for 10 minutes, and finally store the extract in a container, adding water to make it 1 liter, otherwise the concentration will be problematic. If it's for large-scale production, just multiply the quantities accordingly. Medicine took out a clean funnel and bottle, pouring the sprout grass solution into the bottle and sealing it. Use the same steps to process the undried phoenix grass, then mix the two solutions together to obtain the basic potion solution. The specific data and steps are recorded in my notes. You can refer to them later. Until you become a true master of potion making, any method of handling any potion I taught you, as well as what's recorded in the notes, must be strictly followed. Not only for the quality of the potion products, but also for your safety. Do you remember? Kid, yes, I understand. I'm not qualified to alter verified recipes. Cozy expressed that he was very obedient. As long as you understand, that's good. All right, let's end here for today. They'll give you these 2 material books. Study them well after you go back. April, the month of budding, had arrived. More than 3 months since Cozy began his new life in Norwis village. Tender green shoots unfurled on the village's trees, and unfamiliar faces on horseback began appearing one by one at the small tavern. They paid for lodging, took a room key from Vianette, and hurried off toward the Norwis mountains. Though their numbers had increased, they remained but a single grain of sand amid the endless undulating mountain ranges, scarcely stirring a ripple. Yet this faint illusion that he was not alone in the mountains softened just slightly the forest's creeping dread. Occasionally, Cozy and Awisha encountered adventurers searching for something deep within the inner woods. The two parties exchanged wary glances, then nodded in silent, unspoken understanding, neither disturbing the other's purpose. That noon, having descended the mountain, they tended to their cured leathers. Cozy had grown reasonably familiar with the tanning process, though skinning the hides remained clumsy and uneven compared to Awisha's clean practice strokes. He now carefully scraped away ragged remnants of flesh and fat from his own work with a hunting knife. Meanwhile, Awisha stood atop the beast's carcass, sorting sinews and bones. The clop of hooves and the creak of wooden cart wheels halted outside the door. Situated at the mountain's base, no one would recklessly drive a cart into the wilds. Only the merchant crowd, as expected, had arrived. Good afternoon, Awusha and young Cozy. Looks like I've timed my visit perfectly. I leave tomorrow. Lend me a hand loading what you'd like to sell. The hunter paused his work and led Kraut to the backyard, returning repeatedly with rolled pelts and bundles of bones and other odds and ends. Cozy, what do you say? Last time I promised to take you into town next trip, to see the sights, have some fun. Have you given it any thought? Kraut asked, suddenly passing the boy with an armful of furs. Huh? Cozy blinked, puzzled. I thought you were just joking after too much drink. Huh? You look more astonished than I am. Kraut tossed the furs into the cart, turned back, and flicked Cozy's forehead with a playful snap. Young Cozy, you're not only questioning my sobriety but a merchant's integrity itself. I'm nothing like those faithless charlatans who break promises at whim. Whatever I vow I fulfill, otherwise how do you think I secure goods on credit? As he spoke, he jabbed a finger toward the hunter without glancing at Awusha's darkening expression or wordless exasperation. What about him? Do you think he'd agree? And Elwyn, he crafts weapons of solid quality, yet still entrusts me with every sale. Why? Because our reputation is unimpeachable. Honesty extends to child and elder alike. So then, shall we head into town together? You daft little rascal. Cozy's heart stirred deeply. Even in the hazy memories of his earliest childhood, before age 6, he'd never visited a proper town. With such an opportunity at hand, he knew he must seize it. He glanced at Awusha. The hunter gave a gentle, encouraging nod. Of course I'll go, but first I must tell everyone. Cozy swiftly gathered the wooden frames holding stretched hides and placed them in the backyard's drying area before dashing out the gate. I'm off to find Elwyn. If you're coming, wait for me at the smithy. Kraut called after the retreating figure. Meet me there. I'll be waiting at the forge. Madison offered no objection to Cozy's trip to town. In her words, so long as you pass your next evaluation, go wherever you please. Vianette and Cook clearly distrusted leaving the boy in Kraut's care. Even Ostic descended the stairs to deliver a litany of stern warnings. Returning home, Cozy pried up a floorboard beneath his bed and retrieved a small box. His entire fortune, 6 silver muni and 14 copper cup. He earned these modest coins through odd jobs at the tavern, helping where needed, earning Cook's gratitude and a daily supper, sharing game meat from hunts with Awusha, learning alchemy from Madison, and receiving 3 copper cup each day from Elwyn for stoking the forge. Beyond his initial purchases of basic necessities from Kraut, the village held almost no occasion for spending. Now at last he would journey to town, to browse for a book on magic that stirred his interest. He wondered only whether his slender savings would suffice. At the smithy, Elwyn, upon hearing Cozy's plans, pressed a silver muni into his palm. For anything you fancy. After several polite refusals, Cozy accepted it as advance payment for the next month's labor. Elwyn sold few wares, but each was forged with meticulous care. As Kraut described it, only a handful of seasoned adventurers possessed substantial wealth. Most lived by the creed, wine today, wine tomorrow, unable to afford enchanted artifacts and reliant instead on ordinary arms. Thus Elwyn's finely crafted blades became coveted treasures among lower-tier adventurers. Bidding farewell to the smith, Cozy climbed aboard Kraut's cart and set forth toward the town. Compared to Lena's warhorse darting through forest trails, the cart moved at a leisurely pace. Seated along its edge, Cozy watched clouds drift backward and uneven mountain paths unfold beneath him. Warm spring breezes flowed gently into the gently swaying carriage, soothing enough to invite sleep. Once the novelty wore off, the monotonous road soon tired his eyes. Leaning against a roll of pelts inside the cart, he listened to the rhythmic creak of wheels on packed earth, lost perhaps in quiet contemplation. His calm exterior belied a restless inner pulse, an unexpected thrill akin to the exhilaration he once felt as a child stepping out alone for the very first time. Kraut sat atop the driver's seat, guiding the cart forward, glancing back now and then at the boy who first gazed wide-eyed at everything, then feigned nonchalance by lying down. He shook his head, mature in appearance, yes, but still at heart a child. Beyond the mountain pass, the northern road led straight to Stonehold City, a name chosen by its founders not for grandeur, but for humble aspirations, steadfastness, resilience, permanence. As dusk approached, Kraut guided the cart through the city gates moments before they closed. With familiar banter, "There you are again. Next time arrive earlier. Let's drink soon." Kraut presented his merchant's credentials to the gate guards. After a cursory inspection, the cart rolled smoothly into the city and stopped before an inn bearing the sign, "Whisper of the Wind." A waiter quickly emerged to guide the cart behind the inn. Kraut locked the carriage and, with Cozy in tow, pushed open the low-hanging door, barely half the height of an adult. "Miss Selina, how lovely to see you again." "Good evening, Mr. Kraut." The waitress, balancing a tray, greeted him politely. "I recall you said precisely the same thing last time." "Because it's simply true. Time apart only makes your beauty more radiant. Might I trouble you for a room key and a cup of honey wine plus 2 dinners?" "Of course, your usual room remains vacant." Cozy stood silently behind Kraut, lips curled faintly upward. This exchange sounded oddly familiar. He'd once believed the merchant sincere in Norway's tavern, only to realize it was merely his standard script unchanged across towns. Kraut, sensing the boy's quiet disdain, bent low and ruffled his hair. "Don't dwell on such details. You're still too young to understand. This is simply how adults converse. Their house-brewed honey wine may be slightly pricier, but it's exquisite, mild in strength, delicately sweet. I'll share a sip with you later. Cozy said nothing, though inwardly he continued to scoff at the irresponsible merchant. No wonder Sister Vianette had hesitated to let Crowd escort him. Barely inside the town, he was already bribing a child and shamelessly offering him wine. Still, honey wine did sound delicious. And deep down he was, after all, a fully formed adult mind. A sip or two could hardly harm him. Inns typically served both lodging and drink, so dinner consisted only of coarse black bread and pea soup. Kraut poured a pale golden liquid into a wooden bowl, clearer and brighter than grain-based wines like Wits or Sage Ale. Cozy licked it, sweet fragrant with the essence of unknown blossoms. In a world where sugar remained rare and costly, its modest premium made perfect sense. He dipped his bread into the soup. 2 months had acclimated him to this culinary austerity. Kraut watched with the quiet satisfaction of a fellow conspirator cutting into his own meal with deliberate, unhurried grace. The wide-eyed boy ate while discreetly surveying the room. His youth and subtlety rendered him invisible. No one spared him a second glance. Town life surpassed village bustle. Patrons streamed in for evening drinks until Whisper of the Wind brimmed with guests, scarcely a vacant seat left. Most bore weapons, slung across backs or strapped at hips, alongside leather pouches and satchels of every sort. Their attire ranged from rough-spun tunics to supple leather armor. A few even wore full suits of battle-worn plate. By candlelight, gleaming steel and the deep scars etched across armor struck Cozy, small as he was, with palpable weight and menace. Selena, 3 more honey wines. Coming right up. Hey, have you heard? Lately reports have surfaced of cockatrice attacks deep in the eastern mountains. I was nearby, got away fast, never looked back once I heard the sound. Lucky to be alive. Uffed, cockatrices aren't so fearsome. Just avoid their gaze, and I can't wait to demonstrate my swordsmanship. The tavern hummed, not with quietude, but with raucous clamor, clinking cups, overlapping voices, tables pounded in drunken fervor, gestures wild and slurred. Cozy parted his lips instinctively, ready to ask questions, then paused. This was no place to interrogate strangers aloud. Silently, he finished his meal and followed Crowd upstairs to their room. The merchant yawned on the bed, patting his full belly. Travel seems to have stirred fresh impressions in you. Haha, anything you'd like to share? Not much, just that real adventurers differ somewhat from what I imagined. TCH, what you imagined was shaped by bards' fantasies. Only the polished legends or impossibilities ever reach their lips. Adventurers sounds noble, but in truth they're mercenaries. Pay them and they'll take any job. So naturally they come in every stripe. Always stay vigilant when dealing with others. Not everyone possesses the kindness of Norwis folk. Bringing you here was meant to instill that awareness. Cozy offered no rebuttal, burying deeper thoughts within. Upon arriving in Stonehold, he'd reached a tentative conclusion about the faint white glow he perceived. It appeared to be an innate ability, perhaps inherited from the orphan's body, or perhaps carried over from his former self, to discern benevolence from malice. Benevolence manifested as that soft, silvery luminescence. His first waking sight in this world. No hallucination, no heavenly vision, was the gentle radiance emanating from the city guards who had rescued him. During his 2 months in Norwis village, delivered by Lena, welcomed by Elder Ostic, cared for by Vianette, and Cook embraced by villagers alike, all extended kindness to a child scarred by beastly assault. Thus far he had encountered only benevolence. Malice, by contrast, blazed most vividly in the slain brown bear Wusha had pierced, a searing crimson-black aura, sharp and visceral as tangible hatred. He recalled Madison too. When he first arrived with Elder Ostic, a faint, indistinct thread of black light had shimmered around her. Not true malice, merely mild distaste, insufficient to cross that threshold. It was here in Stonehold that he confirmed his ability. The guards at the gate, passers-by on the street, adventurers drinking at the tavern. None showed any trace of light toward a stranger child. No one took notice of him, until he stared too long. Then a flicker of black light would rise, followed by a sharp glance, a dismissive glare, and the person would resume their affairs untroubled. Cozy sat on the second bed, chin propped in hand, adrift in thought, his expression shifting from quiet reflection to fleeting smiles, then to wry melancholy amusement. Kraut pulled out a sheepskin ledger, ignoring the boy's reverie. Children this age, after all, were prone to flights of fancy. When Cozy finally stirred from his trance, he found Kraut intently recording figures on parchment, calculating sums with quiet precision. He made no move to interrupt. Instead, quietly shed his clothes, slipped beneath the covers, and drew from his small pack the book Madison had gifted him. Leaning against the pillow, he recited its contents silently, not with voice, but with his divine sense. After repeated trials before Madison, he discovered that neither the resilient, elastic nature of his divine sense, nor its expansive reach, could be detected by others, a power distinct from magic itself. Wake up, it's time to get out of bed. In a dazed keys, he felt someone patting his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw Clout standing by the bed with a cheerful smile. Looking out the window, there was not a hint of sunlight in the pitch-black sky. What's going on? We don't need to go hunting today, so why get up so early? Hi, yawn keys. He let out a heavy yawn and rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. Young people should be more energetic. Getting up so late is just ridiculous. Besides, I need to visit some clients early today. I won't have time to take you around Panshire City until the afternoon. That's great, there's hot water to wash my face. Keezy got dressed and looked at the wooden basin steaming beside Clout. Actually, in similar shops, if you spend a copper kupu, they will provide you with hot water service. However, most adventurers don't care about this at all. Many people don't wash their faces in the wild, they bathe whenever they find a water source. How would a slovenly attitude? At home, I would at least fetch water to wash even if it's cold. He had only a few pieces of clothing and had to struggle at the blacksmith shop and on the mountain. As a clean child, he had to allocate time every day to wash his clothes and bathe to maintain cleanliness. After hastily finishing breakfast, Clout took to the entrance of a nearby shop. Do you see that? Our tavern is just across the intersection. You'll take the key and go back by yourself later. Huh, I have to go back by myself. Where are you going? To meet clients. Otherwise, how can I sell that cart of materials? And what kind of situation would it be to bring a child along for business? Clout pulled Ye's arm and pushed open the shop door. Mr. Glass, are you here? Oh, it's you. What brings you here to chat? The shop was lit by several candle lamps, all protected by good ceiling measures. Due to the limited number and small windows, the lighting was quite dim. Adjusted to the light and managed to see the layout of the room. A low table in the center held a stack of parchment, and a small carved wooden box was filled with various styles of quills. The porcelain bottles were opaque, but one could guess they contained ink. The surrounding bookshelves were filled with simply bound books, and on the deeper shelves, fine parchment scrolls were displayed on small stands. An elderly man with white hair and glasses sat behind the counter next to the scrolls where a small pot, emitting a wisp of smoke, rested. Upon entering, one could smell the fragrance of herbs. Long time no see, I just thought of you and came to take a look. Cut the act, Eddie. You think the people who deal with you gave you the nickname of a speculator for no reason? Would you come here without any benefit? That's just because they are jealous of my keen talent. Clout brushed his dark red hair today. However, I really don't have any business issues. I just need to ask Mr. Glass a favor. He pushed in front of him. This is the child of a friend of mine. I brought him out to experience the sights of the big town, but I have to go discuss business, so I can't take him around. This child is also very interested in magic, so I hope you can introduce him to some related books. Oh, Mr. Glass adjusted his glasses with curiosity. Has he shown any talent for magic? Not yet, so I plan to have him take the magic theory examination route first. After all, he is eager to learn, and even if he can't pass, he should at least give it a try. Also, this child is very clever. He knows where we live, so just let him go back by himself later. All right, I see. You go about your business. After sending Clout away, Mr. Glass adjusted his glasses again and observed the plain-looking boy who was staring dreamily at the parchment scrolls on the shelf, attempting to find features that would impress Clout. At this moment, he was pretending to be fascinated, cautiously, using his divine sense to gently scan over those scrolls that looked extraordinary. As expected, they contained some unusual spells, making his expression of longing more genuine. Unfortunately, most of the content in the scrolls was blocked by some mysterious power, likely a sealing spell. That seems normal. Otherwise, if several people were to ask to inspect the contents of the scrolls and record different information, it would be equivalent to getting a spell for free. Mr. Glass, are the scrolls on this shelf really spell scrolls? They look more exquisite than other books. He innocently pointed at the bookshelf, his face showing joy as if he had seen an idol. Mr. Glass thought to himself that this was Clout's business acumen. Being able to discover things that others overlook. Yes, little guy, you're right. Those are indeed spell scrolls. Because of the preciousness of spells, they need to be recorded on more durable parchment, which makes them look more exquisite. Then does that mean they cost a lot of money? He lamented as he clenched the 7 silver munis in his pocket. It's not a matter of being expensive or not. You see, regardless of the type of scroll, as long as it relates to magic, even the lowest tier spell is worth half a gold sore. When it comes to 7th tier spells, they are basically priceless, and the mages who hold them prefer to exchange the spells or materials they need within their own circles. I see. Keezy sighed. Half a gold sore amounts to 32 silver munis. When will he save enough for that? He could only hope he could afford the other books. Mr. Glass, are the books related to the magic theory examination expensive too? That depends on what type you want to purchase. The theory examination is something our country has announced to discover more ordinary children interested in researching magic, and its content doesn't cost any money. Therefore, the value of related books only depends on their production materials. A complete set of 6 books can be relatively inexpensive, costing only 60 copper kupus for the cheapest ones. 4 high-quality books wrapped in better cowhide paper, it costs 2 silver munis and 52 copper kupus. If some wealthy nobles prefer to use parchment to record them, the cost will be even higher. Just give me a cheap set, please. He hurriedly interrupted Mr. Glass, whose prices were continuing to rise, his hand trembling as he held the money pouch. While Mr. Glass was getting the book's keys, he walked to the low table at the door to look at the prices written on the paper. The paper used to write the prices should be what Mr. Glass referred to as cheap paper, a rough sheet made from papyrus that was light yellowish, costing 10 copper kupus for 50 sheets. This papyrus was different from what he remembered from the museum. It looked much more durable in both roughness and longevity. Another type of paper was quite similar to modern paper. Though it was still inferior, its appearance and feel could completely meet the needs of this era, costing 25 copper kupus for 50 sheets. Parchment is a general term because cows are used for plowing. So people initially used processed sheepskin more as a medium for recording writing. Cowhide is used for making covers that consume less, and the books that Madison gave Keys were all wrapped in such cowhide. Later, tougher skins from more powerful beasts or monsters were favored by mages for recording precious information. However, due to their scarcity, people still prefer to call this type of paper parchment. However, even the most ordinary parchment costs 50 copper kupus for a single sheet. In this light, spells are indeed expensive, raising the price by 30 times. Keys, he let out a long breath. Sorry, money, but I really need these things. Mr. Glass, could you please get me a sheet of parchment, 2 quills, and 2 bottles of ink? The production process of quills and ink is quite simple and hardly costs a few copper kupus. With the comparison, it didn't hurt so much. 2 silver munis and 2 copper kupus. Just give me 2 silver munis. Mr. Glass smiled at the quietly gritting teeth of the boy beside him, neatly organizing the items and putting them in a bag for him. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper Keys, he carried the heavy little cloth bag back to the tavern upstairs, locked the door, and sat alone at the bedside flipping through the new theory books. The evolution of the magic network, the basic construction principles of spell models, in-depth analysis of tricks, the basic logic of spellcasting. Looking at the contents inside Keys, he felt a bit confused. This was not something a 10-year-old could understand. Even if he found a teacher to lecture, he would probably fall asleep. Although the content might seem absurd, it indeed explained everything a mage needs to use magic. If it were really tailored for ordinary people without magical talent, it was detailed enough, almost guiding them step by step to recognize things they couldn't feel. It's like mages being those with normal vision. They see and understand objects before them, while this book is describing those objects to ordinary people, these blind individuals. Magic is even more wondrous than I imagined. Keys, he read each word on the page, earnestly, slowly opening the door to a new world. Every corner of the world is filled with a substance called magic essence, which spreads like vines among mountains, forests, rivers, and caves. Some scholars have named the entire magic essence system the magic web. The magic web is merely a term used to describe the magic essence system, not a real entity. Its existence is too vast for the beings living within it, and even deities find it hard to easily shake the operation of magic. Different elemental magic essences operate regularly within the magic web system, bringing seasons to some regions. As the sun and moon, which are the most enriched with magic essence in the magic web, they exhibit different qualities due to varying elements bringing light and tranquility to the world. The casting of spells by mages essentially mimics the operation of the magic web, constructing different spell frameworks or micro-magic webs, allowing magic essence to flow within them to achieve various spell effects. Words, language, and actions all possess unique power. Mages chant using different syllables, aiding in constructing unfamiliar spell frameworks while mobilizing magic essence. If sufficiently skilled, they can reduce the syllables required for chanting, even reaching a point where no chanting is needed for casting spells. Thus, when Clout finished his conversation with his client and returned to the tavern, he saw Keys, he staring at his palm, muttering to himself. Keys, he struggled to finish reciting a spell, but nothing happened. Looks like you found what you wanted in the bookstore and are now studying magic theory. Clout extended his hand, and a clean droplet of water floated at his fingertip. This is the trick of condensing droplet. Actually, mages can use it without chanting, but your syllables are completely wrong and your rhythm is off. You can't even feel the magic essence yet, so just stop mumbling. Keys, he sadly lay on the bed, flipping through the pages of the book weakly, using his divine sense to record the content. Alright, don't be too disheartened. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I can take you to see what a big town is like. Forcing him up from the bed, Clout straightened out his wrinkled clothes and had a simple lunch downstairs before wandering toward the more prosperous area. This is the branch of the Merchants Guild. Do you see the scale symbol on the main door? It's the same as on my golden badge marking registered merchants. As long as you pay a certain membership fee regularly, you can obtain an ID that allows you to travel between towns in the country with many fee exemptions. There are many other conveniences, but I won't explain them all to a child like you. Is the Merchants Guild established by individuals? Keys, he thought of many anime and novels, initially believing that such guilds were spontaneously formed organizations. How could that be? The economy is one of the vital lifelines of a country and must be firmly controlled by the court. Including the adjacent Adventurers Guild, it was also established to manage the increasing number of adventurers. However, adventurers are inherently loose, unlike the military, which is reliable. Their management is not so strict, giving the feeling of a civilian organization. Clout shared a lot of information about this world with Keys as they walked until they reached a building that looked magnificent. Its exterior was filled with Gothic characteristics, with spires and arches shimmering in the sunlight, resembling swords pointing to the sky. The delicate frames, towering arches, and massive windows filled between the frames gave a light and agile feeling. Countless vertical lines added to the atmosphere of rising from the ground, detached from the mundane. The side sculptures and the large intricate rose windows had a unique, delicate texture, luxurious and elegant. The patterns on the wall reliefs recorded scenes, seemingly telling stories to the world. The church is one of the 2 major magical organizations alongside the mage community. Our country does not reject other faiths, but primarily worships the goddess of light, Brethia. Even ordinary people, if they have unwavering faith in a deity, may receive a response from the deity and gain powers bestowed by them. Shall we go in and take a look? Crowd asked, casually observing Cozy's hesitant and solemn expression. Though these priests treat matters concerning the goddess with utmost seriousness, they are by no means rigid. They pay little heed to a visitor's identity or station. Cozy nodded. The 2 stepped into the church interior and were first greeted by a fountain-like basin upon which stood a winged angel sculpture, holding its palms upward. A steady stream of water flowed ceaselessly from its cupped hands. Kraut stepped forward, washed his hands in the flowing water, then scooped some into his palms and splashed his face. Turning back, he beckoned to Cozy. After all, we are about to pay homage to the goddess. While attire and status may be overlooked, basic purification is a mark of reverence. Cozy mimicked his gesture, rinsing his hands and face, then passed through a towering triple-height doorway into the main hall. The side walls rose in rhythmic rib-like arches converging at the apex to form a magnificent vaulted ceiling, enclosing a vast, awe-inspiring space that rendered those within profoundly aware of their own insignificance. The outer surface of the walls was coated in a smooth, gilded material reflecting radiant light filtered through stained glass windows in the ceiling, bathing the entire church in warm golden luminescence. Above the kaleidoscopic stained glass windows and the relief carvings along both walls depicted sacred divine figures in myriad serene postures, each haloed by radiant suns composed of concentric circles and graceful curving lines. Beyond the gilded hall lay another doorway, the true threshold into the faithful's prayer chamber. Rows of pews lined either side. As it was no holy day, few worshippers had gathered. To the right stood a colossal pipe organ, its tiers adorned with exquisite, delicate ornamentation. Though unplayed, its keys danced autonomously, emitting ethereal resonant tones that echoed hauntingly across the immense nave. At the far end loomed a towering statue of the goddess bestowing sacred light. Directly above her head, a palm-sized aperture pierced the ceiling, a marvel of subtle engineering, through which a single shaft of sunlight descended vertically, piercing the white incense mist below and bathing the statue in a luminous, almost holographic glow. Behind the goddess's statue, 3 walls bore carvings of 3 distinct deities, each bearing markedly different visages. Cozy nudged Kraut and whispered, "Uncle Kraut, those figures behind the goddess's statue don't resemble her at all. And aren't they even of a different gender? Ah, that is not the goddess of light. Those are the primordial deities of legend, Yashala, mother of the stars, Krivya, god of dimensions, and Opus, god of origin and all things. The primordial deities possess neither gender nor fixed form. Each observer perceives them as they imagine. Yet beyond them, all other gods came into being only after creation itself. Legend tells us these primordials act freely and without desire, taking no part in worldly change and caring naught for mortal devotion. Thus the lesser gods, who inherited fragments of their authority, have long instructed their followers to place grander depictions of the primordials behind their own statues as an act of profound veneration. Yet because such beings are described as formless and ineffable, their very existence remains ambiguous. Perhaps they are utterly absent, or perhaps they are omnipresent, undetectable, and immanent in all things. That's all I know, mere travelers' tales gathered along the way. Come on, we'll pray to the goddess of light first." Cozy glanced around, captivated by the immaculate sanctum. Its spotless, flawlessly ordered architecture felt precisely how divine presence ought to manifest, unblemished, seamless, and absolute. Before the statue, he knelt beside Kraut on the cushion mat, closed his eyes, and pressed his palms together. Then what? Cozy's mind went utterly blank. His spiritual sense swept the area, but detected no further cues from Kraut. "Oh great goddess, please forgive me. I truly have no idea what to do." After roughly a minute, Kraut rose, and Cozy followed, wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment. A waiting nun approached with a silver tray, offering 2 glass vials filled with a crystalline liquid that shimmered with a soft, inner luminescence. "May the sacred light guide and protect you." A classic line Cozy dared not utter aloud, only mused inwardly, stifling a wry chuckle. Kraut thanked the nun, handed 1 vial to Cozy, and led him out of the church. "What is this?" "Holy water. Surely you've heard of it if not seen it." They stood outside now, and Cozy peered curiously into the vial. It contains a trace of divine power. Minuscule and freely distributed holy water, yet sufficient to repel undead entities and corrupt forces. The goddess of light's blessing makes it especially potent against such blights. "By the way, what did you pray for?" Pray. I. Cozy stammered. He couldn't possibly confess he'd done nothing, having no idea how to pray. I hope the goddess of light will bless my studies in magic." "And what did you pray for, Uncle Kraut?" He deftly pivoted the conversation with a question fitting his role. "Me. I prayed for prosperity in my trade. May my commercial path shine ever brightly." Brightly counts as light." Cozy stared incredulous, only to see Kraut raise a thumb, his handsome face breaking into a roguish grin. "Why shouldn't brightly count as light? I firmly believe, tenfold, that all light falls under the purview of the goddess of light. So she will answer me." Bickering amiably, they finally arrived at their next destination as dusk painted the sky in amber and violet. Compared to the church, this building stood only 3 stories tall, constructed not of gleaming white marble but of ordinary stone, its appearance lacking any aura of sacred majesty. "You must be eager to see this. It's the local branch of the Arcane Association. They collaborate closely with magical academies. Once you turn 10, you'll come here to undergo aptitude testing and theoretical examinations." "Just this?" Cozy's voice carried a faint note of disappointment. Having witnessed the cathedral's transcendent grandeur, dedicated to a living deity, the image of a wizard's tower now felt starkly diminished. No soaring spires, catching sunset fire, no glowing runes, no floating sigils. Only 2 modest blue banners flapping beside the entrance. Aside from its larger footprint, it resembled nothing more than an ordinary civic building. "What's on your mind, Doi?" Kraut arched a brow, noting Cozy's subdued enthusiasm. Well, I can't quite put it into words. It is large, very impressive, even rivaling the church in scale, yet something essential is missing. A certain essence, yes, that elusive quality that would make one gasp. Ah, this is truly magical. This is truly wizardly. Cozy gestured vaguely in the air, straining to articulate the quiet dissonance humming inside him. Ah, I see. Now I understand. In that case, I highly recommend visiting Mount Omnipotence someday. That is the true sanctum of magic and the seat of the Arcane Association's Grand Conclave. Architectural wonders cascade from the mountain's peak into the clouds, floating aisles, levitating towers, and skyborne citadels woven into a single miraculous aerial metropolis. She bears no formal name, but all who journey there declare simply, this is magic. A wistful gleam flickered in Kraut's eyes as he ruffled Cozy's hair, its silken softness oddly addictive. I'll never get to see it myself. And you? Far too young. You haven't even entered an academy yet. Come, let's explore the night market. Perhaps we'll find some delicious treats. Huh. Cozy looked puzzled, pointing toward the Arcane Association's entrance, as if to ask, aren't we going inside? It's merely a local administrative office handling mundane magical affairs, hence its unremarkable design. Nothing extraordinary to see. You'll return here soon enough, for your aptitude test. Walking onward, Cozy lowered his gaze, and noticed another curious detail. Uncle Kraut, why is it called the Arcane Association, not the Arcane Guild? Merchants and adventurers alike organize into guilds. Surely the founders weren't afflicted with obsessive naming conventions. The Arcane Association differs fundamentally. Those two guilds are fully subordinate to the capital, but both the Church and the Arcane Association operate independently of the state, cooperating with the Crown only by mutual agreement. Wizards have homelands, but magic knows no borders. The founders likely envisioned a world where scholars could pursue arcane knowledge freely, unburdened by prejudice or politics. Then when was the Arcane Association founded, and by whom? Its origins trace back thousands of years, to the age of primeval magic. Its founder was none other than the current goddess of magic herself, Melvira. Legend says it began as a humble circle of curious spellcrafters, and over millennia blossomed into the institution we know today. Unnoticed, the sun had vanished entirely. Kraut and Cozy now entered a bustling district, where a broad avenue branched into narrow lanes lined with vibrant market stalls. How much for this? Cozy's eyes lit up at a delicately wrought hairpin. 32 copper cups, replied the vendor, a middle-aged woman wrapped in coarse cloth. Fine, but could you lower it? It bears no jewels, just common materials. 30, no less. All right. Cozy counted 30 copper coins from his pouch and placed them in her hand. What do you need this for? There aren't any girls in the village. Kraut, silent until now, asked once they'd moved a safe distance away. It's for Sister Vianette. I wanted to bring her a little gift. It's rare I get to leave the village. Well now, I didn't expect such thoughtfulness from one so young. They continued browsing. For Asha they bought a charm said to grant protection, for Elvin a sweat-wiping towel, prompting an immediate debate. Wait, why is that towel pink? That suits Vianette better. Elvin's a burly blacksmith who drinks heavily. Does this really suit him? Of course it does. Pink is lovely. Yes, lovely. But, Uncle Kraut, you just don't get it. Elvin uses plain towels every day. If I gave him another identical one, how would he know it was mine? This one stands out clearly. Fine, have it your way. Though I'll tolerate Uncle. Don't call me Uncle Kraut and lump me in the same age bracket as Elvin. That won't do. Well, you're all much older than me. Titles hardly matter. By the way, is there a blacksmith's forge nearby? Nothing fancy, just an ordinary one. Kraut paused, thinking hard. I deal only with master weaponsmiths. Ordinary tools wouldn't fetch a copper coin from me. Where would I even find a mediocre smith? Let's wander. There must be one nearby. 1 hour later, in a room above the tavern. So you sought a blacksmith, or rather a carpenter, to craft these 4 slender rods, square-topped, cylindrical below, threaded at the base. Tiny metal sticks. Kraut rubbed his face, torn between amusement and exasperation, and explained patiently. Well, wands are smaller and cheaper than staves. But as conduits of spellcraft, they must be forged from metals capable of channeling mana, gold, silver, or similar, not mere rust-resistant steel shaped and polished on a whim. I never said these were wands. These are gifts for cook, chopsticks. Cozy rinsed the rods in hot water, then deftly picked up 2 and mimed plucking motions in midair. Chopsticks. Never heard of them. What do they do? Let me show you. Cozy plunged the chopsticks into a vegetable soup, lifted a leaf to his mouth, then scooped a dollop of pea puree onto his bread. See, with just one hand you can manage your meal, no fork or knife required. Even foods that slip from a fork can be secured effortlessly with chopsticks. And unlike knives or forks, they bear no sharp edges, making them swift, convenient, and perfectly safe. Kraut stared bemused at Cozy's nimble fingers, then picked up another pair destined for Cook, fumbling awkwardly as he tried to mimic the motion. Cozy, if money's tight, just say so. I can afford a proper set of cutlery. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect you couldn't afford even a fork, so you snapped 2 twigs off a tree and invented this utensil. What nonsense is that? Cozy bristled slightly. True, most of my coins are spent, but I still have a few left. Don't you think chopsticks would be perfect for Cook to taste his dishes while cooking? Forks sometimes fail entirely. Watch this. With practiced ease, he plucked a perfectly round pea from the bowl, and held it aloft, unslipping for a full breath. I could do this all day. He reached for a book with his free hand. And you can read while eating too. All right, I yield. I won't argue further. You'll explain it all to cook yourself when we return. As Clot idly twirled his chopsticks, Cozy Eye suddenly recalled something. His cheeks flushed crimson. He reached instinctively for his money pouch, now holding only 4 or 5 copper cups, and gazed at Clot with a complex, conflicted expression. Oh no, the gifts had all been purchased together with Clot. In the rush, he'd completely overlooked him. Clot was a master of reading expressions. The moment Cozy Eye's face reddened and his hand darted to his pouch, Clot understood everything. He tucked the chopsticks into a small cloth bag and rolled onto his bed with a soft sigh. Tisk, little Cozy Eye. Look how rarely I take you out for fun. You ought to treat me. Well, never mind that now. But someday when you're wealthy, you'll owe me a fine vintage wine. Fine wine. Cozy Eye's eyes flickered shrewdly. If it were any rare vintage, he truly couldn't procure it. Not by purchase, nor by brewing. Both were utterly beyond his reach. But Wit's beer and hops were readily available. By adding hops to boiling malt broth and simmering for over an hour, then following the traditional Wit's brewing process, the beverage's shelf life could be dramatically extended, yielding a subtly bitter ale. Uncle Clot, if I told you there's a way for you to drink Wit's beer daily and earn coin from it, what would you say? Clot sprang upright in bed. At the mention of wine and profit, drowsiness vanished. His ears pricked forward like a fox's. What clever scheme could a mere child possibly devise? Tell me then, do you know the hop plant? The hop plant. Of course. I use its fibers to make the ropes I rely on for securing cargo. And do you know the medicinal properties of its flowers? Properties. The hop flower. If my memory serves, it's used to produce yellow dye. But what does that have to do with Wit's beer? That is merely its most superficial application. In fact, I read in Grandma Medicine's herbal compendium that hop flowers also aid digestion and soothe the spirit. This was Cozy Eye's elegant pretext for introducing hops, a claim rooted in truth, though he framed his discovery as an accidental byproduct of experimentation. Now that you mention it, I do recall Medicine once entrusted me with a batch of soporific elixirs for sale. They sold quite well among the upper echelons. Perhaps hop flowers were among their ingredients. But still, digestive aid and spiritual calm bear no obvious relation to wine. Granted, excessive wine induces drowsiness. Surely you aren't claiming hops belong in brewing solely because of that. They can be used in brewing, but not as you imagine. Rather as a supplementary ingredient, a functional additive. Cozy Eye feigned deep recollection. While studying hops, I prolonged the decoction far beyond standard practice to extract greater potency. Originally, I intended to test its sedative effects on a small animal, but left the solution forgotten at home. Only upon our departure did I remember it again. Yet when I glanced at it before leaving, the liquid showed no signs of spoilage, leading me to surmise it possesses preservative qualities. If added to Wit's beer, it would vastly extend its shelf life. And you, Mr. Clot, my dearest friend, understand better than anyone how immensely marketable unspoiled Wit's beer would be. Everything Cozy Eye described was true. After becoming Medicine's apprentice, he had begun rigorous study of hops, precisely to calibrate the balance between their bitter flavor profile and antimicrobial efficacy. Too much hop yielded unbearable bitterness, too little compromised preservation. As a consequence, he'd enjoyed several restful nights, courtesy of sampling hop-infused decoctions. His first batch of palatable hop solution remained sealed in a jar at home, awaiting inspection upon their return from town. If unchanged, success would be all but assured. Of course, this entire endeavor remained strictly clandestine. Should Grandma Medicine learn he'd altered the prescribed decoction time and dared taste the result, he'd certainly face stern reprimand. If your theory holds, it would indeed be a lucrative opportunity. Yet isn't all this still speculation? And don't think I'm unaware, hop-infused elixirs carry a distinct bitterness. Even if it does preserve, who would purchase Wit's beer so markedly bitter? Clot chuckled at the boy's theatrical tone, yet still poured cold water on the idea. What did I just hear? Surely no grown man truly prefers the saccharine child's cordial we children sip. Cozy Eye exaggeratedly tugged at his own ear. Wit's beer without hops closely resembled the historical ale. Its residual sweetness derived from unfermented starches and malt. Had hops never emerged, ale might well have evolved into a medieval counterpart to cola. It was precisely the hop's inherent bitterness and the necessity of prolonged boiling to render its acidic compounds soluble that made its extraction both laborious and chemically transformative. Without compelling justification, no one would expend time, resources, or manpower testing a conspicuously bitter additive. Cozy Eye's words darkened Clot's expression. Their lodgings, the famed Whisper of the Wind Tavern, was renowned for honey wine, precisely the kind of sweet cordial Cozy Eye mocked. Even earlier in the village, Clot had offered Cozy Eye Wit's beer precisely because its faint sweetness made it palatable to youth. Yet he soon remembered the burly adventurers downstairs raising honey wine in boisterous toasts, and felt his pride restored. A merchant sipping honey wine before negotiations was exercising refined discretion. Adventurers indulging in it were simply childish. Still, none of this proves your bitter wits would find favor. Clot shook his head, unmoved by mere rhetoric. There is also aroma. Hop flowers yield a rich, distinctive fragrance during decoction, an olfactory signature unmatched by cheaper botanicals. Cozy Eye recalled a curious legend about hops. Had the dyers not boiled hop flowers for hours, required for pigment extraction, had one not impulsively tasted the steaming dye solely due to its intoxicating scent, had that taster not happened to be friends with a brewer, How else would a brewer ever have conceived of using hops in fermentation? Had the dyer not tasted the dye and found its pleasant bitterness oddly invigorating? Had he not shared it with his brewer friend? How would the brewer ever have deduced hops' potential in brewing? How else would a brewer ever have deduced hops' potential in brewing? Hops are neither rare nor cultivated. Dyers source them wild. Barley malt is inexpensive. If my hypothesis proves sound, this venture promises extraordinary returns. Knowing full well the capitalist's instincts, Cozy Eye pressed further. Clot now felt a genuine stirring of interest. This child was unlike others, possessing disciplined logic, never speaking recklessly. Moreover, the cost was negligible. Otherwise, common farmers wouldn't brew wits beer at home merely to quench thirst. Very well, Cozy Eye, you raise no invalid points. All roads lead back to one question: does the hop truly possess preservative power? What is your confidence level in this claim? 99% certain, barring unforeseen anomalies. Trust my experiment. Return in a few days, and you'll see for yourself. Agreed. Though it is rather jarring to hear a child your age speak of experiments. Are you truly only 6? What of it? I've heard of a prodigious girl who brewed an elixir of rejuvenation. Just praised you, and already you're spinning tall tales. If such a potion existed, ancient immortals would have seized it long ago. Its absence speaks volumes. Then Uncle Clot, your ignorance runs deeper than I imagined. You've lost your charm since we first met, young man. Careful. I'll tell Vianette you've been secretly brewing behind her back. Then I'll tell Sister Vianette you took me to lodge at a tavern and drank there yourself. Then I shall. Beneath the moonlit hushed candlelight cast 2 silhouettes, one large, one small, onto the rice paper window. Their rhythmic sway betrayed a quarrel of childish tit-for-tat destined to linger long into the night. 5 days later, Clot guided his cart back to the village of Novus, his early return driven by one purpose: to inspect whether Cozy Eye's hop solution had spoiled. Should preservation prove real, he would procure containers, barley malt, and hops en route to his next trade, beginning small-scale production of unspoiled wits beer. He'd considered other preservatives, smoking, candying, salting, but none suited brewing. Potion making relied heavily on magic. Every step demanded arcane infusion, obliging apothecaries and apprentices alike to wield basic spells. Potions endured because they carried enchanted essence. Thus no apothecary would attribute preservation to a humble herb known only for aiding digestion and calming the spirit, nor was that in truth its mechanism. Consequently, the very possibility that hops possessed preservative properties was effortlessly overlooked, eclipsed by the overwhelming dominance of magic in alchemical practice. One could apply magical methods to brewing, but potions themselves were prohibitively difficult to mass-produce. How could any brewery afford legions of apothecaries solely to oversee fermentation? All the way home, Clot pondered Cozy Eye's repeated use of the word experiment. His deductions led him to a startling realization: this magicless boy, already apprenticed to an apothecary, might well have stumbled upon a phenomenon invisible to spellbound practitioners. Parking the cart beside the cottage, Cozy Eye dashed inside, ignoring his own satchel, and retrieved from beneath his bed a large, tightly stoppered glass jar, which he proudly presented to Clot. This is it. I added extra malt broth to rigorously test its preservative effect. With a soft pop, Clot uncorked the jar and inhaled deeply. No rot, no sourness. Only the rich, resinous perfume of hops mingling with the warm, toasted aroma of malt. Alas, this was not yet wine, and thus held no persuasive power. With a sigh, he recorked the jar and returned it. Your trial period remains too brief. This is neither final product nor refined technique, merely crude admixture. Even if fermented, the result would likely be undrinkable, proving nothing. But wits brewing is no secret. I can acquire essential supplies, and we'll enlist Cook to translate your entire hypothesis into tangible reality. What say you, little one? I assure you this decision will be one you never regret. Cozy Eye grinned, flashing his tiny fangs and giving a thumbs up. Should this succeed, tuition fees will no longer trouble you. Clot crossed his arms and tossed his hair playfully. What? Tuition? Cozy Eye blinked, bewildered, as if he'd misheard. Of course, the Academy of Arcane Arts. Clot ruffled the boy's black hair again. Surely you don't imagine the Arcane Academy operates as charity, or that passing entrance exams grants free access to magic. Master Glass must have mentioned it. The cheapest spell scroll costs 30 silver muni. To uncover magical talent among common folk, our nation has lowered tuition drastically. Yet even one semester demands 1 gold solar. 7 years, 14 semesters. 14 gold solars paid incrementally. Tell me, how much do you earn per day? 3 copper cups. Cozy Eye mumbled, embarrassed, twisting his fingers. 3 cups only because Elwyn favors you. Otherwise, bellows pumping pays 1 cup per shift, and he even teaches you smithing. Do the math: 3 cups daily, 4 years until you turn 10. Without spending a single coin, you'd amass just over 4,300 cups. That converts to barely more than 1 gold solar, enough for 1 semester. And let's not forget how you spent 3 months' wages on gifts. Repeat that thrice and tuition becomes impossible. Clot stood hands and hips lecturing Cozy Eye, until seeing the boy's head sink lower and lower, he softened. Buying gifts isn't foolish. It shows gratitude toward those who care for you. Perhaps they pitied you at first, but after 3 months they treat you as family, teaching you knowledge and survival skills. Because you possess this rare quality, knowing how to repay kindness. Clot knelt, placing a gentle hand on Cozy Eye's head. We'd often wonder aloud, what would you be like in 4 years? Could you save enough to pursue magic? And if not, We'd already agreed to pool funds for you. We never imagined you'd display such aptitude, earning medicine's apprenticeship so swiftly. Plot took the glass jar, gave it a light shake, and handed it back, nor did we imagine you'd conceive so ingenious an idea. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho. Look, Cozy Eye's turning into a proper tearful child. In truth, Cozy Eye wasn't crying. Only his eyes shimmered, faintly touched by the revelation that villagers would contribute to his dream. You're back so early? Vinet asked, watching Cozy and Kraut enter through the door, then poured each a cup of hot water. Business in Stonehold City is concluded. We also took the little one for a stroll. The next town I'm visiting lies quite far. Bringing him along would be inconvenient, so I've brought him home first. I'll be leaving again shortly. Kraut and Cozy had agreed to keep the hops matter confidential. For now, even Cook must wait until he returned from purchasing brewing supplies before being informed. Sister Vinet, look, I bought this hairpin just for you. Thank you. Honestly, unlike someone who only speaks sweet words upon returning, our Cozy is far more thoughtful. Kraut scratched his head. You two go ahead and chat. I've still got urgent cargo to handle. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. As Kraut fled in haste, Cozy dashed into the tavern's kitchen, demonstrating chopstick usage to cook. The chef, clearly intrigued by this novel grip, mastered it after only a few attempts. His speed astonishing even Cozy. Village Elder Ostic received a quill pen and an ink bottle. A thoughtful gesture recalling the worn-down quill on Ostic's desk during Cozy's first visit to Norvis Village. He'd purchased an extra set for him. Next, blacksmith Elwyn endured Cozy's unexpected gift, an assault upon his stoic, broad-featured countenance that left him utterly speechless. Glancing around to confirm no one else was near the doorway, he hastily accepted the pink towel and tucked it away in the inner chamber. After all, it was a child's sincere offering. Grandmother Madison, I brought you this parchment. For a master alchemist, funds were never scarce. Thus, parchment represented Cozy's most considered choice, balancing his own modest resources with her refined needs. Madison cast a calm, appraising glance at him, then lifted her wand and traced a slow circle in the air. Instantly, the drawer beneath the table sprang open, the parchment in Cozy's hand soared inside, and from within emerged a pristine, exquisitely crafted scroll gliding gently toward him. Use this henceforth for writing. Now, let us test your memorization. With Madison's quiet satisfaction lingering in the air, Cozy departed her cottage, parchment in hand, his expression a complex blend of awe and trepidation as he walked toward the forest. He unrolled the scroll. Its hue was flawless, its edges impeccably finished, so radiant it was almost painful to behold. How could one possibly dare write upon such perfection? Later that noon, Asha reacted with equal reserve. Wordlessly, he slipped the amulet pendant into his pocket, then proceeded, just as always, to help Cozy process game meat and pelts. That evening, after a rigorous workout, Asha bathed, dressed, and stepped into the backyard, where he studied his reflection in a large basin of water. From his pocket, he withdrew the small amulet, frowning as he held it against his chest, pondering where to wear it so it remained concealed, yet safeguarded from battle damage. 2 weeks passed quietly after the Stonehold journey. At last, under Cozy's eager gaze, Kraut's carriage arrived, raising a cloud of dust as it wound down from the mountains. You two, what brings you here? At noon, Cook heard an unusual knock at the seldom-used backyard gate. He opened it, eyebrows lifting as he surveyed the grinning pair, one tall, one small, standing outside. Hey, what are you up to? Shoo, keep your voice down. Kraut clapped a hand over Cook's mouth and signaled Cozy to swiftly unload the cart. So, you mean to secretly brew Wit's wine in the backyard? And why must no one else know? Cook sat bewildered on the step, surrounded by the two conspirators. Because we are about to complete a revolutionary masterpiece. Kraut glanced at Cozy, who nodded resolutely, then turned back to Cook, voice brimming with conviction. You know well how Wit's differs from wine or mead. Its crisp, refreshing character. During my discreet inquiries among adventurers these past days, many praised precisely that quality. Yet Wit spoils easily, a flaw that has long hindered mass production. Should we overcome this, Wits will flood markets far and wide. A most lucrative venture indeed. And in this village none brews with greater mastery than you, so? Cook sighed, gazing at Kraut's animated, spittle-flecked enthusiasm, then turned instead to the quiet youth seated beside him. Cozy, Kraut may be incorrigible, but why on earth have you joined his folly? It wasn't Kraut's idea, it was mine. I brought gifts for everyone after returning, but nothing seemed fitting for Kraut. Since he loves drink, I devised this plan instead. Oh, is it truly viable? How certain are you? Cook arched a skeptical brow. 99.9%. Those 2 weeks had not been idle for Cozy. He had conclusively verified that hops and snake mallow were one and the same plant, whose humulone and lupulone compounds, when extracted under sustained high heat, introvert powerfully suppressed bacterial growth and vastly extended shelf life. Why the decimal precision? Because I already pledged 99.9% to Kraut, and though confident, I prefer not to tempt fate with absolute certainty. Fine. Kraut's already secured the materials, and I stand to lose nothing. Tell me, how exactly do we incorporate the hops? Right away, coming. Cook and Cozy rose from the steps and set up a large cauldron Kraut had purchased in the backyard. While heating water, all three cranked hand mills, adjusting the grind repeatedly until achieving the precise setting, cracked malt husks, yet intact kernels. Following the ratio of 1 kilogram malt to 3.5 liters water, they added the malt to gradually warming water. Cook instructed Cozy to tend the fire carefully, all the while stirring the mixture with a heavy iron spoon. Kraut meanwhile settled onto a small stool beside them, cracking nuts and tossing their shells into the flames. Cozy, add more wood. We need higher heat. After hours of labor, the two sweat-drenched men sat on the ground cleaning hops, leaving Kraut alone to filter the massive vat of wort. These hops look stunted, like me months ago. Not even half as robust as those Grandmother Madison cultivates at will. Cozy pinched the scrawny hop cones, faintly disdainful. They're actually quite fine. Cook placed the drained hops into a clean basin. Kraut did try sourcing premium hops, but since folk only know them as dye or rope material, no one bothers cultivating them profitably. Only apothecaries nurture them. Wild specimens suffice for ordinary use. Cozy sighed, adopting the solemn air of a miniature sage, an absurdly endearing sight. Still, if successful, the preservative secret won't stay hidden long. Many will begin cultivating hops. I'll need to research superior strains soon. Cook watched Kraut slowly ladling filtered wort, baffled by their unwavering confidence. Hops, truly this magical. Once preparations were complete, Cook examined the clear wort, surprised to find Kraut had not shirked his duty, and turned to Cozy. What next? Bring the wort to a rolling boil, then add 2 grams of hops per liter. Simmer continuously for 1 hour, ensuring evaporation remains below 10%. Understood. Cook offered no further commentary. The hops addition proved simpler than anticipated. After further labor, Cook retreated to the kitchen to prepare yeast starter, while Kraut and Cozy carefully transferred the clarified upper layer of wort into 2 tall glass carboys. In an era when fine glass remained rare and costly, Kraut had spared no expense to acquire these vessels, so he could monitor fermentation closely for anomalies in their novel widths. Transported with meticulous care, cushioned by soft padding and shielded by wind magic, these carboys cost several times more than all other brewing materials combined. The rest proceeds identically to standard wits production. Over to you, Uncle Cook. No problem. By the time the full process concluded, afternoon had deepened to 3 or 4 o'clock. The trio then carried the carboys carefully into the cooler cellar, where Cook's aged wines already rested. Cozy bid farewell to the adults and hurried toward the smithy, leaving Kraut and Cook staring silently at each other in the dim cellar. On the way back to the kitchen, Cook asked evenly, "You're investing heavily, yet seem unconcerned about total loss. That doesn't sound like you. This is young Cozy's future tuition fee, and why does it contradict my nature?" Kraut's momentary gravity dissolved in 3 seconds, replaced by his familiar roguish grin, wasting a perfectly handsome face. "My intelligence is reliable. If we fail, even running a modest tavern serving limited wits would yield profit. I simply cannot lose. And should we succeed, wits would travel farther than ever, unhampered by spoilage." He draped an arm over Cook's shoulder. "Heh, hear that? Your share is guaranteed." Cook calmly shrugged off the arm, voice unruffled. "Have you considered that if wits surges in popularity, rival breweries will reverse engineer its composition? They may lack apothecaries, but chemical analysis is well within reach. You're but a provincial merchant. How do you expect to outmaneuver them?" "A minor concern." Kraut's smile remained dazzling. Cozy outlined his vision for beer varieties, explaining that for now we rely on generic barley malt and this single hop strain. But later we'll explore caramel malt, crystal malt, hops categorized by aroma, bitterness, or dual profiles, even wheat beer once profits allow. Our priority now is secrecy. Until rivals catch up and begin analyzing raw materials, we'll already have launched diverse flavors to meet every palate. And hops pose no hazard. Others will perceive our product merely as a new wits variant, sparing us malicious accusations of toxicity. My sole uncertainty remains, will drinkers embrace this bold, bitter profile? Your wines appeal only to nobles. Beer, an odd term. Is that the name for this new wits? Cook noted the unfamiliar word. Yes, Cozy heard it from an Eastern traveler during his wanderings, someone who shared delicious bread and barley tea with him. He intends to call it beer, meaning barley beverage. A refreshingly direct name. No ornate lore, just honest, rugged refreshment for adventurers. It suits the drink perfectly. For days thereafter, the trio slipped regularly into the cellar to observe the golden liquid bubbling softly within both carboys. Elwyn, the regular patron, felt something subtly amiss lately. He halted the passing maid. "Vinette, wait. Have you noticed anything strange about Cook's behavior these past days?" Vinette paused and thought. "Now that you mention it, yes. I wonder what he and young Cozy and Kraut are scheming about in the backyard. When I peeked, they acted perfectly normal. Probably Kraut just wanted snacks and dragged Cozy along as an excuse to beg Cook for treats." 2 months later, in the cellar behind the enigmatic backyard. Quick, Cook. Pour me a glass first. I can't wait." Kraut held out a goblet, eyes fixed on the golden liquid, nearly trembling with impatience. Cook sighed. "How many times have you come down here already? Watching won't hasten fermentation." "I'm guarding against that elusive 0.1% chance Cozy warned of. If I weren't here, you'd be the greatest risk." Cook shot him a withering glance, then reluctantly pried open the sealed lid. A fragrant floral aroma, distinctive to hops, spilled forth, instantly sharpening all 3 senses. "Truly, you're the one, Cook. Had Cozy and I attempted this alone, failure would have forced a restart." Kraut watched Cook ladle beer into his glass, where a delicate shimmering foam swelled slowly at the rim. Oh, Cook, did you see that? Just as Cozy predicted, adding hops yields abundant foam. Once I assumed clarity denoted sophistication in wine, but foam this luxuriant creates an entirely new sensory experience. Glug, glug, glug. Crowd had already raised his glass and begun drinking. Cook hesitated, then with the resigned air of a cafeteria server poured Cozy a small bowl. Taste it. Just enough to inform your research. Children shouldn't overindulge. Cozy. Huh. Kraut wiped foam from his lips. That subtle bitterness perfectly balances the malt's cloying sweetness. Hops lend an aromatic lift, transforming wits into something startlingly crisp and invigorating. This complex interplay, bitter dry fragrant with a lingering finish, is even more suited to adventurers than I imagined. Watching the tipsy connoisseur dissect flavor like a scholar, Cozy silently applauded within. Excellent. Tuition is secured. To verify its shelf life, the beer was officially launched 1 month later. When the first batch entered the market, people regarded it merely as a uniquely flavored alcoholic beverage, yet its crisp, refreshing taste and rich velvety foam earned unanimous acclaim among adventurers. Viewed in its entirety, the limited release caused no significant disruption to the market, just as Claude had anticipated, a gentle ripple upon the surface, soon subsiding into stillness. 2 years later, in the second winter since Keezy's arrival in this world, a voice called out, "Keezy, here is your share." Midday sunlight streamed into the small tavern. Claude yawned lazily and tossed a heavy leather pouch toward a short but powerfully built youth who had just stepped through the door. 2 years on, Keezy's hair had grown jet black, though several stark white strands now streaked his forehead. His features had gradually converged with those of his past life, nearly erasing all traces of the orphan street child he once appeared to be. He could not explain the mechanism, but he recalled a philosophical concept known as the ship of Theseus. Perhaps even now the cells within his body were subtly reshaping themselves to mirror his soul's original form until his visage would be fully restored. The youth loosened the pouch's drawstring, glanced at the 5 golden solars resting atop the pile, and looked up. Wasn't it agreed we'd suppress news of the beer while reinvesting most profits? So why has our income suddenly surged? Over the past 18 months, after the beer's profitability had become undeniable, Claude had supplied it exclusively to local taverns in nearby towns, deliberately concealing its existence to buy time for Keezy's research into other varieties. There's no helping it. You wouldn't understand how wildly popular it's become. Besides, the brewery and hop fields I acquired under false identities are already operational. It's time for beer's allure to sweep across the duchy of Yakmand with a vengeance. Few strangers ever entered the tavern, and voices remained hushed, so no one overheard their conversation nor paid any mind to Claude's smug, almost insufferable grin. Ignoring Claude, who stood clutching the beer with the gleeful air of a seasoned merchant, Keezy headed to the kitchen to purchase dried meat from Cook. Granny Madison had departed several days earlier for a pharmacist conference in another town, leaving no need for assistance with her alchemical preparations. Blacksmith Elwyn too planned to unwind, and had come to the tavern to drink with Claude. With no additional tasks assigned, Keezy intended to resume hunting in the forest that afternoon. Half a year prior, thanks to relatively sound nutrition, Keezy's physical conditioning had finally caught up with the wish's rigorous training. He now wielded his iron spear effortlessly, and could strike true with an arrow at 50 paces every single time. Consequently, the hunters no longer took him along on expeditions. Instead, they instructed him to remain near the forest's edge, hunting rabbits, foxes, and other small game, to refine his skills. The youth walked along a narrow forest path winding between mist-shrouded mountains, breathing air sharp with clarity. Dense foliage filtered the sun, casting perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. Yet Keezy knew these woods intimately, no longer trembling with the raw fear of a novice confronting the unknown, but moving instead with the ease of one returning home. He applied a wish's teachings, calmly interpreting animal tracks weaving deftly through the undergrowth. Suddenly his acute senses caught a cry of terror. "Hey! Moo! Mutter! What are you doing?" As temperatures rose, adventurer traffic swelled. To avoid frequent encounters with strangers, local hunters like Keezy and Awisha ventured deep into remote tracts, never imagining even such seclusion would offer no refuge. Keezy slipped silently into a thicket downwind, ensuring neither his scent nor sound would betray his presence to the unknown adventurers. In such hushed woodland, a cry of panic signaled unmistakably that the speaker faced no friend. Awisha had warned him, unless already discovered, never flee. Remain motionless, erase all traces of passage, and wait silently until they depart. Keezy closed his eyes. His divine sense now extended over 10 meters, allowing him to witness the scene unfolding in the trees. Without stirring, a pale, trembling man sat slumped on the ground, one hand bracing himself, the other clutched over his abdomen, where a blade had pierced him from behind, emerging through his belly. Before him stood a masked figure holding a parchment. Not quite an assassin, but rather a thief, though the distinction was often blurred. Society tended to regard the latter with greater disdain. Though the thief, Mutter, concealed his face, Keezy's divine sense revealed the subtle thrill of pleasure dancing in his heart, even as he performed gestures of feigned courtesy. "Haha, victim, you know the rumors. The legacy of a great mage lies hidden here. No one knows what lies within, but should word reach others, even emptiness would be met with disbelief. So best I keep this secret to myself, far safer than sharing it with two. Don't you agree? Your word means nothing. Honor. You dare speak of honor to me? I know your plan well enough. Once the treasure site was found, you meant to kill me. I simply acted first and turned your treachery against you. By that logic, I am the true victim, a clever one forced to defend himself against betrayal. Do you find that story compelling? Without waiting for a reply, the thief kicked the man onto his back, planted a boot upon his chest, and drove a second dagger into his heart, watching as his eyes widened in hatred. Enough. I've treasure to seek. Rest easy here. Seeing the corpse's unblinking gaze, the thief withdrew both blades, wiped them clean on the dead man's tunic, searched his person for valuables, then cast a minor earth movement cantrip to dig a shallow grave, burying both body and bloodstains beneath fresh soil. Watching the thief fade into the distance, Kizi remained vigilant, but at last allowed himself a slow, quiet breath. As he retracted his divine sense and crouched beside a tree, his peripheral vision caught something small he'd overlooked amid his tension. This is a soybean sprout. Kizi gazed in wonder at the fragile plant. In his memory, someone had recounted the history of soy milk and tofu, while soybeans themselves were first discovered in Huaxia, his native land, only reaching the West centuries later. Yet here in this world whose culture echoed medieval Europe, he had stumbled upon a wild soybean sprout, though it remained possible the plant was native to this realm. Gently parting the fuzzy pod, he revealed sparse, underdeveloped beans. It was still summer, the crop clearly unripe, yet even this immaturity could not conceal its evident malnourishment. Oh, just as Kizi, tired of crouching, leaned back against the trunk, the bark beneath him gave way. In an instant he plummeted into weightless darkness, catching only a fleeting glimpse of the glowing aperture above. Before even that vanished, and he landed softly upon yielding ground. Braving a touch, he felt thick grass beneath him, not some indescribable fleshy mass or putrid decay. He craned his neck upward toward the tunnel he'd just traversed, but its non-vertical curvature obscured all view. Darkness swallowed everything within sight. Kizi reached into his tunic pocket and withdrew a metal cylinder. Fumbling, he unscrewed its threaded iron cap and blew gently into the opening. A slender flame flickered to life. This was a rudimentary fire starter, its principle rooted in charcoal's slow oxygen starved combustion, generating carbon monoxide, while avoiding full ignition, thus preserving embers in a state of suspended incandescence. Reintroducing air reignited the ember, making it a convenient low-effort tool for illumination and kindling. Perhaps the noise of his fall shattered millennia of silence, or perhaps the sudden light itself startled dormant forces. 2 rows of soft luminescence bloomed gradually from dimness to brilliance, like stage curtains parting to reveal what lay within. Before him stretched a narrow, shadowed path, not cold or oppressive like a tomb, yet still raising gooseflesh along his arms. Yellowish-brown vines clung to the walls. In such utter subterranean darkness, plants that thrived forewent photosynthesis, entirely drawing sustenance by other means, and thus contained no chlorophyll. Stone lantern brackets carved in the shape of flower pots hung from the walls, each cradling a spherical bioluminescent plant. Kizi had seen it before, in Granny Madison's botanical compendium. Its name was blunt and literal global grass, common in deep caves or perpetually sunless jungles, often harvested for luminous potions or temporary lighting. Moss patterns on the stone suggested centuries of undisturbed solitude, making it astonishing how the global grass had sustained vitality all this time, even reviving from a dormant state to emit light anew. After all, global grass was an annual herb, brief-lived, cycling predictably through growth, maturation, seeding, and decay. The phenomenon before him defied expectation, and therefore defied explanation. With no path back in sight, Kizi steeled himself, retrieved his fallen iron spear, and advanced cautiously down the corridor, pointing it ahead to ward off serpents or insects that might dwell there. He kept his fire starter lit, guarding against the risk of the global grass dimming abruptly and unleashing predators from the dark. Many creatures, after all, lured prey by lowering their guard. Deeper along the corridor, humble mushrooms sprouted between floor stones and vine crevices. Humble meaning edible, even nutritious, some Kizi recognized possessed notable medicinal properties. Yet something was strange. Mushrooms reliant on spore dispersal and specific microclimates typically grew in dense uniform clusters. Here distinct varieties appeared at regular intervals, as if deliberately cultivated. Uncertain of whom, or what, he might encounter, Kizi refrained from touching even the most innocuous-looking fungi. The cavern held absolute silence, broken only by his own breath, the soft rustle of boots on vegetation, and the distant, irregular plink of dripping water. After walking 50 or 60 paces, he reached the corridors and a tumen-high archway. From afar, its interior shimmered faintly, perhaps a trick of the light, but Kizi suspected the glint belonged to living eyes. He drew a deep breath, bent low, tightened his grip on the spear, and edged forward, aiming its tip steadily toward the threshold. Upon crossing the threshold and beholding the chamber beyond, the youth lowered his weapon instinctively to his side, and his expression shifted into something complex, awestruck and uncertain. Where is this place? Beyond the archway, the cavern opened magnificently. A winding stone path led inward, supported by towering natural stalagmites. Dominating the space was a vast underground lake, its waters shimmering with bioluminescent algae. Ripples pulsed with soft light, and occasionally a squid, its tentacles glowing with faint cerulean luminescence, darted past. Other fish swam unseen, less conspicuous. Dark-hued trees ringed the lake, described in texts as one of the few ordinary plants capable of thriving underground, common in rarity, yet rare in habitat. Pale violet fungi, or possibly mosses, clung to rock faces, cave ceilings, and tree trunks, bathing the entire cavern in a gentle, ethereal indigo-purple glow. Tiny violet motes drifted through the air, not fireflies, but luminous spores, or seeds, released by the glowing flora. In inconspicuous corners, delicate crystal lilies bloomed, translucent, crystalline, and radiant. A finely crafted wooden cottage nestled beside the lake, remarkably unrotted despite the damp air, its timbers draped in vibrant green vines. In this subterranean twilight, such vivid life was profoundly rare. Suddenly Kizi felt disoriented. Clutching his spear, he almost laughed at how long a life of village routine had dulled his awareness that in a world teeming with magic and mystery, a simple spear offered little defense against true wonder. With mixed emotions, he walked the pebbled path to the lakeshore, watched the squid glide beneath the water's surface, then extended his spear to nudge one small squid ashore, only for it to slap back into the depths with a soft, satisfying plop. All right, let's see who, or what, dwells inside. The youth hesitated, planted the spear upright, clenched his hands together as if summoning immense resolve, and approached the cottage. As he neared, a soft rustling arose. The vines surrounding the cottage stirred, as if awakened, unfurling and intertwining to peel away layers of concealment, revealing the wooden door beneath. Kizi stepped back, slightly glanced sidelong at the supple, interwoven vines, now forming both a living fence and a spiral staircase, and at the intricately carved wooden door. Then he stepped forward and knocked gently. Hello? Or rather, thank you. May I come in? After a moment's pause, no sound emerged from within the door. Kozi observed the vine staircase beneath his feet. It remained utterly still. He knocked again, this time with heightened courtesy. Hello? Is anyone home? I am a hunter from a nearby village out tracking game in the mountains. Unfortunately, I tumbled into your cavern by accident. My deepest apologies for the intrusion. I would be most grateful if you could guide me back outside. Yet again silence followed. The youth scanned the cavern. The lake lay placid, the surrounding flora glowed with a gentle luminescence, and nothing stirred. Even his latent ability to sense benevolence or malice offered no indication. After brief reflection, Kozi gently pushed the wooden door, only to find it unlocked. With slight pressure, it swung open. As he stepped across the threshold, he murmured, "Since the vines you cultivated did not bar my entry, I presume I am permitted to come inside. Then may I enter?" He cautiously lifted his foot over the sill. The interior of the cottage was modest in scale, its entirety visible at a glance. A spotless, dustless wooden floor bore a pale green carpet edged with gold. Verdant plants grew from the ceiling, carefully tended, and directly opposite the entrance stood an extinguished hearth. To the left of the room rested a bed beside an unusual set of glass vessels. Within each, a crystal-clear liquid cradled a slender sapling, its stem upright, sprouting tender green shoots. At the vessel's bases settled small, dull fragments, gemstones long since deprived of their luster. On the right, a window opened onto the tranquil lake and the sky above, where luminous spores drifted like celestial motes. Bookshelves lined both sides of the window and flanked the hearth. Beneath the window sat a table and chair, upon which perched a cloaked skeleton. A necromancer. Under such circumstances, Kozi's first thought was not of mortal demise, but of a reclusive necromancer, perhaps even a lich dwelling beneath the earth. Ah, no. He reconsidered. Beyond the living vines upon the cottage, there had been no response, neither from the passageway, nor the surrounding environment, nor from the chamber's warm, life-infused decor. This place radiated vitality, not the desolation favored by the undead. Legends did speak of necromancers who cherished life and light, but in truth such judgments grounded in context rarely aired. Kozi studied the chamber for a long while before finally approaching the skeleton. En route, his sleeve brushed against a volume on the bookshelf beside the doorway. Astonishingly, the book crumbled instantly into ash. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Although no dust coats these surfaces for paper to decay, so utterly suggests centuries have passed. Perhaps you truly are a departed master, a venerable mage whose final sanctuary now holds only one living soul, me. Well then, honored elder, I hope this salutation isn't too presumptuous. You are deceased, aren't you? And I, an innocent villager, have stumbled unbidden into your secluded abode. Might you perchance have left behind a lingering wisp of spirit capable of communing with those who follow in your wake? I've read such tales countless times, so tell me, are you still here? No anomaly occurred. No spectral mentor materialized. Very well. It seems this realm does not favor ancient souls testing or possessing their successors. One possibility eliminated. Then again, might you have laid down subtle wards or traps to deter thieves? He'd intended to probe nearby objects with his small dagger, especially the bookshelf, searching for pattern-triggered mechanisms. But none existed. Every tome disintegrated into dust at the slightest touch. Indeed, had you wished to bar my entrance, those guardian vines would have warned me or refused to become stairs. So you simply passed away here unexpectedly. The youth scratched his head and drew nearer the table and the chair bearing the skeleton. To him, bones held no terror. Hunting in the forest often revealed animal remains, or the bleached relics of long-dead adventurers. His mentor, the hunter Awusha, always accompanied him in cremating and burying such remains, to prevent their misuse by necromancers or other aberrant entities, and as a quiet homage to life itself, regardless of who the deceased once were or what deeds they'd done. Now Kozi probed the tabletop with his dagger, hoping to uncover clues about the skeleton's identity, and more urgently, how to depart. To his astonishment, the dagger's tip met not crumbling ash, but solid dimensional substance. The books upon the table had resisted time's decay, unlike those on the shelves. First, he reached out to touch the scroll of parchment resting atop the desk. Compared to the weighty tomes, its brevity promised manageable content, and thus greater efficiency. The parchment felt supple and silken, finer even than those used by Granny Madison. Clearly, it was crafted from the enchanted hide of a magical creature designed to withstand arcane assault and temporal erosion. Though no dust marred the surface, Cozy blew lightly across the parchment, then carefully relocated the skeleton to the bed. Returning to the chair, he lit the candle in the adjacent lamp with his flint. Thank the heavens. The wick still caught flame, proof that even this candle was forged from extraordinary materials. Having completed these preparations, he shifted the stack of books aside and unfurled the parchment scroll. Its ink had long dried, but exuded a pleasant, faintly luminous fragrance. Cozy had instinctively braced to cover his nose, fearing toxic vapors, yet recognized this scent instantly. Madison had once shown him ink distilled from the bioluminescent ink sacs of deep-sea squid. Aromatic, smooth, radiant, famed as paper that never rots, words that never fade. A rare medium reserved for vital records, often blended with additional arcane compounds. Shaking his head to confirm no dizziness lingered, he settled in to read. The script was lucid and elegant, far surpassing his own 2 years of diligent practice. How best to begin? Greetings, child. Whatever your age, I trust a 522-year-old elder may address a descendant arriving a millennium hence, without presumption. So began the first line. Just 2 concise sentences, yet they sent Cozy's pulse surging. His heart leapt at the word child. Could someone truly have foreseen his arrival? Such tropes abounded in novels, but encountering one firsthand was profoundly uncanny. Yet the elder's claim to 522 years soon steadied his breath. Child was merely the affectionate appellation of one immeasurably aged, over a century older than humanity's longest documented lifespan. In a world of wonder, such longevity was no marvel. Reclusive mages often touched forces transcending mortal limits. As for a millennium hence, even the Maya prophesied doomsday. Such foresight, while impressive, was hardly unprecedented. He continued reading. My name is Ovrathas Yifun, though many knew me simply as Yuan. You may or may not recall me, once a Sylvan mage and presently a scholar of botany and alchemy. If versed in history, you'll recognize my era, the age following humanity's war against the Demon King. This should have been cause for jubilation, for few survived to its end. I believed all was concluded, until our leaders and the Demon King perished together. With no unifying adversary or diplomatic bridge remaining, human kingdoms swiftly plunged into civil war over competing interests. Frankly, I grew disillusioned, unwilling to align with any faction, uncertain of my purpose. While quietly healing villagers in a remote hamlet, my dearest friend entered my life, Rain Knesh, a fellow mage who, like me, shunned political strife. His lightning magic was formidable, though he died obscure, unrecorded in any nation's annals. Yet I shall remember him. Apologies, I digress. Ultimately, Rain opened my eyes to the displaced common folk of war, to the true nature of this world, and to the full scope of my own gifts. He led me beyond mere sylvan arts toward reverence for all plant life itself. War honed our generation's martial prowess, but left us woefully inept in matters of daily life. Our physicians could mend any wound flawlessly, yet stood helpless before disease. During war, kings supplied arms, nobles provided grain, peasants surrendered children. Afterward, kings reclaimed surplus weapons, nobles sowed more fields, peasants sought their children's graves. Mages dwelled aloft in ivory towers, a handful labored endlessly, harvests dwindled, nobles seized ruthlessly, corpses piled high, plagues raged unchecked. Will the victor's chronicles ever record such truths? Thus I bade Rain farewell. He chose not to accompany me, saying he too had paths to explore, ways to serve the world. In that age of fractured communication, it was our last meeting. Per our shared design, I journeyed across continents, documenting flora, seeking staple crops to feed the hungry, compiling herbal lore and alchemical formulae. Along the way, I befriended many, and even earned the trust of the elves. Their prayers to the goddess and the world tree blessed me with longevity and the strength to inscribe all I learned. At last, war never ceased, but my life did. No kingdom embraced my teachings, all coveted only destructive magics for conquest. So I chose this place as my journey's terminus, gathering all I'd studied, pondered, discovered, and recorded. Then I cast a costly divination, shielding my legacy from all prying prophecies. And I learned 1,000 years hence one would arrive here by chance, inherit all I leave behind, and carry it forward, magnifying its reach. They say it will be the finest age, the renaissance of humanity, the flourishing of 100 schools of thought, where my life's work shall heal, not harm. Alas, I shall not witness it. Child, I know neither your name nor your years, but I choose to believe if prophecy deemed leaving my life's essence here wise, then you cannot be another weary, ambitionless scholar, hiding away in solitude to study forgotten things. Enough then, much more remains unsaid, but all stories must conclude. From Rabindranath's verses to ballads sung for millennia, from Sakaue's uprising to Jackman's sacrifice, from past to present, within humanity's starlit pantheon we are but fleeting echoes of ephemeral memories. May your future gleam with boundless beauty and infinite possibility. Cozy read the letter with rapt attention, then slowly rolled the parchment shut. Seated at the table, he stared at his index finger tapping absently upon the wood. His gaze held no focus, his thoughts no anchor, so he drew the displaced books back before him. Each volume was wrapped in unfamiliar bark, its texture rough whispering of centuries. Opening a page revealed not paper, but leaves of some resilient plant supple and refined rivaling industrially manufactured white paper in quality. Glowing ink illustrated exquisite botanical sketches annotated densely in the margins. The title page bore the inscription Comprehensive Guide to Hybrid Botanical Studies. Other volumes bore titles True Treatise on Sylvan Arts, The Alchemist, Compendium Encyclopedia of Continental Flora, Botanical Pharmacology, and Processing Techniques. Beyond the Sylvan Arts manual, each explored cultivation pharmacology preparation methods, even advanced hybridization theories far ahead of their time, collectively encompassing the entire discipline of botany. Even Cozy, who had meticulously memorized Granny Madison's library using his divine sense, found 2/3 of this collection wholly unfamiliar. He half suspected the remaining third might already have spread through the world, disseminated by Ovrathas Yifun himself during his travels. What is this? His fingers froze mid-turn. He whirled, clutching the book, eyes locking onto an illustration, a straight, slender sapling bearing short lateral shoots. Beside it read, Branch of the Sacred Heart Tree, the very timber used by the elven goddess to craft her staff. A sacred fragment of the elves' venerated Sacred Heart tree possessing extraordinary affinity with sylvan energy and unparalleled vitality. Soaked in the elven purification spring, it revives from any state, repairs all damage, and purges impurities utterly. The branch I received became my staff, accompanying me until my final breath, serving me once more in my last act before succumbing to ruin. Now I bequeath it to the inheritor of my legacy. May it shine anew. Should none behold this passage and overlook the Sacred Heart tree entirely, perhaps letting it grow undisturbed deep beneath the earth is also a fitting fate. Cozy circled the glass vessel, finding no aperture. Following the text's instruction, he placed his palm upon its crown, and sensed unmistakably that the vessel lived as one entity, its interior pulsing with a faint rhythmic heartbeat. In the next instant, emerald light traced the vessel's contours, its glass-like surface dissolving seamlessly. The liquid within evaporated into mist, and the smooth, vibrant branch settled into Cozy's waiting hands. Its tender new buds, severed from the purification spring, withered and fell away, leaving only a flawless, unblemished stem. Its rich brown surface bore natural lighter-hued whorls, resembling trees, vines, blossoms, and grasses alike, pulsing softly with verdant luminescence like breath made visible. Soon the glow subsided, and it resumed the unassuming guise of an ordinary branch, save for its perfect, compelling straightness. Cozy had initially intended to tear his tunic into strips to wrap the branch, so precious as the text declared, but he reconsidered, concealing it risked drawing suspicion. Better to claim he'd gathered it in the woods for crafting throwing spears, then safely bind it tightly with non-slip cord, rendering it indistinguishable from any forest find. He bundled the desk's books in his discarded tunic and slung them across his back, then grasped the Sacred Heart tree branch. Just as he pondered how best to inter the elder's remains, a deep, resonant boom echoed from the cavern beyond. He dashed outside, only to witness colossal green vines erupting from the earth, fracturing the ground and threatening to collapse the cottage itself. Wow, what in the... Cozy's cry reverberated through the cavern, then choked off abruptly as the vine staircase beneath him dissolved, coiling around him like a serpent swarm. Before he could grasp what transpired, or devise escape, the vines parted once more, and he stood bathed in sunlight, its golden beams filtering through the canopy, dazzling his eyes unaccustomed to daylight after the cavern's gloom. Stunned by the sudden upheaval, he scratched his head, then managed only a hesitant, my iron spear's still down there." A few slender viridian vines pierced the seamless earth, then dropped the iron spear with a resonant clatter at his feet. "Oh, thank you. You're rather kind for a vine." Nearly a year had passed since Cozy left the dwelling of the wood mage Yifun, his third year in this world. That noon he drew soy milk, chilled overnight in the well he had dug himself, into a small pot by the hearth to warm it, intending to pair it with bread for a simple lunch. After emerging from the cavern, Cozy searched the surrounding area, but found no trace of subsidence or disturbed earth. Only 3 soybean sprouts, the very ones that had unwittingly caused his fall into the cave. He surmised these plants might have been introduced long ago by the unseen master, the wood mage Yifun. From some distant land, over millennia, they had reverted to wild forms, gradually degenerating across generations until, starved of care, nutrients, and suitable soil, only these few remained alive. Cozy carefully uprooted them with his iron spear and transplanted them to his home. According to the text he consulted, lower leaves exhibit chlorosis or necrotic spots. They are narrow, twisted, and paler in hue. The plant is slender, late maturing, and bears small pods, a clear sign of zinc deficiency. He commissioned merchant Kraut to procure certain ores, then applied his limited knowledge of biology and chemistry. After a full year of meticulous experimentation, he finally harvested healthy crops just days earlier. Indeed, as a wood mage, one could employ numerous arcane techniques to swiftly restore vitality to such plants. Yet regrettably, though Cozy had memorized the true treatise on wood arts, perfectly mastery was not achieved through rote recitation alone. In fact, the few villagers familiar with magic had not even taught him basic cantrips, insisting that children his age could not yet perceive the ambient mantic essence permeating the world, and thus even instruction would prove futile until he turned 10 a year hence. For a boy who could not cast even rudimentary spells, wielding wood-based magic remained pure fantasy. Fortunately, some alchemical preparations required neither infusion nor activation by mantic essence. From the compendium of potions, Cozy had already acquired considerable knowledge. Incidentally, he had told no one, including Madison, about his encounter within the cavern. That grandmother, sharp-tongued, yet tender-hearted, was truly a kind elder. To lecture her on caution toward others would be needlessly harsh, thus he kept silent, not only about the cavern, but also about all matters concerning potions, botany, and wood arts. 2 years had elapsed. Cozy had pored over the official spell examination textbooks countless times, learning that the dominant magical paradigm in this world centered upon the manipulation of the 4 primal elements: water, fire, earth, and air, while applications of metal, lightning, wood, and ice, though not extraordinary enough to inspire frenzy, constituted rare and valuable theoretical disciplines. He did not know Yi Fun's exact rank as a wood mage, but having lived nearly 600 years, double the known human lifespan, the mage alone commanded awe. And then there was the heartwood trunk. Even to non-wood mages, it was peerless material for crafting staves. Moreover, this world possessed many extraordinary, some might say shadowy, means of uncovering hidden truths. After all, no wall was ever truly impervious to wind. Thus, for the village's peace, for Madison's tranquility, and most importantly to ensure his own undisturbed solitude, he resolved to keep this secret buried deep within himself, revealing it only when he possessed both wisdom and strength to pass on this precious doctrine. Having finished his modest meal, Cozy, as usual, slung his iron spear over his shoulder, strapped on his bow and quiver, and carried several pouches containing bait and traps as he strolled leisurely into the mountains to hunt. The month of fiery radiance, roughly corresponding to the 8th month of his former world, was the hottest season of the year. Towering dense forests shielded the land from the scorching sun, while the blazing southern wind, filtered leaf by leaf, yielded a rare welcome coolness. "Hey," a voice called from afar. "Cozy, over here." It was Wuxia, the middle-aged hunter who wore animal pelts even in midsummer, claiming he possessed his own method of cooling. Cozy darted nimbly through the forest, weaving between trunks, and reached Wuxia's location in moments. "Hunter uncle, why have you emerged so early from the deep woods today? Don't come closer." Wuxia halted Cozy's advance, then, without turning, drew his bow and loosed an arrow backward, striking true into a stealthy green tendril reaching to ambush him. At first sight of the verdant tendrils, Cozy recoiled in alarm, fearing the subterranean creepers from the cavern had at last grown restless, breaching the surface to hunt. If so, he himself, who had startled them a year prior, would be the unwitting catalyst. Yet Wuxia's words dispelled that notion. A vine-born horror has strayed here from the marshlands along the forest's inner edge. These past days have seen frequent thunderstorms. I suspect lightning accidentally awakened this swamp-grown flora. As he spoke, Wuxia hacked away at encroaching vines with his long blade. "I'm still able to chat with you, not because the situation lacks urgency, but because vine-born horrors move slowly. As a ranger whose livelihood depends on agility, I find restraining it effortless. Nonetheless, your arrival is timely. When I discovered it, it had already ambushed a party of adventurers through camouflage. Evidence it has existed for some time, left its birthplace, and now seeks to consume more life. Hurry back to the village and fetch Kraut. If he's unavailable, seek Elwyn instead, then rush together to the Mages Guild in the nearest town. Inform them a vine-born horror has appeared. No fee is required. Its primary root possesses formidable lightning resistance and commands high value. Merely report it, and they will dispatch aid." Though the threat was not immediately dire, the creature exhibited exceptional resistance to slashing, freezing, and flame, rendering my tactics utterly ineffective. In truth, I've inflicted no injury whatsoever. And though its intellect is low, should it realize I pose no threat, it will simply ignore my harassment and resume feeding. Moreover, I dare not approach too closely. If it escapes the forest and destroys the village, all will be lost. Now, have you understood clearly? "Yes, I understand. I'll go at once." This was the first time in years Cozy had heard the taciturn Wuxia speak so extensively in one breath, a testament in itself to the vine-born horror's gravity. Without hesitation, he tossed his quiver and provisions to Wuxia and sprinted down the mountain. Thank the heavens, Merchant Kraut was still at home loading his cart and had not yet departed. Upon hearing of the vine-born horror near the outer forest, he immediately unhitched 2 horses from the carriage and beckoned Cozy to ride with him to Stonehaven. Must I go too? I'd intended to return and assist Wuxia. He needs no help. Vine-born horrors possess poor eyesight. You're clumsy at close range and useless at distance. Let him handle it alone on the mountain. Our swift departure and return serve everyone best. Kraut owned fine horses. Unburdened by cargo, they galloped swiftly. By dusk, they arrived at Stonehaven's gates just before closure, though oddly he always seemed to arrive precisely at curfew. This was an era of peace. Curfew merely meant gate closure. The town within remained brightly lit. The two, well acquainted with the streets, soon reached the Mages Guild, where attendants stood watch day and night. "Name?" demanded the tall, stern man at the front desk, pen poised over parchment, addressing the visibly older merchant. "Kraut." "Nature of the incident." "A vine-born horror has emerged in the forest." "Location?" "The village at the entrance to the Norvis Mountains." Very well. Kindly provide further details to aid our assessment and deployment of appropriate mages. At this, Kraut gestured to Cozy, signaling him to continue. Well. The boy hesitated. He had glimpsed only the tendrils, never the horror's true form. So he repeated Awusha's words verbatim. These past days have been thunderous. It may have been awakened by lightning. It emerged from the marshlands bordering the forest's inner reaches, likely born some time ago. When I arrived, it had just ambushed a party of adventurers through disguise, and now departs its origin to devour more life. Master Saris, if that is accurate, we shall handle this ourselves. Hardly had Cozy finished speaking when a young man and woman pushed open a side door and stepped forth. They appeared youthful, dressed identically, evidently in standardized guild attire. This is a vine-born horror. Can you manage it? The tall receptionist's tone remained level, devoid of inflection. If the report holds true, we face no difficulty. Though we have yet to sit the advanced promotion exam, I have mastered the dissolution art, ideal for this creature. The female mage spoke, slightly younger than her companion. A cluster of floral earrings adorned her ears, her long black hair vanished beneath a wide white wizard's hat likewise embellished with blossoms. She held a pale wooden staff taller than herself, its curved tip set with a soft blue gemstone, pierced with holes, suspending a delicate chain of feathers from some flying creature. Saris turned still expressionless and fixed his gaze on Cozy. If you witnessed the vine-born horror firsthand, do you vouch for the accuracy of this information? This concerns the safety of your village, these two mages, and yourself? Please confirm. Actually, I did not witness the vine-born horror directly. Cozy recounted faithfully. It was Awusha, our village hunter. I met him while hunting today. He instructed me to hurry here to summon the guild. I swear, every word spoken was his relayed without alteration. He remains in the mountains now, holding the creature at bay. Upon hearing the name Awusha, Saris's eyebrows flickered almost imperceptibly. Awusha, is it? I know the name. A skilled ranger formerly of the City Guard's elite reconnaissance division, specializing in biological intelligence. His judgment carries great weight. Speaking, he scribbled something on the parchment and handed it to the two mages. Protocol must be observed. Proceed to the rear office to register, obtain the guildmaster's seal authorizing emergency gate access, then depart with them. I shall coordinate with the magistrate's office. Understood, thank you. The female mage seized the note and dashed through the side door. Moments later, she reappeared, tugging the male mage's sleeve as she passed. Come on, we'll mount in the courtyard. They're waiting for us. Tonight's moon hung full and luminous. Under its silvery light, the four riders passed smoothly through the gates and galloped toward the Norvis Mountains. I am Kraut. You likely know my name. Judging by your youth, you must be students at the Arcane Academy. Kraut, ever the shrewd merchant, probed discreetly. Yes, I am Flora, and he is Stern. We are both 17, graduating next year, and currently interning at the guild. Don't let our youth deceive you. We've passed the senior mage examination, and this month alone handled 3 incidents without failure, though none were as formidable as a vine-born horror. Flora proved gregarious, whereas Stern, like Awusha, Saris and the long-ago Lady Lena, had already been silently classified by Cozy among the laconic. Students from the Arcane Academy are indeed reliable, and the guild's confidence in sending you speaks volumes about your standing among peers. Kraut offered polished praise, his face wreathed in a flawless, sincere smile. Even if darkness obscured whether anyone saw it, what thoughts stirred behind it none could tell. What's your name, little brother? Flora turned her easy charm toward Cozy, who looked remarkably small. I'm Cozy, I'm 9. The boy, utterly unaware, had quietly joined the ranks of the taciturn. Oh, 9. You'll turn 10 next spring, just in time for the guild's magical aptitude assessment. Do you intend to study at the Arcane Academy? Yes, I absolutely will. Cozy nodded earnestly. On his youthful face, the gesture lacked heroic gravitas. It appeared rather disarmingly earnest. Charming. Ah, how splendid. Our formal internship begins next month, and we'll return to campus in September next year to submit reports and undergo final evaluation. Graduation ceremonies follow in October. Should you manifest magical talent in next year's assessment, or sit the entrance exam in June with results and admission notices arriving in July, you'll enroll this September, perfectly aligning with our graduation. How fortuitous. So, early congratulations and a warm welcome, junior brother. On the road, much of the chatter was filled with the curious inquiries of Furel about Kazi's situation lacking substance. Nevertheless, they successfully arrived at the village without stopping at the tavern, running straight to the foot of the mountain. The depths of the jungle are quite dangerous at night. Mr. Ausha is likely still active on the outskirts with a creeping creature not too far from here. Furel shook her staff, producing a melodious incantation, Ai fuer de clair pulante. I feel the world clearly. Kazi had seen this pronunciation in books, though not in the spell exam materials, but rather in Yifun's true explanation of wood magic. This was essentially a type of reconnaissance spell called Elemental Perception, a higher tier branch of the first ring spell magical element warning, classified as a 4th ring magic. It enables the detection of anomalous magical energy in a broad area by sensing fluctuations, serving the purpose of reconnaissance or searching. Many mages choose or develop different types of elemental perception based on their individual circumstances. Furel utilized the standard wood type spell, enhancing her perception by leveraging the abundant wood elemental energy in the forest, pushing it to a 5th ring spell, which offered a broader and more precise coverage. Invisible waves of spiritual energy quietly spread throughout the forest as the girl maintained elemental perception. The four of them walked along the deep and silent forest path where occasionally the sound of birds chirping would break the stillness. The forest at night was far more terrifying than during the day. Found it. Furel sighed with relief, sticking out her tongue under the cover of darkness. The spell's consumption was ultimately not something that could be compared to the daily maintenance of magical element warning, but fortunately the support time required was not long. Ausha stood on a branch using beast's eye to keenly observe a large pile of dead branches and leaves on the ground along with the vines that naturally entwined around the trees. The creeping creature, originally a marsh plant, was easily camouflaged in this forest once activated. Suddenly the hunter's ears twitched slightly, detecting the footsteps of several other creatures. He swung his knife to cut through the creeping creature's extending vines, using the recoil to leap onto another branch. Elemental Vision Stone Bullet. On the dark path, a fist-sized stone shot through the air rapidly. Upon striking the vines, it sank in softly, only to be flung away by the enraged vines. Stern, clad in a black robe, stood beneath the tree with his staff. The staff appeared to be made of metal adorned with layered rock patterns, giving it a sense of weight and physical security. At the top, a grayish-yellow gemstone faced the distant creeping creature atop, which a shrinking earthen magic circle was visible. Kazee stood behind Stern. Perhaps his threat was too minimal, causing the not-so-smart creeping creature to temporarily ignore him. Now the malicious spikes on that mass of vines were not yet apparent. He listened to the Earth Mage Senior in front softly chanting spells, involuntarily recalling the content of the magic exam. Elemental Vision was another spell in the series, beginning with Element at 3rd ring level. It enhances elemental perception on the retina, creating a vision effect similar to thermal imaging, though the observed objects are not temperature differences, but the various elements permeating the world, allowing for more complex lines and colors to be seen, but only the outlines of the target's contained elements can be clearly discerned. Beast's Eye functions on completely different principles, simulating the pupils and vitreous body of a beast's eye, allowing more light to enter the eye, enabling clearer vision in the dim light of darkness. Due to Elemental Vision's greater consumption, it can only clarify the target's outline while quickly and accurately identifying the target's position, assisting mages in casting spells from a distance. In contrast, Beast's Eye consumes less and reveals the target's movements, but in certain situations it fails to detect camouflage, making it a spell used by warriors in close combat in dark environments. The two are often paired together in magic exams for analysis. Can you stop using these probing spells? Furel leaned against a nearby tree side and expressed her dissatisfaction with the weak effect of Stone Bullet. I've only learned in textbooks that the creeping creature's characteristic is that it cannot consume inorganic matter, and its weakness is blunt force damage. But what if the recorded information is incorrect, or we encounter a special individual? Better safe than sorry. Stern explained in a serious tone. His hands gripping the staff trembled slightly, and in Kazee's spiritual perception the muscles at the corners of his mouth seemed to lift slightly, indicating he was likely not nervous, but rather excited at the prospect of witnessing a living example and gaining practical experience. All right, it seems that it indeed disregards rocks. You trap it, an ill-prepared dispel. No problem. I should be able to control it for a while. Your dispel is still unstable, so take your time and don't miss it. This time Furel did not respond verbally, but quietly stood to the side, gripping her staff, watching the creeping creature shake its tendrils after being startled, while silently reciting the full incantation for dispel. On the other side, Ausha had already jumped down from the tree, appearing beside Kazee, as if he were a ghost, hands behind his back, watching Stern's personal performance, Canopy Rain of Stones. He struck the ground with his staff, creating a massive magic circle beneath his feet. The ground within the range began to crack rapidly, turning into countless sharp rock fragments that rushed toward the encroaching vines under the guidance of his staff. Perhaps the power of the rocks seemed more threatening than arrows. The originally piled-up creeping creature began to swell and shrink continuously, releasing more vines that burst from the ground, with some striking the incoming rocks, while others rapidly expanded, attempting to cover the entire area. Aren't you going to help him? Kazee watched as the green curtain gradually closed, tugging at the hunter's clothing beside him. Compared to the creeping creature in the Yifun cave that quickly filled the entire area with vines, this one lacked the overwhelming pressure, yet it was indeed an enemy's attack. Was it really all right to just watch? They're very young, Ausha said softly. Under the moonlight, the wolf-tooth necklace around his neck glimmered. One day they may face similar situations alone, or even worse lineups, just like you. So before forming cooperation with others, they must first learn how to fight alone. Ring Rock Spike. Stern waved his staff, causing sharp stone pillars to erupt from the ground centered around the creeping creature, stabbing at the increasingly vulnerable root center. Rocks give off an impression of heaviness, solidity, and slowness, but in battle on the ground, Earth Mage's attack style is quite flexible, as they can initiate attacks from almost any direction without needing to move. Sensing the imminent attack on its core, the creeping creature retracted its released vines, weaving them into a green birdcage for protection. Heaven's Falling Rock, Rock Lance. Taking advantage of the vast night and the creeping creature's poor vision, a massive rock was sent soaring into the sky, now plummeting rapidly, its surface shedding layers, transforming into a giant knight's lance bearing immense kinetic energy. The creeping creature's vines shattered the surrounding rocky soil, then all converged and spiraled upwards, forming a massive funnel, striving to grasp and crushed the descending rock lance while enduring its weight. Green rays shot forth, striking the thick green mass of intertwined vines, turning the central region into dust that scattered with the wind. The broken vines lost their grip, and the massive rock crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Dispel completed. Furil retracted her horizontal staff, shaking it proudly. The timing is perfect. Wind breath, wind blade. A gentle mountain breeze blew through the jungle, dispersing the dust that obscured the view. The girl raised her staff, which solidified into a light green curved blade, and approached the creeping creature pinned beneath the stone, severing the main stem buried within its heavy body, carefully placing it into a jar and sealing it tightly. Unbeknownst to her, a slender pale root quickly burrowed into the ground beneath her concealed body. Earth shift. Stern tapped the ground with his staff, and as the name suggests, the entire area of land flipped over, exposing the part of the creeping creature rooted underground. Fire. Fireball. A fireball slightly smaller than stone bullet flew out, forming a stark contrast to the previous grand earth magic. Perhaps because there were others nearby, the incantation was whispered almost inaudibly. Furil casually flicked out a gust of wind, carrying away the flame, while also drawing in the remaining escape vines of the creeping creature beneath the ground, incinerating its final body in the scorching flames. Kazee automatically ignored the joking fireball spell, his eyes gleaming as he watched the creeping creature dissipate into smoke. The process of turning it to ash triggered something deep inside him. Truly, mages living in a world filled with magical powers handle problems with elegance and decisiveness, leaving no future troubles behind. Aosha noticed Kazee's expression, leaned down, and quietly asked, "Are you envious?" Then straightening up, he observed Furil stretching with her staff, not far away, playfully patting the boy's head. His height just barely reaching the hunter's chest. "Next year you will definitely pass the magic test and learn powerful spells like them, becoming a capable mage on your own." In the tavern, an inn of Novus Village, Stern relaxedly tilted his head back, swallowing a slightly bitter beer mixed with the aroma of grains and hops, while joyfully savoring the bacon herb roasted deer roll. Furil scooped a bit with a wooden spoon, took a sip, then stuck out her tongue, pushing the cup towards Stern while complaining about its taste, running to the counter to complain to Vinette about whether there were any sweeter drinks. Returning satisfied with a cup of honey wine, Furil squinted her eyes, sipping delicately. After thinking of something, she set down the cup, dodged left and right, appearing behind Kazee's seat, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, her form glowing faintly, as if mixed with something ominous. "Kazee, little friend, you'll be taking the exam next year. Have you been studying well?" "Huh?" Kazee secretly scoffed. "I didn't expect to encounter this childlike tone and the childish adults testing children topic even after leaving the orphanage." Before he could refuse, a white scroll floated out from Furil's bag, landing in her hand. "Don't worry, for you little kids, the magic entrance exam will only cover spells below 3rd ring. I won't make it too difficult for you." The girl hummed a certain melody, cheerfully flipping open her notes taken during class. "For your first question, what categories can the magic we use be divided into?" 6 categories. 0 ring is called a cantrip. 1st to 10th rings are spells. 11th to 13th rings are arcane spells, also known as mystery spells, and spells above arcane are unified as superior spells. Besides that, forbidden spells are discussed in 2 categories. Spells with immense power and unconventional negative effects are classified as forbidden incantations, which must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Spells with severe consequences that could result in unimaginable disasters or violate fundamental human moral boundaries are categorized as taboo spells, which are strictly prohibited by all nations. Spells obtained through prayers to deities by devout believers, which can be mastered and released fluently without constructing a spell model, understanding magical energy flow, or requiring practice, and that possess effects that defy common sense, are called divine spells. Kazee recited without hesitation as he had recalled this content from a higher year textbook, naturally thinking of the werewolves mentioned in a certain breaking special, except that in this world there are many types of beast transformation. Furil, with a face that seemed to indicate good luck for this round, quickly flicked another green scroll with her finger, pretending to be serious. "This is alchemy, which even I find somewhat troublesome. Although most of it won't be mentioned in the entrance exam, occasionally, it could be a challenging question to assess your knowledge. You must not slack off in your studies." 20 minutes later, Furil lay dejectedly on the table, asking the still chewing and engrossed Stern, "Am I really an outstanding student who consistently ranks among the top in every subject, mastering 6th ring spells before graduation?" Stern, "Chew, chew, chew. This is half-year-old deer meat, incredibly delicious. If you don't eat soon, it will get cold. It was my mistake for talking too much. Eating should have silenced your mouth." Stern, "Wasn't it you who asked me?" "Oh, what did she just ask?" Furil Sr., "Huh." The girl peeked her head out from her arms, looking up with a lack of enthusiasm. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "No, we will stay here for at least 3 days, entering the depths of the Novus mountain swamps to trace the origins of the creeping creatures, investigating whether it was an accident caused by lightning or someone deliberately casting fairy magic." It was proven that the creeper monster was indeed caused by a sudden lightning strike. Beside the marsh, a pitch-black tree stood alone, surrounded by numerous muddy traces leading toward the outskirts of the jungle. After finishing their tasks, the duo of mages from the academy waved to Keys, encouraging him to pass the exams, assuring him that the seniors would be waiting for him to join them before graduation. The entire incident was kept low-key, with only Osher Kraut and Keys aware of it. Others believed they were friends that Kraut had made while running errands outside with Keys. A year after the creeper monster was dealt with, no unexpected events occurred in the Novus Mountains, and the village remained as peaceful and calm as ever. That year, Keys officially became a 10-year-old child, having reached the legal age for conducting the magical perception ceremony, according to national laws. The boy gazed into the somewhat murky and tranquil surface of the water basin, almost forgetting the image of the homeless child he had transformed into 4 years ago, as his current appearance, aside from a strand of silver hair, had merged with that of his past life. Of course, age was still a factor. It could only be said that he resembled his childhood self. As for the time, it was the month of life, a season when flowers wilt and leaves grow lush. More specifically, it was June 10th, and the coming week was the time when the Magic Association would conduct perception ceremonies and exams commissioned by the Magic Academy. Hey Keys, are you ready yet? We need to leave. Kraut lay lazily on the cart, appearing somewhat impatient. Coming. The boy wiped his face with a towel, patted his wrinkle-free clothes, closed the door, and climbed onto the cart. The situation in Novus Village was somewhat special. It consisted of ordinary people who could no longer survive in the city and hoped to make a living through their own efforts, resembling a mountain outpost. Under harsh conditions, living beings tend to avoid breeding, which is why over the years, while villagers came and went, there were no children in the village. Thus, the villagers mostly stood at the tavern entrance waving goodbye to Keys, who, despite not being the so-called hope of the entire village, had spent 4 years with them and was the only child they had watched grow up, containing a special sentiment. From a distance, looking at the dust rising from the hilltop, Maid Ison stood at her doorstep, pushed up her small glasses, snorted softly, and shook her head before returning inside. Over the past 4 years, she had not dismissed Keys as she had on their first meeting, and she was undoubtedly the person who understood his learning state and progress the best in the village. However, no matter how well Keys performed or exceeded expectations, she often remarked, "I am not satisfied," which meant that even if Keys reached her level, Maid Ison would still complain about the slow pace of his progress. As usual, Kraut led Keys, and the boy's heart was as calm as the road he had walked for 4 years. As an adult who had traversed into this world possessing extraordinary power, it would truly be embarrassing if he could not measure up to a group of real 10-year-olds in such a level of examination. The only area where he lacked confidence was in his perception of magical essence, which dates back to a century ago. According to the recorded history in books, some scholars discovered through research that most people with magical talent could only clearly sense the flow of magical essence at the age of 16, which is the age of adulthood, and this is the prerequisite for casting spells. However, at this age, people's bodies are basically fully developed and solidified. To have them start from scratch and absorb a large amount of spell knowledge and practice spellcasting would be somewhat unreasonable. Therefore, these scholars conducted numerous casting experiments and researched many potion materials, eventually formulating a potion that could enhance children's sensitivity to magical essence. However, this potion had certain side effects. The improvement work continued for a long time, pushing the age requirement to 10 years, allowing the potion to be used without any side effects when combined with the ceremony, of course, only for those with the aptitude to sense magical essence. However, this was a significant improvement compared to the past. The Magic Academy was eventually established and gradually evolved a complete set of systemic processes over the course of 100 years, greatly increasing the number of mages. The population in the Duchy of Jacques-Monde had prospered significantly compared to the past few decades, and the costs for the materials used in the ceremonies were covered by the treasury, reducing many expenses. However, the number of people who could successfully perceive the existence of magical essence still remained very few. Many ordinary families would not expect miracles to occur. Even if there was such a possibility, they could not afford the expensive tuition fees of the Magic Academy, despite the Academy's efforts to keep the fees as low as possible. Without talent, it was even less likely to extravagantly hire someone to teach their children magical theory and then participate in challenging magical exams aiming to become lifelong theoretical scholars. Most who could afford this were nobles seeking to provide a decent career for the lazy family offspring who lacked magical talent. This time, Kraut did not arrive in town right on time, but due to the journey, they still arrived relatively late. Standing at the back of the line with Keys, fortunately thanks to this social environment, there was no long queue at the entrance of the Magic Association. The boy curiously observed the internal structure of the building, tiptoeing to look for the figures of Fuller and Stern among the mages in robes. Kraut patted his head. "Stop looking, they haven't graduated yet, and won't be responsible for this. I heard they went to handle a bear attack incident." Keys didn't actually want to find someone to chat or take a shortcut. He just thought that if there were familiar faces it would be somewhat reassuring, but since they were busy with work, there was nothing to be done. The perception ceremony was conducted in batches, each lasting about 5 to 10 minutes, and was quite efficient. When it was Keys' turn, Kraut stepped aside to submit the fee while Keys followed the other 9 children into a dim room, led by a man in a robe. The room was dark, lit only by a candle in the corner, and a massive magic array was carved into the floor using some golden material. Each child received a metal plate and a vial of potion and laid down in the magic array according to the instructions, spaced far apart from one another. "All right, children, now listen to me." The man's voice came from somewhere in the darkness. "When I say start, drink the potion, then lie down and find the most comfortable position for you. Close your eyes and strive to imagine what the world looks like based on my descriptions. When you can see countless interwoven colors in the darkness with your eyes closed, and you feel a substance circulating throughout your body with your blood, this indicates that you possess the talent to perceive magical essence. Maintain this state until the end. But no matter what happens, do not speak, do not draw attention, and do not make any movements. Be silent, the tokens I give you will record everything. After this, whether you wish to take the test or exam or leave here has nothing to do with me or anyone else. Do you understand? The man was very satisfied to hear, no opposing voices. Excellent. Then drink your potion, lie down, close your eyes, and quietly listen to my descriptions. Our country is the Duchy of Jacques Monde, located in the central region of the continent. Standing outdoors, one can see vibrant forest grasslands and the majestic snow-capped mountains in the distance. A winding stream flows by, shimmering under the sunlight. You float on the water like a piece of driftwood enveloped by the gentle currents, with sunlight warming your face, passionate and pure, while a soft, almost intangible breeze brushes against your cheeks. Before long, you drifted from the stream to the river. The sky turned gloomy, with yellow lightning visible and raindrops splashed against your face. The once gentle water began to show its power. You felt a chill on your skin as the hurricane whipped up waves in the river. Helpless, you drifted with the wind, fortunate to be washed ashore among the trees. Unlike the ethereal flow of water, the earth was heavy and solid, instilling a sense of inexplicable safety. A bolt of jagged lightning sliced through the dark sky, striking the trees around you. The trees instantly turned to charcoal, igniting in a raging inferno. You felt the heat, dryness, and thirst amidst the blazing flames consuming the forest. A seedling broke through the ground beneath you, growing into a towering tree, with its powerful life force lifting you up and piercing through the clouds floating in the air. You felt nothing, everything around you fell into the void. You listened to the man's descriptions, roughly understanding their meaning. Each time a void was used to reconstruct a scene, and then through direct descriptions of specific characteristics of an element, the most intuitive sensory experiences were used to guide the children in recognizing the elements. Once he grasped all of this, the problem became much simpler. The ceremony itself was designed for children who did not have such a deep understanding of the world and found it challenging to comprehend what elements were. But he was different. Imagining what plant growth, water, and fire were was not difficult, especially since the ever-growing vines in the cave had left a profound impression on him. Before him, the outlines of the vines became increasingly blurred, transforming into a green expanse, which then shifted into scattered patches of color, creating more hues around, as if watercolor had fallen into a water tank intertwining. After that, all the colors faded away. He saw children lying on the ground in various positions, and there was even a male mage crouching on the ground, vividly reciting something. He held several sheets of paper in his hand and occasionally glanced at them under the candlelight. No, it seems I have unconsciously opened my divine sense, but regardless, this should count as a success, right? Is there anything recorded on the token? The divine sense swept over the token held in his arms, revealing what others could not see in the darkness. Elemental affinity high, elemental resonance weak, elemental transformation slow, overall conclusion, magical affinity D. Each world has its own symbols to indicate levels, but here it is merely represented with letters that everyone understands more clearly. The assessment of an individual's magical ability can fundamentally be divided into these aspects. Elemental affinity refers to the types of elements one can sense, which determines the types of spells one can use in the future. Elemental resonance indicates how many compatible elements can be invoked, affecting the power of spellcasting. Elemental transformation refers to the speed at which one can absorb and transform magical essence from the air. The combination of the three generally represents an individual's overall magical aptitude. Unmarried children will continue to develop, so this summary of magical aptitude is relatively one-sided. However, it must be said that a child who can be tested and found to have good aptitude is unlikely to fall behind others in the future, as long as they do not suffer any setbacks, since everyone is growing and improving. He was somewhat prepared for his own aptitude. He had thought that he might not sense any elements at all, or perhaps be a prodigy. Although his current level was low, he still had some, and as long as he had some, there was no problem. According to this world's classification of magical affinity, there are 7 levels sapped F. Those below F can be classified as ordinary people. Even if they can sense, they can only release flames the size of matches or water droplets, which have little power. Those with level affinity or lower can only cast spells of the 3rd ring or lower, meaning they can only remain at the level of a magical apprentice or barely become a formal mage for their entire lives. Above level, it becomes relatively flexible. It seems that level is a threshold, a point where quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. As long as one exceeds it, future achievements will not solely depend on talent, but must also be combined with personal effort. Even with level affinity, one can become a legendary mage capable of casting 13th ring spells. The Magic Academy set the admission requirements considering various factors. Based on the results of physical fitness tests and the magic theory exam, achieving C in any 2 subjects is sufficient for admission. If a single subject achieves A or higher in magical affinity, special admission is possible. There has been doubt about why students with excellent results in magical theory cannot be admitted on special grounds, while those who meet the standards for physical fitness and affinity can. Why is physical fitness still required? In response, the Magic Academy once took them to visit the working environment of the Spell Research Institute, which had a massive spell testing ground. Researchers in blue and white robes held pens and scrolls, slightly tilting their heads to face the slicing wind blades that passed by, steadily writing on their scrolls. They lack excellent spellcasting abilities and cannot construct complex spell models. To perceive the differences in the power of improved spells, they willingly stand in the testing field, experiencing the changes time and again. Even so, they have produced results that even legendary mages admire, becoming an indispensable force in advancing the country's spell development. He had initially planned likewise. If he did not possess good talent, or even no talent at all, he would become a researcher with an overwhelming physical prowess, continuing to explore the mysteries of this world, delving into the magical powers that differ entirely from technology. The perception ceremony quickly concluded, and on the surface no changes were apparent. Upon exiting the room, looking at their tokens, no one voiced their feelings or showed dejection. They walked towards their parents, quietly discussing future plans. D did not meet the standards. He naturally approached crowd, and the two of them carefree walked out of the Mage Association's door, completely different from those still frowning inside. So what do you think? Hey, do you want to come with me to do business? I was thinking that if you go to the Magic Academy, our future beer development work will slow down. This is a golden goose that will bring in a continuous supply of gold coins into our pockets. We could even establish our own commercial guild, hire mages, build up our influence, and create a powerful commercial empire. And you are thinking too much. Give up. I have no business acumen. That is something you can deal with alone. Besides, I am absolutely confident in my physical fitness test and magic exam. I have decided to go to the Magic Academy. He interrupted Kraut's grand vision as he vividly depicted a wonderful future. Sigh, it truly is a pity. I have never seen such a promising industry in my life. What is the point of doing research instead of learning spells? Don't worry. Being a spell researcher isn't just about studying spells. I can also research potions, forging, alchemy, and enchantment. In short, countless new and exciting things await me to bring into this world. Kraut's eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed, only to brighten again. Initially, I thought you might be boasting, but considering how you creatively used snakeweed to change beer, I believe you could indeed change the world. At that point, he paused. If there could be someone within the researcher team to inform me of the latest progress or alchemical product developments, I might be able to prepare for the upcoming trends among adventurers in advance. Could you really be a genius? Please, given our currently stable beer collaboration, remember to contact me first for any good products. The two casually chose a nearby restaurant for lunch, then calculated the time and returned to the Mage Association. In the afternoon came the physical aptitude assessment. Once enough candidates had assembled, an overseeing mage would escort them to the testing grounds, secured in advance by the association's president from the city lord's garrison, and hastily converted into an improvised assessment zone using arcane alchemical apparatus. Given that the examinees were children, and mindful of inclusivity for commoners, no complex disciplines such as swordsmanship were included. Instead, evaluation focused holistically on stamina, strength, speed, and reflexes. All right, everyone, please watch me closely. When this group of 20 or 30 children arrived at the site, a female mage with cascading golden curls approached from the side. Her robe hung loosely over a sharply tailored undergarment, lending her an air of effortless grace. She clapped once to gather attention. You're already familiar with the physical assessment structure. For distinct stations stand prominently at the corners of this field. You may freely choose the least crowded station to begin, rotate sequentially among them, and finally reconvene here upon completing all 4 tests. Before commencing each test, hand your medal identification token to the attendant station there. That token encodes your unique mana signature. Any mismatch between token and bearer invalidates all results. So, anyone wishing to withdraw now? No one moved. They exchanged glances, hesitant, silent, unmoving. Excellent. Clearly, everyone respects the rules, and no one has brought a substitute in their stead. One final reminder: we remain within the military compound. Do not wander off after your tests conclude. We'll escort you all out together before dismissal. Oh, and nearly forgot, I inspected every one of these devices this morning with meticulous care. Their calibration is flawless. Your scores are therefore absolutely accurate. Should you question your result, do not approach me. I offer no explanations. Understood. Then proceed to your stations. Among the children, friendships surfaced instantly. Small clusters formed, then dispersed toward their chosen testing zones. Keezy approached a track-like area, and like the others, handed his medal token to the attending mage. The ritual stirred a faint echo of university physical exams, a universal, unvarnished method of measuring corporeal capability, it seemed, across all worlds. This circuit measures precisely 500 meters. This line marks both start and finish. Your task is to complete 10 full laps. You may begin at any moment, but note timing initiates the instant you cross the line for the first time and halts automatically upon your 10th crossing. Those who feel capable may select armor of varying weights from the rack beside me. Your choice will factor directly into your final physical score, but choose wisely. Now you may begin. This track looks absurdly small. Can it truly be 500 meters? Won't we collide running in circles like confused beetles? Musing inwardly, Keezy stepped from the queue, selected a 30-kilogram suit of armor from the rack, and slipped it on. He hefted it thoughtfully. It weighed about as much as the game he routinely hunted. Returning to the field, he found most children already underway, shuffling slowly across the cramped space like lethargic tortoises. Suppressing his doubts, Keezy crossed the start-finish line and surged forward, only to freeze mid-stride. Where did they go? Where are those children? Did they finish already and vanish? But momentum carried him onward. His physique was exceptional. Unlike mundane physical exams, he conserved no energy for a final sprint. He charged forth from the outset with unrestrained, thunderous strides. Then, suddenly, a chime rang faintly in his ears. In that instant the strangeness dissolved. He completed his 10th lap, unaware until then that he'd already burst beyond the field's boundary. Like the other children strewn across the ground, he collapsed, breath ragged and body spent, then peeled the heavy armor from himself piece by piece, as though shedding a second skin. After several minutes' rest, his breathing steadying, Kizi hung the armor back on its rack, reclaimed his token, stretched his upper body, and hurried toward the next station. The remaining 3 assessments required no elaboration: strength measured via weighted lifting, explosive speed via a 100-meter sprint, and reflexes tested by dodging launched arrows. How did it go? Plot lowered the textbook shielding his face and turned toward Kizi, just returned from testing. Not bad, I earned a B. Honestly, I'd expected at least an A given my background. That's perfectly reasonable. Don't underestimate this assessment. An A rating signifies physical prowess rivaling that of ordinary wild beasts, not merely the capacity to slay them unaided by magic. Translated into raw metrics, it means matching a cheetah's velocity or a grizzly bear's raw power. As a child, you'd never have attained B without Aunt Usha's rigorous training and your daily hunts. An S rating denotes physicality comparable to common magical beasts, or inherently gifted races: orcs, halforcs, dwarves for sheer might, elves for peerless agility. Even seasoned soldiers rarely achieve formal S classification. Their norm hovers near A. Plot Rose closed the textbook and extended it toward Kizi. Rituals and physical tests are absolute. Pass or fail, no ambiguity. They continue over the next 2 days. The magical examination permits only 1 attempt. No leaks, no retakes. Would you like to review further while you still can? Kizi confidently thumbed backward over his shoulder and strode ahead, declaring with quiet certainty, absolutely unnecessary. Huh. Plot adjusted his hat and hurried after him. Then why carry that mountain of books? Honestly, I don't recall the academy entrance exam requiring this many texts. Probably just my personal study habit. It brings peace of mind. Study habit. Utterly baffling. Back in their room above the tavern, Kizi vaulted onto the bed the moment he entered. Plot moved to the table to gather his belongings. What are your plans for the next 2 days? One to the city. Kizi rolled onto his back, face upturned toward Clot. Truthfully, I'd rather keep studying. This morning I finally sensed mana. I believe I'm ready to cast cantrips. Would you teach me a simple one? Better not. Since you're bound for the academy, let them instruct you properly. Beyond specialized cantrips, learning spellcraft from scratch is best left to formal pedagogy. Every practitioner subtly refines their casting habits through lived experience. If you're not a self-taught rogue, foundational instruction prevents ingrained flaws, habits that could severely hinder your future magical research. Besides, starting tomorrow, I'll be occupied with business. No time to tutor you daily. And if I'm away, please refrain from unsupervised experimentation. Accidentally detonating the tavern incurs restitution, and possibly a visit to the city watch. Fine. Kizi sighed, flopping face down again, voice muffled and resigned. I'll just lie here reading for 2 days then. Actually, I understand that exhilaration. To sense mana for the first time is profoundly stirring. Plot finished packing, poured himself water, and settled into a chair. If that fervor proves unbearable, consider visiting the shops instead. Familiarize yourself with tools you'll soon wield. Not just spells, but alchemical reagents, herbal components, potions. For years, Mistress Madison supplied them all. Now you hold the authority to choose. You've a modest sum remaining after tuition, ample to acquire essentials. Should something catch your eye, purchase it without hesitation. Kizi shot upright, fingers brushing his small coin pouch. I hadn't even considered that. Any recommended shops? I'll go first thing tomorrow. When you couldn't perceive mana, such matters naturally escaped notice. Directly opposite the Mage Association stands a row of reputable establishments, offering magical materials, apothecary supplies, and enchanted gear. Their proximity to the association speaks volumes. Their reputation, quality, and pricing are all rigorously upheld. As for equipment, most blacksmiths forge arms for warriors where mana conductivity matters little. If you seek staves or similar implements, you'll need the specialty shop dedicated solely to arcane armaments. Be warned, prices there are staggering. Some items exceed 7 years' tuition at the academy. Spend prudently, lest you pay tuition and starve thereafter. Being a mage is astonishingly expensive, Kizi murmured, gazing at his meager handful of gold coins. Wait a few years. When our beer expands into foreign markets, your financial burdens will ease considerably. At minimum, it will sustain your magical studies. That night passed quietly. Plot rose early and departed in his wagon, destination unknown. Kizi bought breakfast, ate heartily, then ambled toward the Mage Association, still witnessing parents guiding children to the mana-sensing ritual. A young woman clutching a staff hurried down the street, stumbled clumsily into a youth, and tumbled backward onto the cobbles, whimpering, "Ow, ow, ow." A warm hand reached down gently to lift her. The other offered her fallen staff. Such haste. What's the rush? Might I assist you? The girl hesitated, then revealed her origins. So this was the intended narrative thread, eh? Kizi scanned the surroundings, searching intently for the trigger point of a quest. Reality defied expectation. No frantic maidens dashed past. No ailing elders lay dying in alleyways. Carriages rolled smoothly, keeping pace with mounted riders. Vendors hawked wares as usual. No scoundrels refused payment. He kicked aside a pebble blocking his path, watching it trace a graceful arc before settling back onto the earth. it seems novels aren't entirely faithful to truth. True to word, a row of shops stood opposite the Mage Association, each bearing clear, intuitive signage. A steaming cauldron and leaf denoted the apothecary. A staff marked the arcane armory. Remembering he was unaccompanied by Clot, Kesey hesitated, then entered the apothecary named Gurgle Gurgle. Though its name struck him as peculiar, the proprietor merely glanced up, then resumed his work, making no move to eject the boy. The shop brimmed with wooden boxes, glass vials of iridescent liquids, and wide jars preserving unidentifiable organs in amber fluid, an overwhelming, dazzling panorama. Mistress Madison always prepared materials meticulously, whether for daily practice or progress evaluations. Kesey had never before confronted such breadth of apothecary resources in a single place. Refined gold powder. Mistress Madison used a pinch in her elixirs. Remarkably, it costs 10% more than its weight in coin. Only after formally studying potion brewing did Kesey grasp why fantasy realms adopted gold and silver as currency. Gold's chemical inertness made it ideal as a stabilizing agent in alchemy and pharmacology. Silver, a superb conductor of mana, was alloyed into magitech weaponry. Another metal, nearly identical in hue to silver, possessed extraordinary mana-conductive properties. Its discoverer named it mithril, a rare and revered substance celebrated across literature and legend. What is this? Is it also used in potion making? Kesey stared curiously at a thick ochre-hued root, sliced cleanly into segments, each sprouting delicate finger-like tendrils. Master, what is this ingredient? The elderly proprietor, neat mustache framing his lips, lowered his book and peered over Devil's Hand, also called Ghost Bell. It's processed for toxins. A child like you shouldn't handle it. Satisfy your curiosity elsewhere. Ghost Bell? That's it. Perhaps because Mistress Madison was a consummate apothecary who never brewed poisons, Kesey had encountered Ghost Bell only in textbooks, and in the scholarly works of Master Ifuen, never in tangible form. And yet, wasn't this simply a potato? No wonder Ifuen described it as a remarkably promising edible crop, far less menacing in nature than its ominous moniker implied. Humans remove potato sprouts before consumption due to their neurotoxic alkaloids, causing anything from nausea to death. Yet in this world, the Ghost Bell, as Ifuen confirmed, required no domestication. It was inherently non-toxic, except when sprouting. Its name derived not from phonetic translation but from resemblance to an ancient percussion instrument, the horse bell, round, slightly flattened, resonant in form. So the sprouts, elongated and finger-like, earned the epithet Devil's Hand, and the tuber itself the haunting title Ghost Bell. Kesey longed to buy some to cultivate at home, to see whether true potatoes emerged, but the master's tone suggested refusal. He'd need Claude's help sourcing it later. Ifuen's treatise mentioned it. Though so much else demanded attention, he'd reflect more deeply once away from the city. Soon his gaze drifted from the enigmatic tuber to gleaming racks before him, displaying sets of pristine, exquisitely crafted apparatus. Wow. At Mistress Madison's he'd used only plain, undecorated tools. He'd never imagined such elegance. Ornate engravings dancing across polished surfaces. He was utterly defenseless against such refined, complete ensembles. Excuse me, how much for this set? The master, hearing his soft gasp, didn't look up. 25 gold crowns. Then, setting his book aside, he ambled over, carefully lifted the set from its shelf. Don't mistake price for extravagance. It reflects true worth. These pharmaceutical kits were forged by a dwarf master at my commission. Gold lines their inner walls, vastly enhancing stability during brewing. The surface engravings serve more than aesthetics. They embed a subtle rune sealing the vessel's interior from reactive compounds and simplifying residue cleanup. Observe its base, a metal of extraordinary thermal conductivity fully encased within the outer material. Its sole function to distribute heat evenly across every surface, further ensuring potion consistency. Remarkably, it is neutral, neither fire-aligned nor elemental, eliminating interference with reaction outcomes. Moreover, in short, reconciling peak performance with practical usability demanded immense effort and costly rare materials. Incredible. One day I'll craft my own set of apothecary tools. Kesey's eyes widened. He finally grasped the visceral thrill experienced by anglers hoisting rod cases or photographers cradling lens kits. Huh. The master froze, almost laughing in disbelief. Child, don't speak recklessly. This isn't conjured by wishful words. Yet the joy you embody, selecting materials, designing forms, forging them into reality. That's the very essence of creation, isn't it? He left unsaid, like the angler assembling his rod, the photographer pairing lenses with bodies, the model maker coaxing ships from bottles with tweezers and glue. That is the singular ecstasy of DIY, albeit often prohibitively expensive. Yes. You're right, child. The master paused, then tenderly repacked the set and placed it back on its shelf. He gazed at his weathered hands, then turned away, leaving behind only a quiet, contemplative silhouette. I cherish sharing the ingenuity embedded in objects I've helped design and build, just as fleeting inspiration strikes during alchemical synthesis or potion brewing. That spark, that is their enduring allure. A bear with an owl's face hurriedly fled, pursued by a slow-moving boy, while a girl, fists clenched and waving her arms in the air, expressed her dissatisfaction with his speed. Although Kesey had a fondness for it, he couldn't afford to buy a top-tier set of equipment. Instead, he purchased a pure edition new-style alchemy kit, made of ceramics and glass, for just 1 gold coin as recommended by the shopkeeper, along with an additional silver stirring rod and dragon hide gloves for handling dangerous materials costing another gold coin. The dragon hide here is from a type of subdragon known as the earth dragon, which exhibits good resistance to many magical spells. Real dragons are difficult to hunt, and their prices are not friendly to common mages. After this experience, he calmed down momentarily about purchasing a staff, deciding to forego visiting the equipment shop to admire those beautifully crafted staffs with prices that were certainly unappealing and would only evoke envy. What did you say? You want me to buy some ghost bells? Are you about to take an exam and your mind is a bit muddled? Upon returning to the tavern that night, Crowder was astonished to hear about the items Kazee had asked him to buy. Indeed, Kazee had set his sights on potatoes again, as they were not only affordable, but also had excellent flavors when cooked, serving as a primary ingredient for brewing a certain kind of alcoholic beverage, which was vodka. Since he couldn't afford a staff right now, he decided to continue his research and sale of alcoholic beverages, knowing that he would achieve true financial freedom sooner or later. In cold countries, the production of vodka has an advantage due to the harsh and prolonged winters that arrive early, which greatly increases the starch content in grains. In this world where agriculture is underdeveloped and food is generally scarce, brewing with a large quantity of grains and distilling repeatedly is evidently a bit extravagant and not very cost-effective. Thus, cultivating starch-rich potatoes is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, vodka produced from potatoes is known as Absolute Vodka and is one of the best-selling vodka brands globally. Weren't you lamenting yesterday that the research on beer was slowing down? Now there's a better opportunity, we can launch another variety and for a long time not have to worry about sales, even exporting it abroad. Wait, you're talking about brewing beer? What will we use to brew it? No, it's not beer, it's something else. What will we use to brew it? Of course, ghost bells. Oh, Kazee, Crowder organized his words, gesturing as he spoke. I know some toxins may have hallucinogenic effects, making people feel a bit that's it, immersed and unable to extricate themselves. However, the toxins in ghost bells are entirely different, and brewing with hallucinogenic substances is illegal. Who said I want to brew with hallucinogenic substances? I still want to earn money to buy a staff. Then why use ghost bells? Because the next drink we're launching will use a lot of grains. We need to distill the alcohol repeatedly, which will increase the concentration while the quantity decreases. I also looked at some relevant laws while you were selling beer, and it is said that brewing with grains and exporting them has certain restrictions to prevent everyone from brewing and consuming too much grain, which could lead to widespread famine. However, ghost bells are not grains, and they are not entirely toxic. In fact, only the green parts and the sprouts, known as devil's hands, are truly poisonous. If they haven't sprouted, they can be safely consumed. Are you serious? Crowder frowned suspiciously. Quite serious, and potatoes taste quite good, especially when fried. So what are potatoes? They are ghost bells. They resemble horse bells, don't they, eh? And they are similar to sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes? What are those? Crowder's expression grew more puzzled. They are plants similar to ghost bells, but longer and spindle-shaped. Wait, there's a problem. Kazee frowned, realizing that something was off. Speaking of which, sweet potatoes are also a high-yield crop and have alleviated famine in the past, yet he had never seen any trace of sweet potatoes in this grain-scarce world, nor any sweet potato chips or roasted sweet potatoes. Recalling the previously overlooked information, it seemed that Ivan's book had studied the non-toxic characteristics of ghost bells, yet there was no mention of sweet potatoes. Could it be that such things didn't exist here? If that were the case, wouldn't roasted sweet potatoes, fragrant and tender with oil oozing from their cracked red skins, cease to exist? What about roasted sweet potato soup? Kazee's right fist struck his left palm. This is a magical world, and since they don't exist, he should try to cultivate similar wild tubers. So when did sweet potatoes appear, and how did they come to be? Oh no, I forgot. Let's leave that question for later. Well, that's not important. In general, ghost bells are non-toxic. They can be brewed into alcohol, are profitable, can be cooked, taste great, and have high yields, replacing grains. Do you understand? I somewhat understand, but I still feel a bit uneasy about using this for brewing. Before we go back, I'll buy a little for you, and you can prove its harmlessness to me before we implement this plan. And have you considered that the raw materials for this alcohol will always be revealed? This poses another problem of how to prove to others that our brewing materials are non-toxic. That's simple. We just need to guide public opinion in advance. What? You mean? Public opinion guidance. It feels like you've thrown a lot of fresh terms at me today. Can you say something I can understand? Public opinion guidance is about using public sentiment to influence others' awareness, directing people's intentions, and thereby controlling their behavior, causing events to unfold in the direction we expect. Public opinion refers to the attitudes and opinions expressed publicly about a particular event. Take, for example, the beer we produce. Adventurers who have drunk it in the tavern say it's good, which is a form of public opinion. We can leverage this public opinion for promotion, encouraging more people to think the beer is good and then come to our tavern. Crowder looked troubled, but isn't this a bit difficult? If what you say is true, it would require a sufficiently high-level illusion or mental mage. Not to mention whether we can find one. Even if someone can use a spell that affects so many people, it's not something we could afford. No, it doesn't require magic. This is a simple social rule. As long as there is a group of intelligent beings with significant individual differences, information dissemination will be necessary, and we just manipulate the content and process of that information dissemination. So what you're saying makes sense to me. Isn't it just advertising? You're talking in circles. This is something we merchants are quite familiar with. So your idea is to find someone to promote that ghost bells are non-toxic. I still find it somewhat impractical. What exactly do you want to do? Setting agenda attributes and opinion leaders, these two have always been effective means of dissemination. We set a topic and define its nature. Regardless of whether others agree with this view, there will certainly be those who go to verify it along that attribute direction. If the attribute is false or elusive and difficult to prove, that's fine. But they will ultimately reach the conclusion that our viewpoint is correct. If this topic is disadvantageous to some, they might fabricate lies to refute it. However, since we haven't even made the alcohol yet, the statement potatoes are edible will not harm anyone's interests. Farmers can still cultivate them, and nobles can still compel farmers to grow them. Plus, we have another edible crop. Scholars with achievements in herbal studies will announce their findings to confirm the viewpoint. Although this is not a major discovery, it holds significant value. Compared to completely ignorant ordinary people, they will become authorities on this topic and leaders guiding others' viewpoints. As a result, the non-toxicity of ghost bells will become widely known, and brewing vodka from potatoes will become a behavior that aligns with the trend of the times. That sounds quite plausible. Crowder nodded slightly. Lady Mage Ison may not study the uses of ghost bells, but she might seek verification upon hearing this news. So according to you, after proving your conclusion to me, I need to hire some people to go to the tavern where most adventurers gather and where news spreads quickly to tell them that ghost bells seem to be non-toxic plants, and then set up a so-called topic. Oh, Kazi gently covered his head with both hands and tugged at his hair. It's not like that. Don't you think it sounds a bit forced? Where did this news come from? Why was it spread? Who spread it? What purpose did they have in disseminating this information? Who would casually eat a plant universally recognized as poisonous? While people are seeking verification, these things will naturally be considered. If someone ponders a little and finds it to be nonsense, it will be dismissed as a boring rumor. Then when we bring up the related topic later, it will become even more challenging. Crowder suddenly snorted and couldn't help but chuckle. You asked who would casually eat a universally recognized poisonous plant. Isn't it you? Huh, what? Not me. I only consume it after thoroughly researching and confirming that it truly has no toxins, then taking necessary precautions before eating it. But the research process I put forward is incomprehensible to common people, and authorities wouldn't bother with a child like me. It lacks persuasive power for the public. So what do you suggest we do? Don't stutter, just tell me the final plan. I'm worried you'll throw in more terms I won't understand, or I don't want to hear anything else. Kazi lamented. It must be accidental ingestion. Imagine a farmer going up the mountain to gather fruits and accidentally mixing in a ghost bell with the wild carrots. Naturally, the farmer wouldn't recognize what this toxic herb is, and I don't believe that no one has ever been poisoned or died from mistakenly eating ghost bells. When a neighbor drops by and discovers what he's eating, he informs him that it's a toxic herb and urges him to see a doctor. However, this farmer can't afford a doctor, so he resolves to wait at home for death. But after cooking, the taste of the ghost bell turns out soft and delicious, nothing like poison. Thinking that he's going to die anyway, he might as well finish the rest, yet miraculously he survives. After all these years, how did I not realize that you also have a talent for storytelling? Crowder continued to tease. Nonsense. I believe that most plants once deemed inedible have been proven edible, generally stemming from such accidents. And do you know what the backyard fence principle is? Sigh, here we go again. I'm just worried about such situations. I don't know, you explain it. For example, one message is a long-winded announcement from the king regarding policy, and another message is that our beloved princess has given birth to a particularly cute little prince. Which one would you like to hear first? Hey. Crowder covered the boy's mouth. Although our king is very wise and magnanimous, there are some things you should keep to yourself and not speak recklessly. I was just giving an example. Kazi swatted away the merchant's hand, which was tainted with the smell of copper. So which one would you choose? Well, if it has nothing to do with merchants, who wants to hear the king ramble on? Exactly. We can classify events into front yard parlors and backyard fences. Compared to formal investigations, these tales of miraculously surviving individuals are the gossip ordinary people love to discuss during their leisure time. You find someone to act it out, and when spreading the news, there's no need to emphasize it. You can simply say, have you heard something curious happened in the neighboring village? Then others will naturally come over. You can cast this story out, and when the topic reaches a phenomenal level, it should be enough to attract the attention of relevant scholars. We can then fabricate. Not fabricate, this is a fact. Perhaps I can find an excuse to ask Grandma Mage Ison. In any case, it's a report stating that experts prove ghost bells to be a magical plant that is non-toxic in itself, only becoming toxic when it grows sprouts and turns green. At that point, the topic's credibility will be much higher. Then, to verify this miraculous fact, more true experts will conduct experiments to validate it, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion as I did, and ghost bells will become a safe crop. Of course, I prefer to call it horsebell potato. Plodder immediately chimed in. The initiation and effectiveness of this so-called agenda setting requires some time. Just as your wine currently lacks even a sample, and if I'm not mistaken, the materials available on the market are not to your liking, and cultivation is required specifically. Once the news about the non-toxic potato, let's call it, that spreads completely, the wine you envisioned should also produce a qualified finished product seamlessly integrated for sale. You truly are a businessman, your mind works quickly, and you are absolutely right. Cozy raised his index finger and thumb to form an O shape. In fact, there is another obstacle for the potato to officially become the primary material, and that is its size, or rather its yield, which still requires my cultivation and optimization. Grandma Madison once lent me a book called Handbook of Poisons to help me understand the medicinal properties, telling me to read it well so that I would know how to counteract in case of relevant situations. It just so happened that there was research on the devil's hand toxin in that book mentioning that this toxin is difficult to cultivate because after planting for several generations the plants would become stunted with shriveled leaves and decreased yield. The book only casually mentioned this, as the toxin content in potato sprouts is even higher. Cozy's words were half true. The first part was indeed true, but the focus of making poisons is the potato sprouts, not the potato itself. The later research was a conclusion drawn by Ifen to cultivate edible crops, and it also addressed part of the issue of viruses causing the potato's degradation and the intergenerational transmission problem. The previous people were only focused on making poisons. Their perspective was quite superficial. However, you discovered by chance that potatoes are non-toxic and can be consumed, leading to deeper research, and since you have proposed its drawbacks, there must be a corresponding countermeasure. Clotter pinched his chin. Even if we launch a new variety of wine, it will only be temporarily hindered by the potato's yield. I believe the king would be very interested in a new edible crop. If you can increase its yield, we could completely collaborate with the state. Report the method to the king. He has always been very open-minded, allowing us to make appropriate requests to increase our share of wine production and even facilitating the export process. You're right. If you have connections in this area, we could request authorization from the king and then create our own brand. This involves symbolic dissemination, making our brand a symbol of high-quality wine so that when people think of good wine, they think of us. Of course, all of this is quite distant. I'll explain it to you slowly later. That's a very fresh perspective. I understand now, just like the current four major merchants, Cartervale, Mutiga, Taravis, and Canaan, when it comes to good products, people will think of them first. However, Clotter did not display the same excitement as when he previously mentioned the concept of a commercial empire. A circle of black ripples appeared on the pristine lake surface and quickly vanished. It's hard to imagine that the one who came up with these wonderful ideas is actually a little brat about to enter a magic academy. In fact, this is nothing unusual. Cozy had long known that excessive maturity would attract others' attention, and he answered naturally, his tone somewhat melancholic. Actually, these are just common social rules hidden within numerous social phenomena. Because I cannot use magic, I may overlook some things, but I will pay special attention to interesting matters while also using the time you usually spend drinking beer to observe other patrons in the tavern. Is that so? By the way, do I really drink every time? Clotter's gaze flickered a little, whistling while looking at the ceiling. Haha, villager Ostic's decision to keep you here was truly the wisest decision in recent years. The merchant discreetly shifted the topic. So do you have a good name for this new wine? Vodka. Cozy answered without hesitation. Actually, I was just casually asking. I didn't expect you to have thought of it in advance. Does the name have any meaning? It's a term I happen to see, but I've forgotten which language it's from, or it means water. You named a bottle of wine water. That's quite a morbid sense of humor. Cozy said with a meaningful tone. Vodka is different from beer, honey, wine, and the like. In my conception, it will undergo more than 3 filtration processes using a material I call activated carbon for filtration. The final product will be free of impurities and odors, pure, achieving the standard of being colorless, tasteless, and odorless. Isn't that almost like water? If what you say is true, then this name is rather fitting. It could even serve as a gimmick, branding it as a spring-like beverage. Indeed, the appearance is like that, but in essence it has a high alcohol content. Drinking it feels like the sun's heat, especially in winter. It can even ward off the cold. Moreover, vodka can perfectly blend with other drinks, creating even more intoxicating mixed beverages. Trust me, this will be the main direction of our business in the future, using vodka as the base liquor and, like alchemy, formulating different drinks targeted at various demographics. Clotter, seeing his proud demeanor as he envisioned the future, couldn't help but issue a warning. Then you will offend a large number of taverns and beverage merchants. When that time comes, not only will you have to deal with commercial opposition, but you also need to guard against potential hired assassins. However, right now you haven't even dealt with the raw materials, so thinking about all this seems rather distant. Cozy clapped his hands. That will be your concern. Didn't we agree that I will focus on research and leave the rest to you? You also know that I am still a little brat who needs to attend a magic academy. I was just saying. If you are already so visionary and accurately foresee the impending new product, then if I cannot prepare countermeasures in advance, I might as well not be a merchant anymore. The two of them exchanged enthusiastic remarks, but it turned out that everything hadn't even started. The next day, those who needed to conduct business did so, and those who needed to review studied. Cozy no longer wandered outside, but pulled out Ivan's work looking for research related to potato cultivation in the Guide to Hybrid Plant Research. Speaking of this book, one must introduce Ivan's foresight. The so-called hybridization mostly involves studying mixing between different varieties of plants within the same species to distill the essence, preserving advantageous traits to obtain new plants. A small portion involves grafting between different plants or crossbreeding between similar yet different species. The latter half of the content is somewhat less, but there are surprisingly detailed plant growth records. Further on are some semi-finished products. Only the research process is documented, but no results. It's hard to imagine how much hardship this 522-year-old elder endured. Perhaps this is the sweetness found in the yearning for ideals despite the bitterness. On the morning of the fourth day, Cozy packed his things, not bothering about the punctual Clodder, and ran alone to the Magic Association. After registering, he received a paper and pen specifically for examinations, then entered the examination room, sitting in his seat, staring blankly at the ceiling ahead, while actually reviewing the knowledge points he had memorized through his divine sense. Even though he had experienced countless exams of various sizes in the past, sitting again in an exam that would determine the course of his life still made him feel a wave of nervousness and excitement. He had never experienced taking the same difficulty test as a group of 10-year-old children, and he was essentially open book. Is this the feeling of being overwhelmed by those academic geniuses? He could no longer suppress the urge to take the exam. Flar looked at Stern, who was battling with the owlbear, granting him a wind-type speed boost, and casually released several large wind blades. What do you think that little junior will do in today's exam? Now that we're about to graduate, those types of exam questions do seem quite elementary, but when I took the exam back, then I only got a B. I said we're still fighting. Don't keep interrupting my spellcasting thoughts with off-topic discussions. If you hadn't run so slowly, we would have resolved it yesterday, and wouldn't still be here now. Then you can just chase him yourself. The teacher said the jungle is very dangerous. If you can team up, don't run around alone. If you get lost, that would be a big problem. The work of chasing the bear duo wasn't over. The two mages in charge of the exam looked at the child who arrived early and sat there grinning, foolishly shaking their heads and simultaneously letting out a sigh. The difficulty of the exam questions was acceptable. To describe it roughly, the textbook taught how to steam buns, but the exam tested how to make dumplings. The difficulty wasn't much higher, merely a change in shape, yet the variety of fillings was too numerous and mixed, and most children could barely master a few types of ingredients. As for cheating and monitoring, the mages naturally had their own means. It was no concern for others. Writing the last few additional analysis and discussion questions diligently, Cozy scanned his answers with divine sense to confirm there were no errors, submitted his parchment, and left a stylish silhouette for the other children. Woohoo, the feeling of submitting the test early is really nice. Don't ask why I didn't use divine sense to cheat. You just know that in the entire examination room, no one can compare to me, Cozy. Higher. The metal plate showed no additional markings. This test must be sent to the magic school for the teachers there to grade, which will likely take about a week. The bored youth walking down the road glanced at the different gazes and whispered conversations of the parents around him against the backdrop of a black and white crowd humming a tune and bouncing away from the Magic Association, heading to a nearby magic shop to buy some common materials. Feeling relaxed, Keys, he passed through the market and arrived at the spice shop. Indeed, in this era where spices are valued like gold, only those with some power can afford to run a spice business. They wouldn't set up a small stall on the street to sell their goods. Looking at the expensive prices on the parchment and the somewhat rough processed spices, especially the pale yellow clumpy sugar, he gritted his teeth and pulled out gold coins from his pocket, secretly vowing, "I'll make you pay for these high prices. One day, I will cultivate these plants to be both affordable and high quality, and you'll regret pricing them so high." Ignoring the shopkeeper behind him, who was rubbing his hands and cheerfully saying, "Come often in the future, Keys," he left without looking back, heading to the market to buy some tomatoes. Why did you buy so many things? Cloud, who returned for a break at noon, looked at the various packages in the house and inquired, "You seem to be in a good mood. Did the morning exam go well?" "Absolutely foolproof." "Great. As long as you're confident, that's good. What's this?" "Cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, fennel, cumin, and sugar." What did Cook forget to tell me? He wanted to restock. But the quantities don't match up. No, it has nothing to do with Uncle Cook. To prove the harmlessness of potatoes, once we get back, I'll cook a meal myself and eat it in front of you. Haha, quite a spectacle, but I'm a bit busy lately and won't be able to return for a while. I found a reliable friend who often collaborates with me. He will give you a ride back tomorrow. The potatoes you asked me to buy are also packed in your bag. As for acquiring a poison, it isn't easy. I made an excuse that a potion master recently encountered a problem and wants to research an antidote based on it. I'm looking forward to the surprise you will bring me soon. However, Clout ultimately didn't wait for the surprise Keys he had for him, because the potatoes had not been cultivated. Are you even capable? It's been almost 2 months already. I thought I would see results upon returning. If I had known it would take this long, I wouldn't have returned so early. I even turned down several business opportunities. Clout sat on a chair in Keys' backyard, watching the youth busily recording something in the vegetable garden, mumbling incessantly. Shut up. Can't you just behave for a few days? Anyway, in the end, both beer and vodka will earn money. Talking about fewer business deals won't lose much profit. You make it sound easy. Doesn't that thing require investment before it can make money? Where does that investment come from? I still need to earn it a copper at a time. And didn't you say I would see results when I returned? Why has it taken so long? First of all, I never said that. Secondly, how was I to know the ghost bellflower would shrink so much? Each one is hardly bigger than a cork. I still have to reselect and replant them, and they will take at least 75 days to grow. Furthermore, I need to verify once more to ensure what I planted in the ground is indeed the potatoes I remember, not something else. It will be ready soon, just a few more days. Why did you change its name back to Ghost Bellflower? Clout grinned, enjoying the show. So annoying. Ghost Bellflower. This is a cursed bellflower smaller than a potato. I refuse to acknowledge it as a potato. Originally, a week after returning home, Clout came back from outside, bringing with him his exam results and congratulations from the bear hunting duo. He scored S in magic theory. There shouldn't be a higher score than this. In a stark contrast, after peeling the ghost bellflower and removing the sprouts, they ended up the size of an egg yolk, quite infuriating. Keys, he could only start from scratch following the research steps outlined by Yifan. He poured all the ordinary magical materials he bought into it, although that was originally the plan. He had been observing a few plants that were separately cultivated to record their growth progress. If all goes well, this harvest, while not substantial, should yield about half the size he remembers, roughly similar to the kind used for mashed potatoes. After they mature, he would cook them to test on a mouse to ensure they are non-toxic, marking the completion of this potato research project. Half a month later, the village of Novice was met with a wave of celebration. A messenger had recently delivered the admission notice from the only magic academy in the Jackman Duchy. The first to learn of this was Clout, who frequently visited, followed by Mighty's Vinoite cook Ostic and Elvin, until the whole village was aware. Asha, who returned in the afternoon, was the last to receive the news. In fact, the Jackman Duchy has many festivals each year, but the villagers only celebrate one type of festival, which involves gathering together to eat, drink, and boast, just like the day Keys first arrived in Novice. This phenomenon became even more pronounced after the invention of beer, as Clout's beer had to be sold slowly outside to avoid attracting unwanted attention, while there were no such restrictions in the village. Thus, this group of old drunkards each embraced a large barrel and drank until the next morning. The only difference was that besides Asha, Keys also had to help carry people home. In these few days, to celebrate Keys' admission to the Vandia's academy, several people encouraged Cook to prepare more delicious dishes, planning a grand feast in the village. What surprised the villagers was that Cook stated he would only assist today, and Clout, and the person involved, Keys, he would prepare something fresh for everyone to eat as a way for this child to repay the care he received over the years. The back door of the tavern was wide open, and people haphazardly arranged tables and chairs, doing whatever made them happy, while watching the large black iron pot set up in the middle. Unlike the deep barrel pots they usually saw, its exterior was semicircular with many small pits on the inside. This was the frying spoon that Keys had crafted with Elvin during his spare time researching potatoes. Due to technical limitations, iron ore is not easily mined, and many adventurers have made weapons a daily consumable. Therefore, in this world, iron is rarely used to forge other items. Typically, people use pottery for cooking, while only army cooks carry large iron pots to prevent damage while marching, and quick cooking requires rapid heating of food, closely related to the prevalence of iron pots and the use of coal. For these reasons, the people of this continent have dietary habits similar to those of the medieval period, rarely eating fried or stir-fried foods. What they call stir-frying is more akin to light frying, with stewing and boiling being more common. Even if Cook's skills are superb, Keys has endured 4 years of dietary scarcity, and today he is finally about to open the door to a new world to show the people of this other world the charm of junk food and the supremacy of the 8 major cuisines. For this, he specially used the little soybean oil he had pressed out. So is this golden food what we are going to eat? What is this? The color looks quite nice, like gold coins. Ghost bellflower. Clout sat calmly beside him, his wooden cup filled with frothy beer, dipping a fry into ketchup. The villagers were collectively petrified as they watched the merchant eat the food referred to as ghost bellflower, dipping it in a liquid as red as blood and stuffing it into his mouth. Why are you all just standing there? Eat. Why aren't you eating? Clout secretly delighted while maintaining an air of calm. Quick, go get Dr. Mighty's. A villager's shout broke the silence. That kid Clout has finally gone mad. The crowd was thrown into chaos, but in the end, Cook and Keys managed to stop the villagers, who were preparing to run out to find someone explaining that all these dishes were safe and that the sauce was made from tomatoes. It must be said that it's easier to handle matters in the same village due to their trust in the two. The villagers did not probe further into why the ghost bellflower was not poisonous, but instead began to focus on whether it was tasty. The farce quickly concluded as the somewhat thick-skinned villagers curiously surrounded the yellow braised lamb, stir-fried potato shreds, and Xian, initially not because of the potatoes, but because of the abundance of spices used. The moment for drinking games and nonsense finally arrived. Ostic, the village chief, raised his cup before everyone got too drunk, summarizing and reiterating the theme of today's celebration. 20 years later, what will disappoint you more is not what you did, but what you did not do. So untie the sails, foot rope, leave the safety of the harbor, and catch the favorable winds on your journey to explore, to dream, to discover. Go, little Keys, he set out toward a broader world. We, after all, are just ordinary people, unable to be your support in learning magic. But if you ever feel disheartened or dissatisfied, you will always be welcomed here, home. P.S. There will not be a cliché plot where a monster destroys everything and the protagonist seeks revenge. Novice as a starting point will forever exist peacefully in this tranquil and picturesque valley. The banquet dispersed, of farewells were tender, yet transient, as time itself receded slowly with the departing carriage. A renaissance of arts, a rise of liberty, humanist thought, standing tall upon the land, the thunder of rebirth, quiet greenness of solitude, reversed clock hands summoning history anew. Unmoored and unburdened, neither restless nor hurried, the foreign youth embarks upon his magical journey. 11th day of the month of blazing fire. Yesterday, villagers of Novus held a celebration and farewell feast for a child. Oh, today, most still lie deep in slumber. Cozy sat at home, hesitantly wrapping a branch with ornate cloth strips. He owned little. The merchant had said to pack lightly in the morning and depart by afternoon. Will you accompany me? I've never heard of either place. They must be far, Cozy asked Clot the previous evening when the latter offered to escort him to Falarin Bay. Only because I thought it unfair that every other child had parents seeing them off, and you'd be alone. Otherwise I'd never bother traveling such a distance. All right, hurry and pack once we return. You're right about one thing, the road is indeed long. Even at our swiftest pace, it will take half a month to arrive. I recall the acceptance scroll stating the letter scroll shall guide your way. Do you need it? Huh. Who do you think you're underestimating? I've traded there before. I hardly require directions. Leave the journey to me. Thus Cozy spent the entire night in restless anticipation, like a child too thrilled for an outing to sleep. Other belongings posed no difficulty, merely the acceptance scroll, a few changes of clothing, a full alchemy kit, some soybeans and potatoes as foundational seeds, common crop seeds gathered by the merchant, and finally a collection of books. The most vexing item, however, was the branch from the Sacred Heart tree. Ordinarily unremarkable, just an ordinary twig, perhaps faintly wondrous, yet no more extraordinary than an average wizard's staff. Yet something inexplicable occurred after Cozy returned from his examination. Each time he grasped the branch, fine fissures appeared across its surface, pulsing rhythmically with emerald light, as though he held an entire forest within his palm. Comparing before and after, the sole difference lay in his newfound ability to sense mana. As Clot put it, the barrier between inner and outer mana had dissolved, establishing a complete circulation. Perhaps this very awakening triggered the branch's gradual reanimation. But now it drew undue attention. Why should others wield crafted staves, while he bore a plain stick radiating innate enchantment? Cozy had no desire to walk everywhere beneath a canopy of hostile prickling glares. At first he wrapped it in coarse-worn cloth. After brief reflection, he dismissed this as counterproductive. Most people instinctively conceal valuable things by making them appear mundane. He then fashioned a long diagonal satchel from beast hide, resembling those used for cue sticks or fishing rods, imbuing it with the rustic elegance of a village hunter. An additional external strap secured a bow and arrows, diverting attention from the satchel's contents. This implied the bundle held either a staff or a spear, a commonplace configuration, thus inviting no further scrutiny. Now, having removed the ragged cloth, he encircled the branch with fine fabric, pairing it with his simple attire to evoke the image of a peasant boy admitted to a magic academy. Carrying his village's finest staff, cherished so deeply, he protected it with the best materials available. And thus, what could possibly be exceptional about a small village's finest possession? A provincial bumpkin utterly unversed in the wider world. This would likely be the immediate impression of affluent city dwellers or nobles, exploiting reverse psychology. His only remaining concern was thieves, indiscriminate in their appetites. What is that? Claude, arriving to inspect progress, eyed the leather satchel leaning against the wall, its fabric peeking out. Cozy, please. Must you wrap everything like a wide-eyed novice? Honestly, I'm astounded. Are you planning to bring a spear too? Why not just pack up the entire house while you're at it? What if it proves useful? I've heard the academy offers combat training for warriors. If there's practical sparring, I'd rather wield my own weapon. Then carry it yourself. I won't assist. It's dreadfully heavy. At noon, along the main road leading out of Novus Valley, Venat Elwyn O'Shaw Cook and the elderly village elder, leaning on his cane, bade Cozy farewell. Words faltered on their lips. All they could offer was a gentle reminder to travel safely. Then watch the carriage vanish into the dust. Lena, do you recall Cozy? The boy you sent to O'Shaw's village 4 years ago. He's been accepted into the Academy of Magic. In a remote military camp, a grizzled man stroked his stubbled chin as he addressed the female physician entering the tent. For years already. You truly have leisure to track a child's progress. If that's all you summoned me for, I'll take my leave now. Wait, don't go. There is purpose here. He's the only child since the monster attack who insisted on living independently. When the academy opens next month, it struck me. I commissioned an inquiry. Wait, hold on. Don't leave. I'm getting to the point. Why are you always in such haste? The carriage rolled steadily down the road, its rhythmic creaks filling the air. Cozy lay idly upon the wooden floorboards, nibbling on dried meat jerky, Cook's special provision for the journey. A sudden beam of light pierced the carriage curtain, landing gently in Cozy's palm, a meticulously wrapped set of books. With his spiritual sense, he scanned their titles, treatises on herbalism and potioncraft. He quickly opened the window and glanced back. The carriage had already traveled far, yet he could still discern an elegant elder waving farewell before turning away without hesitation. Like a soliloquy suspended between epochs, gazing toward future brilliance. Once she too had been someone else's tomorrow. Why didn't you call for me? Cozy poked his head out through the curtain, addressing the merchant driving ahead. Surely he must have seen Madison waiting roadside. I intended to stop, but she signaled me to continue onward. Halting and resuming, they passed one human city-state after another, each more splendid than the frontier towns. So were Senior Sister Flare and the others deliberately assigned there. Cozy gazed upon the bustling thoroughfare, once vibrant, now eerily hollow in memory of Stoneheart City. How so? Because it's so distant from the academy, and appears perilous. Doesn't that suggest deliberate placement in a border town? Is this place truly safe? Clot did not answer directly, but countered, at least it teems with people. If it weren't secure, would they gather here en masse? If it's so safe, why station so many mages here? To sweep streets. Put differently, if even near the royal capital demands such mage presence, and they remain perpetually idle, what hope remains for the frontier? Graduation apprenticeships at the academy are self-selected. The institution draws a circular boundary centered upon itself, extending sufficiently far outward. Students choose any city within that ring. Should multiple applicants select the same city, each must submit a reasoned justification for review. Only those deemed logically sound remain, others must select anew. Meanwhile, students who have already finalized their destinations need not re-enter the process. Mages Guild branches share identical configurations and facilities. Their distinctions lie solely in the types and intensities of monsters encountered, or perhaps proximity to one's homeland. The implication is clear: those seeking rigorous growth gravitate toward remote regions. Some even receive institutional stipends. They fare well enough. The City Defense Mobile Corps also accepts cadets annually, and real students do participate. I'm uncertain of their remuneration, but the experience is undoubtedly formative. 27th day of the month of blazing fire. After 16 days on the road, Cozy and Claude arrived at a bay town blessed with temperate climate and breathtaking natural grace. From the highway above, white seabirds soared across the sky. Merchant vessels rested peacefully at anchor with sails furled. Vividly painted houses cascaded up gentle slopes. In orderly tiers, stone-paved stairways interwove the city's entire transit network. For a fleeting moment, Cozy glimpsed Barceloneta Beach, Venice's aqueous metropolis, Santorini's azure-domed chapels. Distant mountains cradled a slender waterfall beside, which rose a vast Gothic castle complex. This is Falarin Bay. Those mountains are the Rhinesses. Here lies the commercial heart of the Duchy of Jackmand, the busiest maritime hub, and the most culturally radiant, magically infused city of Renaissance. Prosperous commerce. Then why operate in our remote village instead of here? Precisely because competition is fierce, and merchants exceedingly shrewd. Business is simply harder here. Claude sighed. My duty ends here. Upon entering the city, students or faculty will greet you. The Vandia's Academy is strictly closed to outsiders. So that's it. Just walk straight in. No need to purchase bedding linens or daily necessities. What precisely did you intend to buy? Well, mattress, blankets, sheets, household items. None required. Tuition isn't nominal. You pay dearly for a reason. Everything will be provided. As previously noted, Vandia's charges 1 gold solar per semester, 14 gold solars over 7 years. In Novus Village, farmers earn roughly 20 copper cups per day, about 1.7 gold solars annually. Hunters like Osha and Elwyn earn slightly more. Even so, such wages constitute excellent income among the common folk. Otherwise, none would risk life and limb as adventurers traversing desolate frontiers to hunt monsters and harvest rare magical components. Both the king and Vandia's headmaster aspire to cultivate more mages and strengthen national capacity, but mastery cannot be rushed. From novice to adept, a mage must master alchemy, potioncraft, and more, consuming vast quantities of resources. Tuition has already been lowered to the absolute threshold affordable by ordinary citizens. Regardless, the Duchy of Jackmand has achieved remarkable progress, evolving from cloistered master-apprentice traditions to this comparatively enlightened era, far surpassing most human realms. The carriage entered the city gate and soon approached a grand building bearing a blue banner, embroidered with scales, an all-seeing eye, and celestial bodies mirroring the Academy's crest, beside which stood an elderly, kindly man cheerfully greeting passers-by. There, see it. Claude halted the carriage by the roadside, gesturing toward the building, then turned to observe Cozy. Backpack secured, long satchel, slung diagonally, 2 arms laden with bundles of books. The merchant chuckled softly. Compared to the locals here, your whole ensemble is, well, strikingly conspicuous. Go on. Those bundles weigh less than game you've hunted. I won't carry them for you. Are you returning to Novus? I'll stay several days, to restock goods, then sell them gradually en route home. You'll trade even here. Though margins are thin, one rarely visits such a place without aiming for profit. Then I'll be off. Go on. It's nothing. Even if I remained, you wouldn't see me. The Vandia's Academy takes children's safety with utmost gravity. Though Falarin Bay dazzles beyond compare, none of it concerns you. Once inside the Academy, wandering freely outside will be impossible. I will. Cozy faltered. I'll miss you too. Don't forget the beer and vodka. Alcohol is forbidden at the Academy. Tread carefully during your research. Farewell. Without looking back, Cozy sprinted toward the welcoming party. Claude remained seated atop the carriage, one leg drawn up, the other swinging loosely, watching until the youth vanished within the building, then drove toward the Merchant Guild. Greetings. I am Cozy, a new student enrolling at Vandia's. The youth stepped forward and introduced himself to the elder man, who appeared to be an Academy faculty member. Excellent. Welcome, Cozy. I am Galderin Monson, one of the coordinators for this year's incoming cohort, and your instructor for magical history. Do you have your Academy insignia or the medal identification plaque recording your examination results? The bespectacled old man with flowing white curls smiled warmly. Of course. Cozy set the books down and withdrew a scroll from his pack, placing both the insignia and plaque together upon it. Just one will suffice. Monson took the insignia, cradling it in his palm. Its engraved motif shimmered faintly even beneath the sun. Excellent. Identity confirmed. Keep it safe. It is your primary credential at Vandia's. Also, those items strapped to your back, are they all weapons? Yes, Professor Monson. My elder family members are hunters. I trained rigorously from childhood. Hearing Vandia's offers related courses, I brought them along. Is this prohibited? Not at all. Many students bring similar items yearly staves longswords. But for first years, such implements pose inherent danger. Until all recognize magic's destructive potential, they must be entrusted to the academy for safekeeping. For now, however, you may retain yours. Understood, Professor. I'll comply. Cozy replied obediently. Are these all your books? Oh, they're quite weighty. Monson reached down, testing the bundle's heft before gently setting it back down. Truly a book-loving lad. Indeed, sir. Magic is wondrous. I am captivated by every facet of it. Delighted to hear it. I trust you'll say the same in my magical history lectures. Monson raised an eyebrow. Regrettably, your predecessors found the subject profoundly dull. Temera, Yavulina. TMA Yavulina, darkness reveal. Monson drew a slender wand from his belt and cast a spell upon Cozy's satchel and books. Noting the boy's curious expression, he added, there's no need to worry. It's merely a revealing charm that manifests objects tied to darkness used to detect contraband. Cozy had simply been studying the wand in Monson's hand, no longer than a forearm, and tilted his head upward to ask, so wands can be this small? One could say so, but I'd prefer you distinguish them clearly. Staves are long designed to amplify spellcraft. This, however, is a wand. Compact, meant for swift incantation. Your magic theory instructor will cover such distinctions in class. For now, if you have no further questions, please enter and find a seat. Just wait a moment longer. Well, thank you, sir. You're welcome, child. Cozy carried his books inside and chose a seat at random, stacking the two bundles between his feet. He quietly observed the other children. Most had golden or flaxen hair. Black-haired ones were few. Some wore simple clothes and wore expressions of timid excitement. Others exuded an effortless air of privilege, their finely tailored garments unmistakably costly. Beside him sat another black-haired boy, his locks longer, gently curled, still unmarked by any streak of white, catching subtle light and revealing delicate contours with every slight movement. Indigo eyes, a slender frame suggesting little physical training, refined features, and porcelain skin, a flat chest offering no clear gender cue, an aura of melancholy and quiet uncertainty, clad in a long robe, matte black outside, cobalt blue within, over a crisp white shirt. Unassuming yet immaculately clean and meticulously neat. He cradled a finely crafted leather satchel in his arms, silently fidgeting with his fingers, his posture a quiet wall against engagement. Perhaps sensing Cozy's gaze linger too long, he turned sharply. Then, seeing Cozy wave in friendly greeting, hesitated before offering a faint, fleeting nod, before immediately bowing his head once more to resume his silent fiddling. From this, Cozy quickly grasped the group's social landscape. Commoners and nobles mingled uneasily, one side instinctively withdrawn, hushed by unfamiliar surroundings and uncertain bonds. The other, bound by lineage and parental instruction, found it difficult to bridge the gulf, even among peers of equal rank, due to the intricate web of courtly alliances and rivalries across the kingdom. Thus arose this strained, suspended silence. Perhaps the king, in opening these halls to common-born students, had foreseen precisely such divisions, and sought deliberately to dissolve the deep chasms between classes. Fortunately, the silence did not last long. A woman of youthful grace and elegant bearing emerged somewhere unseen, her heels clicking softly against the stone floor. She stood tall and slender, her golden hair coiled at the nape with ornate floral pins. A lace-trimmed green shawl embroidered with golden ivy draped over her shoulders. Beneath it, a soft, goose-yellow gown flowed gracefully. A wide, dainty white straw hat, adorned with feathers, oversized blossoms, and a voluminous satin bow, tilted fetchingly upon her brow. She evoked the impression of an enlarged flare, but bore no real kinship to her. Their temperaments diverged too widely. Rather, it was more likely that Flare, as a senior student, had consciously emulated this teacher's refined aesthetic. Her stride was unhurried yet assured, effortlessly gliding past the hall and the waiting children to halt beside the elder at the door. With a gentle smile, she bowed slightly in greeting. Cozy blinked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he glanced repeatedly between her and the considerable distance she had just crossed. Good afternoon, Master Monson. It's my shift now. You may lead them onward and rest well. Osadel, I'm delighted to see you. Then I'll take my leave. Do take care and avoid stirring up trouble. Rest easy. I'll remain seated indoors, unlike you who greet acquaintances at the threshold like an elder statesman. Very well, children. Monson stepped through the doorway and clapped his hands for attention. Gather your belongings. Leave nothing behind. It's time we departed for where we belong. Follow me. The elder led the way with vigorous poise, showing no sign of fatigue despite having stood there for so long. Cozy slipped unobtrusively to the edge of the group and followed them into an empty chamber, then passed through a full-wall mirror into a vast mist-shrouded expanse centered upon a solitary broad arcane platform. Beneath their feet, a flawless stone slab bore a colossal ancient magical array, its intricate weathered lines pulsing with cerulean light. Two interlocking golden sigil rings hovered above it. One bold child reached out to touch, but felt no substance, only the faintest shimmer in the air. This is the teleportation array bound for Vandias. Before activation, allow me to warn you, those experiencing transit for the first time may suffer vertigo or nausea. Be mentally prepared. Stand apart, or keep receptacles handy. Please do not vomit on one another. Dran, Smithia. Monson waved his wand rhythmically. The ground erupted in blinding azure radiance. With a resonant hum, the light swallowed them whole. Cozy felt his body dissolving. on the verge of erasure. Then in the next breath they stood upon a broad plaza paved with heavy bluestone slabs. Before them rose a marble archway carved with a wizard raising his staff, behind a wide marble bridge, broad enough for 2 carriages abreast, stretched toward distant mountains flanked by a waterfall whose thunderous descent became palpable only up close. They exchanged glances instinctively, checking whether anyone had truly succumbed to nausea, only to find everyone remarkably composed. A small jest, transit reactions have long since been tempered. The white-haired elder grinned, spreading his hands with playful pride. Cozy was still savoring the sensation of transit, strange indeed. While others described it as being forced through a narrow tube, his own impression was oddly digital, like a file being copied and pasted, with a green progress bar. Before he could dwell deeper, a thick, brilliant lightning bolt split the cloudless noon sky, casting sudden gloom across the landscape. Strangely, no thunder followed. Monson turned, shrugged lightly, and addressed the stunned children. Oh, don't be alarmed. That's merely the spell testing grounds, layered with prohibitions denser than the wards protecting Falarin Bay's manor, second only to the school's primary defenses. And spells of such magnitude suggest high energy levels, most likely cast by one of your future instructors. Ordinarily, such phenomena remain entirely invisible even from nearby. Perhaps Monson's light-hearted remark about transit had eased tensions, or perhaps the sudden lightning invited shared wry commentary, but the previously reserved children began murmuring softly among themselves. Monson merely arched an eyebrow in mild surprise, and made no move to silence them. Hello, I'm Cozy. Seizing the moment, he set his books aside, extended his palm, reddened from the straps, and tilted his head toward the black-haired boy lingering quietly at the group's periphery. Valent, a boy. A voice tender and crystalline answered. Though startled, he masked it well, and inexplicably his mood seemed to lift. Clenching his slender pale fist with quiet effort, he reached out and clasped Cozy's hand, 2 starkly contrasting complexions meeting in quiet solidarity. I'd gathered as much. Cozy offered a warm, reassuring smile, though truthfully he deduced nothing. He hadn't even discerned the speaker's gender by voice alone. Thank you. Valent, still shy, withdrew his hand and lowered his gaze once more as they walked. Both young men, inwardly convinced, felt their lives at Von Dia's academy had begun on a promising note. They traversed a winding colonnade. On one side a solid wall, on the other a stone balustrade, half a man's height, beyond which a river cascaded downward and distant mountains rose in silhouette. Passing beneath another archway, they formally entered Von Dia's academy, and the first thing to meet their eyes was a towering monolith standing sentinel beside the path. Its surface bore the academy's crest and an elegant inscription, greatness through exploration, freedom through truth. Beyond it lay a circular lawn nearly 20 meters in diameter, adorned with fan-shaped flower beds. At its heart stood a sculptural fountain bisected by 2 perpendicular pathways. Behind it rose Von Dia's true architectural heart, a sweeping expanse of white fairy-tale castles. From afar, gazing upon Von Dia's from Falarin Bay, Cozy had imagined something older, heavier, darker, not pejorative but steeped in medieval gravitas. Oh look, we've arrived. Such a charming castle, isn't it? Monson cheerfully raised his hand in gesture. It's comparatively young, built 3 centuries ago by Headmaster Lasani Toscana alongside the monarch of that era. For generations it has sheltered students and safeguarded knowledge of immeasurable worth. Next, I'll escort you to your dormitories to deposit your luggage. You can't carry these all day. Then we'll collect your new uniforms and first your textbooks for each discipline. And finally, anyone hungry, I'll guide you to the dining hall for lunch. Along the way you'll pass your principal classrooms. Should you forget their locations, never fear, comprehensive maps and descriptions await you on the scroll in your room. Since you've arrived so early, you're welcome to explore Von Dia's before formal lessons begin, though I doubt you'll manage to see it all. Its scale remains truly immense. Enough talk then. Manus, would you kindly guide us to the first-year residential wing? No sooner had he spoken than ochre-hued motes swirled up from the floor, circling the group like benign dust. Merely a visual signature of arcane activation, neither harsh nor irritating. Cozy's vision dimmed, the rich scent of damp earth filled his senses. When sight returned, the scene had transformed soft grass beneath his feet, no trace of displaced soil, and before him a corner of the castle crowned with a grand Baroque doorway, its surface alive with elaborate carvings and vivid ornamentation. A modest earth movement spell, useful for quick passage. Should you master similar magics later, remember to register them with the academy. Otherwise, with anti-teleportation wards layered throughout the skies and mountains, swift travel would remain impossible. Now, everyone retrieve your academy insignias. Do you recall them? I told you, they serve as vital credentials within Von Dia's. Let them guide you to your assigned rooms, boys to the left, girls to the right. Do not stray. Upon reaching your room, there's no need to unpack yet. Return here in 10 minutes promptly. Oh, and if you brought weapons, bring them now. I'll escort you to secure storage. Concealment is strictly forbidden and punishable if discovered. As soon as Monson finished speaking, the children who'd drawn forth their insignias moved instinctively toward the entrance. Cozy realized it wasn't eagerness driving them, but the insignias themselves hovering midair and exerting a gentle, irresistible pull toward a specific direction. You're heading this way too? Cozy asked, surprised as the reserved boy drew nearer, clearly following the same guiding current. I believe so, Valent replied concisely. While Cozy mused inwardly, the Silent Alliance gains its 3rd member. They halted before a particular door. Let's begin again properly. I'm Cozy Lions from a small village on the outskirts of Stonehold. I'm Valant Adric from Polovia. Polovia? That rings a bell. I remember now. It's the capital. The capital city itself. Cozy exclaimed, playing the wide-eyed provincial, now a practiced art since arriving in this world. Well, it's alright I suppose. Just as silence threatened to settle, a sharp click sounded, and the dormitory door swung open. A bright, energetic voice spilled forth, "I'll go check who's approaching." A figure burst outward, not a giant black rat, but a youth in a dark coat, its lapels and collar embroidered with crimson motifs. He dashed 2 steps, then doubled back, voice alight with delighted astonishment. "Valant, you're actually here? I thought you'd never step foot outside the royal palace. Not in 800 years. To see you here means we share the same dorm. And this gentleman, oh heavens, you're speaking to a complete stranger I've never met." The silver-haired youth, mid-length hair tied back in a short ponytail, radiated infectious enthusiasm as though he'd unearthed a legendary artifact. Yet he swiftly steadied himself. "Wait, Valant rarely speaks to others. And you've stopped here without moving on. So, you must be my final roommate." "That's not quite." Valant's soft voice offered a quiet correction. "I knew him before this." "Ah, I understand. The silver-haired boy nodded knowingly, then turned to Cozy and extended his right hand with earnest warmth. "I'm Fron Alster, the youngest son of Duke Alster. I have 3 elder brothers, and my dream is to become a true knight. It is a profound honor to make your acquaintance. My name is Cozy Lions from a small village near Stonehold City. I was until recently a hunter, and my dream has always been to study magic." As he spoke, Cozy inwardly grumbled about the blindingly white radiance emanating from Fron. Fortunately, it did not impair his vision and could be mentally muted at will. "Oh cool, you're a hunter. A real one, right? I've always longed to hunt in the forest, but my parents forbade it outright. Even after I manifested mana sensitivity, they refused to let me join the city guard as a cavalryman. Instead, they sent me here to study magic and hired a private tutor to supervise me. That was truly an ordeal. Brother, someday, if you ever get the chance, you must tell me all about your hunting tales." They exchanged introductions at the dormitory entrance when a boy with flaxen hair emerged hesitantly from behind the slightly ajar door, his expression a mixture of confusion and quiet unease. Fron smacked his forehead. "Blast, I nearly forgot about him." He amiably slung an arm around the boy's shoulders and introduced him to the 2 new roommates. "This is Gaius Morano, from Belmuk, the city famed for its legendary sword." Then just as quickly he lowered his arm. "Still, I think this moment calls for you to introduce yourself." Gaius sighed softly, resigned. "My name is Gaius. As he said, I hail from Belmuk. My father is a locally renowned blacksmith. Whether through early exposure or the allure of that mythic blade, I've long held a fascination for enchanted weapons, and so I came to Vandia's to study magic." His voice was soft, not timid like Valant's hushed murmur, but warm, sincere, and grounded, carrying the quiet honesty of someone inherently obedient and earnest. Cozy shook Gaius's hand, then turned to Valant, who still stood awkwardly extending his pale, slender hand with visible effort, and said, "I had no idea you were actually our nation's prince. No offense meant. I'd simply assumed royal palaces employed dedicated court mages to instruct heirs. You didn't know he's the 4th prince? Well, hardly surprising. He rarely appears in public, shrouded in mystery." Fron tugged Valant's sleeve, flipping down the rolled cuff to reveal a golden fleur-de-lis insignia embroidered upon it. "See here, that's the royal sigil." Valant glanced at Fron with silent, pleading eyes, trying though failing to stop him. Fron rested a hand on Valant's shoulder and said, "What does it matter? You are the 4th prince of this realm, a truth immutable and impossible to conceal. Even if you remain silent now, Cozy and Gaius will inevitably learn it sooner or later. Would you rather wait for that moment of exposure, when knowledge of your station might make them hesitate, withdraw, or erect an unbearable, sorrowful barrier between you? So be bold, like me. Disregard others' judgments. Valant, the very moment you stepped free from the palace's gilded confines and walked here, you became our equal. Equal to me, to Gaius, to Cozy." Valant's indigo eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He bit his lower lip to keep them from falling. "That's simply how he is." Fron smoothly retrieved a spotless handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiped away the imminent tear, and tucked it back without pause. "He's insecure, sensitive, timid, fearful, shy, obsessively conscious of others' opinions, and prone to weeping over trifles like a girl." The silver-haired boy smiled, a smile tinged with quiet satisfaction. "But he's improved vastly since we first met. It took me a full year, after my father brought me to pay homage to the king, before he finally regarded me as a friend. My siblings found it utterly astonishing. Whether at my patience or his transformation, I'm still not sure. In any case, please bear with him. Come on, Valant, it's your turn now." With a gentle nudge from behind, Fron guided the young prince forward, placing him squarely before the other 2. "Please, would you be my friends?" Valant raised his voice, just slightly stammering the plea as he bowed deeply. "No need for that, Valant. I dare say by your own standards we may well have already become friends the moment we first exchanged words. Wouldn't you agree?" Cozy was the first to respond, stepping forward to help him rise. Gaius followed, clapping him warmly on the shoulder. "You're far too thin. Someday come with me to Belmuk. We'll forge iron together. Strong blacksmiths abound there. My father's favorite saying is, a youth's fire burns bright. Forge often grows strong." My B physical aptitude rating. Entirely thanks to those hours at the anvil beside him. Okay, good end. I love this ending. My brother told me it's rare for a dormitory to assemble its full complement so swiftly. Perhaps this too is a singular kind of fate. Seeing him poised to launch into another rambling monologue, Cozy tugged at his collar and lifted the book resting on the floor, giving it a light pointed shake. You still need to collect your uniforms and textbooks, don't you? Apologies, truly. I got carried away. Earlier, I teased Valent for disliking life outside the palace. But truth be told, my own family is fiercely protective. I've never lived apart from kin, nor forged friendships, or played freely on my own. I've wasted your time. Let's go at once. When we return, I'll show you around. Gaius and I have already charted every publicly accessible corner of Vandias. Truthfully, I'd already given up, until he dragged me along for what felt like miles. Gaius remarked, faintly exasperated. Cozy studied Fran, the silver-haired boy in his black coat brimming with unrestrained enthusiasm like a golden retriever, backlit by benevolent snow-bright holy light. Could this fellow possibly be a husky in disguise? Inside the dormitory, the space proved unexpectedly spacious. 4 modest beds occupied each corner, each accompanied by a towering chestnut-wood wardrobe adorned with intricate carvings, matching the ornate motifs found throughout the academy. Beside each wardrobe stood a personal desk and compact bookshelf complete with pre-placed alchemical lamps, quills, and inkwells. On 2 of the shelves rested identical white scrolls, likely the orientation documents Professor Monson had mentioned. At the room's center stood a pristine white circular table, its gracefully curved legs arching upward. A firm shake revealed no wobble, surrounded by 4 cushioned chairs. Directly opposite the main door stood another, a portal to a small modern lavatory with a shower and open window, its contemporary refinement startling cozy. You may store belongings in the wardrobes. They're secured with magical locks keyed to each student's academy badge. In truth, the lock reads the amplified mana signature embedded within the badge. Once you've learned foundational spells, you'll be able to open them at will, preventing inconvenience should the badge ever be misplaced. Fran added thoughtfully from his bed, and worry not if someone else finds your badge. The personal data encoded upon it can only be deciphered by faculty magic. All such details are elaborated in the scroll. I hear Vandias' current headmaster is an old man who abhors complications, so he compensates by crafting exhaustively detailed instructions, thereby avoiding greater trouble down the line. TCH. Cozy clicked his tongue, nodded appreciatively at the headmaster's foresight, then tapped his badge to unlock the wardrobe, sliding in his 2 stacks of books and backpack. Bye, see you soon. Fran lingered at the doorway, waving the handkerchief he'd drawn from his pocket, calling after the retreating pair. Afraid of being seen and embarrassed, Cozy and Valent exchanged a glance, then broke into a hurried sprint away from the dormitory. Excellent. All students present. No need to waste extra time waiting. Since this is also an opportunity for you to begin familiarizing yourselves with the academy, I shall walk you there without spellcraft. Let us depart now. Professor Monson gestured politely and led the way, smiling as he guided the group out of the first-year residential quarter. As they traversed Vandia's academy, many children gazed around in wonder at this extraordinary school of magic. Nearly every zone featured meticulously trimmed flower beds entwined with graceful ivy, complemented by statues and neat, cheerful lawns. Good afternoon, Professor Monson. Oh, good afternoon to you, child. Students passed by in 2s and 3s, some seated on the grass, others clutching textbooks or holding lunchboxes, greeting Monson warmly in crisp uniformed rows. Is Professor Monson escorting new juniors to collect their uniforms? How adorable they are. A girl barely older than themselves and wearing twin braids passed by and lightly pinched Cozy's cheek. Cozy, annoying senior sister with 0 personal boundaries. Indeed, just as you were once. Though Miss Fragrant, I wish you devoted half as much enthusiasm to my history lectures as you do to these newcomers. The girl named Fragrant sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Professor Monson, they look eager to don their new uniforms. I'm afraid I must dash, urgent matters await. Monson watched her flee with mild amusement, neither offended nor perturbed, then resumed, guiding the freshmen forward. This is your academic wing, primarily classrooms. Over there lies the upperclassmen's zone. Don't envy them, yet in time you too will attend practical magic courses in those fields. Progress is gradual. Nothing is achieved overnight. We're passing the dining hall. Incidentally, I highly recommend their blue-veined cheese, pungent, aromatic, and powerfully intense. Cozy, is Professor Monson serious? Hello, Lady Tara. Good afternoon. Not particularly. Seeing you at this hour means work is about to resume. An elderly woman with silver hair coiled neatly by a hairpin offered a gentle nod and a wry jest. Quite the contrary. It means my work is nearly done. Enough banter. Come, children, step inside. Stay still, wait patiently, and resist the urge to rush. Lady Tara waved her wand like a master conductor, summoning soft measuring tapes from every corner of the chamber. They converged upon the students, gliding effortlessly across chests, arms, waists, and legs. Within an unseen adjoining room, golden needles and shears streaked through the air, tailoring garments in real time, adjusting seams, hemlines, and fits with flawless precision, striving for absolute perfection. After roughly 5 minutes, Lady Tara flicked her wrist, the wand's tip now aimed at the chatting freshmen. A door swung open. Deep blue and burgundy duffel bags soared from the inner chamber, homing in on their owners with uncanny accuracy before settling gently at their feet. Each of you, please open your bag right where you stand. The uniform comprises a white blouse, a gradient black and white cloak, an open front mage's robe, comfortable ankle boots, and for colder days a knitted vest. Young men receive 3 distinct trousers, ensuring variety without monotony. Young women receive additional items: a crimson bow, a long skirt, a short skirt, trousers, coordinating socks, and a waist cincher, though the latter is reserved for formal occasions only. While no strict enforcement exists, wearing full uniform during class is strongly advised. It bears permanent enchantments, dust repellent, abrasion resistant, and moderately magic resistant, protecting against daily grime and incidental damage from certain lessons. Moreover, elegant golden embroidery adorns both chest panels and cuffs. Skirts and trousers feature subtle varied patterns. Later you may cast spells to alter colors or motifs. Van Diaz encourages individuality, not uniformity. I believe my designs are quite charming. Surely no one will dislike them. Should anyone gain weight, feel free to visit me discreetly. I'll adjust the fit without fuss. That concludes my briefing. For finer details, try them on once you return to your rooms. Lady Tara is a master tailor of renown. Her boutiques in Falaran Bay and Polovia enjoy exceptional prestige across the Duchy of Jackmant. Indeed, many faculty robes are custom-made by her. When you mature and earn your own coin, consider commissioning one. Oh, Monson, even if you advertise for me, I won't offer you a discount. Now that's unkind. I speak sincerely. I find them truly beautiful. With Lady Tara bid farewell, Monson escorted the children to the dining hall. It's nearly time for my rest. Our chefs are exceptionally skilled, serving abundant, delicious fare. May your meal bring joy. Yet remember, take only what you'll eat. Waste is unwelcome. Once I depart, follow the map inscribed on your scrolls back to your dormitory, or rely once more on your badges if the scroll is misplaced. Until class, farewell. After Monson left, the children relaxed visibly, freely selecting dishes from the buffet. Cozy intercepted Valent, who was heading toward the blue vein cheese per Monson's recommendation, and explained precisely what the delicacy entailed, only to witness a wave of horrified realization wash over Valent's delicate features. Lunch was splendid: sausages, stews, lamb chops, shepherd's pie, Cornish pasties, pumpkin juice, cheeses, black pudding, sandwiches, turkey legs, white bread, and rarer still beyond these walls, exquisite fruit preserves and tarts. Perhaps mindful of growing children's nutritional needs, Van Diaz defied the common pattern of grain-heavy, meat-scarce diets among commoners. Yet even this abundance verged on monotony. Cozy found it cloyingly rich and deeply missed the vibrant flavors of traditional Chinese street fare. Black pudding. Remember, its primary ingredient is pig's blood. Its resemblance to ordinary pudding extends only to shape. He sighed deeply. Living a truly cozy style life, it seemed, remained a distant, arduous journey. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Cozy and Volante, who returned to the dormitory together, expressed their desire to rest for a while. This left Florin, who seemed to have endless energy, feeling quite bored, and after an hour he successfully urged the two of them to get up. If I remember correctly, today is only the 29th, and this month has 31 days. School officially starts the day after tomorrow, so why do we have to explore the school today? Cozy changed into his uniform, listlessly complaining. The fatigue from the journey, hidden beneath the novelty and excitement, was fully released as he touched the soft quilt, leaving him with little interest in continuing to wander. However, there was a unique, fragrant scent to the uniform, which was indeed much better than his own cheap, coarse cloth clothes. No. My teacher told me that learning should be done early and one shouldn't always procrastinate until the last moment to complete previously made plans. I pass this advice on to you as well. Complaining about your studies at the dormitory entrance with a roommate you just met on the first day doesn't seem like something you would care about what that teacher said. If that's the case, why don't we just sit at the desk and start reading? What do you think? What are you talking about? You just said that school doesn't officially start for another 2 days. Let's not mention such disheartening things right now, said Florin, who had a very flexible standard of judgment. Cozy said nothing more. Since it was like this, he decided to leave the reading plan for the next 2 days. Volante, who naturally had no opinion since he lacked initiative, had always let his little partner decide how to play and what to do in the palace. Of course, it was also Florin who ended up getting the blame. As for Gaius, he was a good-natured kid who, recalling the fear instilled by Florin a few days ago, made an excuse that his magical theory and aptitude were not very good, and if he didn't study hard, he might lag behind in class. As for Van Diaz, he had already finished exploring, so he wouldn't join them this time. Florin, who expressed regret over this, soon became enthusiastic again, eagerly dragging his 2 roommates to begin what he called an academy adventure. In an unseen corner, a pair of bright vertical pupils observed Kuzawi, who was taken away to participate in childish behavior, and let out a friendly chuckle. Young lad, don't always think about escaping childhood. That is a naive era that many people dream of. Oh, it's only been over 10 years. Ha, I must hurry to pack my bags. I can't just sit here bored, it's time to travel. Look at that. Florin stood high in the castle, pointing far outside at a huge venue. That's the spellcasting area. It feels much larger than what we see now. Part of it is used for magic classes, while another part is a free spellcasting area divided into spaces of varying sizes and capable of simulating different elemental terrains. Unfortunately, I previously asked, and the teacher managing the area said that new students cannot enter. Otherwise, I would have demonstrated my newly learned magical tricks for you all. Magical tricks? Kuzui asked in confusion. I remember that isn't a powerful trick, is it? It can only create a spark, a gust of wind, faint music, or a strange smell. Does Van Diaz have a rule that prohibits using any spell-related techniques outside the spellcasting area? It is indeed not allowed to casually cast high-energy spells, but it's not as serious as you say. Florin scratched his head awkwardly. It's just that I haven't mastered this trick very well. Sometimes minor accidents happen really just a little bit. Then you better not use it. Let's keep moving forward. When the three boys reached the teaching area, Florin visibly became more dispirited. What's wrong? You seem uninterested. If you're tired, should we go back? Noticing this, Kuzui decisively suggested heading home. I think he probably just finds studying boring, which is why he isn't interested in a place filled with classrooms, Volante, who had a low presence, explained softly. He's right. Florin sighed. I inquired about the courses at school with my second brother. He said that first-year students basically only have theory classes, and there will only be a bit of practical spellcasting content at the end of the semester. The thought of listening to a whole year of magical theory gives me a headache. It's not a full year, though. We only have 8 months of actual classes, Volante kindly comforted. That's about right. But we have to study magical theory, botany, animal and magical bee studies, and magical history. Kuzui counted on his fingers, seriously adding, next semester we will also start studying potion making, alchemy, divination, and magical materials. There is indeed one practical class, warrior training, which I prefer to call physical education. No, are you a devil? Florin exclaimed in despair, as if his soul was about to be taken away by the angels in the ceiling murals. How could it be? They are very interesting. Kuzui, what's your magical theory grade? His fingers drew 2 symbols in the air to disguise his likely exposed lie. What? He turned his head. Volante, how did you do in magical theory? 1A. Look, Kuzui, I want to clarify that this statement has no ulterior motives, but both Volante and I have hired private tutors for magical theory. As for me, I got a B in the physical fitness test and a B in magical aptitude. My family just hopes my theoretical grades don't look too bad, so I didn't study well and ended up with a C. However, Volante is different. His physical fitness is definitely not up to standard, so he had to study theory seriously and finally got an A. And Gaius is another story. His magical aptitude and physical fitness both passed the standards. He indeed looked at the reference books for the theory exam, but his score was not high. But you should have noticed the problem. Without any guidance, you got an A. I thought we would be on the same path, but in the end there remains a regrettable thick barrier between us. Florin dramatically covered his heart with his right hand, though he mistakenly covered his stomach, using exaggerated tones to display what he considered perfect acting. So does this mean that if there are theoretical assignments in the future you can copy too? Kuzui tentatively asked. Oh, my dear brother, to be honest, I am surprised by your theoretical grades, but more importantly, I feel comforted and happy. In fact, I only consult my 2 roommates with better grades after finishing my assignments, and then revise my exam paper during my free time before the next class to save teachers some effort in grading, that's all. Florin, what is it, my dear brother? Are there any interesting groups formed spontaneously by enthusiasts with common interests at Vandias? Of course. And according to my third brother, the most popular ones must be the magical societies. Basically, every subject has its own student group. Okay, that sounds great. I believe you have the talent to join the Drama Performance Society. Drama Performance? No, there isn't such a thing. Wait a minute. Florin's tone gradually became excited and a strange light reflected in his eyes as he pointed at Kuzui. Are you saying that there will be an opera or drama troupe touring the country like in novels? Oh, the scale isn't that big. Kuzui felt something was off and his tone was somewhat uncertain, but it was clear that Florin had already immersed himself in his imagination. You're right, Kuzui, you're truly a genius. Why must all societies at Vandias be related to magic? He swallowed hard. Do you know Vandia's motto? Greatness is found through exploration and freedom is attained through truth. Do you know why this academy is so famous? Because it advocates any free thoughts and allows any reasonable theories to be expressed. No one could interject. He was engaged in a self-dialogue while Volante was surprisingly listening attentively beside him. So we can completely apply to the academy to establish a drama performance society and perform our plays for everyone in the school during certain festivals. For example, my favorite Don Quixote, a true knightly figure who even in old age does not forget to stay vigilant and train himself to deal with any potential dangers. But performance has nothing to do with magic. We came to Vandias to learn magic, right? It should be related to magic in some way. Kuzui tried to dispel this troublesome thought. Who says it has nothing to do with magic? Do you know about illusions? Illusion magic can manifest in many forms, and the most famous illusionist in our country's history is called Verdu Spencer. The illusions he cast could confuse enemies about his disguise's authenticity and could make others unknowingly fall into the illusion scene. It is said that he often blended into drama troupes for touring performances, observing the habits of others and studying the behaviors of other professions. After years of accumulation, he ultimately mastered the art of illusion to the point where no matter the intensity, it could bewilder people. Therefore, there is ample reason to state that there is a connection between drama societies and illusion spells. We are also aiming to study profound illusions by establishing such a society. If you say Florin is a good student, he got a C in magical theory with guidance from a teacher, and if you say he's not smart, he can talk about such obscure knowledge with some logic. Kuzui felt somewhat fatigued listening. The ground was clean, and he silently blew on it before leaning against Volante, who had already squatted down expressionlessly applauding. Well said, yes, that's right, sigh. Suddenly Florin turned around and pulled the 2 from the ground. There are countless heroic ballads in the world, their deeds recognized by the people, sung by bards for generations. Yet it still fails to vividly display their majestic presence during their lifetimes. To better pass on their spirit, and to let more people know about their heroic deeds, establishing a drama society is an unshirkable responsibility for us young students of Vandia's Academy. That's enough already. Kuzi only wanted to go back and read. To be honest, he still hadn't sorted out the raw materials for vodka. As expected of you, Kuzi coming up with an idea that countless generations of students have overlooked. Magic is not imagined out of thin air, it needs to be combined with a lot of practice. Florin extended his index finger, placing it horizontally between his nose and upper lip, speaking in a strange tone. What does that mean? That's our principle. To be precise, imitating the current principle of Vandia's, as mimicked by my third brother. This is something he frequently says. Oh, impressive. You learned it quite well even though I haven't met him yet. Kuzi's tone was very perfunctory, but Florin didn't mind, even if he wasn't sure if he had picked it up or not. I think so too. Volante beside them timely raised his little hand in agreement. Perhaps he truly thought so. Thank you. Oh no, brothers, I'm not saying that my imitation is so similar. You missed the point. The key is what the principal said. It's he who taught us that magic is not imagined out of thin air, and illusions certainly cannot be completed just by imagination. We need to continuously practice in life and find the right direction through practice. Florin tilted his head to look at his roommates, spreading his arms, as if swimming in front of him, probably trying to convey the meaning of exploration. Then he clapped his hands. It not only publicizes heroic stories and influences spirit, but also trains our magical abilities. It responds to the principal's frequent nagging, and I have never seen a society more fitting to appear at Vandia's than the Drama Society. Oh well, as long as you're happy. No, Kuzi, your vision is too narrow. What do you mean by just being happy? Our drama performances are also to make everyone happy. Wait, you found a whole new reason, yeah? You are truly a genius, even smarter than my second brother. Come on, let's quickly finish exploring this area and return to the dormitory to tell Gaius this good news. Wait, Florin, look. Kuzui held a white scroll that had been unfurled, which contained instructions about the formation of societies. He originally just wanted to give it a try, not expecting that the principal, who was afraid of trouble, had indeed written it very detailed. New students can only apply to join relevant societies and cannot apply to establish societies. Only students in the second year or above can establish societies and recruit new members after submitting reasons and obtaining consent from relevant teachers. Florin immediately fell silent, murmuring to himself, why am I a first-year student? Why can't I become a second-year student right after enrolling? Before Kuzui could suppress the upturned corners of his mouth to comfort him, he immediately perked up again. So what? Even though only second-year students can apply, it doesn't mean we cannot plan in advance. We can completely start preparing for the plays we will perform in the future and present results before applying for the society in the second year, which will definitely make it easier to get approved. Oh, what do you want to say, Kuzui? Want to continue exploring, right? Kozi, who had opened his mouth but found no words to say, abandoned the idea of further persuasion, secretly hoping that with the playful nature of a husky, he would forget the drama club's plans in no time. The trio continued their unfinished academy adventure, but this time their pace was noticeably quicker, as one of them seemed eager to return and inform Gaius. Hey, guys, hold on a second. Florin grabbed the other two, who were about to step forward, pulling them beside a pillar, as if trying to shield someone's view. What's going on? Kozi asked warily. Look over there. Florin pointed at a row of closed dark brown wooden doors not far away, where a wooden sign nailed above depicted several hexagonal crystal-like patterns. What are we looking at? Valent whispered. It looks like the symbols on the door represent minerals. Could this be a room specifically for alchemy? You're right. This room is designated for professors or students in need to study alchemy, and it will also be where we attend our alchemy classes. However, I want you to notice the person walking in front of the room. To be honest, they had been sightseeing along the way, and due to not knowing many other students, they subconsciously overlooked everyone they encountered, treating them as passersby. Peeking out from behind the pillar again, Kozi spotted a little girl passing by the door. Her features were not very clear, but she had long black hair reaching her waist, a white woven hairpin on her head, and a necklace around her neck. From a distance, it was hard to make out. She wore a long black dress with slightly oversized sleeves embellished with golden patterns of triangles and various symbols. A small black shawl draped over her shoulders, also adorned with golden designs, and underneath, she wore a little shirt with a collar trimmed in white lace. In her left hand, she clutched several thick books, almost as thick as Ifan's notes, while her right hand held onto a delicate brown leather suitcase with wheels, which looked quite upscale. Her facial expression was remarkably flat. Even though she didn't seem sad, she lacked the liveliness typical of most children, exuding an aura reminiscent of one who remains unflinching in the face of calamity. So who is she? Why are we hiding here to watch her? Kozi asked, puzzled. She is Sylvini, the granddaughter of the renowned alchemist Mr. Glansham Isaac. She has lived in Vanches since she was young and has been involved in alchemy, even having her own small research lab. Although it's quite small originally, just a storage room, it has been approved for use once it was abandoned. With such a background, it's actually quite unfair for others, isn't it? Florin seemed to still be troubled by the rule that clubs could only be established in the second year. Come on, before you say that, can we clarify that you, as the son of a duke, are also one of those who is unfairly treated? Kozi gestured between himself and Florin, highlighting the vast disparity in their original identities. There's nothing we can do. We cannot choose our origins. Some have to climb from the foot of the mountain, while others start from the peak. Therefore, it's evidently difficult for our king to fulfill the wish of providing fairness to every subject. But fairness is something you have to fight for yourself, not something given by others. If I can become a great magician on my own, no one would care that my background is that of an orphan. Flown. What? Where did you hear that? I overheard a conversation between my father and my elder brother outside the door before. Wait, did you just say you're an orphan? You never mentioned that before. I thought you were just a regular person from a border area, nothing more but. Flown's words came out haltingly, and the quiet little prince beside him shared a look of shock. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I didn't mention it before, because I was worried about your current reaction. You can treat Valent with a neutral attitude, so why can't you treat me the same way? This is different. The tone of the husky gradually lowered, losing its previous exuberance. Alright, you're right. Whether it's Valent you or Gaius, regardless of your experiences, you are all my roommates, and will be my best friends in the future. That's true, but why are we focusing on Sylvini now? Just because she has a powerful alchemist grandfather. Oh, I almost forgot. Flown returned to his usual state. In fact, she is about our age, a student in the same year, but her entrance exam scores are terrifyingly high. Her magical aptitude reached an S. I bet you don't know what S means. It indicates that the tester can sense the presence of magic elements and use magic even before the sensing ritual. Her score in the magical theory exam was S, and I heard from Valent's second brother, who is also our country's second prince, that this year, there are unusually 2 students who achieved full marks nationally. Oh, I don't know about the other one, but Sylvini is one of them. Sigh, sometimes it does feel a bit unfair. Why am I not blessed with such a brilliant mind? Cozy frowned slightly and silently retreated beside Valent. How do you always manage to overhear these bits of gossip? What do you mean gossip? This is solid intelligence. As a true knight, one should not just charge forward blindly, but also have the ability to gather advantageous information in the dark and seize the key to victory. A truly excellent knight is one who is diligent in thought. I can understand why you only scored a C in your exams. If you could devote that effort to studying magical theory, perhaps you could also achieve an S. That's unlikely. I can't focus on memorizing those troublesome lengthy concepts. Alright, she's about to turn the corner. Let's go, act natural and don't get caught. Flown walked ahead, pointing at the scenery outside the railing. The two followed behind, pretending to have just casually wandered onto this path and coincidentally encountered each other, which in fact was true. The little girl didn't notice anything unusual. She felt the books she was holding were about to slip, but she was close to her destination and was torn between whether to let go of the suitcase to adjust her grip or to hurry a few steps. Cozy looked at Valent on his right and Flown at an angle ahead. As they brushed past Sylvini, he quickly turned back, bending down to lift the book that was about to fall, then straightened up and continued walking, the entire process quite smooth, as if nothing had happened. Sylvini paused for a moment, looking back at the trio that had just passed her. She slightly bowed, saying a clear thank you, and one of them waved at her before she continued on her way with the suitcase. What the heck, Cozy, what were you doing? You scared me just now. After Sylvini disappeared from their sight, Flown couldn't help but ask. I helped her with a book. Flown, I must remind you, alchemy is one of the 2 courses also known as the devil's subjects, just like potion making, and the entrance exam has basically no related content. What do you think we should do when we advance to the second year? His good point. The husky rubbed his chin, pretending to ponder seriously, but Sylvini was surprisingly polite, which I didn't expect. I initially thought she would be a bit cold and hard to get along with. Politeness and coldness aren't mutually exclusive, and I get along just fine with Valent too. You two haven't scored S, so it's naturally different. Those exceptional students carry an aura that ordinary people find hard to approach. Don't look down on others. Just because I've only scored an A so far doesn't mean I won't become a legendary magician to show you one day. Cozy maintained his persona without missing a beat. But you haven't mentioned your magical aptitude. It doesn't seem to be very high. I'm not targeting you, but it's just that becoming a legendary magician is quite a challenge, isn't it? It's true, but dreams should be had. What if they come true? Isn't magic about creating such miracles? Despite his bravado, Cozy felt a bit insecure about his level aptitude. That's true, but don't worry. If I become a legendary magician or an unparalleled knight before you, I'll allow you not to bow or salute. No need to go that far. If that's the case, I'll definitely strive to be ahead of you. As evening fell, the 3 of them laughed and chatted as they went to the cafeteria to grab some food, bringing a portion back for Gaius, who was still in the dormitory, thus concluding a day of academy exploration. At night, the 3 in the room fell into a deep sleep, but Cozy tossed and turned, unable to rest. He sighed, threw off the blanket, sat up, gazing at the moon outside through the window. He cautiously turned on the alchemical lamp on the desk and began to write and sketch on parchment. On the first day of the month of abundance, September, in the first-year dormitory area of Vanch's academy. Get up, Flown. We're going to the Hall of Freedom for the opening ceremony today. Valent gently nudged the deeply sleeping husky, his demeanor more like coaxing someone to sleep rather than waking them up. Dressed in uniform, Cozy took out Ifin's Guide to Hybrid Plants from the wardrobe, which he now referred to as the Research Guide to Hybrid Theory. Then he walked to the front of Flown and Gaius' beds and pinched them both on the thigh. Ow. The husky fell off the bed in pain, stretching out lazily. What are you doing? It's time to get up. Are you going to be late on the first day of school? What time is it? 7 in the morning. I remember the opening ceremony starts at 9. Don't think I don't know you. It takes you over half an hour to put on your clothes, then you need to wash your face, and it takes an hour to finish breakfast in the cafeteria. That's exactly 2 hours. Gaius is already up, and you're the only one left, so hurry up. Oh, come on. Can't school start a few days later? Weren't you the one looking forward to the start of school days ago? While washing his face in the bathroom, Gaius didn't forget to expose Floan's true colors to draw a line with him as a fellow late riser. Thus, under Cozy's urging, the foreman team arrived at the entrance of the so-called Hall of Freedom, which was eerily quiet with a gentle breeze stirring a single leaf. Not a single shadow was in sight. Looking at the huge bronze bell mounted on the distant tower, it seemed they had arrived 40 minutes earlier than expected. Floan, with a droopy dog-like face, glanced left at Cozy and right at Valent. So why did we have to come out so early? I wanted to sleep a little longer. Cozy ignored his gaze. Just go sit in a chair and sleep. Once it starts, we can wake you up directly. You won't be late. Just imagine waking up an hour later, rushing in a panic, having no time for breakfast, running here with an empty stomach, only to find everyone else has arrived, and we awkwardly push open the door and take our seats while enduring the principal's speech for the entire morning. All right, Cozy, stop. Just imagining that scene makes me want to create another Hall of Freedom right here. Let's hurry inside. The Hall of Freedom sounds a bit cliché, but it's quite normal for this era. The name was given by the previous principal when this place was established, mainly to commemorate the gradually formed atmosphere of freedom and openness in the mage circles of the Duchy of Jackmand. People gathered together to share their research insights without small groups clustered in the same field, no hierarchy between different fields, no belittling due to youth, and no excessive flattery due to high status. Entering the hall, one could see that it was quite spacious, nearly as large as the biggest gymnasium from Cozy's university days, but far more splendid, with walls and stone columns featuring different patterned statues embedded in the walls, and neat rows of fixed seating arranged like terraces, all adorned with white drapery and cushions complementing the white marble structure of the hall. Sunlight streaming in through the large windows illuminated the entire Hall of Freedom in a resplendent glow, creating a remarkably bright atmosphere. At the top of the hall hung a luxurious glass chandelier, suspended by a golden chain in the center. At the front there was a podium made of white and blue wood, reminiscent of what Cozy remembered, just lacking the microphone connected by wires. Behind the podium was a mural covering an entire wall, depicting tall architectural arches that opened into depth, illustrating dozens of mages engaged in conversation. Of course, one must discard the stereotype that mages always wear pointed hats. Their attire could be somewhat casual, but not disheveled. The figures in the painting were not gathered in a circle, but were spread out on a plane, divided into smaller groups by their different orientations, their bodies engaged in rich movements, quoting references, and passionately discussing various issues. Overall, these figures, though Cozy didn't recognize any of them now, were all famous mages who once thrived in their respective fields. They walked, conversed, debated, calculated, and pondered, completely immersed in a rich academic atmosphere and the spirit of free debate. Where should we sit? Frolin yawned, saying, I want to sit in the back. I heard the opening ceremony has a long speech, and am afraid I might fall asleep and get caught. Have you inquired about how many freshmen there are each year? Coz looked at the space that could accommodate over 1,000 people and posed a question. Of course, it's around 200 or so. There are usually 4 or 5 more each year, but not significantly more. So I think sitting in the middle is better, perhaps in the 6th or 7th row, not too close to the front, and if there aren't many people behind, we won't have to adjust forward. Good idea, as expected of you. Just as the 4 of them found their seats, Frolin leaned on the back of the chair in front, completely still, emitting faint snores. At that moment, a flash of light passed by, and a figure appeared out of thin air in the archway of the Hall of Freedom. Before the appearance could be clearly seen, a magnetic and resonant voice came through. You all came quite early, children. While I would love to commend your enthusiasm, unfortunately this system will take a while for me to announce, and it hasn't officially started yet. Coz turned his head, and the wizard in a black robe had already stepped down the stairs, walking towards their position. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the morning sunlight shone through the arch behind him, making the figure appear somewhat sacred. As he stepped out of the backlight area, Coz could finally see his attire and appearance. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with slightly curly short hair that had turned gray with age and a small goatee that also connected slightly to his sideburns. He had a couple of gentlemanly mustaches on his upper lip and beneath his nose that seemed to connect, looking playful, reminiscent of Charlie Chaplin or Robert Downey Jr. Yet his overall demeanor resembled that of Sherlock Holmes. His face was handsome, with defined features, 2 sword-like eyebrows raised in a heroic manner, embodying the gallant spirit of a swordsman from a martial arts novel. In his youth, he must have been a remarkably charming young man, and even now he was not lacking an old gentleman rich in cultivation, erudition, experience, and talent. Though not so young anymore, he emanated a sharpness that concealed its edge. In his deep-set eyes there seemed to be a vast world resonating with experience and knowledge, making it hard to fathom. This gave Coz his first experience of what it truly means to have piercing gaze, yet the gaze was softened, resembling a steel man after becoming a father. However, his attire lacked such ornate display. On the contrary, it was quite simple, a white robe underneath cinched at the waist with a white silk belt adorned with golden decorations, and over it, he wore a black long robe. The sleeves were wide, shorter than the inner white robe, revealing white cuffs. While it resembled a wizard's robe, it looked more like a hero's cloak on him, yet somehow appeared harmonious, lacking the baroque extravagance ubiquitous in Vandia's, instead radiating an effortless grandeur. Though his nonchalant style was entirely different from Tony Stark's, one could imagine him sitting on a sofa with a glass of red wine, without feeling out of place. Coz was immersed in his thoughts, completely forgetting that his gaze remained fixed on the other person. Is there something on my face? He raised his eyebrows in surprise, conjuring a water mirror to check his face. Everything was normal, perfectly fine. Nothing really, Mr. Principal, I just feel that your mustache is quite artistic. Oh, really? Urbino touched his mustache while looking at the mirror, saying, thank you, child, very tasteful. I think so too. But there's no need to be so formal with the title. You can call me Teacher Urbino, Professor Urbino, or Mr. Urbino. Before becoming the principal, I was just an ordinary teacher lecturing you. Though I would love to chat a bit more, I need to prepare for today's speech. I wish you all a pleasant time at Vandia's. Thank you, Urbino. Professor. After this handsome old gentleman elegantly turned and walked towards the distant podium, Gaius leaned close to Kaz's ear and quietly asked, have you met our principal before? Kaz shrugged, saying, no, I've never seen him before. How did you recognize him? By his mustache. Kaz extended a finger mimicking the previous husky's action beneath his nose, leaving Gaius, who was confused, asking by what. The month of abundance was already stepping into autumn, and the weather had thus become somewhat cooler, warm without any feeling of heat. In the seats of the Hall of Freedom, Frolin and Gaius were one slouched, one upright, both falling into a delightful slumber from the autumn breeze blowing in through the door. Young Prince Valent sat upright with his legs together, a textbook opened on his lap, lowering his head to read page by page. Kaz wanted to be more casual, crossing his legs, leaning against the armrest of his seat, eyes closed, as he quickly flipped through Ivan's notes with his divine sense. The black-robed principal leaned on the desk with his arm twirling his goat beard with his left thumb and index finger, reciting the manuscript written on the parchment, while his right hand unconsciously gestured, as if giving a speech, completely unconcerned about his image in front of the students in the room, as one could tell from his furrowed brows that he hadn't even memorized the script. About 5 minutes later, a small head popped in through the main door, and with a clattering sound, a little girl, holding a thick book, walked up the stairs. She glanced at the principal, who was temporarily resting on the podium, showing no signs of surprise, evidently accustomed to it. Then, looking at the 4 distinctly postured boys who had arrived before her, they showed no reaction to the odd atmosphere in the hall and sat down in a corner of the first row to read. After that, more classmates entered the hall in groups of 2 or 3, chatting and laughing, only to abruptly come to a halt, as if struck by some spell, looking at each other before quietly finding seats. Why is it so quiet? I don't know. The bell tower rang with a loud sound announcing the arrival of 9 o'clock, and a small area in front of the podium was already filled with curious, restless first-year students. Urbino sighed, no longer paying attention to the scroll in his hand, clearing his throat. Well, children, it seems I don't need to ask for silence. Everyone is being quite polite. His hand swept across, and the several children originally scattered in the outer seats were merged into the main group, while everyone's badges emitted a faint glow. With 207 people, it seems everyone is here very smoothly. Now we can begin our opening ceremony. First, you might wonder who this handsome old man standing in front is. Let me introduce myself. I am Urbino Sanchiao, the 5th principal during the 323 years since the establishment of Vandia's Academy. You can usually call me Professor Urbino or Mr. Urbino. Secondly, I want to say that in the week prior to this, I carefully wrote a flowery and solemn speech based on suggestions from other teachers, even quoting verses from bards. However, just now I felt it was overly verbose and unnecessary, so I decided not to read it to you with great emotion as written. Let's cast it aside. As he spoke, he tossed the scroll behind him. Okay, it feels wonderful to be free from the burden of those meaningless words. Perhaps you still want to ask, why is only Mr. Urbino standing here, and why is this grand-looking hall so empty yet? Plain. In fact, they were initially prepared to come, but I notified those teachers that your opening ceremony was postponed to tomorrow, because I feel that such ceremonies need not be overly complicated. After all, it is just a kind principal wanting to chat amiably with my lovely freshmen and inform you about some aspects of life and study at Vandia's, that's all. He opened his arms, presenting, if everyone feels there isn't enough of a ceremonial atmosphere then. As he moved, the entire hall was enveloped by some magic. From the podium, a red carpet appeared, layer by layer, golden lavish decorations, and the red cushions and backs of the seats transformed into a golden red hue. The outer doors closed, the windows were covered with opaque curtains, and the glass lamps at the top of the dark hall shone brightly, enveloping the spacious area in a warm, luxurious glow. Several beams of light from unknown directions illuminated Urbino, who was smiling on the stage. How about this? Doesn't it look much better now? Watching the audience transition from silence to lively chatter, the corners of his mouth rose with satisfaction. Mr. Urbino, I feel it's a bit dark. Could you make it look like outside? I think the lawn of our academy looks great. A bold boy raised his hand and stood up to voice his request. Of course, no problem. I'm glad you like the environment of our academy. With a sweep of Urbino's right hand, the entire indoor scene transformed into the grass outside, even with a warm breeze blowing through, and the glass lamps above turned into a non-glaring sun. Seeing this novel scene, the just 10-year-old children eagerly raised their hands, hoping the principal would change the hall style according to their wishes. Quiet down, children. If this continues, we won't finish our main business today. Urbino clapped his hands, transforming the room into a refreshingly relaxed color resembling a tea party. This magic is a bit challenging. If you really have a strong passion for it, you can change the style of your dormitory after learning it. Just remember to reach an agreement with your roommate. Now, on behalf of the entire school, I welcome you to Vandia's, to this academy filled with magic and wonders, and I hope each of you will have a pleasant journey. Among you there are princes of nations, descendants of dukes, as well as daughters of farmers and sons of blacksmiths. Yet within Vandia's academy, you are all my students, all part of the same group of children yearning for magic. Before knowledge, there is never a distinction of status. There is only how seriously one engages. My colleagues and I discuss every year how to help you integrate into this community more easily, how to stimulate your motivation to learn magic, such as dividing into different academies, calculating academy points, allowing you to progress through competition, and enhancing your sense of collective honor. Finally, I borrowed a suggestion from a friend who traveled far. Why not treat you, as a whole, letting your distinct personalities influence each other rather than clustering together based on similarities? So don't worry about whether your words and actions will tarnish the collective. Right now you bear no labels. You are simply yourselves, able to shed your previous identities, make friends with anyone who shares your interests, and become who you want to be. Some of you may have had parents remind you to maintain good relations with noble children. I personally have no objections to this. However, I want to say that the hero who defeated the Demon King was once a nameless nobody. The previous principal easily defeated the dragon, but when he first graduated from Vandia's, he was chased by several irritable goblins in the forest. I, Urbino Sanxiao, come from an ordinary farming family. In fact, I initially had less magical talent than most of you. The most outstanding wizard could be any of you. It has nothing to do with who your parents are or your family background, so make friends with your heart and eyes, not your ears. At this point, Urbino paused, revealing a meaningful smile. Well, without a script, this is a bit troublesome. I almost forgot what I was going to say next. At this moment, a burst of laughter erupted from the previously serious atmosphere. So perhaps some might ask, if that's the case, how do we motivate you to study hard? How do we punish children who make mistakes? Don't worry, I'm about to announce a new academy policy, the credit system. When I was in school, I hated it when someone made a mistake and dragged the entire class or group down, yet seeing everyone silently blaming each other, I felt a bit heartbroken. At that time, I disliked correcting mistakes through shame and self-blame, even if it might be effective. As I mentioned earlier, you are yourselves. Stepping into Vandia's also means you are about to enter the world. You must learn to bear your own mistakes and learn to detach from the collective honor. Therefore, during your time at Vandia's, actively participating in class, diligently completing your study tasks, achieving excellent exam results, and making efforts to progress, even if not as good as others, will all earn you corresponding points which are for you personally. If you act mischievously or violate discipline, points will be deducted from you. As for the use of points, I, along with other academy teachers, have donated a batch of precious books from my private collection to the library. With your points, 1 point allows you to read in this special area for 2.5 hours, with a corresponding device recording the time and deducting points. Moreover, points are bound to the magical essence information in each of your badges and cannot be exchanged or transferred through money or other means. We do not support competing to earn points from one another. In short, do not try to scheme to gain more points from others. Everything relies on your own efforts. This reward will naturally motivate those who genuinely love magic, while those who want to be lazy wouldn't want to read anyway. It seems harmless, yet everyone must take responsibility for their choices and future. It is quite fair. Just like I happen to hear someone say these days, fairness is never given by others, it is something you strive for yourselves. The future is the same. Vandia's is the place that provides you the opportunity to strive for fairness. The academy will gradually refine its credit policy. For instance, should any faculty member, including myself, discover minor artifacts useful to you newly initiated apprentices of magic, yet wholly unnecessary for our own practice, such as materials for crafting wands, herbs for brewing potions, or other curiosities, these shall be added to the item exchange zone as rewards, thereby encouraging scholarly diligence and offering students lacking access to such resources a fair opportunity to acquire them. Urbino observed the first-year students' intrigued gazes from the lectern and felt deeply satisfied by the policy's appeal. Moreover, allow me to announce an immediate academic bonus. Prior to enrollment, all of you underwent 3 assessments. Magical aptitude bears no relation to effort. Physical training is not our academy's primary emphasis. Thus, only the theoretical examination offers preliminary insight into your dedication to the path of the mage. To my profound astonishment and delight, 2 students this year have achieved the exceedingly rare S grade on the theory exam despite having received no formal instruction from our institution. In recognition, I shall award each of them 10 additional credits today. As for their identities, they may prefer to remain anonymous, and it suffices for you simply to know that 2 exceptional scores exist among your cohort. All examinations conducted during your tenure here shall be graded on a scale from S to D, but only you shall know your own grade, and rankings shall be displayed anonymously to all. Vandia's does not wish academic performance to breed division among students, nor does it intend grades to serve as definitive measures of character or capability. What you ultimately take from this place depends entirely upon your resolve to shape your own future. In truth, the moment Headmaster Urbino announced the 10-credit bonus for S achievers, Kizi sensed a faint prickling aura of black-edged resentment emanating from the surrounding space. He needed no guesswork to discern the source. Envy, jealousy, and quiet bitterness would inevitably stir among some peers. Kizi himself held his breath. He had no desire to draw attention so early, especially as a commoner. Fortunately, the subsequent announcement of anonymous grading eased his tension. The ambient malice lacking a concrete target dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen, merely the fleeting childish pangs of envy. In any case, he had narrowly escaped scrutiny. Next, let us address matters close to your heart's curriculum and graduation requirements. You likely possess some preliminary understanding, having already been admitted. Vandiya's is a 7-year magical academy. During your first year, you shall engage exclusively with foundational theoretical knowledge. Do not underestimate or dismiss year 1, for it forms the indispensable bedrock upon which all future spellcasting and interdisciplinary study rests. Once this foundation is firmly laid, your second year shall guide you progressively deeper into the arcane world, learning spellcraft, engaging in practical drills, undertaking outdoor expeditions, brewing potions, and employing alchemy to fashion wondrous artifacts. From years 3 and 4 onward, you shall freely select specialized magical disciplines aligned with your deepest interests. Incidentally, every detail I have just outlined appears within the scroll housed in your dormitory. Hold it in your hand, infuse it with mana, and pose questions concerning academy life. The answers shall emerge with remarkable clarity. This scroll is my own alchemical creation, both elegant and eminently practical. Upon completing these studies, selecting your preferred magical discipline and elemental affinity, and advancing to year 5, you shall begin preparing for the formal mage certification examination. In year 6, the academy shall escort you to Mount Opunus, the legendary mage town and headquarters of the mage conclave, where you shall sit your examination while beholding for the first time the vast and living reality of the mage's world. Upon entering year 7, those who pass the formal mage examination may choose for their final year a city wherein to undertake real-world apprenticeships, applying spellcraft directly to tangible problems. This then shall be your ultimate lesson before stepping fully into the world. At this point, Urbino clapped his hands once more, gently recalling the enraptured students from their reveries. Very well, children. Though that day lies far ahead, your immediate duty is to master theoretical knowledge diligently. Do not forget you are not even mage apprentices yet. With a graceful wave, he conjured a single parchment hovering before each student, its surface inscribed with timetables and course grids. All courses scheduled for your first year appear herein. Absent extraordinary circumstances, this schedule remains immutable. Please do not arrive late. Well then, that concludes everything I intended to convey. Simple enough, was it not? The bell has yet to ring. I assured my colleagues I could manage this alone, leaving their introductions for tomorrow. Off you go, children. Pursue what calls to you. And one final reminder, do not be late for class tomorrow. Urbino retrieved the discarded scroll from the floor, rolled it neatly, and tucked it into his robe pocket. Then, humming a light, lilting tune, he watched the boisterous children file out of the Hall of Freedom before strolling leisurely through the great doors. Oh, you've arrived just now. I've already finished my address. Kizzy, where do you intend to go? Florin, having roused himself long before the headmaster's speech concluded, twisted at the waist and stretched his joints while posing the question. Perhaps I'll visit the library later. You've deliberately avoided it these past 2 days, but I find it deeply intriguing. So what's so fascinating about the library, really? It's merely shelves upon shelves of books, hardly worth the detour. Wait, you wouldn't happen to have secretly earned an S, would you? Now planning to spend your credits accessing the restricted section to peruse the headmaster's private collection. In a certain sense, the hound remained as perceptive as ever. No, I'm aware of numerous other collections open to all students. I wish to read widely, hoping to accumulate a few extra credits before classes begin. After all, unlike you, I possess no inherited magical resources. Oh, Florin groaned dramatically. Look at you. Tomorrow is your first day of class, yet today you're already rushing to the library. Won't that bore you terribly? So then, Kizzy smiled faintly. If not the library, where do you propose we go? We could explore the student societies. Though official recruitment begins later, curious students may already visit informally, and perhaps even join a society of interest ahead of schedule. But beyond magical theory, I know nothing. Last night, I consulted the dormitory scroll. Joining a magical society requires at least basic cantrip proficiency. Otherwise, meaningful participation is impossible. Likewise, potion societies demand mastery of at least one formula, while alchemical societies require foundational knowledge of principles and techniques, and so forth. Yet our formal instruction has not even commenced. Kizzy offered another quiet smile, one Florin instinctively sensed carried a subtle undercurrent of quiet pride. Thus accompanying me serves little purpose. But Gaius might benefit from joining you. I recall guilds dedicated to weaponry, smithing, and martial arts appearing on the registry. You may find resonance there. Valant raised his hand, signaling intent to head for the library, only for Florin to anticipate him, clamp a hand over his mouth, and whisk him away. No, you don't wish to study alongside Kizzy. What you truly need is to shed this timid, bashful, hesitant disposition. Come, let's observe upperclassmen firsthand. It will fortify your courage. 2 superfluous companions thus vanished, dragged off by one troublesome soul. Kizzy felt a quiet thrill rise within him as he ambled toward the library, guided by the scroll's directions. The library was not a freestanding edifice outside the castle, but rather a central circular chamber positioned equidistantly between all year-level study zones, ensuring convenient access for every student seeking knowledge or resolution to their queries. Wow, this place is genuinely awe-inspiring. Not coming here earlier cost me a fortune. Kizzy tilted his head upward, tracing the soaring arc from floor to vaulted ceiling, gazing past the heavy, white relief-carved wooden doors into the luminous interior. He exhaled softly, not only in admiration of its sheer scale and elegance, but also in quiet comparison to the modest university library of his former life. The floor was paved with precisely arranged black and white ceramic tiles overlaid with thick, sound-dampening carpets. With upperclassmen still awaiting their week-long orientation, the library's usual hush deepened into near-sacred silence. Its architectural harmony mirrored the academy itself. Columns and archways carved from gleaming white marble adorned with Baroque and Rococo flourishes, through walls unoccupied by shelves bore statues of mages in varied postures. The ceiling, painted like a cathedral dome, depicted scenes not of divinity, but of arcane mastery. At the hall's center stood rows of orderly desks and chairs illuminated by radiant crystal lanterns. Bathed in such gentle balanced light, prolonged reading posed no threat to eyesight. The bookshelves, crafted from a fine-grained timber painted matte white, curved and straightened in elegant rhythm around the central chamber. From the entrance, the ground floor revealed two distinct zones. Behind the outer ring of shelves lay a visible upper gallery, complete with additional shelving and secluded study nooks of varying sizes. A reception desk stood at the threshold, manned by an elderly female librarian wearing thick gold-rimmed spectacles. She sat immersed in a tome, her bearing scholarly, her demeanor grave and exacting. Upon noticing Kizzy, she lifted her gaze with quiet appraisal. A first-year student? Yes. Are you familiar with the library's regulations? The headmaster's scroll mentions them. Very well. But permit me to reiterate, speak softly. I'll refrain from disturbing others, handle volumes with utmost care, avoid casting unpracticed levitation charms within these halls. Should you wish to eat or discuss ideas, descend to the sub-basement, soundproof for precisely that purpose. All borrowed texts must be returned by their due date. A newly established special collection resides on level 3 underground. Do not attempt to remove any volume from there. Each bears a unique homing enchantment. Return it precisely to its designated place. You may now enter. Thank you. You're welcome. Kizzy stepped into this resplendent confluence of magic and Renaissance grandeur, closed his eyes briefly, and swept the space with his divine sense, checking discreetly for observers or fellow first years. Fortunately, none were present. Descending the stairs toward the special collection on level 3 underground, he discovered someone had preceded him. A young woman in a simple black gown drifted slowly along the shelves, contemplating where to begin her exploration, her winered ceremonial uniform already replaced, though no one knew when. Noticing Kizzy descending the staircase, her delicate willow leaf eyebrows arched in mild surprise. So, you're the other theorist. Is that so improbable? Kizzy replied, a small wry smile playing at his lips as he mimicked a bear's helpless shrug. Not at all. Every soul holds infinite potential, and you are truly remarkable. Thank you, and likewise. My name is Kizzy Lyons. Sylvini Isaac, she murmured, lifting her skirt slightly in a graceful practiced curtsy. Their exchange ended there. They parted ways, each turning to browse distinct sections of the shelves. Alchemy, alchemy. Kizzy murmured as he circled the shelves. He had reflected carefully. Treatises on botany and potioncraft existed, penned by 2 renowned masters. Spellcasting remained beyond his current grasp, and other subjects could wait until after formal instruction, lest he stray down erroneous paths. Ever since Urbino mentioned the convenient scroll was an alchemical artifact, Kizzy had become deeply captivated. Alchemy seemed less a mere extension of chemistry, and more akin to a disciplined magical counterpart to technology, perhaps capable of revolutionizing culinary preparation, spice refinement, and food preservation alike. Seeking works on alchemy? Unbeknownst to him, Sylvini had crossed his path in the aisles, and having overheard his soft muttering, asked with quiet curiosity. Yes, the headmaster mentioned it briefly. That sparked my interest. Very well. Alchemical texts reside in the northwestern quadrant, but these editions are advanced. If you're new to the discipline, I recommend beginning with foundational material. I'd assumed you'd counsel me to abandon the idea, deeming it premature for someone at my stage. If you earned your S without deception, you've already proven your capacity to absorb deeper knowledge. Yet alchemy is an oceanic discipline, vast, intricate, and demanding. To plunge in without guidance risks overwhelming confusion. Have you considered which branch you wish to explore? Perhaps I'd like to craft devices that help prepare delicious meals. So that's all. Sylvini remained characteristically composed, her expressions subtle, restrained. One could scarcely imagine her ever indulging in theatrical exaggeration. Perhaps objects that render daily life more comfortable and serene. Very well, may your endeavors succeed. Sylvini turned away, cradling her chosen volume. I'd expected you to scoff openly at such a humble aspiration. Certainly not. She paused, glancing back over her shoulder, her voice calm, resonant, and imbued with quiet authority. My grandfather is among the world's most celebrated alchemists. From childhood, he taught me that knowledge in any field stretches wider than the sea itself. Whether one pursues alchemy for ambition, curiosity, utility, or even simple joy, each motive opens new vistas within the discipline and inspires others in turn. Only through vigorous, respectful discourse can any field endure and evolve. Thus, though certain avenues may hold no personal appeal, I neither scorn them nor approach them with prejudice. I hope you too will cultivate such openness. Having spoken, Sylvini departed silently, like a cloud drifting across the horizon in Sujama's verse, leaving Kizzy standing motionless in the hushed grandeur of the stacks. Who would have thought he mused a former graduate researcher would receive such wisdom from a girl barely out of childhood? He did not deliberately position himself next to Sierra Wei and I. Instead he followed her hint and approached the bookshelf in the northwest corner. He then found a nearby table, closed his eyes, and activated his divine sense. To avoid drawing attention, he turned the pages much slower than usual, recording the knowledge in his mind before beginning to study it carefully. The ancient alchemy initially aimed to provide humanity with powers akin to those of the divine. In other words, it sought to transform humanity's incomplete existence into a complete one like that of a deity. The primary goal was to transmute base metals into precious ones, especially gold. Later, various other studies emerged, such as creating the elixir of life, seeking the philosopher's stone, and even some attempting to create artificial beings. The philosopher's stone was the most coveted sacred object among early alchemists, said to have the ability to turn lead into gold, produce elixirs of immortality, and even create life and command angels. However, for thousands of years, no evidence confirmed the existence of such an object, and even deities who manifested in the world openly dismissed its absurdity. In modern times, through concrete reasoning, alchemists gradually discovered that not only was creating life an immense challenge, but even transforming one substance into another proved to be extremely difficult. Thus, some remained fixated on god-making, while others began to broaden their horizons, embarking on various paths. This became the embryonic form of modern alchemy, which evolved with the times, leading to diverse applications based on intent. Keyes found this historical account of the origins of alchemy strikingly similar to the past of chemistry. Originally, chemistry also evolved from ancient alchemical practices. One of the founding figures of modern alchemy, Antoine Lavoisier, proposed the most fundamental principle of alchemy, known as the law of conservation of mass. He once conducted both simple and complex alchemical experiments in a completely sealed glass box, using precise magical manipulations. The results were invariably the same when the final reaction occurred, even though the material's form had changed. The weight of the entire glass box remained unchanged. From this, he concluded that various substances would be produced during the process of using alchemy, some visible, while others colorless, odorless, and formless, akin to certain gases. Thus, the overall weight of the material neither diminishes nor increases, it merely transforms from one substance into another or multiple substances. Based on such a viewpoint, combined with Antoine Lavoisier's law of conservation of mass and the array magic passed down from the Esther dynasty, Joseph proposed the philosopher's stone hypothesis, creating the concept of transmutation circles that allowed materials to change into another form, at will pushing alchemy from the complexities of laboratory experimentation into the realm of spellcasting. From then on, alchemy was officially named alchemy, and the philosopher's stone was regarded as a type of alchemical tool designed with numerous transmutation circles. Upon reading this, Keyes was completely captivated. Previously, based on the brief introduction in the entrance exam textbook and his impression of the history of chemistry, he had assumed that alchemy in this world would ultimately follow the path of chemistry. He never expected that the entire reaction process could be substituted with a transmutation circle. Even if constructing a transmutation circle requires mastering the entire reaction process on the experimental platform, it is still quite astonishing. It was both scientific and magical. Keyes secretly glanced at Sierra Wei Ni, who was reading in another corner. She was focused and meticulous, seemingly unaffected by anything around her. Thus, he carefully and swiftly browsed through several basic alchemy books, trying to minimize the sound of turning pages before starting to delve into the higher-level studies of alchemy presented by the teachers before casting spells. A mage first constructs their spell model represented externally by magic circles of different attributes. Transmutation circles are an improvement based on this concept. Since weapons can be inscribed with runes, could transmutation circles also be utilized not just by humans, but engraved on objects, endowing them with the properties of other objects or enhancing and diminishing effects on the objects themselves? Furthermore, they could be combined with simple runes to enable objects to gradually possess certain capabilities of humans, such as movement and spellcasting. Perhaps this is the working principle of the long-lost alchemical creations proposed by the hypothesis creator Grantham Isaac. If it's Isaac, then the donor of these books must be the grandfather that Sierra Wei Ni mentioned. Keyes thought to himself as he continued reading. He encountered various experiments conducted by Grantham Isaac regarding his hypothesis. Many of them had failed, but through repeated exploration, he discovered numerous materials capable of supporting transmutation circles and combined them with runes to propose the concept of constant transmutation circles, successfully creating the world's first wax-free glass lamp. As Keyes continued reading, he realized he had one question that had now doubled: what type of magic was array magic, and what magical system did runes belong to? Although the latter sounded familiar, he had not encountered similar knowledge since arriving in this world, and the scroll created by the principal did not mention any related courses. Carrying this doubt, he did not want to disturb Sierra Wei Ni, who was engrossed in her reading. Instead, he returned to the first floor to inquire with the librarian sitting at the door. "Hello, may I ask if there are any books related to runes or array magic in the library?" "You are looking at books related to alchemy, aren't you?" "Yes, I want to get acquainted with them in advance, and I happen to learn about these two unfamiliar spells." Runes and array magic are not the mainstream spells studied by Von Diaz. The former is a spell passed down from the Arcadia Empire, while the latter is a type of spell from the Esther dynasty. The alchemy class will only teach you basic material reactions. If you delve deeper, what you learn will be these years' advancements in transmutation circles by Mr. Isaac, and you can use them without needing to understand runes and array magic too much. These two types of books are rare. If you truly wish to learn, I would actually recommend starting with the different human nations in today's world. Okay, thank you. He politely expressed his gratitude while contemplating that Professor Monson might discuss the histories of different countries in the magic history course this semester. Since he already had a general understanding of them, it would be better to wait until class to listen, and he could inquire about anything unclear afterward. With this thought, he returned to his seat in the special area on the underground third floor and continued reviewing Grantham Isaac's alchemical research notes. According to Grantham's research, the materials capable of inscribing and stabilizing transmutation circles were quite precious. Slightly more common materials could easily cause severe fluctuations in the transmutation circle if mishandled, leading to collapse and damage, and some could even result in violent explosions. However, the addition of a certain metal could significantly stabilize the transmutation circle, and that is gold. Gold, pursued by alchemy, ultimately became the material that promoted the development of alchemy, which is quite a dramatic turn of events. He continued reading and discovered that the swirling coal used by the village blacksmith Mr. Elvin was also developed by Grantham Isaac based on certain alchemical principles, and there was a dedicated coal transmutation circle. This was just the beginning. He also improved the wax-free glass lamp, making it safer and more stable. The dates recorded in the book indicated that the constant light spell's glass lamp was thoroughly transformed within the last decade. No wonder it looked so uncommon, as only the Von Diaz Academy had a substantial amount of such equipment. Of course, it was also possible that the mages found out after selling cheap materials that commoners could not afford them, which is why this glass lamp had not been sold nationwide. However, after the royal family and some nobles verified its safety, they would likely be very fond of this convenient, clean, and bright alchemical tool. Uncle Cloud in fact foresaw that if something new were created in Von Diaz, it might truly become a lucrative trend. Additionally, alchemical creations used to record personal magical essence information, such as their school emblem, also contained a constant transmutation circle of a certain spell. There were also external alchemical tools capable of converting one's magical essence into different elements. Of course, their effectiveness was far inferior to mages with natural affinity for those elements, but they were surprisingly useful. Typically, such tools were crafted into the shape of smooth gemstones embedded in necklaces, bracelets, or earrings. Jewelry that collected water elements was used by adventurers lacking water elements to create a source of water for cleansing. Jewelry that collected fire elements was used to start fires in the wilderness. Jewelry that collected air elements was widely applied in maritime endeavors, generating airflow to propel sails. Jewelry that collected earth elements had weak effects when used individually, so they were employed by larger armies to collectively cast earth spells, quickly establishing camps for rest or constructing fortifications. An even more significant achievement in recent years was that Grantham, through research on spatial magic and teleportation arrays, discovered the spatial transmutation circle that stabilizes compressed space and successfully fixed it to a box. Although it could not yet accommodate large volumes, it undoubtedly marked a decisive step forward for spatial alchemical creations. He shook his head, feeling deeply shocked with a mix of emotions. Perhaps it was a blend of laughter and tears. He suddenly realized that alchemy seemed to encompass more than just the simple discipline of chemistry from his previous world. It appeared to also include some applications of physics. This man, who became one of the greatest alchemists for proposing and implementing the constant concept of transmutation circles, seemed more like a physicist, or rather a great inventor. At the same time, he had previously wondered why there had never been any news about the essential spatial products in the magical world. If they were common, there should have been no difficulty in finding out. If they were precious, such alchemical creations should have garnered widespread attention, and any auction would have made a grand spectacle. Yet he never expected that they had just been created and were waiting for him here. However, being able to contribute notes containing precious alchemical concepts and research outcomes related to spatial magic transmutation circles to Von Diaz Academy for all students to learn from may reflect even more on the fact that Grantham Isaac was a great alchemist than those inventions. Time passed unknowingly as the sky gradually darkened, yet the underground level 3 remained brightly lit. He was so focused on recording the content from the book that he didn't even have lunch. Especially after Zirway left with no one else in the underground level 3, he became even more reckless in flipping through the books, as if he was determined to empty the special area's collection. When he first received the memory aid of divine sense, recording things required a cumbersome method akin to memory bread, which was both ludicrous and inconvenient, although others could not see it. Now he could skillfully master this ability and use it like the divine senses depicted in fantasy novels, though the overall range was limited, completely incomparable to the great beings who could easily reach hundreds of kilometers. As the clock tower chimed 6 in the evening, Keys yawned. He felt that the clock tower might also have been designed by Mr. Glansom, as it seemed that no matter where one was in the school, the same volume of chimes could be distinctly heard. He pressed his temples and slowly closed the book, feeling a slight pain in his brain. This was a side effect of absorbing a large amount of information in a short time, reminiscent of the feeling of staying up late reading papers after a long period of sleeplessness. After returning each book to its original place, he had basically finished reading the alchemy notes here. However, he had merely stuffed them into his mind. The interesting things he had initially seen were not even foundational. They could only be described as bait to lure people in, while the various theories and abstract models that followed were incredibly complex. As for the topics related to space, he didn't dare to even glance at them, suspecting they were not easy to deal with. Stepping out of the underground level 3 Keys, he observed his surroundings. He saw no machines that could be manipulated or swiped, and he had no idea where to deduct his reading time. Hello, I would like to ask how to deduct credits for the time spent reading in the underground level 3. He returned to the entrance of the library and inquired with the librarian. That area has a dedicated magic circle. As long as you wear your school badge, you can enter there, and it will automatically account for your time. When you leave the area, the corresponding data will be recorded in your badge. Therefore, every second you spend inside is precious, and remember to think about what field of magic you want to study in advance before going in. So, can someone else enter if they have my badge? Keys asked a question he had been curious about since the beginning of school, but had forgotten to ask. No, the badge only activates when in contact with someone whose magical essence corresponds to it. Alright, thank you once again. It's my duty, no need to be polite. After leaving the library, Keys first went to the cafeteria, though it wasn't officially called that, but let's just say so for now. He took a few white bread rolls from the basket. Although they couldn't compare to the exquisite products of the industrial age, they were certainly much tastier than the dark bread, feeling softer with a faint aroma of wheat. He ladled a spoonful of lamb soup from a ceramic container. It was referred to as soup rather than broth because it was filled with shredded tender lamb resembling the minced meat in a burger. It was kept warm by a small flame, and amidst the spices and heat, there was a hint of curry aroma. It seemed that no matter the era, there would always be delicious food. Finally, Keys grabbed several slices of ham and a plate of lettuce and sliced tomatoes from the vegetable section, packing them all up and returning to his dormitory. The dormitory was empty. Perhaps his roommates were still out having fun, or more likely Floan was dragging the other two along. Keys placed the book on his bed, then spread out the oil paper wrapping the food. Using a small knife, he sliced the white bread into pieces, first layering it with lettuce, then adding the slices of ham and tomato, drenching it in the lamb soup, and covering it with another slice of bread, cleaning the table while reading and having dinner. Keys, what are you eating? The door opened and Floan entered with Valent and Gaius looking very interested in the food in Keys' hands, or rather he seemed interested in everything. A sandwich. I usually think that bread dipped in meat soup is delicious, so I combine them. This way I can eat while doing other things, very convenient. The last time I saw something similar, it was in the hands of a bunch of gamblers, but there's lack your finesse. Gaius' hometown had many blacksmiths, and it was never short of drunks and gamblers. In fact, I got the inspiration from them, but it's still not perfected and lacks many other ingredients. So how was your day out? Did you join any clubs? Oh yeah, of course, but I didn't join with Valent this time. Floan, who initially looked a bit tired, perked up immediately when this topic came up. Gaius, what was the one that welcomed you to join? What was it, blacksmithing or something? Yes, it's that name. There aren't many people in their group, but watching them forge is truly impressive. I don't know if Keys understands that feeling, but every strike sends sparks flying, which is quite dazzling. Of course, Gaius isn't lacking either. Although he doesn't have the skills of a top-tier blacksmith, he has been influenced since childhood and often helps forge weapons, so he completely meets their joining criteria. Yes, Gaius interjected. I heard they also receive funding from the academy, allowing them to purchase relatively rare minerals. That's great. Congratulations, Gaius. If I can become a formal mage, I will definitely come to you to help me forge a staff. Keys drew a metaphorical pie to encourage him. Of course, no problem. I will continue to refine my forging skills. He looked genuinely happy. So what about you? Keys looked at Floan and Valent. Didn't you take the opportunity to join the Magic Society? I originally wanted to, but we can only cast simple cantrips for now. They said the Magic Society is a club for mutual learning, communication, and sparring in magic, so at least we need to learn one ring spell or master multiple cantrips. But it's not a big problem. I believe with our talents we will learn quickly. Floan always seemed so optimistic, as if he would never encounter anything that frustrated him. What book did you read in the library today? Was there anything fun? The question was directed at everyone, leaving Keys as the only one who hadn't shared his experiences. Some. Alchemy. Alchemy. Floan looked surprised. Alchemy seems to be a very complex subject. You didn't decide to study it because of Zirway a few days ago, did you? Not too far off. Did you know that the processes for many foods are actually quite complex? Besides wanting to become a skilled mage, I also want to be a gourmet. A gourmet? Someone who eats delicious food from all over the world. How is that related to alchemy? You wouldn't understand that. Keys put down his book, turned in his chair, and gestured with his hands. For instance, many of the things we eat now contain animal fats, but with the current processing methods, the fats still carry their original fishy taste. When I studied botany before, I found that many plants can actually be pressed for oils that are very clear. Forgive me for only having this term to describe it, as I have indeed produced it. The process is simple, but requires a lot of effort, so I was wondering if there is a machine that could replace me and automate this step. For example, cream. Did you know? It can be simply understood as the animal fat extracted from milk. The process to make it is also quite simple, basically summarizing to using some kind of whisk to whip it to a fluffy state, but this process is also very tedious and boring. Including some beverages I want to make in the future, there are just too many foods that require some very ordinary yet troublesome steps. Currently, I haven't actually learned any spells, but in theory I have learned that researching a new spell requires building a spell model. If the spell is complex, then only I can learn and produce these foods, which negates the reason I wanted to study them. After meeting Zirway, I thought of alchemy, as many things produced through alchemy can also be used by ordinary people. If it could be popularized in every household, allowing everyone to eat the food I research and make it affordable, it might be a much happier thing. He was mainly explaining this to the more lively Floan, but did not notice that in the corner, he ignored Valent was sitting on the bed wide-eyed listening to him talk about all this seeming to find it very enlightening. Very impressive. Floan shrugged. I might not find other adjectives, but it seems you are doing something remarkable. I'm sorry I can't help much with alchemy, but if it's about tasting food, I can only say I'm more than willing. He casually grabbed the other half of the sandwich from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, just as I thought it indeed tastes quite good, rather wonderful. These things mixed together somehow create a layered sensation, even though they are simply stacked. I've decided that from now on I also have a wish, which is to become the greatest taster in the world. He couldn't help but chuckle, slicing a few more pieces and sharing them with Valent and Gaius. Haven't you eaten yet? No, not yet. Gaius rubbed his belly. I didn't feel very hungry while wandering around the clubs earlier, and the last place we visited was relatively close, so I came back first to see if you were here and intended to invite you to eat together. But it looks like you should be almost full. Pretty much. You guys should go eat. The lamb in here is tonight's dinner, and I think it tastes great, so you can eat more. Floan opened the 2 slices of white bread and looked at the food inside. What you made looks good. I think I will also eat like this at the cafeteria later. After that, the 3 of them went to the cafeteria and made sandwiches in a similar manner, successfully causing a small trend. After returning to the dormitory, they spent a peaceful night. Floan, wake up, it's time for class. A familiar scene unfolded in the dormitory, but this time Gaius was missing from the late risers. Oh, why do we have to wake up so early every day? Floan grabbed his hair and sat up from the bed, stretching a huge yawn. Today was the first class of the new semester in the true sense, and he didn't want to be late. You should make more of those sandwiches so that in the morning we don't have to go to the cafeteria and can go straight to the classroom, allowing us to sleep a bit longer. Don't worry, I will definitely create more varieties of fast food in the future, absolutely convenient. Fast food. The name is very fitting. It seems I can look forward to it. Breakfast was somewhat indescribable. It wasn't that it was bad, but the people in this other world seemed very accustomed to having big meals for all 3 meals, or even 2 meals a day, which made he miss the days of drinking soy milk and eating soup dumplings. The problem is that they are currently at the academy, and it is uncertain whether vegetables can be planted in the garden, or otherwise even the research on potatoes would be delayed. All the while he was pondering how to reasonably and massively cultivate vegetables, while Floan chattered endlessly beside him, with Valent and Gaius occasionally chiming in. The classrooms at Vanch's Academy were large, featuring a big door made of birch wood and tiered fixed seats from top to bottom. Even though it couldn't compare to the scale of the Hall of Freedom, accommodating over 200 people was not a problem. The teacher's lectern was a considerable distance from the front row, perhaps to give them some space to demonstrate magic. Originally, Floan thought the 4 of them would sit in the middle of the classroom, like during the opening ceremony, but he and Valent walked straight to the second row, with Gaius following them forward, only to be pulled back to the 3rd row by Floan right behind them. At this time, there were still very few students seated in the classroom, but because they were all children, they were not individually preparing for class or studying their materials, but were instead whispering to each other, creating a buzz in the room. With the sound of the door opening again, a figure holding a book walked in, dressed in a white robe with a gold chain dangling from the pocket of the shirt, and the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, topped with a white cloak resembling a trench coat. Like Miss Siddell before, this teacher appeared very young, sporting short, spiky blonde hair, looking very capable, yet still inevitably giving off a sense of inexperience. With the entrance of this teacher, the noise in the classroom considerably decreased, and everyone began to take out their books related to magical theory from their bags. However, they generally lacked the awareness to take notes in class, since they had not yet started. The young man in white walked to the lectern, laid out a thick set of teaching materials on the table, and simply waved his hand, flipping the pages to the correct position. Students who are already here can turn to the first page and take a look. In this class, we will discuss the most basic factors in using magic, which are magic essence and elements. As for more details, including who I am, we will wait for the other students to arrive before discussing. Alright. Okay, the youthful voices gave a feeling of returning to elementary school. In fact, calculating their ages, these children were probably only in the 4th grade. As the 9 o'clock chimes sounded outside the classroom, filled with first-year students of the Magic Academy, the young man with blonde hair and white clothes tapped on the desk to get everyone's attention. Alright, it's already class time. Everyone should stop talking. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Fraser Sekharim, and you can call me Teacher Fraser. Perhaps I appear youthful, and indeed I am somewhat younger than the renowned professors, but my age is at least 4 or 5 times yours. In this world, extraordinary methods exist that allow mages to preserve their visage eternally, or even revert to youth. Never hastily judge a mage's age or strength by outward appearance alone. This is the first thing I wish to impart before beginning today's lecture. Secondly, regarding our magical curriculum at Vandia's Academy, I instruct students from 1st to 4th year, guiding you into the arcane realm and laying the essential groundwork for the 5th year mage examination. Within that examination, the practical component requires mastery of spells at the 5th circle level. Each year, many students ask me, does this mean we advance precisely 1 circle per year? Let me address that now. Yes, that is precisely how it works. Do not underestimate the depth and rigor of magic. Surely all of you know the fundamental steps required for an apprentice to learn and successfully cast a spell. Might anyone volunteer an answer? Cozy Eye glanced back. No one responded. Tentatively, he raised his hand. You answer then. To learn and cast a spell, an apprentice must first comprehend its underlying principle, then construct the corresponding spell model within the mind. Next, one senses the flow of mana within the body and channels it, directing it along the precise pathways and volume dictated by the model. This step typically manifests as distinct gestures or incantations. Only then can the spell be successfully unleashed. To refine casting further, one must continually optimize the spell model, simplifying gestures or incantations, expanding the total mana capacity it can accommodate, and so forth. An excellent and comprehensive answer. What is your name? Cozy Eye Lions. Then Cozy Eye earns 1 point. He has anticipated every point I intended to cover next. Professor Fraser wielded the new grading system with effortless fluency. First, the foundation of spellcasting lies in sitting patiently in your seat and attentively absorbing my explanations of each spell's underlying principles. This will also constitute the core focus of future examinations. Second, constructing your own spell models. This stage is notoriously difficult to master. Why then are cantrips not classified as true spells? Because cantrips operate directly and intuitively. Once you sense your inner mana and recognize the elemental affinity of the cantrip, you simply transmute that mana into the corresponding element and release it. He drew a straight line upon the chalkboard, then an ellipse beside it, gesturing to each. Like this, you need scarcely think at all to succeed. Yet apprentices with weaker magical aptitude find mana channeling arduous, requiring far longer to master even basic spells. True spells, however, are profoundly abstract, like this circle. You must consider its thickness, curvature, and proportion. The more complex the spell, the more intricate the geometric overlay. Each ascending circle represents a higher tier of structural complexity. You must not only govern the state of a single circle, but also harmonize its spatial relationship with others. Thus, advancement is never merely additive, it is exponential. Even after painstakingly assembling a spell model, real-world application proves daunting. In combat, distractions abound. Your hands fumble, your focus fractures, elements refuse to align with the model, and the spell collapses. Magic therefore demands relentless practice until casting becomes as instinctive as breathing or eating. Only then may one be deemed proficient. And suppose you finally achieve stable spellcasting, yet still require lengthy incantations. While your rival's fireball streaks toward you, you've barely finished half the chant. What use is raw power if timing fails? Thus, you must continually scrutinize your model's flaws and refine it, shortening casting time with the meticulous care of an artist shaping a masterpiece. Hearing this, you may well conclude spellcraft is a lifelong endeavor. Indeed, there exists a shortcut, but it is brutal. Cast you into forest or battlefield where survival compels rapid magical adaptation. Alas, such training is wasteful. Of 100 students, perhaps only a handful would survive. So anchor your minds firmly within your bodies. Do not let them drift beyond the heavens. Enough preface. Let us begin today's lesson. Professor Fraser leaned upon the lectern facing the class as chalk levitated behind him to inscribe 2 bold words upon the board: mana and elements. Today's topic: mana and elements. Though many conflate the two in magical pedagogy, distinction is imperative. Has anyone reviewed the material in advance? Who can define mana? He glanced again at Cozy Eye's raised hand. Let us grant others a chance. After all, merit points hold tangible value. I shall strive for equitable distribution. Then, the student in the front row who has raised her hand. Sylvini smoothed her skirt and rose. Mana is a unique, storable form of energy intrinsic to living beings. It possesses no inherent elemental affinity and does not directly manifest in spellcasting. Rather, it serves as a reservoir, transmutable within the body into whichever elemental force a spell requires. Conversely, ambient elements may be absorbed and converted into mana for storage, ensuring readiness for subsequent casting. An outstanding explanation. Sylvini earns 1 point. Chalk sketched a simple human silhouette upon the board. Observe here. Fraser pointed to the figure. Mana is a unique, storable, energetic substance. Memorize this definition precisely. Mark it in your textbooks. It will appear on final examinations. What renders mana unique? Each being's mana bears subtle distinctions, so much so that your academy insignia identifies you through these very variances. Countless creatures harbor mana. To distinguish them from ordinary beasts, we classify them as magical beasts. Members of the same species share fundamental mana composition, just as all humans possess analogous mana traits. Elves, however, belong to a different race. Thus, their foundational mana structure differs fundamentally from ours, serving as one key criterion for distinguishing biological kinds. Remember, shared species implies shared compositional traits. Individual variation ensures each being's mana remains uniquely identifiable. Good. What is your name and what question do you have? Professor, may I ask, is the appraisal spell precisely how we discern a magical beast's nature? The student rose timidly. Please sit, student. Your question touches upon a topic I shall soon elaborate. Rest assured it follows immediately. Fraser cleared his throat. We have established mana's uniqueness. That suffices for now. Those pursuing advanced magical research may explore further in the archives after class. Elements, by contrast, constitute the primary energetic substratum of our material world. Earth element infuses stone, fire element glows within torches, water element flows through rivers and seas, phenomena visible to the naked eye. Descending from the lectern, he gestured across the open space between the first row and the podium. Consider this empty expanse, devoid of desks or chairs. Though invisible, it teems with dispersed elements too diffuse to coalesce into tangible matter. We term them free-floating elements. When casting magic, remember matter arises from elemental aggregation. Therefore, spellcasting itself is the art of gathering free-floating elements into coherent functional forms. Returning to the lectern, the young professor extended his palm, summoning a sphere of flame, which then coiled into a sinuous fire serpent, hovering midair, strikingly elegant. The simplest cantrip embodies pure elemental aggregation, direct, unmediated like this flame I conjure. Once your spell model is constructed, you guide elements along its architecture, then aggregate them into manifestation, thus the fire serpent emerges. Next, someone may ask, Professor, what if my internal mana depletes entirely, leaving nothing to transmute into elements? This leads us to the reciprocal transformation between mana and elements. So long as we dwell in this world, we constantly interface with ambient elements, especially free-floating ones. Our bodies absorb them ceaselessly, converting them into mana for storage, until saturation is reached. This absorption occurs gradually, but may be accelerated through deliberate focus, restful sleep, nourishment, or specific elixirs. During magical aptitude assessments, you encountered elemental affinity, a metric indicating how readily your body absorbs and transmutes a given element. Higher affinity enables swifter absorption and conversion. While not definitive proof of ultimate power, it remains an undeniable advantage. This explains why those rated below Class C rarely ascend to legendary magehood. Van Diaz does not disdain lower aptitude students, but neither does it admit them. This is not dogma, it is empirical reality. With extremely low affinity, elemental resonance weakens almost to imperceptibility. Replenishing depleted mana may demand decades, such as the chasm between tiers. Professor, do methods exist to enhance elemental affinity? A student asked. Such methods are not wholly absent, but most are isolated anomalies yielding negligible improvement. To date, no technique has been empirically confirmed as reliably effective. Alright, having concluded our discussion on the transformation between magical essence and elements, let us now delve into the specific applications of spells. From the perspective of their impact on tangible matter, magic can be divided into two types. One is known as release-type magic, and the other is manipulation-type magic. Before we discuss this part of knowledge further, I would like to pose a question for you to ponder. Can a mage create matter? After posing this question, the students below the podium began to converse among themselves, and the classroom was filled with a bit of noise. We can pause for a moment. I just heard discussions about both types of answers, and it is quite clear that more people believe that a mage's magic can create matter, but in reality it cannot. Personally, I prefer to refer to the process of casting spells as simulation. A mage merely utilizes elements identical to the matter to simulate the properties and characteristics of that matter, thereby influencing the real world. For instance, fire-type spells essentially rely on the free-roaming fire elements to simulate the burning of flames emitting light and heat. Earth-type spells fundamentally simulate the heaviness of the earth and rocks. By the same token, once the release of the free elements concludes, the magical essence no longer converts into elements, cutting off its energy supply. Soon after, the matter produced by the spell will gradually dissipate. Fraser conjured a yellowish square block in his palm and gently placed it on the podium. This is the product I created using Earth-type magic. I will leave it here on the podium, and after a while you will see that it is gradually disappearing. Magic cannot create matter but can influence it, and it is even more efficient in terms of magical essence than mere simulation. In fact, most Earth-type spells are constructed based on influencing the earth. Fraser then placed a candlestick on the podium and ignited it with a firestone, then extended his finger, manipulating the flame into various shapes. You can see my influence over the flames, and you can also observe that the earth block is already gone. He tossed the flame back to the candle, allowing it to continue burning. Thus, what constitutes release-type magic? It refers to magic constructed directly from elements transformed from the magical essence within living beings, known as release-type magic. In contrast, manipulation-type magic affects naturally occurring matter with the same properties transformed from the magical essence within living beings, inducing changes in it. Don't assume that just because I demonstrated with earth and fire, these two types of magic exist only in the material manipulation category. In practical application, most magic is actually release-type, while a portion of material manipulation magic is classified as manipulation-type. Additionally, some soul magic and puppet magic can also be considered a form of manipulation type. At this point in the lecture, Cozy Eye suddenly recalled the alchemical books he had read the previous day, which mentioned items created by alchemy that could collect water elements used by adventurers without water elements to create a water source for cleansing. At that moment, he had wondered why they weren't used for drinking, and now he finally understood that water produced by magic only possesses the properties of water and will inevitably disappear once the release concludes. Upon reflection, it makes sense. If magic could create a stable matter, wouldn't it be better to create metals directly? All the students in the classroom were listening attentively, and on the podium, Fraser continued to speak fervently. If we extend these two types of magic further, we will arrive at the next point of knowledge. In the realm of material manipulation magic, release-type magic consumes our magical essence to create them. Here, I should clarify that it is the magical essence used to simulate matter, so it definitely consumes more magical essence. Manipulation-type magic resonates with real elements through the elements transformed from one's own magical essence to influence matter, thus, it consumes far less magical essence. Therefore, if the same person uses the same amount of magical essence to cast material manipulation magic, the power of manipulation-type magic will certainly be higher than that of release-type magic. At this point, students should have noticed another question. It seems we are all standing on the ground. Does that mean Earth-type spells will always have matter to manipulate? You are correct in that regard. Thus, under normal circumstances, Earth-type magic is generally the most enduring type of spell. However, do not envy those with a high affinity for the Earth element. Each element has its own characteristics. Fire-type and lightning-type magic have powerful attack capabilities, but can almost only utilize release-type spells in daily combat. Water-type, wood-type, earth-type, and wind-type magic might have slightly lower attack power, but they gain greater endurance and defensive capabilities. Everything in the world is balanced. There is no situation in which one type of magic dominates all others. Fraser summarized the previous content with a profound statement, but the class was far from over. That is about it concerning magical essence and elements. I hope students do not merely regard this information as theoretical knowledge to memorize for exams, but rather as insights to recall in their future magical endeavors and potential battles. Now let us return to the beginning of the course, the uniqueness of magical essence. I would like to expand on a point of knowledge. A student just asked whether the identification spell relies on the uniqueness of magical essence to identify living beings. The next topic we are going to discuss is the identification spell. This spell is a 3-ring spell precisely meeting the requirements for becoming a formal mage, and we are still a bit far from it. So why are we discussing it now given its high ring level? Because the identification spell is an essential spell for you on your future journey into the world. I am not asking you to master it right now. It just happens to relate to the uniqueness of magical essence, so I am bringing it up for you to get acquainted with it. The principle of the identification spell is to analyze the magical essence content and characteristics within the target and feed that information back to the caster, who then uses this information to determine the race of the identified being. However, one point to note is that the identification spell requires the magical essence to envelop the target, sensing the target's magical essence, which is rather impolite. The target of the spell will feel as if they are surrounded by various gazes staring at them, so, if you do not wish to be attacked, do not cast the identification spell on intelligent beings. Be cautious when using it on magical beasts as well, for the identification spell will certainly provoke them. By now we can see that the limitations of the identification spell are quite substantial. It seems rather impractical. Is this really considered an essential spell? Let's not rush, we are just getting started. The identification spell has another drawback. It can only identify magical essence, and cannot directly inform you about the target's size, name, magical abilities, and so on. To analyze the magical essence characteristics through the identification spell, one must remember them mentally. If you do not know their magical essence characteristics, and have never seen this being before, how can you know what it is? That's the logic behind it. Fraser chuckled at this point. Doesn't it sound increasingly useless? Let me introduce you to the development process of the identification spell. It was originally created by an alchemist to analyze the types and quantities of magical essence contained in unfamiliar plants, using that information to infer their medicinal properties for application in potion-making experiments. Later, some pharmacists and botanical scholars found it too challenging to collect plants themselves, so they began to post expensive quests on adventurer association boards in various towns to seek out plants. However, among adventurers, very few mages had skills related to botany or alchemy, making it difficult to accurately locate the corresponding plants based solely on a hand-drawn image, which left both parties frustrated. Thus, the identification spell was promoted. Although it is a 3-ring spell, it is essentially one of the simplest 3-ring spells. As long as one's magical aptitude isn't too low to the point of being nearly incapable of casting spells, with a little effort one can learn it. This way, through the identification spell and the description of the magical essence characteristics of the plants, the accuracy of searches greatly increased. Later, some scholars proposed that since the identification spell can identify plants, why can't it identify minerals and even living beings? This idea sparked a trend of improving the spell, leading to various versions of the identification spell appearing. Ultimately, someone consolidated their advantages, resulting in the version we currently use. Although the unchangeable aspects remain, observation inevitably leads to scrutiny and inability to ascertain exact circumstances. Nonetheless, it still provides great convenience in adventurers executing material-seeking tasks. However, with so many living beings and plants in the world, how could anyone record the magical essence characteristics of all living beings? Thus, in recent decades, an alchemist who is also a professor at our Fantasia Academy, Mr. Glantherm, visited many scholars who have considerable research on living beings and plants, and together, they created an alchemical artifact known as the identification device. To be honest, every year during the first magic class, first-year students ask this question, so I have long been prepared with the identification device, which is this. Fraser produced several small items from seemingly nowhere. Some were necklaces, some were rings, and others were earrings. As you can see, many alchemical artifacts in everyday life are made into these portable accessories. So what is the use of the identification device? Within the core of this accessory is recorded information on almost all known living beings, plants, and minerals in the world. When used in conjunction with the identification spell, the spell feedback through the identification device undergoes analysis, and then the corresponding information is conveyed to the caster, allowing one to understand more intuitively what something they have never seen before actually is, its magical essence, quantity, attributes, and quality, enabling them to assess whether to fight or flee, and if fighting is the choice, what kind of strategy to employ. As a result, the identification spell retains just one unchangeable drawback, which can be sensed by the target of the spell, so in the future if you encounter an unknown creature, avoid provoking it if you can. Only use the identification spell when you have already disturbed it and have no choice but to do so. At that point, when the situation is as such, who has time to worry about politeness? It is crucial to obtain more information about the enemy and take appropriate spells. However, the identification device is not omnipotent. It is also explicitly prohibited as a cheating tool in the Fantasia Academy and certain botany and alchemy examinations. You can use it however you wish after leaving school, but the relevant content taught by your teachers must be retained in your own mind. The identification device is ultimately an alchemical artifact, a lifeless external object. When facing an enemy, the only reliable support is yourselves. One cannot rely on the identification spell to glance at what materials are needed for potion making, nor can one afford to lose the identification device during an adventure and simply perish right. Moreover, if one can recognize the types of magical beasts without using the identification spell, anticipating their moves, it can greatly enhance your safety during adventures. Just as Fraser was about to utter a few more idle words, the bell rang outside, marking the end of his 1-hour lesson. Well, then it seems class is dismissed. Since it's only our first day, there's no heavy assignment. Just review today's key concepts. Next session, I'll conduct a brief oral quiz to assess your comprehension. If you have no further questions, you're free to go. Vandia's Academy held only 3 classes daily for first years, each lasting 1 hour, leaving ample leisure time. What do we have next? Cozy Eye. Florin stretched his neck forward from the back row and tapped Cozy Eye's shoulder with a finger. I believe it's magical history. I heard from my elder brother that magical history is the dullest subject across the entire curriculum, Florin remarked, as ever dispensing unverified tidbits. Indeed, Master Monson himself admitted as much on orientation day. Cozy Eye replied, slipping his textbook into his satchel before joining 3 classmates in the steady stream of first years heading toward their next classroom. Magical history truly was tedious. Though Master Monson clearly exerted himself to render the subject engaging, several students were already nodding off, eyelids drooping heavily. After all, they were merely 10 years old. Moreover, magical history bore negligible weight in formal magical examinations, and offered no practical utility for auxiliary disciplines such as alchemy or potioncraft, let alone spell casting or combat. Yet once an upperclassman had recorded the lectures and through meticulous study devised a hypnotic charm capable of inducing overwhelming drowsiness in adversaries mid-battle, causing them to collapse instantly. Perhaps that too qualified as singular ingenuity. A handful of students listened intently, including Cozy Eye. For him, history was the most profound lens through which to comprehend a world. He sensed instinctively that this course, and especially Master Monson, would yield extraordinary insights. Archaeological evidence indicates humanity was never innately magical. For vast stretches of prehistory, humans relied solely on rudimentary tools to hunt ordinary beasts. The earliest documented use of magic dates back 40,000 years. This milestone also serves as the cornerstone for periodization. From humanity's emergence until the dawn of magical practice lies an epoch of gradual enlightenment. The slow transcendence from primal ignorance toward conscious observation of natural phenomena and the deliberate channeling of innate mana to emulate elemental forces. Historians term this the era of awakened intellect. Succeeding this came the mana epoch, a designation once fiercely contested among scholars. Some argued that even in humanity's nascent intellectual phase, individuals could already command mana to cast spells, thus this era ought properly be named the Age of Magic. Others countered that early humans possessed intellect scarcely surpassing that of apes, far too primitive to wield true sorcery. Their so-called magic amounted merely to crude manipulation of localized mana concentrations, igniting fire for cooking, diverting streams to repel predators. To call such acts magic was misleading. Mana epoch was therefore more precise, and ultimately prevailed as consensus. The subsequent age would bear the title Age of Magic. For an immense span of time, humanity remained a feeble magical race, capable only of elementary feats, coalescing flame, guiding water, tilling soil. Those who could sense mana occurred but once in 100. Giving rise to shamanic culture and tribal society centered upon these rare individuals. Even today, certain nations preserve such tribal traditions, most notably the Kanglan Kingdom, situated southeast of us. Composed of multiple tribes, including the Kumit and Kopt, its governance rotates among elected grand shamans, who jointly oversee intertribal affairs. Yawning is contagious. Cozy Eye first heard Florin behind him stifle a yawn. Then another followed, and another, until a wave of drowsy sighs swept the room, evoking vivid memories of high school lethargy. At that moment, he silently admired the unnamed senior who'd pioneered that hypnotic charm. Truly a masterful choice of arcane inspiration. That lesson traced a sweeping arc from divine creation myths to human genesis, from humanity's birth to the origin of mana, and from its primordial applications to the first incantation worthy of being called true magic. Cozy Eye found the narrative hauntingly familiar. striking parallels between magical evolution and technological advancement shimmered beneath the surface. The first verifiable first-tier spell emerged 7,000 years ago during tribal warfare. A shaman observing warriors hurl boulders down mountainsides conceived a revolutionary insight, and thus forged the earth elemental art known as rolling boulder, unlocking humanity's capacity for rudimentary spellcraft. With it, the age of magic began. For a full hour, Master Monson spoke solo at the lectern. No demonstrations, no interactive queries, no visual aids, only voice and erudition. Small wonder students, though indifferent to magical history, still greeted the kindly old professor with warm respect. Florin had drifted off several times. Gauss nudged him awake repeatedly. Until exhausted himself, he ceased trying, pinching his own thigh to stay alert. Prince Valent remained awake, but gazed blankly at the lecturer, expression guileless and unfocused. Only when Master Monson turned to recounting the history of the Jackman Duchy might his eyes briefly brighten. Sylvini, seated front and center, rested her chin on folded arms atop her desk, sighing softly. She'd attended this very class as a child, and Master Monson's pacing hadn't changed a whit. Back then, however, she'd sighed just as wistfully, only from the very last row. Among all students, Cozy Eye was by far the most alert. Not out of any particular passion for history nor past academic excellence, but because he quietly compared the histories of two worlds side by side. Occasionally, he sketched branching diagrams onto parchment, seeking sparks of inspiration, though he lacked clarity on what precisely he sought or where his inquiries might lead. His approach was broad, exploratory, casting wide nets in hope of catching something novel. When the bell finally chimed, the classroom erupted in collective, relieved exclamations. Oh, like survivors emerging from a trial. Unfazed, Master Monson chuckled softly at the lectern while gathering his historical tomes. He'd witnessed this reaction countless times. In youth, he'd earnestly stressed history's importance and exhorted diligence. Now he simply longed for a steaming mug of pumpkin juice in his office. Age had granted him serene detachment. So our zoology and magical beast class is this afternoon. Anyone fancy lunch first? Cozy Eye asked his three still slumped roommates after packing his things. Nah, I'm not hungry yet. Just want a nap, Florin mumbled, face buried in his left arm, raising his right hand limply. Cozy Eye, how are you still so wide awake? I'm utterly spent, Gauss echoed, admitting defeat. Valent, less affected than the others, remained lucid, merely nodding wordlessly as he rested his head on his arms. Fine, fine. I surrender to your collective exhaustion. Let's head back to the dormitory. Now I understand why magical history is scheduled at noon. Finish class, return straight to bed. I suspect even the headmaster reasoned the same way during his student days. Outside sunlight bathed the castle courtyard in golden warmth, a gentle soporific embrace. No wonder the saying went: spring invites drowsiness, autumn induces weariness, summer lulls into naps, and winter's 3 months refuse to rouse you at all. What's happening up ahead? Florin asked, following Cozy Eye's pointing finger toward a cluster of students gathered near the dormitory entrance. Whoa, fight. What's going on? Ever eager for spectacle, Florin snapped, fully awake, and dragged his friends forward to investigate. The crowd ebbed and flowed, some departing, others arriving, but the four of them eased through without difficulty. No brawl had occurred. Instead, a floating notice board hovered beside the gate bearing an official announcement: today marked the formal commencement of first-year instruction. Henceforth, dormitory regulations would tighten significantly. For the physical development and well-being of young mages, strict adherence to bedtime was mandatory. Nighttime entry or exit would be prohibited, with wardens patrolling the entrance. Should any incident arise after hours, students were instructed to seek immediate assistance from on-duty staff. Ah, that explains why there's a crowd near the girls' dormitory too. Florin groaned, visibly deflated. Is this the prelude to night wandering? Cozy Eye murmured, recalling a more contemporary magical academy. Florin, standing close beside him, caught the whisper. What? Night wandering? You mean sneaking around campus after dark? I imagine you're more the type to spend evenings in the library, reading all night, finishing assignments there first, then returning to your dorm before curfew to read some more. Haha, not me. I suspect you're the one likely to defy this decree, slipping out after midnight to uncover Vandia's nocturnal secrets, or explore forbidden zones hidden beneath the veil of night. Cozy Eye stared at Florin in silent disbelief. That fearless, insatiably curious, rule-defying lion spirit, so boldly irreverent, was unmistakably hound-like in essence. Not a chance. First, I've already explored nearly every corner of this place. Second, breaking school rules summons parental intervention. I'd rather avoid my third brother's fate, beaten soundly each time he returned home. Florin continued, elaborating. Besides, if I wander about at night, instead of sleeping, I'll be utterly drained tomorrow. How am I supposed to concentrate in class? I do regret missing out on late-night snacks at the dining hall, though. Upperclassmen may apply for overnight access to conduct alchemical or potioncraft experiments, and those midnight meals are prepared expressly for them. Cozy Eye reflected upon the societal context, yet drew no firm conclusions. Fortunately, his Everestless, husky companion required no supervision and posed no real trouble. Upon reflection, Florin's exuberance was tempered by remarkable self-restraint, perhaps attributable to the Duke's exemplary upbringing. Hardly. Making an example of the third brother fits far better. As for Gauss and Valent, one dutifully obedient, the other perpetually hesitant, their combined assertiveness couldn't muster a single syllable unless Florin spearheaded the initiative. They'd never mount a rebellion on their own. Cozy eye, so it seems I needn't fret over anything. Truly effortless academy life. After a midday nap in the dormitory and lunch at the dining hall, Cozy eye finally arrived at the class he'd been eagerly anticipating: botany. If his intuition served him well, the academy likely hosted a botany-related club, and the instructor was probably either a former member or current faculty advisor. To Cozy eye's surprise, he wasn't alone in his anticipation. En route to the classroom, he overheard numerous classmates discussing botany and the professor, among other fragments. Our botany class must be quite fascinating. Unable to deduce much from scattered phrases, Cozy eye turned to Florin, the most reliably informed source. Fascinating. Tolerable perhaps. Aside from practical magic, none of our courses truly qualify as fascinating. Then why does it seem everyone's talking about it? Am I imagining things? No, it's true. Everyone is buzzing, but unlike you, the studious bookworm, they're not enthralled by the subject itself. They're captivated by Professor Hidel, the botany instructor, renowned for her extraordinary beauty and status as a trendsetter among nobility. Have you met Lady Terra? She designed our academy uniforms before term began, the most celebrated magical tailor in the Jackman Duchy. Her enchanted robes enjoy phenomenal popularity across the realm. After graduating from Vandia's, Professor Hidel co-founded a fashion consortium with Lady Terra, dedicated to crafting garments both aesthetically exquisite and magically functional. Not only did she pass the rigorous botany certification, but she now teaches here at Vandia's, while designing apparel in her spare time and modeling her own creations. Many noble matrons treat her as the ultimate arbiter of style, purchasing garments solely based on her endorsements. And she returned to teach at Vandia's precisely to escape relentless courtship. Suitors included dukes and marquises of various ranks. Seeking peace, she retreated here to cultivate flora-designed masterpieces and enjoy tranquility, knowing Lady Terra retained unrestricted access to the academy grounds. Upon hearing Hidel and connecting it with Florin's torrent of details, Cozy eye instantly recalled the elegant woman who'd substituted for Master Monson on his first day, the one wearing a gown embroidered with delicate vine motifs. He gently nudged Valant, who, understanding perfectly, gave a quiet, affirming nod. Oh well then. Cozy exhaled softly, 3 syllables drifting into the air, uncertain, unmoored. So children truly favored beautiful teachers. While they spoke, the first-year students arrived en masse at their classroom. The vanguard pushed open the door and burst into collective awe. Wow. Those who followed immediately echoed the gasp, astonishment rippling through the room. Cozy frowned inwardly. Hadn't everyone known it was Professor Hidel teaching today? Was such astonishment truly warranted? Wow. Cozy stepped inside, and despite himself murmured the same soft exclamation. This classroom bore no resemblance to either the Charms or History of Magic rooms. Charms class reserved a wide, safe demonstration zone, deliberately distanced from students. History of Magic required no special arrangement, its shelves groaned under towering stacks of historical tomes, perhaps for ornamentation, perhaps for Professor Monson's scholarly research. But the botany classroom struck Cozy as if he had wandered into a sun-dappled tropical forest. Delicate vines coiled over desks and chairs bearing tiny blossoms, soft blue and pale pink, where human hands rarely brushed. The same flora crept along the glass panes, softening the rigid geometry of window frames until they vanished beneath living lace. In the corners stood miniature trees, not merely stunted but perfectly scaled-down replicas of ancient giants. Their sinuous branches arched along walls, filling empty spaces with elegant grace, yet never intruding upon the student's movement or sight lines. Vines cascaded from the ceiling, interwoven into an exquisite lampshade that cradled an alchemical luminary inscribed with the light charm. Welcome to my botanical garden, students. Please find your seats. We begin our botany lesson shortly. A gentle voice floated from the front of the room. Elegant Professor Hidel stood at the lectern. Her pale gold hair was swept up in a low chignon, trailing a long braid adorned with floral hairpins. Gone was her ornate gown. Instead, she wore a simple white silk shirt layered over a sleek black turtleneck that modestly concealed her slender neck. Gold-rimmed spectacles rested on her nose, lending her an air of quiet intellect. Cozy had assumed she wore them for vision, until he recalled her fame as a trend-setting model and wondered whether they were purely aesthetic. By habit, he headed toward the front rows, only to discover every seat occupied. Damn brats, all obsessed with looks. Wordlessly, Cozy slung his satchel over one shoulder and retreated to the back. Fran and his 2 companions were already settled there, grinning mischievously as they waved him over. So you knew this would happen. Isn't it obvious? Fran spread his hands, utterly unapologetic. You vastly underestimated Professor Hidel's allure. Then why didn't you 3 rush to the front like the rest? Valant and I have seen Professor Hidel more than once in the capital. To be frank, we were utterly captivated the first time. We still find her breathtaking, but familiarity has granted us immunity. As for Gaius, I've simply never held much fascination for flowers or foliage, Gaius offered by way of explanation. Cozy sank into the seat his roommate had saved for him and turned his head. Moi. Silvini, why are you sitting back here too? The girl shot a sharp glance at the cluster of classmates jostling for front row seats. Where else would I sit? I'd rather not embarrass myself squeezing forward with them. Cozy shrugged, withdrew his botany textbook and Ivan's notes from his satchel, and unfurled the parchment scroll across his desk, sketching and annotating with swift practice strokes. What is that? Fran winced, gesturing awkwardly at the notebook, 5 or 6 times thicker than their assigned textbook. It's a compilation of botany texts I found in the archives. Kesey had long decided secrecy was unsustainable. The wisest course was to offer a plausible, transparent explanation, so he could produce the tome openly without arousing suspicion that it contained the lifelong mastery of a legendary wood element archmage. At that, Fran promptly lost interest and slumped face down onto his desk. Fine, enjoy yourself. Since this is our first lesson, let us begin with brief introductions to myself and to the botany curriculum. Professor Hidell did not even need to enforce silence. The murmur of conversation ceased the moment her voice filled the room. Very well, it appears you already know me. My name is Hidell Livia, and I shall be your botany instructor. Botany is mandatory only for first years. In your second year, it becomes an elective, available only to those who achieve a qualifying score on the first-year examination. That assessment gauges your familiarity with plant taxonomy, pharmacological properties, and therapeutic applications, laying the groundwork for advanced potions. Thus, our studies will initially center on herbs commonly employed in foundational elixirs. As for rumors unrelated to our curriculum, let us set those aside for now. Should opportunity arise, I'd be delighted to discuss them informally after class. Agreed. Agreed. A chorus of youthful voices rose in unison, precise, harmonious, almost military in discipline. Yet to Kesey it felt less like a university lecture hall and more like returning to kindergarten, while every other class resembled high school instruction. Excellent. Now please open your textbooks. We shall begin studying the 2 plants used to prepare basic solvent. A soft emerald light shimmered around Hidell's fingers as she made a gentle summoning gesture. A vine descended from the ceiling, cradling 2 potted green plants, and placed them gently upon the lectern. Compare these specimens with the illustrations in your texts. The one on the left is yoglan grass, the most ubiquitous medicinal herb across the continent save in the Northern Alliance states. Visually, yoglan grass bears approximately 3 feathery leaflets. Mature specimens develop delicate lavender-hued, downy spheres. As Professor Hidell spoke in her mellifluous voice, her slender fingers traced the leaves, guiding attention to precise anatomical features. Remarkably, though seated far in the rear, Kesey perceived the specimen with startling clarity, as if seated in the very front row. He could even discern the subtle contrast between her alabaster fingertips and the vibrant green of the foliage. He nudged from beside him. Can you see the plant on the lectern clearly too? Of course, I know exactly what you're about to ask. Did your eldest brother slip you another secret? Kesey didn't wait for the answer. He already knew how Fran always began. Fran whipped his head around, eyes wide with startled disbelief. Honestly, 80% of everything you know about Vantillas comes straight from my brother. What else can I do? As a duke's son, I'm shielded from nearly everything. This forbidden, that off limits. As a child, I lived for stories from my older siblings. My third brother is only 4 years my senior. He's now in 5th year, the closest in age. And while others are perpetually occupied, he's always made time to play with me. Even nobles aren't truly free, perhaps less so than a lone hunter. Still, credit where due, my brother's intelligence network is unparalleled. So, what were you about to say? This classroom itself, Professor Hidell designed it using a botanical illusion array. She adapted a classic light-bending phantasm, one that distorts perception of spatial position, so every student, regardless of seating, perceives the lectern with perfect fidelity. So that's why you chose not to scramble for a front row seat. Kesey whispered, glancing sideways at Silvini, who sat upright and attentive. She nodded silently and pressed a finger to her lips. Listen carefully. Oh, right. Kesey refrained from further interruption. As for himself, he had long since memorized the properties of common herbs, cross-referencing each botanical illustration against live specimens in Granny Madison's greenhouse. On the lectern, Hidell delicately loosened the soil with a small trowel, then lifted the entire plant from its pot. Everything I've described thus far helps you identify yoglan grass in the field, yet its leaves are not the part we primarily employ. True to its name, it is the root, small, numerous, and rich in solvent compounds, that serves as the cornerstone of basic solvent. When instructing on cultivation, I emphasize transplanting techniques for most species, yet yoglan grass requires little caution. Provided it is replanted before complete desiccation, it will readily resume growth. Her voice flowed with rhythmic elegance, holding the rapt attention of every student. No hand rose to interrupt. That concludes our discussion of yoglan grass. Questions regarding harvesting, drying, or decoction fall within the domain of your potions instructor, not mine. Next, we turn to the second botanical component of basic solvent, fongdan grass. Less common than yoglan grass, fongdan grass thrives in arid, sun-drenched environments, making it rare beneath dense forest canopies. It flourishes instead across open plains where riders often glimpse its delicate wing-like fronds trembling in the wind as they gallop across grasslands. With a crisp snap of her fingers, the air stirred, a gentle zephyr swirling through the room. The potted fongdan grass swayed gracefully, its intricate leaflets unfurling and stabilizing mid-motion, anchoring themselves against the breeze with uncanny poise. Neither plant possesses intrinsic medicinal potency nor exerts influence upon living organisms or flora. Remarkably, when their sap is combined, it exhibits exceptional solubilizing capacity, surpassing even water in dissolving foreign substances, yet triggering no chemical reaction. Though its name evokes wind, fongdan grass embodies solely the wood element. No secondary affinities. Owing to these traits, the solvent derived from both plants is widely adopted in potion brewing, ensuring stability throughout complex alchemical processes. Yet some purist alchemists eschew it entirely, reserving its use only for exceptionally demanding elixirs, preferring instead to rely solely on their own refined sensory acuity. Kesey knew this well. Granny Madison belonged precisely to that tradition, a meticulous old-school alchemist who neither dismissed nor embraced basic solvent outright. To her it was akin to training wheels, useful for beginners, but ultimately a crutch. Relying upon it habitually dulls vigilance. While harmless for elementary preparations, true mastery demands unwavering alertness, not passive reassurance from chemical stabilizers. Over-reliance breeds complacency. Simple potions remain unaffected, but when brewing elite-grade elixirs, certain reagents may unexpectedly react with the solvent, compromising final efficacy. Then a relaxed brewer, accustomed to artificial steadiness, will falter and fail. Kesey himself had never used basic solvent. With his divine sense fully extended, and his memory of precise formulae intact, he perceived each stage of the brewing process with crystalline clarity, exact timing for ingredient addition, precise thermal modulation, optimal stirring cadence. Stability was never in question, so he needed no crutch. Later he even dared to suppress his divine sense entirely. A few missteps earned him stern rebukes, but sharpened his instincts irrevocably. That concludes today's botany lesson. See you all again soon. Be sure to thoroughly memorize the distinguishing features of the two plants we covered in class. Moving forward, let's aim to review the material on the same day it's taught. This way we won't be overwhelmed by last-minute cramming before final exams. The bell chimed at 3 in the afternoon. Professor Hidell clasped her hands gently near her right shoulder and tenderly reminded the students to complete their assignments. A chorus of earnest affirmations rose from the classroom floor. So where shall we go next? Florin posed this question after every class. Though today he already knew the answer, he simply refused to accept it. Won't you head to the library to complete today's memorization task? It's quite manageable. I'm certain you'll master it swiftly. Cozy Eye swiftly gathered his textbooks, glancing repeatedly toward Professor Hidell, who was surrounded by a cluster of younger students. Of course we'll go. The truth is Florin just dislikes memorizing altogether. This time Gaius interjected, tugging lightly at Husky's sleeve. Come on, Florin. Let's all head to the library together. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can truly relax. How tedious. Florin sighed, slumping dejectedly behind Gaius with Prince Valent bringing up the rear. Where are you off to? Aren't we going to the library? Florin looked up as they stepped out of the classroom and saw Cozy Eye sprinting down a corridor opposite their own. You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly. It was too crowded just now. I'd meant to ask the professor a question, but never found the chance. Cozy Eye's voice faded as he vanished around the corner. But we didn't cover much today. Husky lowered his half-extended right hand and tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, frowning. He recalled the thick notebook lying open on Cozy Eye's desk during class. Oh well, let's go on ahead. He's probably memorized everything already. Who knows what odd question he's about to ask. Professor, wait. Please don't leave yet. Professor Hidell strolled leisurely toward her office, a gait honed by subtle magic designed precisely to elude persistent students. Yet since this was a student, she paused courteously. Cozy Eye once again witnessed the uncanny speed with which Professor Hidell walked. The same pace he'd observed in the Grand Hall of Falarin, bay deceptively slow to the eye yet impossible to catch up with once she turned a corner. So, young scholar, was there something unclear in today's lecture? Well, no, not at all. Your explanation was excellent, Professor Hidell. Then what brings you here? It's this, Professor. I'm deeply fascinated by botany, but outside class I've struggled to find suitable locations within Vandias where one might cultivate plants. Thus I wondered whether you might serve as an advisor for a botanical society, or perhaps know of one I could join, so I might apply for access to designated cultivation areas. But you're only a first-year student. Most campus societies have formal admission requirements. Even setting that aside, do you truly have time to memorize your coursework while pursuing extracurriculars? That presents no difficulty whatsoever. I earned an S in magical theory, and I trust you'll vouch for my academic rigor. Oh, you scored S in theory. A little Hilvini. I remember her well. So you must be Cozy Eye Lions then. Your responses on the botanical theory section were exceptionally insightful. Professor Hidell visibly softened. She'd initially assumed he was yet another impulsive freshman chasing a fleeting fascination with flowers. Thank you for your kind words. Might you recommend a society, Professor? If that's the case. She paused, her tone subtly shifting. Yes, there is one. I founded it during my own student days, though. Though what? Though its name is Daughters of the Flower Deity. What? Cozy Eye blinked, momentarily stunned. Truth be told, he'd encountered the society while browsing the headmaster's marvelous scroll. I assumed it was a floral arrangement or afternoon tea club formed by noble ladies. Oh dear, you're absolutely correct. Professor Hidell folded her arms across her waist, wrist cocked lightly. Initially my friends and I established it purely out of love for exquisite blossoms. Our shared purpose was studying magical flora. But as our knowledge deepened, my passion evolved into genuine devotion to botany itself. When I returned to teach at Vandias, the society gradually transformed into what it is today, though its original name remains unchanged. Her eyes crinkled with quiet amusement as she smiled warmly. So, will you still join us? I will. Cozy Eye ground out a single word through clenched teeth. Might I petition to rename it Sons and Daughters of the Flower Deity? That would honor both daughters and sons alike. Absolutely not. Her smile widened. To date, no male student has ever joined our floral society, and I doubt any ever will. Your request is denied. Fine, daughters it is. After all, the flower deity's daughters are flowers themselves, not me. Soybean blossoms are flowers. Potato blossoms are flowers. Cozy Eye muttered under his breath. I gladly approve your membership, but rules are rules. You'll need to visit my office at your convenience for the standard initiation assessment. It should pose no challenge for you, I imagine. I'm certain it won't. Excellent spirit. Professor Hidell flicked her fingers, conjuring a slender emerald beam, threaded with golden filaments, that struck Cozy Eye's school insignia upon his chest. I have other matters to attend to today. This serves as a modest credential. Next time you return, you'll see my office door clearly. If it remains invisible, I'm simply not present. Thank you, Professor. One more question. If admitted, may I cultivate whatever botanical specimens I wish? Certainly. You're free to study any plant you choose. Just avoid anything excessively hazardous. For those, you'll need prior approval and a detailed research proposal. I'll personally assess your preparedness and safety protocols. Understood, Professor. I have no further questions. Cozy Eye bid farewell to Professor Hidell and walked along Vandia's immaculate cobblestone paths, passing beneath the castle's long colonnade. Its marble arches anchored by sculpted pillars bearing delicate carvings of mythical creatures. One side bordered the castle wall, the other opened freely to the air. Between each pair of pillars stood stone benches offering unobstructed views of the sun-dappled lawns beyond. A group of senior students formed a loose circle on the grass, tossing a shimmering sphere of water back and forth, a favorite pastime among mages. Using arcane energy, they manipulated the aqueous orb midair like a volleyball. When it flew toward them, they seized control with their mana and hurled it onward. A lapse in concentration shattered the sphere, drenching the errant caster instantly. Rather intriguing, Cozy Eye murmured, watching the water sphere arc gracefully overhead. Once I master spellcraft, I'll experiment with conjuring shuttlecocks or ping-pong balls. Loser pays for the broken ones. He ambled into the library and nodded respectfully to the attendant at the entrance. A silent acknowledgement sufficed, given the hushed reverence demanded indoors. On the second floor, profound silence reigned. Each circular table seated 8, its underside inscribed with a softly rotating cerulean enchantment, an active, sound-dampening ward. Cozy Eye immediately spotted Husky slumped against his chairback, mouth agape, staring blankly upward at the ceiling, muttering nonsense syllables. Weren't you supposed to be memorizing theory? What exactly are you doing? Cozy Eye tapped Husky lightly on the crown and pulled out a chair to sit. I am memorizing, just finding it rather tiresome. Florin straightened in his seat as Cozy Eye arrived. You've barely been gone half an hour, already bored. I suspect the knowledge simply refuses to settle in my mind, so I've been pondering why. Eventually, I reached a conclusion: our brains reside upward, and once learned knowledge flows downward like water. Therefore, if I recline fully and tilt my head skyward, the knowledge remains trapped inside, never spilling out. I suspect what's flowing into your skull isn't knowledge at all. It's pure water. Where are you off to now? Florin watched puzzled as Cozy Eye, who had just sat down, now rose again, hoisted his satchel, and prepared to leave. The sub-basement level. The librarian mentioned it's a restricted zone. Since I've already memorized today's material and earned credit, I thought I'd explore. Don't worry, I'll return upstairs whenever collaborative assignments arise. Go ahead then. No need to explain further. Florin waved dismissively and sank once more into his chair, tilting his head skyward, arm raised high to hold his textbook aloft. Today, the library's restricted section remained occupied solely by Helvini. Before Cozy Eye's arrival, several classmates who'd earned bonus points for answering questions in class had visited, but upon reading the text, they shook their heads in bewildered admiration, declared the section a true treasure trove, and departed swiftly to conserve time. Cozy Eye returned to yesterday's seat and resumed studying treatises on spellcasting, particularly one provocative thesis: why must incantations be spoken aloud during spell execution? The author observes a widespread phenomenon on both battlefield and civilian life. Aside from assassins, most spellcasters, including myself, habitually vocalize the name of their spell during casting. Doesn't this merely alert adversaries to incoming attacks? After interviewing 1,000 battle-tested mages, the author discovered that frontline combatants are predominantly ordinary soldiers, and only a rare few deploy supportive enchantments, usually enhancing weapon sharpness or physical strength. Ultimately, steel clashes with steel and loud battle cries serve to bolster morale, much like rallying war cries. Mages' reasoning differs markedly. Though some struggle to articulate their rationale, the author distilled 3 core principles. Spellcasting is inherently multifaceted. Whether facing humans or beasts, victory rarely hinges on a single incantation, but on executing a dynamic sequence of spells adjusted in real time to shifting conditions. Coordination with allies further necessitates clarity. Vocalizing the spell's name anchors the caster's intent, ensuring optimal tactical effect. Yet warfare remains relentlessly unpredictable, one moment unleashing offensive magic, the next bestowing buffs, dispelling curses, or erecting shields, for oneself or comrades. Relying solely on mental intention risks fatal missteps, casting the wrong spell on the wrong target, disrupting the entire sequence. This mirrors the cognitive distinction between silent and vocal recitation. Speaking aloud fundamentally alters retention and recall. Empirical testing confirmed that verbalizing intended spells amid battlefield observation significantly sharpens strategic cognition. As the adage goes, what resides in thought often diverges from what manifests in action. Speaking aloud crystallizes intent, specifying precisely which spell follows next. Should secrecy concern you, mere whisper-level volume suffices, audible only to yourself. In truth, most mages prioritize the effectiveness of manifested magic over superficial naming conventions. Beyond illusions, actual spell work resists deception, but words remain malleable. At 5 o'clock the chime resonated through the library. Cozy Eye reluctantly returned a treatise on arcane principles to its shelf and descended via the elevator, a compact short-range teleportation array, to the ground floor. He bypassed the second floor, anticipating correctly that Florin and the others had already packed up and waited by the entrance for dinner. I honestly didn't expect you to emerge on time. We planned to leave without you if you hadn't appeared within 5 minutes. No sooner had they stepped beyond the library doors than Husky launched into rapid-fire commentary. Neglecting meals reveals flawed priorities. Even if I return to study later, I'll first fetch dinner from the dining hall. That opening line was superb. Who said it? I'm unsure. A proverb widely cherished in my homeland. I suspect a sage uttered it. Will you return to the library tonight? Not tonight. I've identified a society worth joining, and intend to advance my research in the dormitory before formal induction, so experiments commence smoothly thereafter. What? Research progress. Sounds dreadfully dull. After dinner, returning to the residential quarter revealed a new presence at the bustling first-year entrance, a white-bearded elder in a plain single-hued mage's robe, bareheaded and radiating gentle, unassuming warmth. Cozy Eye felt as though the legendary archmages of myth, Gandalf and Merlin, had finally taken tangible form. Were such figures real, surely this was their living embodiment. Professor, may I ask whom you seek? Florin, ever the social virtuoso, approached cautiously, pausing to reconsider his address before settling on professor rather than elder, mindful of protocol within Vandius. Greetings, child. I am no professor, merely an unremarkable elder resident of this academy. Presently, as posted at the entrance, I serve as custodian of the residential quarter, watching over you lively, mischievous young ones. Thus a kindly old man appeared in the boys' dormitory area, ambling leisurely between the floors and kindly reminding the children he encountered to go to bed early. At night, Cozy, using the light from his alchemical lamp, organized the possible scenarios and specific implementation steps regarding the improvement of soybeans and potatoes based on his limited knowledge and the notes of 2 masters in botany, recording everything meticulously on parchment. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Florin, who was holding a comprehensive guide to basic tricks. Originally, the Husky had wanted to watch The Legend of King Arthur that he brought from home, but inspired by Cozy, he decided to first practice the few tricks he knew well, so he could successfully join the Magic Society. Florin, it seems we have animal and beast studies tomorrow. Has your third brother shared any more information about the teacher with you? Not really, but I do have some insider information. Do tell me. Well, my third brother is currently in 5th grade, but 3 years ago the previous teacher for beast studies had some personal matters to attend to and resigned without knowing when he would return. Since 5th grade coursework is quite demanding, he is not familiar with the new teachers the school has recruited. It is said that this new teacher was once a friend of our principal, and Mr. Principal went to great lengths to invite him to guide the students. It is not that the teacher was unwilling, but rather that his identity is quite sensitive. Sensitive identity. Did he offend a noble, or a criminal, or something? Cozy inquired, as such situations often occur in many literary works. No, not really. The school wouldn't go to prison to find talent. However, it might be a bit more serious, as I heard this teacher is a necromancer and a lich who has lived for a very long time. What? A lich? And a necromancer at that? Isn't that profession usually hunted down by armies from various nations at the slightest hint of trouble? Are you sure you heard correctly? I shouldn't be mistaken, after all he has already been teaching for 3 years. This information was gathered from seniors in grades 3 and 4. If it were just a rumor, it should have been clarified long ago. Since it has persisted to this day, it can only be the truth unless someone maliciously spread it. Then perhaps there is some hidden reason. For example, this teacher was once a classmate of the principal, and due to helping the principal fend off a certain curse, he ended up in his current situation, so he actually means no harm. Valant was quietly listening while preparing new knowledge at his desk, tilting his head, while Gaius leaned over to chime in with his opinion. Mentioning malice, Cozy immediately felt relieved. He had the ability to sense others' malice. If the lich teacher had ill intentions, he would surely be able to feel it, and would warn his roommates to stay clear to avoid drawing attention. As for others, he couldn't do much. Sorry. Well, there might be, but I'm not too sure about that. Anyway, the principal and so many teachers would never allow him to act recklessly. The answers will naturally be revealed in class tomorrow. Well, it seems we can only go with that for now. A night passed without incident except for an old man with a white beard who would knock on each dorm door when the clock struck 10, reminding everyone it was time to sleep. The next day, without discussing other subjects for now, when Cozy and his 3 companions arrived at the Beast Studies classroom with the first-year students, they found a rather imposing middle-aged man with slick-back black hair already standing at the podium, dressed in a dark blue mage robe adorned with dark golden patterns. Around the classroom were specimens made from various creature skeletons, including a human skeleton. Each teacher's classroom had its own unique style, and Cozy didn't find it alarming, though the other children appeared somewhat intimidated. Nevertheless, they obediently took their seats, and the empty seats in the front row noticeably increased. He chose a seat in the front 3 rows suited for listening. In his eyes, this mysterious teacher radiated a certain friendly white light, completely at odds with his seemingly unapproachable appearance. Hello, first-year students. I should be the last teacher you meet, and perhaps the most special one. Compared to other subjects, I need to properly introduce myself to you. My name is Niccolo Normanson. Some of you may have inquired about my profession. I would like to clarify that these are not rumors. I am indeed a lich. As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of whispers erupted from below the podium. Florin, unable to remain quiet in such a scene, shook Cozy's shoulder. Wow, Cozy, you heard that right. We truly have a lich teacher. This is simply amazing. In fact, my hearing is much sharper than that of an average person, so I can hear what you are saying. However, thank you, child, though I am glad you think so. Niccolo had a resigned expression and turned to raise an eyebrow at Florin, which mixed with his seriously contrasting serious demeanor, looked somewhat comical. All right, class, quiet down. I understand my identity is quite controversial, which is why I wanted to announce it before class. I do not wish for you to panic upon learning this later. To put it into perspective, since I am still standing at this podium 3 years later, it indicates that I have passed the tests of my colleagues and 3 classes of students. Although this time is very short in the life of a lich, please do not be frightened. Niccolo was surrounded by blue soul flames, his middle-aged appearance gradually aging, his skin shriveling and wrinkling, shifting towards black, while his originally black hair and beard turned silver, his eyes replaced by 2 glowing golden orbs. The 10-year-old children had never seen such a human being, and several classmates began to scream, but just before the sound could spread, it collided against an invisible membrane, causing ripples. The lich teacher's voice also became hoarse and muffled with a hint of echo accompanied by more resignation. I have warned you not to be afraid. In the front row, besides Cozy and his 3 friends, only a small number of other classmates remained who were also frightened, but since they had been psychologically prepared, they merely huddled against their chairs, attempting to distance themselves from the podium. Siri Winnie had attended Niccolo's class before, but of course she wouldn't reveal that she had been one of the students hiding in the last row during the first class. Cozy remained expressionless throughout, revealing a wry smile, while the room erupted in screams. He could clearly sense the lich teacher's increasingly gentle tone and the brightening friendly white light. Florin, the carefree husky, had his eyes wide open, showing no signs of fear, completely filled with curious delight. Gaius had flinched slightly at the initial sight of the transformation, but after taking a deep breath, he calmed down, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Valent, who was less decisive, usually didn't express his emotions unless the other 3 did first, but he did show some action by nervously tugging at Cozy's sleeve with his small hand under the desk. Noticing that Niccolo did not make any outlandish movements, the students below gradually returned to normal, though the whispers never ceased. Actually, I am quite pleased that you can display fear towards my appearance. You should know that apart from me, most liches do not respect life, and due to the long years, they can become somewhat capricious. When facing them, your best decision is to immediately distance yourself. As for me, right now I resemble a piece of chard with just enough to give you a glimpse of what a lich looks like. You can also call me lich teacher, I do not mind. This is the price of seeking more knowledge. Niccolo did not continue to emphasize classroom discipline, but instead began to explain his identity as a lich. This is also the content of our first lesson. Oh no, not just liches. Before discussing the magical beasts you will encounter, we will first talk about the beings you will interact with the most in the future, humans. We roughly categorize the creatures in the world into 2 types. Those devoid of magical essence are ordinary animals, which can be called wild beasts, while the other type contains magical essence and is referred to as magical beasts. For convenience, we do not separate humans as a distinct category, but rather include them in this overall classification. After all, humans can also be considered a special type of magical beast. You do not need to memorize this part. I am simply explaining why we will discuss humans first in beast studies. As lich teacher continued his lecture, the students below ceased their discussions, and the initial feelings of fear were greatly alleviated. Cozy glanced back and then returned his gaze, pretending to take notes on the parchment, closing his eyes. Suddenly, every movement in the classroom was vividly reflected in his sight. On the display stands around the classroom, several small holes had been opened from which faint wisps of almost invisible green smoke emerged. His divine sense continued to probe inside, revealing some burning incense, a substance Cozy was familiar with, and not only had he seen it, but he also had a few sticks. This was the calming incense that Grandma Madison had him prepare, similar to another calming potion which you might not recognize, but one ingredient is definitely familiar to everyone: the hemp flower. Grandma Madison used it to concoct a sedative for nobles suffering from insomnia. The calming incense has one effect similar to a modern sedative, which can reduce the activity of certain organs or tissues, suppressing the central nervous system to induce a calming effect, helping alleviate people's depression and anxiety. Since it was not any evil black magic or ritual, Cozy retracted his divine sense and continued to listen attentively to the class. All of this happened in an instant. Speaking of humans, we must discuss the magical professions we currently know of, or rather identities. The purpose of this class is also to hope that you can have a simple understanding of your future career direction and be aware of it. We the Vandias are a magic academy, and the mainstream professions are fundamentally related to casting spells, such as mages and warlocks. Here, warlocks do not include alchemists, which I will explain in a moment. As for mages, I believe everyone is quite familiar, as they all come aspiring to become mages. Mages are those who utilize magic as a means of attack through learning and research on magical essence. The branches are also the most numerous among all professions. Most mages will take a specific element as their primary means of attack, and additionally learn some defensive, charming, manipulating, enhancing, and debilitating spells as supporting methods. However, for special branches, such as necromancers. As he spoke up to this point, Niklos' body ignited with blue soul flames once again. The dark blue golden patterned robe vanished, and his flesh and hair gradually dissolved in the flames. A black hood skeleton emerged from the blue fire, its eyes glowing with eerie blue light, causing the temperature in the classroom to drop significantly, looking both cool and frightening. With the previous lich form as a prelude, there were fewer sounds of exclamation this time, but it inevitably stirred another round of noisy discussions. Then the flames on the bones extinguished, and the skeleton transformed back into the lich, returning to the serious middle-aged appearance. This is the undead, also known as the necromancer or the death magic caster. We utilize the powers of death souls and curses as our main means of attack. You all should have heard of Undead Calamity, a notorious spell that opens the gates of hell, desecrating souls over a wide area, causing them to fall and continuously enter the bones of surrounding creatures, thus perpetuating the cycle. As long as the power of death is not extinguished and there are sufficient nearby corpses, they can rise repeatedly, continuously breaking down the enemy's defenses and will. I do not intend to continue explaining other branches of mages because I cannot replicate them and your memory may not be that deep. Therefore, I will assign a task for beast studies. After class, go to the library to collect and organize any information you can find about other mages, categorizing them by career features, spell types, and coping strategies. If you have more research, you can include it. I will consider giving you extra points or deducting points based on the final quality of the assignment. Submit the assignment to you. What is your name? I am Florin, Lich Teacher. The Husky never expected to be the one responsible for this task. Excellent, Florin. It seems you are not particularly afraid of me, so I hope you can have them submit this assignment to you, and then you can deliver it to my office. No problem, sir. Great, I'll give you a point for your bravery. To become an excellent mage, recklessness must be corrected while courage is essential. Now let me explain the warrior profession. Is there anyone who can share their impression of warriors? A reckless person. A bold student in the front row raised his hand and stood up tentatively, saying. As soon as he finished, laughter erupted from the corner of the class, and the overall atmosphere relaxed significantly. Good, please sit down. You are quite bold, but be careful that your swordsmanship teacher might hear and extend your training hours. Niklo made a joke which garnered another round of laughter, as everyone realized that this teacher, who was both a lich and a necromancer, indeed did not seem that terrifying. Warriors are essentially a broad term for a profession system referring to most professions that primarily engage in combat through physical attacks using spellcasting as a supplementary measure. For instance, the warriors you recognize are just one type. Besides them, there are rangers, assassins, cavalry, and so forth, which can be further subdivided based on their characteristics into more professional categories. There should still be some time in this lesson. Let me explain what a warlock is, as this profession often appears alongside mages in exams, requiring you to distinguish between them. To some extent, warlocks are similar to mages, both using magic as a means of attack. The difference lies in the fact that warlocks do not need to learn or study the utilization of magic elements. This primarily stems from their bloodline. We often hear terms like dragon warlock, demon warlock, and destruction warlock. Alchemist is not a type of warlock. The term warlock to some extent indicates that they possess the bloodline of a certain magical beast, allowing them to harness the magical powers inherent in that bloodline. Other titles attached to warlock are merely habitual labels and do not represent the profession itself. Just like dragons, their inheritance is generally hidden within their bloodline. From birth, they do not need to learn. They gradually receive the inheritance from their bloodline as they grow, and the same principle applies to warlocks. Students do not overly envy the inheritance of warlocks. Although they possess exceptional talent in their bloodline domain, they find it challenging to wield the powers of other elements. Our human mages are typically defined by the primary element they use, or their renowned element, such as fire mages, earth mages, frost mages, etc. However, this does not mean that I can only cast spells of that particular element, nor does it imply that I am limited to just manipulating energy spells. A qualified mage can adeptly utilize a variety of spells to handle complex battlefield situations. As soon as Teacher Lich finished speaking, the clock struck the hour, signaling the end of class. Lastly, I want to say something off topic, a reminder to all of you that everyone has their own opportunities in the future. You may find a professor to apprentice under, travel to other countries to learn special spells, or receive the inheritance of a certain magic master, or perhaps you might stumble upon a powerful magic through your own insights. This lesson should only serve as a reference. If anyone treats these as the sole criteria for evaluating different professions and looks down on others, then the consequences can be quite dire. Alright, class dismissed. You may leave now. Immediately the classroom erupted like a boiling pot, each student chattering with their friends. Amidst the buzzing sounds, there were whispers about future career directions and evaluations of the Lich teacher. Of course, among them was the ever-enthusiastic Florin. About 10 days after the start of the first-year student school term, on the 13th of the harvest month, September, students from other grades gradually returned to school. The campus, once quiet and sparse, suddenly became lively. Florin would talk daily about what dazzling spells the seniors in the Magic Society could unleash. They hadn't officially joined yet, but the Magic Society did not prohibit lower-grade students from watching their battles. On the evening of September 13th, before returning to the dormitory, Cozy Eye was stopped by an elderly man with a white beard. And Cozy Eye, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Dormitory manager, what is it? To this day, he still didn't know the old man's name. When he asked, the man simply said he was an ordinary old man and could be casually called Grandpa. The old man took a delicate scroll from the table, the ends of the scroll's shaft engraved with cute little wing designs. And today a senior came here looking for you, but I don't recall seeing you return, so they left this behind for me to pass on to you. Oh, thank you. When I research diligently, in the future I'll treat you to some good tea. This era does not have tea, considering that the discovery of tea trees was merely a coincidence. The old man merely smiled kindly, not taking the unfamiliar term to heart. And what do you have in your hand? Every time he entered the dormitory, Florian, who looked forward to Cozy Eye bringing back delicacies, would fix his gaze on what Cozy Eye was holding. And if I'm not mistaken, it's likely an invitation letter from a senior about to graduate. Do you know any seniors who are about to graduate? I wasn't aware of that. They seem to have just returned from their internships around the world. It's a senior I met in your so-called world. There was a rampaging creature near the village I was in, and they were part of the mage team responsible for handling it. Wow, a rampaging creature. You've never told me about that experience. And I haven't been in school for many days, that just hasn't come up yet. Then I'm quite looking forward to that story. And actually, it wasn't as exciting as you imagine. The seniors were quite capable and hardly exerted any effort. Cozy Eye thought of Stern's smooth earth magic tricks and felt that the rampaging creature was nothing remarkable. And no, as long as there's a story to hear, I'm very happy. So what did they invite you to do? And of course it's for the graduation ceremony. Are you familiar with it? Is there anything I should pay attention to? They basically didn't specify anything in the invitation. They just told me to go to the Hall of Truth for the ceremony. Although they didn't say whether I could bring someone, I still wanted to ask if you all wanted to go. Cozy Eye unfolded the scroll, which released a string of pale blue runes that then vanished. And the font and tone were clearly Frall style, simply reminding him the day after tomorrow is our graduation ceremony. You must come. We'll be waiting for you at the entrance. And other similar playful remarks. No, first of all, if it's a noble banquet, it's best for uninvited individuals not to attend rashly. Secondly, graduation ceremonies are generally boring speeches. Given our school's previous experience with the opening ceremony, the teachers will surely not allow the principal to run amok this time. Moreover, important representatives from the Mage Guild and the royal capital will attend the graduation ceremony, and they will likely be serious old-timers. You ask what needs attention, it seems there isn't much to note. Invited students just need to sit there and not move around, which is basically your usual class behavior. Alright, today is Friday and the weekend is 2 days away, just in time for Vanches to have no classes. On the day of the graduation ceremony, the atmosphere in the Magic Academy was noticeably more lively than usual. From afar, Cozy Eye saw the blue light emitted from the giant teleportation device at the school gate, and many individuals dressed in magnificent robes and wearing golden chain monocles emerged, led by Principal Urbino, chatting as they walked into the school. Inside, Vanches, including many bustling cities, riding large flying magical beasts is prohibited. This policy is primarily to prevent panic among younger students and the public. Cozy Eye straightened his student uniform, walking on the white marble path of Vanches. A layer of red carpet had been laid down, and looking around, many white decorations had been replaced with gold, transforming the simplicity into incredible luxury. There hasn't been any sign of decoration in the past few days. That must be the principal's extensive illusion. But to achieve such realism, it is indeed worthy of the principal. As he approached the Hall of Truth, he could see a petite professor, Sidel, waving at him from the entrance. Indeed, Sister Frall appeared to be a fan of this botany professor. I told you would definitely pass the exam. I can't believe Stern still had doubts. And weren't you the one who was worried earlier? I didn't say anything. Stern looked quite innocent. Frall ignored his complaints and cheerfully extended her hand to Cozy Eye. I went to Norvis to deal with magical beasts, and we didn't formally introduce ourselves. Frall Breeze, an elegant wind mage. He's Stern Maltese, as you know, a laid-back earth mage. You really don't need to add those adjectives at the front. Stern explained quietly from the side and shook hands with Cozy Eye as well, and I prefer the term steady. Thank you. Oh, I'm Cozy Eye Lyons. I think I've introduced myself before, but in this atmosphere I'll formally introduce myself. I guess I'm somewhat of a magic apprentice now. But don't worry about that identity, it represents endless possibilities for you. Frall casually patted his shoulder and then pulled Stern along. Come on, let's go in first. Standing outside is a bit in the way. The Hall of Truth is completely different from the simplicity and almost sacred whiteness of the Hall of Freedom. Here it is more splendid with Baroque and Rococo artistic decorations everywhere. The ceiling chandelier is also exquisitely and intricately made of glass. This isn't the principal's illusion, but it's just how it is. Generally larger and more formal ceremonies or celebrations are held in this place. Inside the hall, rows of chairs wrapped in red satin fabric were neatly arranged. Since some celebrations are held here, these chairs are not fixed. Seated below are the 7th grade students about to graduate, and the second floor platform has viewing boxes prepared for guests who come to watch the ceremony. As the graduation ceremony had not yet begun, the hall was bustling with voices, with familiar classmates gathered in groups, sharing their observations and experiences from their internships. Cozy Eye, what score did you get in magic theory? Just as they settled down, Frall curiously inquired about his results and added, "And don't just throw a random number at me if your score didn't reach an S. That would be impossible." "Oh well, actually it was just an S. NAS expected the rumor about the new student who got an S includes you." "Nah." Cozy Eye was taken aback, recalling that he seemed to have said nothing wrong. "I don't think I could only get an S if I went back to solve those basic problems. Although the previous assessments didn't thoroughly evaluate your knowledge, it's clear that your theoretical foundation is likely broader than I imagined." Frall proudly flaunted her deduction, "And of course, I understand your reluctance to tell others. Mages, after all, always have some trump cards, and I won't spill the beans. However, if you admit it, I can offer you a secret that would be very helpful for you." Cozy Eye pondered for a moment. It had already been discovered anyway. In fact, it wasn't a big deal, just that he couldn't remain inconspicuous like he could in the first year. As expected, he still didn't want to say it, and just gave himself an excuse to hear a secret. "Okay, you guessed correctly, I did indeed score an S. See, what's the big deal? After all, isn't there another kid like you? But that one is the granddaughter of Mr. Glansome, an excellent student who has been attending classes at Vanches since she was young." Cozy Eye didn't use the term genius to refer to Sylvanie, as he felt it was unfair to negate the hard work of a diligent young girl with that word. "You're not inferior to her. In fact, you're even more outstanding. I have great faith in you." And Cozy Eye looked at her in surprise, not expecting that just a few days in Norvis would earn her recognition. "Nah. Thanks, you really think highly of me. It's nothing but just a matter of a few words. If a compliment can make you remember me fondly in your prosperous times, it's quite a bargain. If you want to hear more, I can say a few more words." This is so typical of Frall. Cozy Eye didn't want to continue this topic, "And so, what's the secret? Can you tell me?" "About that, you should already know that there are many groups organized by students or teachers in our academy. And I know, in fact, I've already received permission from Teacher Sidel to join the Flower Botany Club." "What? You? Joining Sister Sidel's club? I couldn't even get in when I applied in the first year. She told me to focus on my studies. How did you manage that?" Frall looked quite unfair. "And of course I scored an S in theory, so the teacher felt my results were acceptable and naturally agreed to my application." Cozy Eye felt very pleased with his situation. The girl huffed in annoyance through her nose. "In any way, that was 5 years ago. It's best not to mention it. Although you know about the club now, there's one club that most younger students cannot access, a trading club under the guise of a mutual aid association." Cozy Eye internally mocked the name of this club, which sounded very much like a mafia gang from the previous world. "Please don't make that disdainful expression. I know their naming is terrible, but it's truly a very useful club. Our academy has a small shop that only sells some daily necessities. If magical materials needed for class are required, they are generally provided by the teachers. Thus, many students who want to conduct experiments outside of class are entirely reliant on materials purchased by various clubs using school funds, which ultimately leads to significant limitations. In such circumstances, with the principal's approval, senior students formed the Mutual Aid Association. Any student can spend money to post requests for magical materials they wish to purchase, along with the necessary funds and so-called delivery fees. Students who have opportunities to leave the school will make rounds before leaving, taking on commissions and bringing them back, earning tips along the way. Generally, the implicit requirement is that they cannot purchase particularly expensive materials, as losing them would be detrimental to both parties. They also cannot request items that are overly difficult to find, as both scenarios would likely lead to no one accepting the task. Remember, prohibited items are absolutely forbidden. Don't even think about it, not even through the Academy's teleportation array. The reason it's a secret is that this Mutual Aid Association is not an official club, and its promotion relies entirely on student recommendations. Some people remain unaware of it, even until graduation, and younger students like you are even less likely to know about it. Given your grades, you will soon find the content learned in class tedious and want to engage in practical operations, but lament your inability to leave the school. How about it? This information must be very useful to you." Frall resumed her proud expression, seeking compliments. "And so Sylvanie doesn't know about this either. After all, she grew up in the academy. And didn't you just mention her identity? You think Mr. Glansome wouldn't provide her with the materials for experiments? Do you think she needs our channels? And what are you two talking about?" The oblivious Stern, holding 2 cups of pumpkin juice in his left hand and a plate piled high with pastries in his right, interjected. "Nothing if it has nothing to do with you. And I just heard you sharing about the Mutual Aid Association with Cozy Eye." Stern stated that he wasn't left in the dark. "And didn't you just hear? Plus, you never engage in alchemy or potion experiments and have never been to the Mutual Aid Association. It's perfectly normal for me to say it has nothing to do with you." "That's nonsense. I still make some delivery commissions when I'm short on cash. You yourself are so slow. How can you run errands for others?" "Come on, I'm not slow. That's called being steady. The graduation ceremony was indeed as dull as Florin had said. After it began, all the students took their designated seats while Cozy retreated to the back row of the audience. The audience area was large and not fully occupied, but there were still quite a number of students who came to celebrate the graduation of their seniors. Mr. Urbino was not as casual as he had been during the opening ceremony. Instead, he wore a cumbersome and ornate mage's robe adorned with several dark golden medals, finally looking somewhat like a principal. "Hello everyone, I am Urbino St. Cio, the principal of Vanches. It is a great honor to stand once again in the Hall of Truth witnessing young mages graduate from this academy." This section omits a tedious, lengthy speech. There is no feast that does not end, this saying from the Longhorn royal court. I personally find regrettable, yet quite fond of, for farewells mark the beginning of future reunions. It is time to say goodbye, children. I believe over the past year you have witnessed the grandeur of the vast skies outside, where countless truths await your exploration and study. Lastly, be cautious. The path to truth is often accompanied by thorns. I look forward to seeing all of you safe and sound one day. Koz-e, watching the earnest principal from below the stage, found it somewhat amusing, yet a bit melancholic. The pile of cliches he had spouted was surely something he had memorized from previous principal's graduation speeches, but the last sentence was likely a genuine sentiment. This usually frivolous principal must have witnessed too many students devoured by magical beasts. The other world is never safe. I was merely lucky to have been rescued by the city defense forces. The subsequent segments were equally dull. After the principal's speech, the outstanding graduate spoke. It seemed that no matter the world, there was always some sentimental program, leaving everyone a bit teary-eyed, while also showcasing results to the palace officials to apply for funding, even though Vanches was not lacking in money at all. After an entire morning had passed, once everything concluded, Koz-e gathered again, with Fuller and Stern heading towards the cafeteria. Where do you all plan to go after graduation? This was what Koz-e was truly curious about, as it directly related to their future livelihoods and career plans. Actually, we performed quite well during our internship, and after graduation we can register with the Mage Association, choosing our work locations just like in 7th grade. However, this time the options have increased significantly. Some are stationed locally, others are dispatched to other countries, and some are mobile within a large area, ready to support local mages as needed. These are the 3 main types. I don't remember the other branches, and plan to learn more details at the headquarters. So do you have any intentions now? Well, I do have some. Stern prefers to be stationed in one place, but I think we're still young and lack experience, so it would be better to become a mobile mage and travel around. Besides, I haven't been home for a long time and would like to visit. Aren't senior students supposed to have many opportunities to leave school? So is Fuller's home far away? Indeed, it's quite far, as it is not within the borders of the Yekmend Duchy. This was the first time Koz-e learned that Fuller was not actually from Yekmend. Then which country are you from? I thought you would already know after hearing my name. My name is Fuller Blaze, and the Blaze family has always been renowned for wind magic, serving the feathered serpent deity for generations. Among the 7 great empires of humanity, only Almia's main belief is in the feathered serpent, so I actually come from probably the southeastern Almia Empire. Koz-e had heard of the feathered serpent, but that deity was a big sister who liked to tease little boys. This was certainly different. Moreover, it seemed he should brush up on his geography knowledge. After 4 years in this world, he had only learned fragments about various countries from others. Then why did you come to Yekmend? I mean, since your Blaze family is adept in wind magic and you yourself are a wind mage, why did you travel all this way here? Koz-e expressed his confusion. First of all, the current era is different from the past. This is something you will learn in your magic history class later. After experiencing years of war and the pressure from magical beasts within the country, the 7 remaining countries signed a non-aggression peace treaty after negotiations. They began to recuperate and attempted to establish communication, opening their borders, and even jointly established the Mage Association. All countries encourage mages to communicate and learn from each other. With such a background, I, who naturally loves to roam, wouldn't miss the opportunity to come here. Moreover, the Blaze family is not overly strict, because the feathered serpent deity is quite open-minded and laid-back, not bothering her followers over trivial matters or caring about formalities. Thus, those who like this set of rituals, such as some zealots, will stay at home to learn and manage sacrificial matters, while those like me travel around the world, bringing back advanced spells, thoughts, and techniques from other countries or offerings to the deity. The feathered serpent has given prophecies stating that she desires nothing but novelties. Finally, of course, it's because Sister Seidel is here. You little brat probably don't know what significance Seidel's name holds in the fashion world. Anyway, no matter where I go, I must come to Vanches to meet the legendary master of fashion herself. Do I even need to think about it? Koz-e looked speechlessly at Seidel's zealot, the corners of his mouth twitching. Setting aside that, how open-minded exactly was that feathered serpent deity? How did it start to resemble that dragon made from a certain anime? Alright. Fuller finished her meal, put down her cutlery, and took out a round, shiny piece resembling the school emblem from her bag. This is a gift for you. It contains my magic essence characteristics and can serve as an anchor point for information transmission spells. With this, I will be able to contact you within a certain range. Right now it may not be necessary, but I don't know what the future holds. As for your own, just wait until you learn alchemy to create one for me. Stern beside her also silently handed his to Koz-e. The 2 small pieces displayed different patterns based on their magic essences. Fuller's was a small cyan wing, while Stern's was a brown mountain. Fuller stretched her legs while sitting in the chair and yawned. That's about it. There's nothing else to say. We still need to gather with our roommates and pack our things so we can say goodbye now. Bye, Junior. See you again if there's a chance. A goodbye, safe travels. The 2 of them took their belongings and left the cafeteria, heading towards the 7th grade dormitory. Having finished lunch alone, Koz-e had nothing else to do. Before returning to his dorm, he took a detour to the teaching area. Just as he approached, he saw a door wrapped in vines. Do the teachers of Vanches have to make their offices match their characteristics too? Without a doubt, the only person inside apart from the botany Professor Seidel was not anyone else. Koz-e gently knocked on the door, and after receiving a reply of "come in," he pushed the door open. Oh, cozy, right. It seems you are here for the club assessment. Seidel was sitting in her chair writing and sketching, possibly designing something or drawing plant images. Yes, teacher. I happened to pass by and didn't expect to find you here. Okay, seems like it went smoothly. I wish you good luck in passing the assessment. Seidel took out a scroll from her desk and handed it to Cozy. Since I don't have much time usually, I generally use this for assessments. This is a test paper based on the botany content from 1st to 6th grade. For your grade, there are quite a few advanced topics, so as long as you answer a third of them correctly, you will be allowed to join. A third of 6 grades is 2 grades, meaning as long as you fully grasp the botany knowledge from 1st and 2nd grade, you can join. So what do you think? Any questions? No. Cozy lowered his head and used his divine sense to scan the test paper. He had recorded not just a third, but 5/6 of the knowledge. The remaining sixth probably contained some obscure or relatively new concepts. Teacher, have you heard of the name Ifen? Cozy asked casually, while writing, intending to gather some information about this elder through casual conversation. So confident answering questions while chatting with me. Seidel did not answer the question immediately. Don't worry, Professor. Only those who have not mastered the content thoroughly will be distracted by other things. Most of this knowledge I have memorized and nothing will disturb my thoughts. All right, since you insist, I can share a bit. Teacher Seidel changed to a comfortable position while still maintaining her elegance. I don't know where you heard the name Ifen, but even many small professors studying botany are unaware of this person. Even among the top researchers in the botany field, he is rarely mentioned, yet those who delve deeply into the study of botany will always trace back to the name throughout history, discovering theories he left behind across the world. However, due to the great distance in time, we can only verify the time frame of his activities and acknowledge that he was once a powerful wood mage. As for when he disappeared, when he died, or if he still exists, there is no way to determine. Many theories passed down from him are referred to by botanists as wild imaginations, which are incredibly brilliant and astonishing, showcasing foresight that transcends the times. Many current botanical viewpoints bear shadows of his theories. Because of this, even though he is not the founder of modern botany, he remains one of history's great botanists. In fact, it is most regrettable that we can only glimpse his talent through the viewpoints spread during his travels and have never found any of his writings. Many believe that he left behind a timeless classic that would greatly benefit the botany community. However, some also believe that he is merely a legend fabricated by a wandering bard. The real Ifen was just a powerful wood mage involved in the Demon King War, nothing more. From her words, one could tell that this botany professor was quite interested in Ifen. About an hour later. Teacher Seidel, I have finished writing. So fast. I hope you didn't leave too many blanks because you didn't know the answers. How could that be? I was quite serious. Seidel took the parchment, glanced over it from top to bottom, just like Cozy had done with his divine, since no problem, you passed. However, you managed to answer many higher grade knowledge points, so I underestimated you. A theoretical S is quite impressive. Are you a bit hasty? If it weren't for the fact that the power system of divine sense didn't quite match Cozy, you would have thought there was some similar magical spell here. I've been handling club applications since my student days. How many test papers do you think I've seen? Just a simple glance, and if someone gets about a third right, they typically pass. Moreover, since you got so many right, I couldn't be bothered to nitpick. So does this mean I can join now? Cozy still found it hard to believe. Of course, is there a more authoritative sign than my consent? Do you expect me to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for you? Are you sure you want to appear before the other members like this? Oh, thank you for your consent. This will suffice. However, I mean, can I have my own planted land? This is the map indicator and also the key to the door. Take it to the Daughter of the Flower Spirit activity area. There will always be some people with ulterior motives trying to sneak in, so my club members are few. I only recruit those who genuinely wish to learn botany. They are also serious about their research and won't disturb you. Seidel pointed her wand at the test paper, tossed it to Cozy. Once you arrive, you will see a vast piece of land belonging to us divided into different sections by various protective formations. The formation maintains the most basic elements. If you want to set up different growth environments for plants, you will need to learn the corresponding formations. Areas that cannot be accessed are claimed by someone, while those that can be accessed are unclaimed zones. You can freely plant whatever you wish and then use your school emblem to establish your identity on the corresponding manipulation platform. I remind you once again, before planting dangerous crops, you must inform me. Do you understand? No problem, Professor Seidel. That's best. You don't seem like someone who would cause trouble. That's all I have to say. You can go now. All right. Professor Hidel rose from her chair. If you're truly fascinated by the legendary botanist, I suggest consulting your magical beast studies instructor. He's in the third room to the left of the main entrance of this district. Magical beast studies instructor. Who is that? Professor Nicolo. Is his longevity, due to some extraordinary status, enabling him to witness centuries of history? Cozy, I asked, cautiously wary of trespassing upon secrets he ought not to know. Not quite as you imagine. In truth, he is a trusted friend of the elves. Moreover, no master of wood elemental magic has ever failed to journey to the elven forest to seek an audience with the world tree of life, thus he may well possess relevant knowledge. But, isn't Professor Nicolo a lich, and a necromancer at that? Cozy, I murmured softly. Oh, there's no need for such hesitation. Nicolo is a necromancer formally recognized and accepted by the elves. In fact, he holds life in profound reverence. Apparently this was never covered in class. He became a lich solely to fathom the mysteries of biology. and has remained fully lucid, deliberately restraining his necromantic path ever since. When Mr. Urbino was still a young faculty member, he once dueled the already licked Nicolo, and lost decisively. It was shortly thereafter, following intricate dialogue and mutual understanding, that they forged a friendship, and only then did Nicolo begin to be perceived by others in a genuinely favorable light. Perhaps save for the gods themselves, no being understands life more deeply than he does. Though his philosophy of existence diverges sharply from elven doctrine, it earned the solemn acknowledgement of the world tree, and thus the enduring respect of the elven people. That in essence is his story. Cozy Eye stood momentarily stunned, then sighed in quiet awe. There must be a remarkably legendary tale behind all this. That's what everyone says. Yet aside from the former Mr. Urbino, Nicolo has never divulged his past to anyone. As for his pilgrimage to the elven forest, that chapter is widely known. Should you ask him, he'll likely recount it himself. Thank you again, Professor Hidell. It's nothing. After bidding farewell to Professor Hidell, Cozy Eye paused in thought, then returned to his dormitory. Encountering her on a weekend had been sheer luck. Professor Nicolo was unlikely to be in his office. Pushing open the dormitory door, he was surprised to find all his roommates present. Why are you all cooped up in the dorm on a weekend? Cozy Eye, perfect timing. You've just walked into our discussion about the upcoming Harvest Festival, Frone interjected eagerly. The Harvest Festival? What kind of festival is that? What? Frone's expression turned comically incredulous. You've never heard of the Harvest Festival? Does your homeland observe no festivals whatsoever? Even common folk who might skip other holidays altogether unfailingly celebrate the Harvest Festival. Ah, I see now. In my village, the adults were all habitual drunkards. Year-round, regardless of the occasion, they held identical revelries, each one centered entirely around drinking. So to me, every festival blurred into one indistinguishable blur. Honestly, you never bother learning anything beyond your studies. But now that you're in Vantia's far from home, we'll show you what a true harvest festival entails. Gaius, it's your turn. Frone spoke with particular enthusiasm, not because he possessed deep knowledge, but because he himself eagerly anticipated the event. As the Duke's son, he typically attended grand banquets hosted by his parents, or joined the king at the official harvest festival rites. In truth, he could offer little coherent explanation. And as for asking Prince Valent, he'd been a severe social recluse, hardly likely to step outdoors. Thus the burden fell to Gaius, the only one among them whose upbringing had been thoroughly ordinary. The Harvest Festival, also called the Festival of Abundant Years, is among the most significant observances across all human-inhabited cities. Yet because local climates and staple crops differ, harvest times vary greatly, and so do regional celebration dates. Nonetheless, one tradition unites them all. Ceremonial rites are performed at key moments, commencing the reaping, tasting the first fruits, or storing the grain, offering prayers to ancestors and deities for bountiful yields and auspicious omens for next year's harvest. In the Duchy of Jacmand, it is widely believed that crop growth is intrinsically linked to the sun, and since we venerate the goddess Brasia, the festival functions informally as the Festival of the Light Goddess, expressing gratitude for her radiant blessings and beseeching her favor for harmonious winds and timely rains in the year ahead. Cozy Eye indeed. They say the helmsman steers the ship across the sea, but sunlight nourishes all life. Unaware of Cozy Eye's inner reflection, Gaius paused briefly to gather his thoughts. Long ago on the festival day, a representative, often the local priest, would dip fingers into wine and flick droplets toward heaven, earth, left and right, symbolizing offerings to celestial forces, terrestrial spirits, ancestors, and divine guardians. Today, however, people simply attend ornate cathedrals for formal prayer. Yet the ancient custom endures. On this day, alone worshippers present only grain offerings to the goddess. After the rite concludes, communities gather for feasting, song, dance, games, and bonfire celebrations, raising cups in shared mirth. In that sense, your villagers' constant drinking isn't entirely without precedent. Cozy Eye, no need to rationalize further. They were unquestionably, unapologetically drunkards. Beyond these traditions, what I've described reflects only certain regions. Lately, participation has broadened far beyond farmers. Increasingly, townsfolk join the festivities, especially in larger urban centers like our own Falaran Bay, where streets burst with lanterns and banners, and residents set up stalls along thoroughfares selling their finest foods and beverages at modest prices. Foremost among these is honey wine, beloved by children and elders alike. Cozy Eye, true enough, but wait until I unveil milk tea and fried chicken. Then we'll see who truly reigns supreme on this street. The city's Church of Light also distributes free oat porridge, barley loaves, and other staples, under the banner of the goddess's grace, to impoverished families in surrounding districts. The impoverished. Valent, who had remained silent and nearly invisible until now, whispered the question. Yes, Gaius glanced at him. Such folk are far from rare. Unable to afford municipal taxes, most dwell in squalid shantytowns outside the city walls, subsisting on coarse black bread, sometimes adulterated with stones or sawdust if misfortune strikes. Then what causes their poverty? Valent asked again. Perhaps magical beasts. Though you bear royal blood, you've never truly grasped the reality of Jacmand, or indeed of human cities in general. Yes, our region appears tranquil, and your fellow students arrived here from peaceful towns with little peril. Yet many cities lie within beast-infested territories where fortified walls serve as humanity's sole bulwark. Beyond those ramparts, danger lurks perpetually. Goblins, forest wolves, and lesser monsters pose mortal threats even to ordinary folk who lack the magical essence required by mages or warriors to confront them. Though perhaps inappropriate to mention here, allow me to apologize in advance, the very same peril may well have claimed Cozy Eye's family. As for why not everyone resides within city walls, while garrisons must defend against beasts and defense demands arms and armor financed through military budgets. Were the crown to shoulder all expenses, the treasury would swiftly collapse. Thus fees for entry and settlement are unavoidable. Those too poor to pay face certain death in the wilds. Only rare collectives possess the strength to carve out safe enclaves. Hence slums inevitably proliferate. All right, I understand. Come now, Valent. Don't wear such a grim expression. The festival is nearly upon us. Smile. Frone draped an arm over the prince's shoulders and gently lifted the corners of his mouth with his fingertips. We can't change such matters. What concerns us now is how delightfully festive the harvest festival will be. Gaius, let's shift to another topic. I agree entirely. Still, my knowledge ends here. And besides, I've yet to experience the harvest festival in Vantius. Whether I'll even be permitted to leave campus remains uncertain. Gaius retreated to his upper bunk and drank some water, his lengthy exposition having left him thoroughly parched. Oh no. Frone flung himself onto his bed in a star-shaped sprawl, then shot upright. Given our headmaster's temperament, I'm convinced he won't let us miss the harvest festival. Remarkably, Frone proved correct. 9 days later, on yet another Tuesday at noon, Headmaster Urbino's voice relaxed and buoyant resonated across the entire academy. Students of all grades, greetings. I am your headmaster Urbino. I trust tomorrow's harvest festival celebration fills you all with eager anticipation, including naturally our youngest scholars. Originally for safety reasons, Vantius had intended to keep you confined to campus. Yet I believe a true mage must cultivate rich worldly experience. And for children, the harvest festival presents a singular, joyous, and perfectly safe opportunity. Therefore, after vigorous advocacy on my part, the faculty has agreed junior year students may freely explore Falaran Bay, subject to one small condition: wear your school insignia at all times. Remain within reasonable proximity to Vantius's outer hall, the very building through which you entered campus on enrollment. Should you stray too far, your insignia, attuned to your unique magical essence, will alert me directly. Regrettably, I shall then be obliged to retrieve you immediately. Since I cannot hear your replies, I shall assume universal acknowledgement and consent. Enjoy yourselves. At that moment, the junior year cohort dining in the cafeteria erupted in jubilant cheers of "Long live the headmaster," evoking Cozy Eye's childhood memory of his homeroom teacher granting permission for physical education class. Frone, seated beside him, leapt up in excitement, nearly slamming his palm into his own plate, before abruptly halting mid-motion at the last instant lest he become the first student barred from the festival for premature exuberance. On Harvest Festival morning, groups of junior students escorted by instructors assembled at the colossal external teleportation array, repeating the same ritual used during orientation to return them to Falaran Bay. The Harvest Festival holiday spans 3 days, followed by the next weekend, 5 days total. Only today may you venture beyond campus, but you must return here before dusk. Should fatigue overtake you, feel free to return earlier. Faculty members will rotate shifts here to escort you back. Most festivities center on the city's heart, so remember the headmaster's words: resist curiosity's pull and don't wander too far. You'll have ample time to explore the world when you come of age. Just as the crowd began dispersing, Professor Monson calmly called them back, a gesture redolent of elderly solicitude. One more thing: today's festival draws merchants, artisans, and travelers from every walk of life to Falaran Bay. Ordinarily, seeing your uniform, outsiders will recognize you as Vantius students and treat you with courtesy. But remember, not all are as patient or accommodating as your teachers. We fear no conflict, yet neither should you provoke trouble under the presumption of youth or student status. To do so would shame not only yourself, but our entire academy. I urge each of you, whoever you are, and whenever you act, to etch this truth into your soul: nobility lies not in station, but in character. One more thing, I haven't finished yet. Why rush off so hastily? It's still early. Only freshly erected stalls await you out there, nothing more. What I mean is, resist the temptation to gorge yourself on festival delicacies and drinks, even if they're inexpensive or complimentary. Vantius's daily fare rivals anything outside. In the past, students have fallen ill from overindulgence, spending 3 full days weak and bedridden in the infirmary. If you wish to avoid that fate, exercise restraint with your appetite. Yawning idly before Vantius's outer hall, Frone leaned close to Cozy Eye and whispered, I never realized Professor Monson was this verbose. Oh wait, no. He's always like this in class. My apologies, I underestimated him. Amid the students' expectant gazes, and thanks to Professor Nicolo discreetly tugging Monson's sleeve, the professor finally ceased his impending oration. No wonder even Headmaster Urbino had avoided consulting the faculty about commencement ceremonies, likely dreading Monson's interminable "one more thing." At that moment, every student felt profound kinship with their headmaster. Woohoo! Finally out. Leaving Vandia's Florin dashed through the streets like a runaway husky, joyous and carefree. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. In fact, the streets were rather empty today, as most had gathered in the city center for the final preparations. Thank goodness for that, or he would have been embarrassed by the stares of others, Cozy thought. Still, he tried to rein in the excited Florin. At least you're the son of a duke. Even if you don't have to inherit the title, you should still be a bit more composed. Cozy, you don't understand someone like me who has been cooped up and can only play outside. Every time I see other kids on the street, I feel quite dejected. So it's fine to be quiet usually, but during the festival, no one recognizes me anyway, just let me have some fun for a while, ha. Although what you said is quite pitiful, you're not exactly quiet on normal days. And do you really get that dejected? I find it hard to believe. Cozy internally scoffed, but decided not to argue with him. Turning around, a warm oil paper bag was handed over, accompanied by the sound of someone munching. Here, have this, Cozy. It looks like your sandwich, and it's really cheap. Only 5 copper coins. It actually tastes pretty good. Florence still held 3 more, and passed them to Valant and Gaius. Cozy took it, and looked it over. The husky was right, it did resemble a sandwich, but it was more like a crude hamburger or a meat sandwich made with 2 rough bread pieces enclosing meat and vegetables. Of course, there were no fancy sauces available, so it was only sprinkled with a bit of salt and spices. Valant felt slightly averse to such a simplistic dish, while Florin devoured it with gusto. I say, Florin, although Teacher Monson is a bit talkative, his reminders are indeed very pertinent. Don't eat too much just because it's tasty or cheap. Why are you starting to eat already? Moreover, the real feast is in the evening. If you fill up now, you might not be able to eat later, and if you force yourself, then your stomach will be uncomfortable. Relax, it's fine. You know I usually eat a lot, and we'll be out all day. By evening, I'll be hungry again, so it won't be a problem. Alright, just take care of yourself. Cozy said this, but in reality, he was already pondering over a few common herbs. Let's go check that out. There are so many people at the church entrance. Oh, everyone wants to pay respects to the statue of the goddess of light. Let's join the fun. Cozy sighed softly. Though there were fewer people in this other world, those that were gathered still made a crowd. Honestly, he wanted to go back to the library and sit quietly by himself. Or is it uncomfortable lying in bed? He really couldn't understand why these first graders were so excited. He felt like a rag doll being dragged by Florin through the crowd, while Valant and Gaius closely followed behind, even pushing Cozy from the back to prevent him from being swept away by the throng. The two had no objections to Florin's decision, and on the contrary, they appeared quite excited, though they still maintained a sense of restraint and did not express it overtly. Oh, you guys are really something. In front of the goddess, everyone appeared to maintain some order, yet the 4 still endured a difficult squeeze before entering the church of the goddess of light. Inside the statue room, despite its large size, it could not accommodate the large number of people. The seats below were completely filled, and the ceiling was opened somehow, perhaps by magic or some mechanism. Sunlight streamed into the hall, decorated with brass and gold reflecting in a rhythmic pattern, making the entire hall appear dazzling. A magnificent organ played automatically, producing a sweet and light melody that held a hint of the sacred essence from the scriptures. However, Cozy thought that Cloud Palace Swift sound was still more grand and slightly superior. Beneath the statue, the church choir had already lined up neatly and began to sing. From a distance, Cozy could not hear what they were singing. One young person in front was dancing animatedly. Their exaggerated movements caught Cozy's attention, as he could distinctly hear their voice. Perhaps this was what they called a bard. Did they also double as choir members? Just when the number of people standing and sitting in the hall was nearly overflowing, an old man wearing a white crown and a holy robe, his hair and beard completely white, came out, accompanied by a group of nuns and 2 priests taking the place of the choir. He did not give a speech like "Believe in the goddess" or "The holy light blesses you," but instead nodded to the nuns and priests before making several gestures to the quiet waiting crowd, signaling them to worship the goddess together. The people around followed suit, clasping their hands together, fingers intertwined, closing their eyes and bowing their heads, murmuring prayers. Cozy, when he visited the church in Rock City with crowd as a child, had no idea what to do. He looked around and hurriedly mimicked the actions of everyone else, mumbling along, treating the goddess like a wish machine. "Oh, great lady of the Brechia goddess, I'm sorry, I don't really know what to say. If possible, I would like my magical talent to improve a bit. Since it's the harvest festival, I hope my plants can grow faster. For future festivals, I will offer you delicious food. Goddess bless. If not, that's alright too. I still appreciate you taking the time to listen to my nonsense. Wishing you health and all the best." After the prayer concluded, Cozy, like everyone else, casually resumed his sitting position. Next came a lengthy yet orderly ritual. The elderly man, looking quite esteemed, stood in the center, while the other priests and nuns arranged a magic array around him using various materials. Their movements clearly indicated they had rehearsed this several times, almost making it seem like a performance. Cozy stared wide-eyed. He admitted that he was indeed a bit interested now. As the magic array gradually took shape, the tall statue of the goddess behind the old man grew increasingly radiant. When everyone else halted their movements, a delicate and lifelike projection materialized in the air, accompanied by particles of light. Her hair swayed gently in the air, clad in golden armor adorned with flame-like sun patterns, holding a massive sword of the same hue. The shining runes on the sword were visible as she gripped the hilt, the blade pointing downward, standing before her, chanting in a divine voice, "May the light endure and glory persist." Later, Cozy learned that this phenomenon, now regarded as a miracle, was actually a result of the goddess' laziness in responding to numerous followers. She used her divine power to create a scripted program that activated at specific times during mass prayers, serving as a response from the goddess. After thinking for a moment, he attempted to close his eyes and activate his spiritual sense. He dared not encompass the goddess projection with his divine sense, but rather glanced from different angles, ultimately focusing on the gleaming patterns on the sword. He felt a strange sensation, as if he could see through everything. However, Cozy reminded himself to be cautious with his divine sense and not to offend the deities. He tightly closed his eyes but strived to open the eyes that did not exist. Eventually, he discovered that what he saw was not merely simple patterns, but some kind of symbols. Even when considering it as multiple symbols, each one was constituted by even more symbols. Just as he touched this field, his brain experienced a familiar pang of pain. Fortunately, this was not divine retribution, but rather a side effect of simultaneously processing a large amount of information. Indeed, these were the symbols of the divine. One look could be overwhelming. After barely committing one symbol to memory, Cozy frowned to conceal his headache. What's wrong? Why do you look so gloomy? Florin was always the first to notice the blind spots, poking his arm and inquiring softly. What do you all say during prayers? I actually have no idea how to pray, as I mentioned before about the situation in our village. Don't worry, I don't know what to say either. Most people are simply asking for the goddess protection. There are many reasons, and they come in all varieties. What you say isn't important. What matters is whether it's sincere. I guess just a guess that the goddess likely can't handle all these prayers, and not everyone gets a response. So it's just about seeking peace of mind. Cozy, although your behavior is the same as mine, you surprisingly make a lot of sense. After the entire ritual concluded, people orderly exited through the grand arches under the coordination of the nuns. Before leaving, a beautiful nun would dip her finger into holy water mixed with some golden liquid and draw a line on the forehead of each worshipper. In the past, people believed the ashes from the stove used in cooking during the harvest festival contained the goddess protection, and marking the forehead could ward off evil spirits. This practice has been passed down, although now the holy water version is significantly more effective than the ash. After leaving the church, Florin joyfully greeted classmates he recognized from the crowd, then pulled his 3 roommates towards the city center. Why are you running? No one is chasing you. Cozy complained, supporting the panting Valant, whose stamina was really poor due to years of hiding in the palace. Come on, it's the harvest festival. If we can't eat a lot of delicious food, what's the point of the celebration? The more we eat, the stronger we get, and the more land we can cultivate, leading to a bountiful harvest next year. Valant felt the same. Only when well-fed can the body grow strong. I previously told you to climb trees with me for exercise, but you wouldn't agree. So, huff. So, in the end, you will be the one who gets scolded. Valant surprisingly made a rare joke. And you're not even a farmer. Just shouting slogans without working, that's what being a social parasite means. Cozy immediately scolded back. Once I become a glorious knight, I will protect the safety of the land. Once the farmers are safe, they can focus on farming, which means I have indirectly contributed to the harvest. Just as he was saying this, Florin spotted something fun and changed the subject. Wait, look at that stall. They seem to be wearing Vandia's uniforms. The other 3 curiously looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed found 2 older students from Vandia's. They were not cooking, but wearing printed aprons and adorning chef hats, looking somewhat cute. The stall was also quite exquisite, displaying not freshly made food, but rather items carefully wrapped in simple bags, surrounded by many customers. Hello, seniors. What are you doing here selling things? What are you selling? In the blink of an eye, Florin had already dashed to the front of the crowd, looking up to ask the 2 seniors who were collecting money and handing out items. Hello, Junior. Since we are members of the Culinary Research Club, we definitely came to participate in such a festival. We're selling small cookies we baked ourselves. They're really delicious. On the left are the sweet ones, 10 copper coins for a bag, and on the right are the savory ones, only 7 copper coins. Then please give me 4 bags of each. Florin pulled out 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them over. Cozy, arriving behind him, heard the price and asked, why does it feel slightly more expensive than the other stalls? Because the ingredients for the cookies use high-quality fine flour, otherwise they wouldn't taste good. Moreover, the sweet ones have quite a bit of honey and sugar added. To lower the price, we actually used less exquisite packaging. Now we're trying to sell them at cost price. Furthermore, the club's activities also require funding, so this is a way to earn some. The final products will be a bit more expensive than others, but the quality is definitely guaranteed. Cozy, they're really delicious. Valant guys, you guys should try them too. The senior skills are really impressive. Cozy took a small cookie from the bag. It was evident that a lot of effort went into it, featuring different cute animal patterns made with special molds. The surface was golden, perfectly baked, and emitted a fragrance from the honey baking. When placed in his mouth, a sweet flavor seeped out. He seemed to have not eaten proper sweets in a long time. A culinary research club, huh? After the festival, maybe I can visit and see if it could become my main base for researching food. Perhaps the seniors might have ways to get some ingredients that I find really hard to source on my own. Cozy thought, not because the food materials were rare, but because finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with the names possibly differing. Who knows how long it would take? He calculated this in his mind repeatedly, but did not show any desire to join on the surface. Otherwise, the curious Florin would ask a lot of questions and make exaggerated expressions. With so many people around during the festival, he didn't want to embarrass himself in public. Florin bought a few more bags of cookies, stating that they were convenient to carry and eat on the go. He continued to keep an eye on the food stalls around them. Although Cozy thought the lack of seasonings led to much of the deliciousness being lost, Florin, the local, remained undeterred. Then, before they reached the designated time to return to school, Florin suddenly stopped. Guys, I think, well, we should head back. Why? It's still a long time before the return to school hour. Cozy halted and glanced back at Fuyuan, who trailed a step behind, crouched on the ground, clutching his belly. Hashiki smiled sheepishly, his hand still gripping a bag of freshly bought buttered honey rolls. Kuzugi sighed, wearing a look that said, "See, I told you so. Then let's head back for now. The academy's main hall isn't far. Hold on a little longer." "No, it's fine." Along the way, Fuluyuan kept mumbling to himself. Things like, "I barely ate that much. Ugh, this hurts. Why isn't it here yet? And why are we walking so far?" But once they reached the main hall, he seemed to become someone else. He stopped clutching his stomach, ceased his complaints, and instantly returned to his cheerful self. "So you're fine now? Still going back?" The earnest guy Wussy asked with curiosity. "He's faking it. He just doesn't want to be scolded," Kezi revealed. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. I'm afraid it's Professor Mingsen's shift. If he finds out, he'll nag me for a long time." "You're in luck. It's Ms. Zydayer, the botany teacher." Kezi peered through the doorway at the person reading inside, told Fuluyuan, and stepped into the hall. Zydayer looked up when she noticed them enter. "You're back rather early. We all assumed you young mages would linger longer. There are simply too many people. We'd rather return to our rooms to rest and have something from the mess hall. The mess prepared festival-spiced gingerbread and caramel apples today. The white bread spread with cranberry moss jam is also delightful. Come, I'll send you back." She closed her book, led them to the vast teleportation array, and a faint, almost unreadable smile flickered across her face. "I have duty here and won't accompany you. You'd better hurry. One of you doesn't look well." Before Fuluyuan could explain, Miss Zydayer tapped her staff on the floor. Blue light flared, and the four of them became a streak of radiance, vanishing at the horizon. Move. Let's hurry back to the dorms." Upon arriving at Fantiasi, Fuluyuan, ignoring whether the teacher had noticed, jogged briskly toward the living quarters. His stomach hasn't reached a serious point yet. Kezi stood where he was, watching Hashiki flee in a panic, stroking his chin as he analyzed the situation. Why? Fuluyuan clearly seemed so urgent. Guy Wussy did not quite understand. There is an old saying, if you can still endure, you can go far. When you cannot, you can barely take a step. The fact he could run means it's probably not severe. "Oh, TSK. That's a little nauseating and rather crude." This time Guy Wussy wore a look of disdain. "By the way, the school hasn't forbidden open fires in the dorms, right?" Kezi asked Walanti. As the dutiful one, Walanti would surely know the rules. "I don't think so. What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much. Just prepare something nice for Fuluyuan." Meanwhile, Professor Mingsen had just stepped out of the mess hall and spotted Fuluyuan rushing past, an alto familiar sight especially on Harvest Festival. Brandishing his staff and abandoning his usual kindly demeanor, he called after the retreating figure, "That brat from Duke Airsight's household again. Didn't I warn you not to overeat on Harvest Festival? Can't you brothers give me a little peace of mind?" Unfortunately, Fuluyuan, single-minded about returning to the dorm, didn't hear a word. When the three returned to the dormitory, they found Fuluyuan had already gone to the lavatory and was now sprawled on his bed, his stomach occasionally emitting a rumbling gurgle. "Are you all right?" Guy Wussy and Walanti gathered around, sitting at the bedside and asking in low voices. "It's fine, I'm not dying," Fuluyuan answered weakly. Fuluyuan's voice sounded feeble. Kezi paid them no mind and went to his wardrobe, pulling out a pristine potion brewing set and arranging it on the table. The kit required far fewer implements than full alchemy: a small chopping board for processing ingredients, a tray to hold them, a compact brazier with a stand for heating, a pair of gloves, a stirring rod, and a ceramic reaction pot, the kind which is often used only more delicate white and adorned with elegant flame motifs. The rest consisted of glass bottles and jars. Unlike modern laboratory apparatus, these were not stark and vertical, but curved and ornate, their contours lending them an air of magical romance. "What are you doing, Kezi?" Fuluyuan heard the voice and with difficulty turned his head to watch. "You still have the energy to concern yourself with him." It seems Kezi was right. The situation isn't too serious. "Him? What did he say?" "He said, Guy Wussy recalled those few words, then hesitated. "It's better if you don't know. He'll mix you up a potion to ease stomach pain." Kezi produced one by one from his satchel the herbs he had gathered during their stroll. Simple remedies for diarrhea, nothing rare or expensive. "A potion? I've heard this subject is difficult. We haven't even begun lessons. Can you really just brew one?" Walanti stepped closer and watched as Kezi handled the equipment with practiced ease. Even as they spoke, he had already processed most of the herbs. "Listen, Kezi," Fuluyuan croaked, forcing his way into the conversation. "If you're following the textbook's recipe, is the potion truly safe to drink? My third brother once mixed up a batch of potions for a sick roommate at school. The man drank them and was sent straight to the Holy Cross Recuperation Infirmary, returning only a month later. I cannot describe just how bad it became, but my third brother cried out terribly that night. I'm not brewing this strictly by the textbook. That's even worse, you know. If you improvise, who knows what effects those mixtures will produce." Fuluyuan grew anxious and silently urged his body to recover more quickly. "Don't worry. In my homeland, there is a renowned potion expert who I apprenticed there as a brewer when I was young. I may not be capable of the most powerful elixirs yet, but remedies for ordinary ailments are well within my ability." Kuzui paused his motions and fed his magic essence into the small brazier, the flumial chemical trinket he had mentioned before embedded in the furnace. "Just wait 5 more minutes. When the liquid's hue fades from green to clear and transparent, the potion will be complete." "That quickly?" "Of course. From the moment I pulled out the supplies to processing the herbs took less than 5 minutes. Walanti stared at him, astonished, into a long, incredulous remark. "I've said before, this is merely a remedy for everyday ailments, not complicated. In fact, the herbs could be eaten raw, but the effect would be weaker, the taste bitter, and troublesome residues might remain in the body. In my homeland, there is a saying, medicine is 3 parts poison. Such is the truth. Kuzoi fitted a glass funnel into a narrow-necked rhomboid bottle, an object whose elegant name is gem bottle for its appearance resembles a crystal gem. When the potion cooled, he decanted it into the bottle and handed it to Fulyuan. Are you sure you want to drink it? If you don't want to keep lying there. Fulyuan drew a deep breath as if steeling himself, managed to sit up, took the rhomboid bottle, pinched his nose, sipped a little, and his eyes widened. It's sweet. Of course. I took inspiration from a remedy called stomach-strengthening digestive tablets and adjusted the flavor. It doesn't affect efficacy. It should help digest your food and ease your stomach pain. Hashiki's face brightened. Can I drink this in the future? Or perhaps the dose is too small. Should we increase it? Not a chance. Kezi refused without mercy, yet inwardly, he mused that perhaps carbonated drinks might be worth experimenting with. As evening approached, Florin was nearly recovered. In fact, his spirit had already awakened when he sensed the sweetness of the potion. After fully regaining his composure, he suddenly remembered the caramel apples and spiced gingerbread that Teacher Seidel mentioned and suggested, let's head to the cafeteria. 2 days after the food festival, or rather the harvest festival, Koz-e estimated that the members of the Culinary Research Club must be free by now. He searched for the club's name on the magic marvelous scroll to see their activity location. After scrolling down for quite a while, he finally found the name among the last few clubs. It was no wonder he hadn't noticed it before, as the club was pitifully small with only 4 members. Koz-e closed the scroll and walked towards the dormitory door. I'm going to check out the club. Aren't you coming? I'll go later this afternoon. Gaius had been attending club activities frequently in the past few days, showing his enthusiasm for forging. Are you going to the botany club? Yes, I plan to see if the plants I planted a few days ago have sprouted. If they have, I'll also record their growth conditions. Valent and I joined the No Magic Books Club and also plan to stroll around later this afternoon. It was needless to ask, Valent was definitely dragged there by Florin. What a strange name. It's just a book-sharing session. As long as the books are not related to magic courses, anyone can share, providing others with choices for extracurricular reading. I plan to share a night novel I recently finished, and Valent has prepared a book of heroic stories that I recommended to him before. He wouldn't have mentioned it, but Koz-e almost forgot that Florin was an avid reader, particularly fond of night novels. I wish you a pleasant sharing session. I hope you won't be too bored. Florin felt indifferent towards such research-oriented clubs. This time Koz-e didn't lie. He indeed went to the botany club after the harvest festival to plant the soybeans and sprouted potato tubers he brought. Now he was genuinely going for a routine observation, only to find no seedlings and directly switched to the Culinary Research Club. Although the club was small and had very few members, the area of Vanches was quite large and had no shortage of such activity spaces. Thus, when he arrived here, he unexpectedly discovered that the working environment was surprisingly good. Through the small window, he could see a clean white floor and neatly arranged kitchenware and seasonings, and even a small tea table and sofa. Hello, is anyone here? Koz-e knocked on the door and politely greeted. Yes. A generous, mature, and cheerful voice came from within. The door was unlocked. As it opened, a well-built figure stepped out. It was the senior who explained things to them that day. Her long hair was gathered at the back with a hair tie binding a section at the ends. A fake collar concealed her neck, while her sleeves were loose in the middle and tighter at the ends. Her shoulders were bare, draped in a mage's cloak, and a belt was slung across her waist from which hung a magic book. Oh, you seem to be one of the first-year students who bought the small cookies on Harvest Festival Day. Her memory was impressive, and since it hadn't been long, she recognized Koz-e at a glance. Please come in. Are you looking for someone? Or do you have something to ask? She walked into the room, first poured a cup of hot water, and took out a jar of brown, transparent, viscous liquid from the cupboard. She scooped some with a small spoon and stirred it in the cup. Here's honey water for you. Sit down and drink while we talk. Oh, thank you, senior. My name is Koz-e Lyons, currently a first-year student. Koz-e took the cup without hesitation and directly stated, actually, since that day, I've been thinking about joining the Culinary Research Club, so I came here today to visit. You want to join us? The senior seemed somewhat surprised and embarrassed. Our club seems really small. Well, it is small, and there aren't many members. However, not all students can just join it, well, especially newcomers who don't know anything. Other clubs have relevant assessments, so I think we should too. Koz-e knew that she would likely regard him as a curious junior who was merely attracted by food and would lose interest after a while. So he directly clarified, appearing very composed. Aren't you joining because the cookies tasted good? The senior appeared even more surprised. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just. That's all right, senior. I completely understand your concerns and am ready for the assessment. By the way, I still don't know your name. You even have preparations. The senior muttered to herself softly, oh, I just forgot, it was a bit rude of me. My name is Vanilla, a 5th-year student and the current head of the Culinary Research Club. Please don't mind this, as we have few members, so we all typically do things together. As for the joining assessment of the club, it involves preparing some food on-site with no restrictions on type or quantity, then letting the club members taste it. If everyone agrees it's satisfactory, you can be accepted. If there are objections, the reasons for dissatisfaction must be stated, followed by a discussion regarding your membership. Each person's taste may vary, but we will strive to ensure fairness. Unless it's particularly unconventional food, it won't affect the final result. I understand. So is it just you, Senior Vanilla, today? Should I come back another day? There's no need for that. If you're prepared, you can start making food now. We should have most of the ingredients purchased, and the other members are on break today. I can have them come over. Vanilla waved her staff, and a small origami crane appeared within the formation, then flew out of the window, leaving traces of glowing light. While waiting for the other members to arrive, Cozy Eye decided to check the kitchen, pondering what food he could prepare next. The kitchen was spacious, with an oven made of red bricks laid with white tiles, also known as a baking oven, typically used to bake bread, cookies, or for broiling, a cooking method that involves high-temperature heating for a short time. On the cooking counter, bowls, plates, and cutlery were neatly stacked, while a frying pan rested on a higher stove. Frying and sautéing are different. Frying generally involves submerging food in oil, while sautéing uses no more than a third of the food's volume in oil, which can also be considered stir-frying. Here, animal fats are commonly used, but overall oil quantity is insufficient, so deep frying has not yet gained popularity, while sautéing has become widespread. A delicate brass stand held a small clay pot for stewing and boiling, and there was even a small grill. After all, the earliest cooking method of humanity was barbecuing, so it was impossible to skip that step and directly learn to use containers. The kitchenware was already quite complete for this era. Apart from the wine barrel, it was as well equipped as Cook's kitchen, yet Cozy Eye still felt a sense of uncertainty. Without a cast iron wok for Chinese cuisine, many methods of sautéing, frying, boiling, stewing would miss a crucial step. For Western cuisine, there were many foods he couldn't prepare, and regarding Japanese cuisine, due to the sanitary standards of the era, aside from sashimi, which was out of the question, other varieties heavily relied on sauces. In truth, he was not particularly anxious. Even using stewing, boiling, and frying methods could yield a dish that would touch people's hearts, but he still couldn't confidently ace this assessment. By noon, everyone had finished their meals, and as the members of the club were all seniors, it would be better to make some snacks. As for snacks, the term is said to have originated from the Eastern Jin dynasty, when a general specially crafted delicious pastries to reward his soldiers, sending them to the front lines to express his small tokens of appreciation. Well, when the era changes and the characters become knights, the meaning would be the same. Cozy Eye thought to himself. However, what snacks to make became a new question. He wasn't sure if he could make a cake that was soft enough, thus most Western snacks were ruled out. Many Chinese snacks lacked ingredients. For instance, pudding needed gelatin, green dumplings required glutinous rice, and donkey rolling needed bean flour, while the remaining soybeans he had were already planted and had yet to sprout, and there were none here. Some might ask how pudding couldn't be made, but that's because the pudding served in the cafeteria is not the kind that is chewy. It is similar to the type invented by medieval monasteries, a mixture of fruits and oatmeal referred to as pudding. Since pudding couldn't be made, he decided to prepare some double-skim milk instead, using the leftover egg yolks for egg tarts, which are one of the 4 heavenly kings of Cantonese snacks, both delicious and simple. The key to these 2 snacks is simplicity. To gain approval easily, one must not only create something others cannot, but also share it in a simple way so that others can make it themselves later. This is like building a castle in a game, and posting a video of something extravagant but too difficult might leave the audience in awe for a moment, but they'll quickly scroll past. However, something beautiful yet simple that others can learn to make will earn you likes and coins. Just as Cozy Eye settled on a theme, a knock at the door interrupted him, and 2 seniors walked in, one after the other. The one in front was a short-haired girl, the same one who had sold cookies with vanilla during the harvest festival. She looked cheerful, and upon entering she brightened up at the sight of Cozy Eye. Is it true that a first-year junior wants to join our cooking club? Aren't you a bit too young to be making gourmet food? The one behind, whom Cozy Eye hadn't seen before, had pink, slightly curled hair and wore a loose jacket. She hid her hands in her sleeves, standing behind the first girl, obviously shy and introverted, comparable to Valent. Wait, why would I use Valent as the standard for shyness? Vanilla squinted her eyes, smiling as she walked in front of everyone and introduced. As you can see, the short-haired one is called Berry, a 4th-year senior, and the long-haired one behind her is Sano, who joined last year and is now in her 3rd year. This is the first-year junior I mentioned in my letter, Cozy Eye Liang's. Hello, seniors. Hi. You. Hello, so have you decided what delicious food you want to make? Vanilla leaned against the sofa and tilted her head. That's right, if it doesn't taste good, you won't be allowed to join us. Berry blinked and appeared right in front of Cozy Eye, playfully ruffling his fluffy hair. It felt familiar. It had been a long time since anyone had messed with his hair. Besides, I remember the scroll mentioned there are 4 members in the cooking research club. Why is one missing? You don't need to worry about the last one. Her situation is special. She comes occasionally, and you might see her if you make delicious food every day. She might come every day. Well, so is she a foodie? Cozy Eye chose not to ask further and walked into the kitchen. I have decided what to make. It might take a while, so please wait a moment, seniors. Of course, no problem. We will be waiting eagerly. Vanilla said as she went to the cupboard to prepare honey water, while Berry and Sano sat obediently on the sofa, one of them definitely being genuine, while the other's nature remained questionable. Cozy Eye returned to the kitchen. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was the absence of a refrigerator, hoping that the omnipotent Mr. Glansome would soon research a gemstone that could convert ice elements. He first washed his hands, dried them with a towel, and then opened the container holding the flour. This pure white wheat flour clearly had been sifted countless times, and was of a relatively expensive type. As for whether it was all-purpose flour, he would not be picky and decided to experiment later. He grabbed a handful of flour and placed it in a bowl, adding clear water, a small piece of butter, and a spoon of yellow sugar. As mentioned earlier, due to the lack of clarification technology, the white sugar used by people is not truly white, but a raw sugar that has only gone through the honey separation step, which is crystalline colored and slightly yellow with larger granules. However, for now, crushing a bit to dissolve it in water would be passable. After mixing all the ingredients evenly, he kneaded them into a smooth dough until it no longer stuck to his hands. Since there was no plastic wrap and refrigeration was impossible, he could only cover it with another bowl. Cozy Eye initially wanted to ask the seniors if they knew ice magic, but when he turned around he saw 3 little heads peeking through the doorframe, watching him curiously. Seniors, what are you? Just watching you keep doing your thing. No, seniors, I just wanted to ask if you know ice magic. We haven't covered that yet. If it's just a simple spell to create ice blocks, anyone with affinity for water magic can do it, both Sano and I can. Vanilla, being the tallest, leaned over the most and raised her small hand. Then could you please help me with a little bit? My dough needs to be stored at a low temperature. Vanilla turned around, took a cup, filled it with water, and with the infusion of magic used the properties of ice magic to lower the temperature of the cup. Soon the water froze into ice cubes, emitting a wisp of white vapor. Thank you, senior. Keys, he took the cup, crushed the ice cubes, and arranged them around the bowl containing the dough, then covered it with another bowl and began to prepare the custard. He added sugar to the milk, heated it on the stove until the sugar dissolved, then removed it from the heat to cool before adding the egg yolks, mixing thoroughly, while saving the egg whites for making double skim milk. His process was quite skilled, surprising several seniors who were whispering behind the door. It looks quite professional. But I wonder what he's making. Is it also a cookie? I see he used eggs and flour. No. No way, if that's the case it would be just like what was made for the harvest festival, and I can't let him pass. Keys, he ignored the chatter behind him, and poured another bottle of milk into a small ceramic pot, heating it until it just started to bubble, then poured it into 3 bowls to let them sit and form a layer of cream on the surface. To have cream, one must use high-fat milk, and the fantasy world has no defatting technology, so the milk could be used freely. The next step could be summarized as pouring part of the milk out to mix with the egg whites, leaving a small amount of milk and cream, then pouring it back along the edge of the bowl to let the cream float up. Since there was no steaming apparatus, Keys, he could only add water to the ceramic pot, and then build a simple rack with sticks to place the covered bowls inside, starting the fire. Taking out the oil skin, which is the dough, he carefully wrapped a piece of butter and rolled it out, then folded it again, rolled it into a rectangle, and cut it into rolls to place in the container. Without aluminum foil bowls, Keys, he had to ask the senior for help again, and got 12 small bowls to make do. Next it became clear the tart crust was pressed tightly at the bottom of the small bowls, the custard was poured in, and after preheating the oven, it was placed inside to bake. Before the double skin milk and egg tart set, Keys, he also made a crepe in the frying pan with thin flour. Although this dessert often appears in Japanese shows, crepes are actually French and quite similar to pancake rolls, which can also be referred to as French Brittany sweet fruit stand pancakes. Moreover, he added cream inside. The cream was originally available, but perhaps it was used up by the seniors for making cookies or other desserts. Keys, he could only sadly whip the sugar milk by hand for a full 20 minutes, feeling more exhausted than swinging a hammer in Elan's blacksmith shop. White steam was already rising from the steamer, the scent of milk wafting out, and the aroma of egg tarts filled the oven, making the entire kitchen reek of bakery smells, causing one's stomach to rumble. He really has some skills, and the brush has quite a lot of hair. Just by smelling I feel it might be delicious, and it's a dessert besides cookies. Barry whispered to the 2 club members, and Shano nodded slightly in agreement. It seems we really need to welcome a junior member to our club, and it looks like it's the first boy to join since the club was established. Vanilla nodded in satisfaction, but don't rush, let's see the final products first. So when Keezy brought out the 3 desserts, he paused for a moment, seeing the 3 seniors sitting upright on the sofa, their expressions serious, completely unlike their earlier sneaky looks at him. Once it's ready, you can serve it up. We 3 judges will start scoring you. Vanilla, sitting in the middle, cleared her throat and pretended to be serious. Okay. Keezy shrugged and placed the desserts on the table, double skin milk, egg tarts, and crepes, please enjoy. Shano, look at this milk, it's so elastic, oh it went in. Barry poked the double skin milk with a small spoon, accidentally poking through, scooping a piece to taste very sweet, and the aroma of the milk is very rich, plus the texture is smooth, it pairs well with the mango on top. The long-haired girl was tasting the crepe in small bites, gently touching the cream inside with her tongue, swallowing this. Is it made with milk? It's amazing, feels quite magical. I just saw you didn't use magic, simply stirring the milk, yet you obtained something entirely different. After balancing out with the sweetness of the strawberries, the flavor became even more perfect, and the crepe skin had a golden texture after being cooked, exuding a wheat fragrance. I really like it. Vanilla closed her squinting eyes, completely savoring the taste of the egg tart. At first it felt hard around the edges, quite like a cookie, but I didn't expect the inside to be somewhat crispy. And this? Made with eggs. Let's tentatively call it the filling. It's very fresh, delicate, and soft. The combination makes me feel wonderful, like the time I saw Shano's smile. The flavor of the egg yolk is also rich, very sweet, without the cloying texture of eating a spoonful of honey. I can't quite describe it. It has a strong exterior and a soft interior, very touching. After finishing the evaluation, Vanilla opened her eyes and looked at her 2 companions still eating. It seems they have no complaints about you at all. Congratulations, Keys, you have become our 5th member and the first boy to join since the club was established. Floor and the seniors got the dessert, and Keys, joined the club, but what about the food I was promised to taste? In the end, it was all in vain. Is there really never a boy before? Why do you say again? Vanilla asked curiously. I also joined the botany club. Keys, sighed lightly. Botany club. The seniors were momentarily taken aback. Its official name is Daughter of the Flower God. I see, so it was Professor Seidel's club. Her requirements are quite high, at least only Shano among us passed the assessment. You should feel honored for that. Ignoring Vanilla's mockery, Keys, asked Shano, who had finished the crepe and was picking up the double-skin milk. What plants are you studying, senior? The ghostlight orchid. Shano's eyes sparkled as she spoke without pause. It's a beautiful flower that blooms at night. Once mature, its petals scattering to form glowing butterfly-shaped flowers that surround like legendary flower spirits. Then what plant is the junior studying? Actually, some students joined because of its name, studying other plants while also researching their favorite flowers. Professor Seidel has many rare flowers. You wouldn't have joined just for that, would you? Barry's eyes were filled with scrutiny. In fact, I had no idea about that. I just wanted to find a proper piece of land to grow 2 kinds of food. Food? What food? You really do seem to fit our club. One called potato and one called soybean. Both can be used to make many delicious things. Are they desserts too? Barry's licked her spoon and asked swiftly. Potatoes can be deep-fried, julienned, and wrapped in dough, cubed and stewed with chicken, mashed and mixed into flour to make pancakes, or drenched in savory broths. Truly a culinary chameleon. Soybeans can be ground into a beverage. The delicate skin that forms on its surface may be served cold with seasonings or coagulated entirely into blocks we call tofu. A delicacy coarser than double-skin milk, yet tender and supple. When deep-fried, it becomes even more delectable. There are countless preparations. I could not possibly enumerate them all in one sitting. Vanilla's eyes widened fully. So extraordinarily diverse. Why have we never heard of either plant? After all, you're now a member of our club. Certain matters will inevitably be revealed to you in time. The Culinary Research Society maintains an official collaboration with the Academy Dining Hall. Their chefs occasionally visit us to offer guidance and incorporate our suggestions, or even novel innovations, into their menus. Though no less skilled than royal court chefs, none of them has ever mentioned these ingredients. The botanical information. Cozy paused, then wove a half-truth with practiced ease. The village I currently inhabit is not my birthplace. Perhaps regional differences account for it. My homeland cultivates distinct culinary traditions and has long refined the art of gastronomy. Potatoes and soybeans are merely 2 examples among many. Once yields increase next year, I intend to introduce them publicly. Indeed, this very aspiration, to share such treasures and discover further suitable ingredients, is precisely why I sought membership in the Culinary Research Society. It appears we've unearthed an extraordinary talent, Beres declared, brimming with pride. Vanilla discovered him, Shaner murmured, tugging gently at Beres' sleeve. And didn't he walk in of his own accord? No distinction. Either way, he's ours to claim. Actually, there's another question I'd like to ask, Cozy confessed, visibly torn. Since you're already a member, feel free to voice any question openly. Then why are there no male members? In my hometown, there was an esteemed chef, a man, and from what I understand, men crafting fine cuisine is hardly unusual. Of course it isn't unusual, Vanilla replied, lifting a crepe. But this is Vandia's, the Magic Academy. Boys who enroll here aspire to become legendary mages. So do we, for that matter. We simply harbor a particular passion for cooking, creating delightful confections and nourishing meals to infuse joy into our otherwise arduous studies. After all, sweets lift the spirit. They meanwhile are captivated by tales of adventurers enamored with flashier magics, eager to compete, exchange knowledge, or challenge beasts they deem formidable. Thus the Culinary Research Society, being an unassuming, everyday-oriented club, holds little appeal for most boys. Conversely, those lacking innate magical aptitude often deliberately pursue practical life skills, such as cooking, to sustain themselves. Once one steps across magic's threshold, one realizes these are 2 separate worlds entirely. You, however, stand apart, an exceptional anomaly among magic students. Merely listening to your descriptions, and to those unheard-of delicacies, suggests you may possess deeper culinary insight than any of us. Cozy felt this was neither particularly culinary research nor authentically made chef. Senior club president. His tone abruptly turned formal, strikingly comical. Oh, I'm here. Just senior suffices. No need for such solemnity. No. Please allow me to pose these questions with due formality. Where does our club source its ingredients? Vanilla and I procure them outside the academy, though Shaner isn't permitted unsupervised excursions yet. Is that problematic? So we've never handled raw, unprocessed ingredients firsthand, correct? What do you mean by firsthand ingredients? Vanilla and the others exchanged baffled glances. Let me begin with a proper introduction. I am Cozy Lyons, hailing from Norvis village nestled beyond the frontier city of Stonehold. Norvis is a semi-isolated, self-sustaining hamlet. Before arriving at Vandia's, I apprenticed under elder hunters in my village, venturing into forests myself to track game and gather provisions. Similarly, as I did in the Botany Society, I identify and cultivate edible flora, integrating them directly into culinary practice. Since we are the Culinary Research Society, Cozy emphasized the word research. We ought not confine ourselves to purchasing pre-processed goods from markets. True culinary research demands gathering exquisite ingredients ourselves, in the wild, with hands and magic alike. There is a singular satisfaction in harvesting one's own provisions, and upon graduation, whether journeying afar or undertaking fieldwork, prolonged wilderness sojourns become inevitable. Should rations run low or prove unpalatable, it compounds physical exhaustion with emotional desolation, sapping morale. While others grimace over leathery jerky and coarse black bread, we could hunt en route and prepare steaming savory feasts, using only simple seasonings and readily available game. Such sustenance would banish fatigue, transforming arduous travel into serene delight. That truly is the mage's way, and what the Magic Academy's Culinary Research Department ought to embody. TCH. Vanilla nodded thoughtfully, clicking her tongue. Wouldn't framing this as wilderness survival training win stronger institutional support? I recall Headmaster Thorne deeply values applying theory to real-world practice. Cozy added another persuasive note. Reasonable. Quite reasonable. Moreover, hunting eliminates middlemen, and thus costs nothing. Our funds could instead acquire rare, premium seasonings. Vanilla tapped the air repeatedly toward Cozy, her expression radiant with approval. Brilliantly said, Cozy. You truly are a prodigy. Let's draft reforms for our club activities and submit a formal proposal to the Academy. As you noted, faculty should endorse it wholeheartedly. It is, after all, a legitimate wilderness survival exercise. Yet one issue remains. Vanilla shifted tone, gazing at Cozy and Shaner with gentle regret. First through third years constitute the junior cohort. You two aren't yet authorized for off-campus club activities. Beyond designated practical courses, you're confined to campus grounds or must petition for brief excursions. Berries and I, however, may venture into the vast forest behind the Academy. Vandia's castle stands atop a distant mountain far from Falaran Bay. Its rear expanse comprises an unbroken woodland, where senior faculty have long purged lethally powerful monsters, leaving only non-lethal creatures for student training, including common game animals. I've hunted for 4 years in my village, so campus restrictions bear little consequence for me. I can share insights on animal behavior and ingredient preparation with you seniors. And given your mastery of magic, even without traps, you'll likely reap richer harvests than I ever did as an ordinary villager. I'm actually more intrigued by the plants Cozy mentioned, Shaner murmured, raising her hand timidly. That gives me ample reason to stay and study them. Given this, our club's reform appears remarkably smooth, Vanilla observed, thoroughly pleased. A minor complication remains, but I'll resolve it personally. For now, consider it a tantalizing secret. Cozy wore an enigmatic smile. Vanilla was somewhat curious, but did not ask further. She discussed with Beres how to write an application report to the Academy, while Kazai took Seno to the botany club and transplanted some of his yellow beans and potato tubers for her. Kazai only mentioned some potential issues that might arise during the cultivation process, which stemmed from his limited agricultural knowledge in the notes recorded by Ifen. As for how to cultivate, considering that Seno had already learned magic while he had not, Kazai did not offer any suggestions, advising her to follow her own ideas, as this might yield unexpected results. After that, he set off back to his dormitory, preparing to deal with the small issues mentioned by Vanilla and the others. Gaius, are you in the dorm? Upon opening the door, Kazai began calling out like a typical husky. He's not here. Do you need to find him? In the room was Valent, quietly sitting at his desk reading. Then I'll wait for him. By the way, how did the reading club go? How did you come back by yourself? Where did Florin go? I think it went quite well. The little prince appeared to be in a good mood. But Florin was very excited. He should still be in the club, recommending night novels to the other members. Valent added. And I feel like the club's name needs to be changed. Change the name. Why? Are you going to reform it? Reform? Make changes? Probably not. Because Florin is very good at telling stories. From the moment he started sharing until I left, he was always standing in front of everyone using different tones and gestures. You should understand what I mean. It's like a performance. In short, it was very vivid and captured the attention of the other members. However, I listened to him too many times and quietly left first. Oh, Kazai said, somewhat at a loss for words. In a sense, he really is. Impressive. Kazai's inner thoughts. Oh no, please tell me the reading exchange club isn't going to turn into a drama club, performance club, or some other absurd thing. Valent was unaware of Kazai's thoughts. He wore a beautiful smile, but concealed a hint of sorrow and disappointment that Kazai did not notice. Florin has always been this way, although sometimes he can be a bit random and out of tune. He shines like the sun, always so dazzling in the crowd. Unlike me. That evening, Gaius, drenched in sweat, returned to the dormitory and saw Florin standing on the bed performing for the 2 audience members below, demonstrating how he had dominated the reading sharing session. Kazai, I think your previous idea was brilliant. When it was my turn today, I had a sudden inspiration to tell the story through a performance. You wouldn't believe how seriously they listened, and after it was over, they all said they would circulate the night novels I lent them. I was even thinking about whether to directly propose that we perform the stories from the books together in the future, just like you said, a drama performance club. Kazai, I just wanted to describe your speed of changing expressions. But I held back from saying it. I think my acting skills are still immature. Today was just a lucky success. Once I refine it, I'll find a few interested members to discuss it. Kazai, do you want to join us? Forget it. Kazai waved his hand. I think I can provide you with scripts. Joining the performance is unnecessary. Scripts? Yes, there will definitely be girls in the reading sharing session. I believe not everyone will be interested in your night novels. If you want to attract other members to form a performance group, I can provide you with some stories that are also suitable for girls to participate in. In order not to join their performance, Kazai made an effort to distance himself and redirect the husky's attention to others. Sure enough, it's still you, Kazai. I knew that talking to you would definitely yield constructive advice. But really, have you considered playing a role? I can give you the night role. No, I still prefer reading. Writing scripts is one thing, but this kind of role is better suited for you to portray. After all, interest is the best teacher and you don't even need overly professional guidance. That's really too bad. Cause I don't feel that way at all. But I will look forward to the stories you write. Thank you. Oh right, Gaius, I need to talk to you about something. Kazai quickly changed the subject and approached Gaius, who was taking off his dirty clothes. You really worked hard today. How did you get into this state? Aha, it's not just me. Several seniors who went to the club today came back, just as dirty. The club president brought back some precious insights on dwarven forging, though I don't know if they're true, so we collaborated to verify them. So what was the result? Did it succeed? How should I put it? It was half successful. In the end, the magical potency of the weapon increased by 30%, but it became somewhat fragile. No matter what we did, we couldn't maintain its shape, and it ended up breaking. However, the club president said the general direction was definitely correct. We can research it together again another day. Gaius appeared to be filled with fighting spirit, just like a typical husky. Wait, why am I comparing him to Florin? So what brings you to me? Perhaps they'll need a certain capacity for mana conduction. Cozy had only studied the most fundamental blacksmithing techniques under Norvis's smith, but since Master Elwyn possessed no magical aptitude, he could not craft weapons capable of conducting mana, thus the youth's journey as a smith ended there. Really? Gaius's earnest face lit up with delight. I've never received a commission before, never forged a weapon for someone on my own, though similar matters were mentioned once or twice earlier. I assumed it was mere politeness. I never imagined you'd actually come to me. Wait, Gaius. Not weapons, not weapons. You might be disappointed, but these are merely tools, or rather kitchenware. Cozy gently gripped Gaius's shoulders to steady him, preemptively clarifying the nature of the commission so as to spare him disappointment later. Yet Gaius betrayed no trace of such sentiment. You're overthinking it. What does it matter? Whether it's a weapon or a tool, if mana conduction is required, half the underlying principles remain identical. As for the rest, I'll say this, sometimes the differences between one weapon and another exceed those between weapons and tools. Gaius elaborated further, besides at my current level, I can only produce relatively crude works. When you first mentioned it, I truly felt elated, but also somewhat anxious. Yet now that it's merely kitchenware, I feel far more at ease. I honestly thought you'd refuse. Forging something other than weapons. Kitchenware. Cozy fumbled for words. It just doesn't sound quite as dazzling. How could I possibly refuse? Didn't becoming a gourmet rank among your dreams? Ah, well, yes indeed. Though I know nothing of cooking, for a true gourmet the kitchen is a battlefield, and cookware their weapons. Does that analogy hold? Then forging suitable kitchenware for my friend is perfectly reasonable. Precisely so. The two exchanged warm, knowing smiles. It's growing late today. I'll take a bath first. Tomorrow morning I'll show you around our guild and sketch out the designs according to your specifications. Gaius gathered his soiled clothes, preparing to head for the washroom. Hold on, one more thing. What is it? And why have you started sounding just like Professor Monson when he says that? Nothing serious. Just this, could you estimate the final cost of crafting one such item? That would be inappropriate. I'm merely fashioning a few small trinkets for you. How could I possibly charge you? No, please hear me out. In my homeland, there's an old saying, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Moreover, I possess no raw materials. I'll certainly need the guild to supply them. Surely your daily operations require funds to purchase materials. If everyone you know receives services free of charge, how could the guild sustain itself? And you'd find it difficult to explain such exceptions to the guild master. Gaius tossed his soiled clothes into the large wooden basin in the washroom, then paused thoughtfully where he stood. You're right. But as a newcomer, I'm still unfamiliar with the usual pricing standards set by senior members. You may discuss it with the guild master tomorrow. If I handle the forging myself, you needn't pay any labor fee. After all, this will serve as valuable practice for my craft. If it's you, then I won't stand on ceremony. That's the spirit. The next morning, Gaius rose unusually early, dressed swiftly, then crept to Cozy's bedside, and gently shook him, whispering softly into his ear, Hey, Cozy, wake up. Time to rise. Huh, what's going on? Cozy stirred groggily, blinking open his eyes with a long, languid yawn. Oh, it's you, Gaius. What is it? Didn't we agree to tour our guild today and discuss how best to forge your kitchenware? Yes, that's correct. Cozy pried open one eye while keeping the other shut, squinting toward the pale pre-dawn light filtering through the window, his tone heavy with resignation. But isn't it rather early? Not at all. You'll understand once we arrive. Under Gaius's gentle urging, Cozy reluctantly climbed from bed, wiped away the tears his body had secreted in protest against the hour, dressed himself, and the two slipped noiselessly from the dormitory. They walked in silence, Gaius brimming with vigor, Cozy stifling yawn after yawn. From his pocket he withdrew a slender iron tube, unscrewed its cap, and held it beneath his nose. Truth be told, he hadn't used it in ages, but it proved remarkably effective, instantly sharpening his senses. What is that? Gaius gestured toward the tubular object in his hand. A blend of mint and invigorating herbs, ground into a pungent powder for mental clarity and alertness. I learned it years ago from the village physician. It's harmless, fast-acting, and if you'd like some, I'd be glad to share. Though be warned, the aroma is fierce, like plunging headfirst into an ice-cold abyss on a sweltering summer day. Then thank you in advance. You know, had today not been about the guild, I'd likely still be buried beneath my blankets, as usual. Upon reaching the artificer's forge, the guild's workshop, the moment the door swung open, Cozy felt a familiar wave of heat pour forth from within. Clearly a forge remained active. Oh, Did you forget to extinguish the furnace last night? Certainly not. That would be perilous. Someone simply never left. I thought it absurd enough that anyone would arrive this early. Cozy turned his gaze upon Gaius. You're the one. Our guild master. He's like a madman. Not an insult, mind you. Merely an acknowledgement of his feverish passion. Except during class, he guards the forge day and night unwavering. Thank you for the kind words, Gaius. A figure in a black apron emerged from the workshop, wearing a golden monocle whose lens was mounted on a hinged arm, allowing it to flip upward or downward. Yet his physique defied Cozy's expectations entirely. He'd imagined the guild master as either a burly giant like Master Elwyn, or at least possessing Gaius's solid muscular frame. Neither proved true. This man resembled Cozy's former self in the laboratory, long-fingered hands, a lean, almost delicate build, scholarly and faintly fragile, his unruly chestnut hair tied back in a playful, springy ponytail. Apologies, I just woke and stretched. Might I ask you to introduce the young guest accompanying you? The guild master lifted a palm, gesturing toward the youth beside Gaius. He's my roommate, Cozy Lyons. He's come to commission a set of kitchenware. At that word, kitchenware, Gaius faltered, suddenly grasping why Cozy had hesitated so last night. Presenting such a request before the guild master did indeed feel strangely awkward. Ah, a set of kitchenware, is it? The guild master smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. An uncommon commission. Still, if simplicity is all that's required, Gaius could complete it single-handedly. In fact, Gaius added, some pieces must be crafted from metals capable of conducting mana. Now that is intriguing. I've never encountered such a request before. Yet where demand exists, opportunity follows. Please escort your roommate around while I freshen up, and fetch a notebook to sketch preliminary designs recording Cozy's precise requirements. Guildmaster, how shall we handle the fees? Gaius, you neglected to introduce me. I am Kellner Gaston. Ordinarily, we charge little, or nothing, for friends brought in by new members. Besides, the material demands for kitchenware hardly rival those of high-tier weaponry. However, last night, I conceived a novel forging technique, untested yet brimming with promise. I'd like to trial it on your kitchenware. Should it succeed, the resulting equipment will achieve remarkable enhancement. Should it fail, you'll cover the cost of materials for the second attempt. Alternatively, Gaius may forge them conventionally, risk-free, yet yielding no breakthrough. Given Master Kellner's evident enthusiasm, I'd choose the first option, Cozy ventured carefully. After all, I fully intended to pay regardless. Excellent. Kellner clapped his hands, once strode forward, slung an arm around Cozy's neck, and gave an emphatic thumbs-up, a commendable mindset, Junior. We artisans thrive only when daring experimentation becomes second nature. Only then do true breakthroughs emerge. With a pleasant compliment for Cozy, Kellner walked into the room without looking back. Don't mind it, Cozy. The president is just that kind of person. He'll take you to the exhibition room inside where many of his works are displayed. Gaius led Cozy through a series of twists and turns until they reached an shaped intersection. On both sides of the intersection, there were rooms with locked doors. However, after Gaius input his magical essence into the magical device on the wall, the previously blank wall gradually became transparent, revealing the interior scene of the room. Various shelves displayed an assortment of weapons, with several exaggeratedly designed large swords sheathed and wedged into the grooves of the shelves. There were also slender swords resembling Western swords hanging on the walls, their guards gleaming with their sheaths leaning against them. In a glass display case, staves of different designs embedded with enormous gemstones floated in a radiant glow, their handles intricately carved with complex yet orderly patterns. Additionally, there were knights' lances resembling blooming petals and double daggers that slithered around like small snakes within their restricted range. Cozy, like Gaius, leaned against the wall to observe the scenes within his eyes and the corners of his mouth, revealing a gleam of envy. Previously, he had refrained from entering a weapon shop due to concerns over prices, but now seeing the possibly superior quality of these weapons, he was naturally captivated. What do you think? They are magnificent, right? Just as my blacksmith father described to me since childhood. Indeed, but I'm starting to worry about my wallet. I can only pray that your president succeeds this time. Don't worry, the president is quite capable. Gaius patted him on the shoulder. They do look impressive, but how do you distinguish the quality of different weapons? Cozy had only encountered ordinary weapons before and had no concept of these magical creations. Both the outside world and we have specialized detection devices mainly used to test the magical conduction efficiency of weapons. However, usually we rely on our own experience, injecting magical essence ourselves, and using a simple intuitive evaluation standard. For instance, if we compare a weapon to a hollow reed, the process of magical conduction is like using the reed to suck liquid from a container. If it feels incredibly sluggish, like trying to suck up a bowl of oatmeal, then this magical weapon is slightly better than an ordinary one, and we would classify it as inferior. If it feels like drinking pumpkin juice with only a noticeable sluggish sensation and a relatively slow operation, then this weapon can only be considered good. If the experience is smooth while drinking water with a certain sense of extracting the substance, then this weapon is already a more qualified excellent work. If it feels like merely using it for inhalation and exhalation without drinking anything, then this weapon has already reached elite quality. The last level has many names. Some prefer to call it legend, while others refer to it as myth, miracle, artifact. In reality, it means that if you don't need to make any movements, just the thought alone can be immediately reflected in the weapon, making it feel like an extension of your own body rather than an external straw. This is also the eternal pursuit of forging masters. Gaius spoke with a serious and determined gaze, clearly indicating that although he wasn't a forging master yet, this was also his lifelong aspiration. Don't you think the classification standards are a bit few? Some are too simple. Kozii had seen various elaborate classifications in countless games and literary works, even wishing for categories detailed to the millimeter, which led him to raise such a question. So how do you think a weapon should be classified? Gaius was somewhat taken aback and didn't quite understand, for example, a knight's sword. If we were to delve deeper into the classification, we generally can only divide it into two types. One is the standard for just entering this grade, and the other is for not yet entering the next grade. Can you tell me what kind of concept a weapon that is better than the elite level, but does not reach the artifact level is? At least aside from those standards, I find it really hard to imagine, and many other forging masters or adventurers who use weapons also find it hard to envision. Gaius is not wrong. The president walked around the corner, his footsteps silent, startling Kozii. I guess you would come here. After all, this is the only place worth visiting in our craft workshop. When it comes to weapons, there aren't so many complex levels. If you want to categorize them, each type of weapon can be divided into two standards, one that's easy to use and one that's not, which could be destroyed by a certain level of magic or very difficult to be destroyed by the same magic. We forge most weapons based on these 3 points: ease of use, high magical conduction, efficiency, and durability. Perhaps blacksmiths enjoy educating others about these weapon knowledge. Kelna took over Gaius' line, showing no signs of stopping. In addition, different types of weapons have their own specific evaluation standards. For instance, melee weapons like swords and knives generally require sturdiness, durability, and sharpness. Wizards' weapons are also distinguished. Wands aim to simplify the casting process and speed up spell casting. As staffs extend a module for the user's spell model from thin air, enhancing the quality of spell casting. A book-type staffs can pre-record spells to assist in casting more complex specific spells. The last one is somewhat challenging. We only provide book-type weapons that can record spells more effectively. If you are interested in forging, you can occasionally come over here. We actually have a guest room that isolates heat and a corner for basic forging books. I'm about to take you there. Following Kelna into the so-called guest room, he saw chairs and low tables inside with a large table at the back partially covered by a cloth. Overall, it was quite tidy and indeed much cooler than outside. Feel free to sit. Sorry, we only have water here and no food or drinks to offer you. Kelna sat down at a chair beside the low table with a piece of parchment and a feather pen. Now we can discuss the type of cooking utensils you want, roughly regarding shape, usage, materials, strength, and the environments you will generally use them in, as well as what elements they will conduct. Kozii took a large sip of water from the cup. He was woken up by Gaius early in the morning, and after getting up he was extremely thirsty, and having been baked by the heat outside the guest room, the pure water felt like a savior. I probably need a set of cooking utensils with no significant requirements for strength, just easy to carry and suitable for daily cooking, and maybe I will also take them to the wild in the future. He also picked up a feather pen and roughly sketched out a shape, just like this hemispherical container with a handle. Alright, I'll note that down. A hemispherical pot-shaped utensil. Please continue. Then I hope the bottom has some unevenness and the outer wall should distribute heat evenly so that nothing is left on it after cooking. The outer wall should have a honeycomb structure to evenly distribute the damage caused by fire elements, and the inner wall should have a slightly raised scale-like surface to prevent traces of material from remaining under high temperature conditions. Right, I also need several open-top containers and a water container to go with them, something like this. Kozii wasn't sure how to describe a steamer and could only continue to draw geometric perspective diagrams on the parchment. 3 single-sided openings, a metal cylindrical disc with multiple regular small holes, and an additional metal container that contacts the fire source used to heat cold water, with the bottom and opening able to connect with each other. And a knife that conducts magical essence, mainly to transform wind elements for cutting most monster meat. Conducting wind elements, sharpened specialization, a 20 centimeter long rectangular thick-backed, single-edged knife. Lastly, I also need a square platform rack that can conduct fire elements intended to produce flames and provide heat for other containers. I don't have fire element affinity. Is that feasible? As early as the Mosaic Perception Ceremony, elemental affinities had already been inscribed upon that metal plaque. Kizi exhibited strong affinities for water and earth among the 4 elements, a modest affinity for wind, and virtually none for fire. Well? Kellner clicked his tongue, paused, then continued. We smiths merely forge conduits through which elements may flow. If you seek a device capable of converting ambient mosa into a specific element, you must consult an alchemist. Fortunately, you're not intending to cast some devastating fire spell. Otherwise, even they couldn't fabricate anything of the sort. Still, I grasp the concept of your compact platform, portable, roughly matching the base dimensions of those vessels, with flame emanating centrally, correct? Exactly. I'll reserve a gem-setting socket along the rim. Return the day after tomorrow to collect it, then seek out professional alchemists. They'll craft a fire element conversion gem precisely fitted to this frame. I'll engrave the internal mosa channeling pathways, simply embed the gem, and it shall function. Thank you, senior brother. You've gone to such trouble, and think nothing of it. It's a straightforward commission, so my success rate is high. Originally, I'd pondered what to make. Forging a mere simple weapon would have felt wasteful. As fortune would have it, your request arrived just in time. Consider it my gift. In Kizi's eyes at that moment, his senior brother was haloed in radiant light. Then let Gaius handle the remaining components, the ones requiring no MOSA conduction. Should any issues arise, he can revise them on the spot. No problem. Gaius thumped his chest. I'll deliver them flawlessly. Kellner glanced at his rough sketch, lips curving faintly downward, not quite satisfied. Still feels rather simple. Huh. No need to wait days. Come back tomorrow morning. I'll likely have it finished by then. Gaius stepped out, donned an apron, and re-entered. Keezy, you're free to attend to your own affairs. We'll stay and complete your project right here. Then, thank you both. I truly appreciate your effort. In time, I'll prepare some delicacies of my own as a token of gratitude. Keezy still felt a pang of guilt. Leaving the Artificers Guild, Keezy walked, thoughtfully weighing where to find someone capable of completing the final fire element conversion gem. Senior Sister Vanira certainly knew qualified alchemists, but he'd already pledged to handle the rest himself, intending to surprise them. He would have to approach Silvani instead, the only person he knew connected to alchemy. Moreover, her grandfather was none other than Master Grantham. It stood to reason her own alchemical proficiency would be formidable. Keezy wandered the library's tiers, yet to his surprise he did not encounter her today in the restricted sublevel 3. Though truth be told, their prior meetings hadn't occurred daily, he'd simply been so absorbed in reading he'd overlooked that detail. Admittedly, the fire element gem wasn't urgent. Surely he'd cross paths with Silvani once classes resumed after break. But he yearned to complete the cooking apparatus without delay, driven by that same restless thrill one feels unboxing a long-awaited parcel or launching a newly acquired game. Lost in this inner debate, Keezy drifted from the library past the academic wing and only realized, when he found himself standing before the experimental zone where he'd first met Silvani. I'd nearly forgotten. Perhaps she's conducting alchemical experiments in her lab, but I haven't the faintest idea where it lies. Keezy ultimately abandoned the notion of knocking door to door. He decided instead to linger in this corridor a while, reviewing knowledge etched into memory, and if fate refused to intervene, he'd retreat to his dormitory to read. After roughly an hour, the soft click of a lock preceded a wooden door swinging inward. A small head emerged, tilting slightly as its owner gazed across at the youth seated on the railing side bench. What are you doing over there? Silvani. What a delightful coincidence, running into you here again. Actually, I spotted you sitting there half an hour ago. If nothing urgent requires my attention, I'll be taking my leave. She moved to close the door, whereupon Keezy hurried forward in. No, just teasing. I came expressly to ask for your help, with alchemy specifically. We aren't particularly acquainted, are we? Please, I know no other alchemist. Keezy clasped his hands together in a half bow. Silvani sighed softly. Come and shut the door behind you, refrain from touching anything in the room, and then tell me what you require. Indeed, had she truly refused, she wouldn't have emerged to inquire at all. She turned and re-entered, settling into her chair before a table scattered with several ink-scribed parchment scrolls and flanked by an array of alchemical apparatuses, oddly shaped bottles and vials of every conceivable form. Stretch their silhouettes straight and the resemblance becomes unmistakable. These were the era's counterparts to modern chemistry labware, flasks, beakers, and the like. One fully assembled apparatus stood out, a glass vessel half filled with water sealed with a cork stopper pierced by 2 glass tubes containing a solution visibly altered by reaction. A pair of gloves lay discarded nearby, evidence she'd just employed the water displacement method to collect the gas. Keezy remained perfectly still, then withdrew a parchment scroll from his satchel upon which a single sigil was drawn. While waiting, he'd recalled the sigils adorning the light goddess's weapon. After careful deliberation, he reasoned this was but one fragment of a larger set, perhaps common in the Duchy of Jackman, where devotion to the light goddess ran deep. And Silvani he knew was discreet. Why not ask? Do you recognize this sigil? The girl accepted the parchment, studied it briefly, then rose and strode to the bookshelf behind her, scanning methodically from top to bottom until she selected and withdrew a volume, flipping through its pages with practiced speed. Keezy, ostensibly glancing elsewhere, happened to catch sight of her experimental log. Iron reacting with acid releases heat. The liquid shifts from colorless to pale green. A colorless, odorless gas evolves. One that turns flames azure, intensifies combustion, and elevates temperature. Other entries documented prior trials with different metals plus comparative measurements of gas volume generated per unit mass when reacting with acid. Acid reactions. Iron. Pale green solution. Ferrous ions. Azure flame. Hydrogen. So Silvani is conducting metal acid experiments to generate hydrogen. Where did you acquire this sigil? Are you synthesizing hydrogen? They spoke simultaneously, then in unison asked again, how did you deduce that? By chance. Keezy raised both palms forward in a gentle halting gesture. Hold. Your question likely warrants a lengthy answer, so let's defer it for now. First, I wish to understand this sigil. Does it bear any significance or danger? Very well. Silvani indeed brimmed with questions, but acquiesced in, judging by its structure and stylistic hallmarks, this is unquestionably a sigil of the light goddess's lineage. Yet it appears in none of the 10 canonical sigils recorded throughout history. Hence I failed to identify it immediately. I surmise its function is to concentrate fire elemental energy, thereby amplifying flame temperature, though it appears incomplete. Not precisely incomplete perhaps, more accurately isolated one component of a larger sigil sequence. Paired with its kin, its ultimate effect would be extraordinarily potent. Used alone, however, it remains functional, albeit severely diminished in power. I've answered your question. May I now ask how you knew what I was doing? Zilvini leaned back in her chair and spread her hands lightly. Kizi pointed first to the reaction apparatus placed nearby, then to the contents inscribed on the parchment. While waiting, I happened to glance at your notes. And with that contraption beside you, wasn't it obvious? You can actually read it. Your handwriting is perfectly legible. I'm hardly illiterate. But I recall most of the alchemical texts you've studied were written by my grandfather, and none of them mention light gas. Nor would the library hold such works. I've reviewed every major alchemical publication from recent years, and none reference this line of inquiry. Zilvini let out a soft sigh. Very well. There are countless alchemists in this world. It's hardly surprising I'm not the only one to observe this phenomenon. Would you share your thoughts on it? My thoughts? On what? Kizi had been searching for an excuse, but she'd just dismantled his hesitation. On this gas, its remarkable capacity to amplify flame. You intend to use it to augment fire-based spells. Wait, you're a fire affinity mage. In this world of magic and wonder, Kizi instantly grasped Zilvini's intent, yet he couldn't help but be startled by her elemental affinity. For certain magical treatises housed in the archives noted that elemental affinity often mirrored one's temperament, gentle as water, fervent as fire. Much like the Little Prince and a Siberian husky. How terribly sorry I am to be such a frosty fire mage. Zilvini crossed her arms, her tone cool and composed. Frosty. Oh well. I'm merely surprised, nothing more. I know. In truth, many before you have voiced the same astonishment. I was only teasing. Zilvini shrugged. It was no source of shame. Far more intriguing than that is your perspective on this gas and on this experiment. If that's the case, you truly intend to integrate hydrogen into spellcraft. From what little I know, sustaining combat as a fire mage demands a steady torrent of incantations. Kizi began deducing Zilvini's predicament from available clues. Even as a tactical advantage, the modest quantity you currently produce could scarcely fuel more than 2 or 3 spells. And the preparation process consumes vast quantities of acid. Precisely. Acid is also impractical to carry. That's why I'm seeking a method to generate far greater volumes of light gas. But it eludes me. Do you have any leads? Zilvini watched the silent youth thoughtfully, then traced a circle in the air with her fingertip. How would you like to use this laboratory whenever you wish? What? Kizi hadn't intended secrecy. The silence had simply been him sifting through memories buried for years deep. I mean, you're studying alchemy, aren't you? Yet theoretical knowledge alone bears little fruit without hands-on practice. Practical work is restricted to second-year classes. The upperclassmen must formally apply for lab access. If you devise a better method to generate light gas, I'll grant you unrestricted use of this laboratory. I was merely reflecting, not withholding. And you're right, I do have an experiment I'd like to run. Kizi felt unusually fortunate today. Even vodka distillation now had a sanctioned venue. He'd originally considered the Culinary Research Division, yet feared breaching regulations. Producing ethanol in a proper lab surely violated no academic code. One thing to clarify, I prefer to frame this as friendship. You lend me the lab, I refine your experiment. Call it whatever you like. It amounts to the same thing, only phrased differently. Then hand me some iron filings and cotton wadding, and sit back and watch. Zilvini settled into her seat. With a subtle flick of her fingers, the desk drawer slid open. A silvery metal ingot levitated forth, dispersing midair into fine black particles that drifted onto a waiting sheet of paper. You're a metal affinity mage too. Is that forbidden? Though I'm hardly a master. A faint knowing smile curved Zilvini's lips, as if she'd just regained the upper hand. Can you extract pure metals directly from ores? No. This elementary metal art only reshapes refined metals. I learned it solely to manipulate metallic materials efficiently. Fair enough. Kizi said nothing further. Instead, he selected glass tubing, perforated stoppers, and testable-like apparatuses. Packing cotton into the tube's base, adding distilled water, guiding iron filings down, with a paper strip, tilting the tube, securing it, igniting the spirit lamp, stabilizing hydrogen flow, and initiating water displacement. Before long, water in the collection flask receded steadily as hydrogen filled the vessel. Kizi dried its exterior and handed it to Zilvini. Do you follow? Zilvini accepted the flask brimming with hydrogen. With elegant precision, she drew a slender thread of gas from the tube, merging it with the tiny flame dancing at her fingertip, its hue shifting instantly to a delicate cerulean. Water reacting with heated iron yields light gas. More precisely, steam passed over red-hot iron undergoes a redox reaction, producing magnetite and hydrogen. One could substitute charcoal, but iron yields purer hydrogen directly. Unbelievable. Yet what exactly is magnetite? And how did you arrive at this method? Or is the phenomenon you observed fundamentally different from mine? What phenomenon? A creature possessing acidic breath struck a weapon, generating a substance that briefly amplified fire magic. My affinity with flame is exceptionally high. I could sense the localized surge almost instantly. Actually, it's not quite that simple. I inherited certain alchemical doctrines, but they diverged somewhat from mainstream practice. So I sought deeper study to harmonize both traditions. Oh, Zilvini's curiosity flared, tempered by caution. Whose doctrines are these? May you name the source? If not, I understand completely. It's not forbidden to speak of them. Weighing his options, Kizi chose to cast a deliberate lure. The founder was Mendeleev. He conceived matter, not unlike magic, as composed of fundamental elements each denoted by symbolic notation H2 for hydrogen, Fe for iron, H2O for water. Why those symbols and numerals? What logic binds them? With so many substances, how does one discern their composition? Zilvini had become an unrelenting engine of inquiry. Let's set that aside. For now, I couldn't explain it fully. Suffice it to say the reaction we just witnessed proceeds, thus 3 Fe 4H2O heat, Fe 3O4 4H2. Kesey wrote the industrial hydrogen synthesis equation onto the parchment. Countless reactions conform to such balanced expressions, allowing prediction of unknown alchemical transformations and confirming this method's viability, abundant materials, robust yield. Mr. Kesey, wow, what is it? The youth sensed something unusual in Zilvini's tone. Her gaze drifted, her lips lifted in a quiet, enigmatic curve. Then, as friends, might you teach me more such alchemical principles in future? Of course, that's no issue. In return, might you instruct me in Master Grantham's theories on spatial transmutation? I've long been fascinated by them. That had always been Kesey's aim. His feigned fascination was mere pretense. The truth was far more visceral. As a traveler across worlds, he burned with obsession for spatial artifacts, especially since only Master Grantham stood at the vanguard of this discipline, having already forged the world's first functional spatial device, a chest. A chest. Kesey glanced sidelong at the unassuming valise Zilvini habitually carried, and now rested in the corner. Could that possibly be it? You discovered it in the restricted archives, didn't you? Grandfather placed it there expressly for scholarly access. I vow to teach you all I know. Agreed, but a caveat: this inherited knowledge remains incomplete, applicable only to common non-magical substances, copper, iron, and the like. That's perfectly acceptable. Zilvini's spirits lifted further. Spatial transmutation is excruciatingly difficult. I grasp only its barest fundamentals. Mastering it will likely require your collaboration. Both felt they'd secured an extraordinary bargain. One small request: could you craft a fire tribute mana conversion gem for me? I'll bring precise specifications tomorrow. At last, Kesey voiced the true purpose of his visit. A trivial matter, though fabrication takes time. First, please sketch the light goddess sigil in full detail. Oh, I'd like to study its structure. Kesey scratched his hair, suddenly seeing her anew. Zilvini, how shall I put this? I'd imagined you'd be. He gestured vaguely at a loss. Yet somehow your manner seems a bit like one of my former roommates. You mean Fran, the chatterbox who sat behind you in every class, never ceasing his commentary? Yes, exactly. You read people astutely. Why should that surprise you? After all, per your own account, I'm a bona fide fire mage. Surely such temperament fits naturally. Zilvini reclined once more, arms crossed, a serene smile playing upon her lips, just as before. For days of vacation had passed. It was the weekend, and Kesey arrived at the artisan forge as promised, where he found senior brother Kaelno performing stretching exercises at the entrance. You're here. Kaelno yawned lazily. The items you requested have been forged smoothly. Come inside and take a look. The moment Kesey stepped across the threshold, he spotted an elegant, yet minimalist set of cookware laid out upon the workbench. Let me introduce them to you. Kaelno lifted a sleek black pot adorned with crimson flame motifs. Its surface gleamed with a subtle luster. Its primary material is stack iron ingot, unremarkable in every way except for its exceptional resistance to corrosion and extreme heat. With sufficient flame intensity, you could even stew dragon meat within it. Its sole drawback is zero magical energy conductivity, making it perfectly suited for your needs. To enhance its thermal conductivity, I incorporated magma alloy, a metal commonly used in forging fire affinity melee weapons, allowing far more efficient utilization of heat generated from fire elemental conversion. The handle, too, required high heat resistance. I crafted it from fire lizard hide. A dragon scale would have been excessive overkill. It remains structurally intact under all but the most extreme conditions, and under ordinary use never grows uncomfortably hot to the touch. This piece was crafted by Gaius. In my estimation, his work is outstanding, meticulous, and deeply thoughtful. As for the perforated vessel you described, intended to steam cook food, I opted for conventional materials. Since steam carries relatively low thermal energy, exotic alloys were unnecessary. The remaining items include a chef's knife and ignition apparatus. As anticipated, their magical energy conduction efficiency has improved by 30%. Amplifying elemental activation significantly, the blade gains exceptional sharpness, while ignition requires markedly less elemental input. Exercise caution during routine use, however. Regarding the stand's operation, simply embed flame conversion gems into the grooves along its rim. Intricate arcane circuitry is etched internally, channeling energy to ignite a controlled flame at the stand's center. Fuel may then be added directly and ignited with remarkable ease. I assumed you'd prefer discretion, and carrying these items openly would be inconvenient. So I've prepared a plain black sack. You may take them with you now. Having completed the demonstration, Kaelno stretched once more. Excellent work indeed. Forging this chef's knife has greatly bolstered my confidence. Starting today, I'll begin crafting a new weapon. By the way, next time you commission something, it'll require payment. Thank you so much. Absolutely, senior brother. After departing the blacksmithing club, Kesey made his way to Sylvanie's laboratory. He knocked gently, and only entered upon hearing her invitation. This was their established protocol. Silence meant absence, and entry without confirmation was strictly forbidden, even when someone was present. Sylvanie lay slumped over her desk, intently studying the intricately drawn runes Xia had left with her the previous day. I recall runes are a specialty of the Akkadian Empire's magical tradition. Why does this interest you so deeply? Xia placed the black sack on the floor and poured himself a glass of water. Because at a foundational level their underlying principles closely parallel those of alchemy. Care to elaborate? Sylvanie straightened her posture and tilted her head back, easing the stiffness in her neck. Understanding runes begins with grasping enchantment itself. Enchantment employs deliberate arrangements of symbolic glyphs to emulate how magical creatures cast spells, thereby endowing objects with either the capacity or intrinsic nature of such magic. Those symbols are the runes. For instance, this one you gave me yesterday. She lifted the parchment with delicate fingers and gave it a gentle shake. Do you recall what I mentioned yesterday? This appears to be a convergence rune, designed not merely to gather ambient fire or light elements prior to spellcasting, but to further coalesce and intensify them, yielding heightened temperature and amplified destructive force. In essence, this mirrors precisely the elemental structuring a mage undertakes when constructing a fire-based spell matrix. Now, thanks to this rune, we can bestow identical functionality upon weaponry. My deduction stems from decades of documented light goddess runes, one of which bears striking structural parallels to yours. Such kinship implies shared lineage, even if rearranged outside their original sequence. Rune groups do not yield simple additive effects, nor do they obey arithmetic logic. Alchemy requires no explanation from me. It may be concisely defined as the simulation of natural transformation processes via arcane arrays, thereby transmuting one substance into another. Though both disciplines involve transformation, they operate in distinct domains. Runes govern the transmutation of magical energy and elemental forces. Alchemy governs the transmutation of physical substances. Sylvanie regarded Xia with an expression both puzzled and intrigued. Engraving runes demands far greater precision than casting spells, even in a sense crystallizing natural law itself. Yet you rendered this glyph with astonishing fidelity despite having no formal training. That can only mean what? That your memory is truly exceptional, Sylvanie remarked, sincere admiration coloring her tone. Xia stroked his chin, glancing thoughtfully at the black sack. Would it be possible for you to enchant my gear once you've completed the flame conversion gems? No, I haven't fully deciphered their mechanics yet. And haven't you noticed something? Noticed what? Xia suddenly felt like a complete novice. Perhaps he should spend the afternoon in the library after all. Every flame conversion gem contains a single embedded symbol, the most fundamental elemental rune. As Professor Fraser explained in class, it functions as a direct, unadorned cantrip, a literal replication of the simplest elemental incantation. Thus, these gems are not alchemical artifacts, but rather arcane devices. Xia's thoughts swirled, the boundaries between alchemy and enchantment blurring before him. If only the most rudimentary version exists, the one bearing just the simplest rune, then why? Can weapons bear arbitrarily complex runes? Is memory all you have going for you? Sylvanie rolled her eyes, exasperated. Rune-enchanted weapons activate only for users attuned to their corresponding element, whereas conversion gems transform raw magical energy directly into that element. Do you see the distinction now? This represents a diametrically opposed functional paradigm, precisely why it constitutes a groundbreaking advancement in alchemical theory. Yet the modest quantity of fire elemental energy these gems produce suffices only for daily tasks, not for powering runes. Greater runes demand exponentially larger reservoirs of elemental or magical energy. Consider, for example, the colossal teleportation array of Vandias. Then, is it feasible to design a portable alchemical artifact capable of storing vast quantities of magical energy mountable upon a weapon to sustain rune activation? A sound hypothesis, though you'll need to race against the entire guild of alchemists to realize it. After preparing to transform the gem, Zyrwani continued her research on runes while Xia, as expected, spent the entire afternoon in the library before returning to his dormitory in the evening, rubbing his temples. Days passed and classes continued as usual. Zyrwani still sat at the front. The husky was as cheerful as ever, and the little prince's earlier shyness had faded considerably. He was no longer stuttering as he spoke, while Gaius, under Xia's praise, had become somewhat embarrassed. Only Xia himself had encountered some issues. Even though the content taught by the teacher consisted of knowledge he had imprinted in his mind with divine sense and reviewed 800 times, he couldn't shake off a lingering sense of confusion. It felt like having learned a lot of knowledge, but experiencing a stark contrast when faced with problems. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity with this world since his transmigration that led to a sense of rejection. After months of accumulation, the profound concepts of enchanting and alchemy suddenly weighed heavily on him, making his perspective on this world feel somewhat alien, even though it had always been unfamiliar. It could also be due to other reasons that he couldn't articulate. What troubles you so? In the laboratory, Zyrwani poured a cup of water and returned to her seat, looking at Xia, who was frowning and resting his head on the table, lost in thought. Since being allowed to enter the laboratory, he had set up a distinct little desk and chair for himself, resembling a student punished to copy homework in the teacher's office. Zyrwani, tell me, who am I? Where do I come from? What is this world we live in? I don't know what our world is. It seems to have been rejecting me, and I feel powerless. Xia's expression was quite dejected. Zyrwani forced a smile and said, I don't know what you're trying to express, but if you want to discuss what the world is, it's best to consult Professor Mingson. I believe he who understands the history of magic is more qualified to speak on this matter. Oh, how could I have forgotten that? Kazee sprang up from his seat, shaking Zyrwani's hand across the table like Tom and Jerry. Thank you so much. Then he grabbed his backpack and hurriedly ran out, pushing the door open again before it closed. I seem to not know where Professor Mingson's office is. Turn left in the teacher's area, it's the last room. Thanks again, see you later. Oh dear, is so baffling. Zyrwani shrugged, leaving her seat to close the door. The office of the history teacher in the teaching area looked like the history classroom, adorned with various books and parchment, with bookshelves on 3 walls filled with historical materials. Look who has come. Oh, Kazee, please have a seat. You are the first student to voluntarily come to my office in many years. Professor Mingson was evidently surprised, blowing on a steaming cup of water containing an unknown health plant. Kazee glanced at the hot cup of water and mused, ginseng. Doesn't seem like it. Tea leaves. Even less likely, but this reminds me that not everything that can brew tea is actually tea leaves. I'll research other plant leaves another day. Oh no, I came here to ask questions. Oh, Professor Mingson, I have some questions I'd like to consult you about today. Heavens, this is even more unusual. Kazee felt the old man's eyebrows dancing along with his expression. So my child, what would you like to ask? I've noticed your attentiveness in class is excellent. Professor, I want to understand what this world is, what she is. Kazee didn't know exactly what to ask, so he tossed out this philosophical topic again. Professor Mingson put down his cup, got up from his seat, and walked around the room with his hands behind his back. You've really presented me with a dilemma. The world is vast and expansive. Our Vanch's Academy, the Duchy of Jackmand, and even the entire continent are not the limits of the world. If you ask it this way, I wouldn't know what kind of answer would be appropriate. May I ask why you have this question? Professor Mingson finally sat on the sofa opposite Kazee, looking at him kindly. Relax, child, let's just chat like we did on the first day of school. Oh, Professor Mingson, I am feeling a bit lost lately. Sometimes I feel like the world is virtual, somewhat unreal. You see, we can simulate the world with thought and magic. Could it be that we are merely a figment of a deity's imagination? Professor Mingson still smiled warmly. Regarding this, child, I would like to explain that historians rarely believe in deities, as those deities in our world appear to us as more powerful mages. Some of them have been passed down through biological faith due to their inherent advantages, while others have ignited the divine flame through great achievements in their races, but in either case, it is faith that uplifts them. Only the creator of the world is the true deity. They are devoid of desire, formless, elusive, and omnipresent. You can even completely disregard them while viewing our world, treating the world as something that naturally arises and evolves. Historians have proposed many interesting hypotheses. Some say the creator God does not exist, that our world originated from an explosive point, while others contend that we are merely a part of a stronger being. In short, there are various theories. However, regardless, we already exist. Even if the world is shaped by deities, it does not exist in their thoughts. You see, even ordinary people like us do not experience the thought of not belonging to the body, so I believe deities would not allow their thoughts to fragment. When you are capable of thought, you already exist as an independent individual. We may be written about in books, but a depiction is just a depiction. It does not alter the reality of our true existence. We may be deceived, trapped in a box garden, living as if performing for others, but it cannot be denied that we still exist. You just said we can simulate the world with thought and magic, which is both true and false. Thought can only control our bodies, while magic can simulate the world. That is an ability. Magical elements truly exist, and so do elemental forces. Magic is merely the transformation between magical elements and elemental forces. Can you do that now? Suddenly a flame appeared in Professor Mingson's hand. Kazee shook his head. Do you want to be able to? Kazee was unsure of what he meant, hesitatingly nodded. That's right, relying solely on your thoughts is not enough, indicating that we do not exist in a fantasy. Of course, you could find a piece of parchment after returning, or entrust someone like the author to write about Kazee being able to freely release the magic he wants to use at that moment, startling Professor Mingson. But reality would not change because of this. Professor Mingson looked at Kazee, who still seemed hesitant to speak, and continued, speaking of which, I also want to ask you a question. Do you think history is a substance? Or is history genuinely existent? Hearing this familiar question, Kazee found himself unsure how to respond. He could only show a troubled expression, and then tentatively threw out an answer he thought fit the worldview. I think maybe not. That's incorrect, child. History has always existed objectively and truly, existing in the past, present, and it will exist in the future. Professor Mingson patted the armrest of the sofa. Like this sofa, it was once a seed that grew into a tree, now processed and referred to as a sofa, and in the future it will decay into a handful of soil. Although history is invisible and intangible, it is like these materials, unaffected by your thoughts. Everyone remembers the hero Sakai's Jackmand, who perished alongside the Demon King, yet forgets the countless nameless warriors who fought bravely before him. They may ultimately be forgotten, diluted by the river of time as history moves forward, but without their efforts, Sakai's would never have had the opportunity. As long as we are still here, the fact of Sakai's perishing alongside the Demon King cannot be changed, and if this fact cannot be denied, neither can the existence of other warriors. History is like a starry night sky, a brilliance of everyone, not merely the glow of one person. The world can be anything, it is all, but for us, it is a grand history. Since it belongs to everyone, how could it be changed by a small thought of yours? You cannot change history with a thought, so why do you think the world is illusory? Even deities cannot change the world merely with thoughts. They have their own desires and pursuits. They are just a part of history, otherwise we would only see one deity. As for the creator God, I think you can understand them as possibly existing thoughts of history or possibly existing thoughts of the starry universe. If you believe we exist in an absolutely objective world, how do you judge the nature of the world? You may not comprehend this right away, so let me ask you another question to transition. Professor Fraser should have told you in the first class that the identification technique cannot identify everything right. Do you know why? Why? Kazee had indeed not thought about this question. When you research a spell that can identify all information and can directly know things that no one has ever touched, it proves that our world is limited, and we are merely virtual characters living in a book. Professor Mingson walked to his seat, took a sip from his cup, and returned to Kazee. This is what I meant earlier. Regarding the world and truth, we can pursue and explore, but we can never exhaust them, and thus cannot obtain the final result. In other words, creator deities are existences we find hard to reach. Whether they are unconscious voids of the universe or high-level beings with thoughts you cannot judge. But you, Kazee child, you have already appeared here. If the world is a figment, our story will end here. If the world is real, then you are merely a small part of human history, whether bright or dim. We can also imagine a world, then you can traverse from the so-called real world to the imagined world and back. It seems as if moving from a real reality to a false fantasy, then from a false fantasy back to a real reality, yet you cannot discern the false from the real, hence the above does not hold. You are merely arriving at another world from one world. Professor Mingson's weathered hand rested on Kazee's head, radiating warmth. Perhaps it is the temperature of the teacup. Kazee felt much better, starting to know how to tease. Child, in the face of the entire world, we are all equally insignificant, so let us accept our current reality. At the very least, we must live splendidly as ourselves in the present, right? What you said, right, Professor Mingson? The magic history professor's explanation had been intricate and circuitous, yet Kazee had ultimately grasped it, and his mood had improved considerably. Though he still felt a faint instinctive resistance to this world, as if something intangible and elusive were missing. This, he thought, was precisely the moment for a comforting meal. Something delicious to soothe the spirit and nourish the mind. Without hesitation, his feet carried him toward the Culinary Research Club. What shall I make today? A surge of energy is in order. Why not indulge freely? After all, weight is no concern here. Perhaps fried chicken. All right. Oil is scarce. Then how about pizza? He rapped lightly on the clubroom door. Receiving no reply, he swiped his student badge and pushed it open, head bowed, already mentally rehearsing the steps and ingredients for pizza as he stepped into the kitchen. In Kazee's understanding, pizza originated in Naples, southern Italy, a city whose name resonated with familiarity inseparable from Italian cuisine itself. One popular account holds that the Venetian merchant Marco Polo, upon returning from his travels in China, longed deeply for the scallion oil pancakes he had tasted there. He thus persuaded a local chef to recreate them. Yet despite the Chinese baker's mastery and the wide variety of flours available, the chef failed after hours of attempts, until Marco Polo suggested placing the filling on top of the flatbread rather than folding it inside. Later Neapolitan chefs refined this Western scallion pancake, adding further toppings, meat and vegetables alike, giving rise to the legendary Eastern dall'annon. He kneaded the dough firmly, much like pastry for egg tarts. The flour on hand left little room for choice, but if medieval Italians could craft it, surely he could too. After all, this same flour baked fine bread, it would certainly bake flatbreads. Once kneaded, the dough received a pinch of yeast, was covered with a bowl, and set aside in a warm place to rise. It bears noting that humans have employed yeast for millennia, though its microscopic nature remained unknown until the invention of the microscope. Consider, for instance, that legendary century-old starter from a certain dragon-themed cooking anime. Truly a marvel, a symbiotic lineage of yeast passed down through generations, thriving alongside the Bailuo family, bearing silent witness to the world's ever-unfolding splendor. While the dough rose, Kazee retrieved from a black satchel his meticulously forged black wok and a chef's knife. This, it seemed, would be the inaugural battle for the first true stir-fry pan since its inception. He placed a few charcoal briquettes atop the mana stove, then channeled mana into the conversion gem. Truth be told, he wished the flame would burn steadily without requiring additional fuel or staining the wok space with soot. He heated the wok with a dollop of animal fat, then added the minced pork and onion mixture, stirring vigorously. As Tang Dynasty Xinxia novels have popularized, unmarinated pork carries a faint gaminess. Even farmed meat fares only slightly better than the wild boar slain earlier by Lena. Fortunately, the onions tempered the aroma, rendering the pork's fragrance rich and balanced. A spatula. That posed no culinary obstacle, no need for specialized forging. A smooth hand-carved wooden slab would serve perfectly. When the pork turned pale and its savory scent began to bloom, he added finely diced tomato pellets. At that moment, a small head peeked curiously over the kitchen doorway, the Culinary Research Club's time-honored tradition. This was, after all, an academy, not a battlefield. Kazee saw no need to maintain constant divine sense awareness of his surroundings, and thus remained unaware of the quiet observer. His full attention remained fixed on the simmering sauce as he stirred in ground pepper, cinnamon, and fresh basil leaves. Forgive the modest selection of spices available. For this very reason, Kizzy had proposed that members hunt game themselves, directing club funds toward essentials, tools, ingredients, and technique. As the sauce thickened and its deep crimson hue infused the meat, Kizzy added a pinch of salt, gave one final stir, and extinguished the flame. He then retrieved the risen pizza dough and selected a large square baking tray. Since senior members had previously baked only small cookies, no round trays existed in the club. Standard plates proved too small. A square one would suffice. For shape mattered little, flavor reigned supreme. He stretched the dough across the tray and pricked its base with a fork, a precaution said to prevent excessive puffing in thick American-style crusts which might otherwise balloon into pan-fried bread loaves. Next he spread the tomato meat sauce evenly over the base, then layered on a generous blanket of shredded cheese. Why cheese instead of cheddar or mozzarella? Because cheese, and Xia are but phonetic variants, all pointing to the same golden essence, cheese itself. Did Kizzy dislike cheese? Not at all. Only the mass-produced varieties, minimally processed and redolent of strong goatish musk. Clearly the senior members of the Culinary Research Club shared his aversion. Their purchased cow's milk cheese had undergone careful refinement, akin to mozzarella though reputedly made from water buffalo milk. Afterward he arranged thin slices of bacon and miniature sausages atop the cheese. Each culture devises its own answer to pork's inherent gaminess, and bacon smoked to perfection stands among the most elegant. He even unearthed some shrimp frozen solid within an ice block. If this were not Vanches nor adjacent to the port city hub of Farallon Bay, such fresh seafood would have been unimaginable. Once the meats were arranged, he sprinkled another layer of shredded cheese followed by crushed purple hurope and tender green peas, then slid the tray into the oven and kindled the fire. The aroma of food is eternally beguiling. From within the oven rose the deep, toasted fragrance of wheat, woven with the creamy caramelized richness of melting and browning cheese. Even before tasting, one could inhale its silken velvety texture, accented ever so subtly by the earthy whisper of smoke. Judging the timing just right, Kizzy opened the oven door. A concentrated wave of fragrance burst forth, momentarily overwhelming the chef, yet promising profound delight to the one who would soon savor the pizza. The youth lifted the tray with a small spatula onto a stone slab, loosened the pizza from its edges with a knife, then divided it cleanly into 8 slices. Why not 12? Because 12 would simply go uneaten. Finally, he wrapped one slice in parchment paper and set off contentedly toward the sofa, eager to recline and savor it. The meat sauce melded with the cheese into a luxuriously dense umami-rich glaze, its savory juices cascading across the tongue with each bite brightened by the delicate sweetness of shrimp. Yet Kizzy froze in the kitchen doorway. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already taken a seat on the sofa, a little girl perhaps 6 or 7 years old. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her cheeks softly rounded with childhood innocence. She wore a custom-tailored miniature blue mage's robe, its collar edged with white embroidered motifs framing the crisp, white collar of her blouse beneath. Her neatly parted bangs and twin strands of hair falling gently beside her temples lent her an endearing charm. Her silver hair drawn back in a ponytail with a deep blue ribbon bore a striking resemblance to Fruin's younger sister. Yet Fruin was the youngest in his own family, and this girl was utterly serene, bearing not the slightest resemblance to a husky. Perhaps because she was still too small, her entire frame nestled into the sofa, her bare legs dangling freely in the air, swinging idly in the empty space beneath. With calm detachment and a crisp rhythmic crunch, she munched on a butter cookie, evoking unmistakably the image of a squirrel. The little girl glanced up faintly as someone emerged from the kitchen, her expression unchanged as she observed Kizzy with quiet detachment. Not numbness, but a kind of natural, almost emotionless serenity, like one born without pretense. Kizzy tore off a piece of pizza he'd just popped into his mouth, melted cheese stretched into long, glistening strands, tenuous yet unbroken, rendering it utterly unlike most food in this world. Would you like some too? He didn't recognize the child, perhaps a professor's relative. At a loss for what to say, he held the slice aloft in his right hand and gestured vaguely toward the kitchen with his left, offering sustenance as an overture. The girl nodded gently and extended her small pale hands, cupping several delicate biscuits. A silent, graceful invitation, please have some too. Today marked the final day of the Harvest Festival holiday. Afterward, classes would resume normally, and no one knew when another chance to leave campus might arise. Thus, as senior members of the club, Vanira and Berries departed Vantias once again that morning, heading to various shops along Farallon Bay to stock up on provisions. While their application for a club hunting expedition had been submitted, the headmaster, likely still enjoying his holiday, had yet to process it. Until then, they couldn't simply wait idly by. Returning with bags full of groceries, they stepped into the club room and were instantly enveloped by the rich, comforting aromas of toasted bread, ripe tomatoes, smoked meat, and warm dairy, only to find 2 figures, one tall and one small, seated side by side on the sofa, devouring triangular flat-edged delicacies and competing to see who could stretch the molten cheese into longer, more elegant strands. Oh, Camilla, when did you arrive? Kizzy, you're here too. Wait, how on earth did the two of you end up together? Hold on, what is that scent? What delicious thing are you eating? Berries burst in, voice already rising. Clearly the true elder sister to the husky. It's pizza. Think of it as spiced meat flatbread layered with cheese and tomato sauce, cooked in a new pan gifted by a friend. Camilla. Who? Her. Kizzy pointed at the little girl beside him, still playfully tugging at cheese strings. Her name remained unknown to him, for she hadn't spoken a single word since his arrival. Indeed, our Culinary Research Society originally comprised 4 members. She is the fourth, a uniquely distinguished one, Camilla Urania. Vanira set down the groceries and circled behind the sofa, gently pinching Camilla's cheek as she introduced her to Kizzy. She was brought back 2 years ago by Professor Caroline, the Grand Arcanist of Astrology, during one of her scholarly wanderings. By sheer coincidence, I once offered her a few biscuits, and ever since she's taken a fondness to visiting us for meals, shall we say tastings, with enthusiasm. After discussing it with our former members, we added her name to the official roster, and astonishingly the faculty approved it. Isn't Camilla absolutely adorable? Vanira flashed a soft cat-like smile then. Once Camilla finished her slice, swept her up under the arms, and lifted her high as if presenting a treasured artifact. Camilla complied, perfectly, raising her tiny right hand and uttering a toneless crystalline, "Oh, that's all there is to it." Vanira gently lowered her back onto the sofa. Our society has gained both a living mascot and an official tastetester, though admittedly she speaks very little. Camilla turned her gaze toward Kizzy, her eyes deep blue as starlit voids, and blinked slowly before pointing a slender finger toward the kitchen. "I nearly forgot. I baked an entire pizza earlier, but it was too hot to carry out, so I left it inside." Kizzy reached for the grocery bags by the door, but Vanira stopped him. "No need. You'll spoil certain ingredients. Some require preservation via water and ice magic. I'll handle it." As they approached the kitchen, a head crowned with pizza suddenly poked out. Barry's emerged wearing thick gloves, holding the baking tray aloft. The true connoisseur had already seized the initiative. "Vanira, you're back. What a wonderful aroma." A soft voice drifted in from the doorway as Shano entered. "Ah, Camilla's here too. It's been far too long since the club felt so alive." The 5 of them shared the remaining pizza with cheerful ease, spending the afternoon immersed in praise for Kizzy's culinary artistry and in his patient, vivid explanations of the novel cookware. Was the afternoon truly that long? Of course. It hardly takes hours merely to describe kitchen tools. Even at dinner, Kizzy prepared steamed, vegetarian, sugar-free Chinese-style buns, stir-fried, tomato-endive medley, and caramelized pork belly with pan-seared marbled hot spring eggs, all crafted from humble ingredients, then revealed the sacred technique of dipping mantu into savory broth. As night fell and the others departed, Kizzy, having tidied the kitchen, poured himself a cup of honeyed water and placed it on the windowsill. He opened the window wide, letting in the gentle evening breeze and the first shimmering stars, resting his elbows on the sill and his chin upon his palms as he reflected upon his morning conversation with Professor Monson. The warmth and merriment had faded, leaving behind a complex, unsettled quietude within him. Only now, prompted by Monson's reminder that magic does not conjure from nothing, did he realize how deeply rooted magic is in material reality. Even during the magic essence perception ritual, it had escaped him entirely. By the primacy effect, first impressions shaped subsequent understanding, and Kizzy had always assumed unquestioningly that magic is purely idealistic. Thus, though introductory textbooks explicitly described magic's material foundations, he'd never truly grasped them. Could a flawed understanding of reality impair one's magical aptitude? Perhaps. Kizzy gazed at his own hands. "You seem burdened by many questions." A clear, ethereal voice sounded beside him. Camilla had reappeared, silent, expressionless, yet never unsettling, standing there with eyes as deep and luminous as the cosmos itself. It was the first time Kizzy had ever heard her speak. Kizzy glanced at her, then poured her a cup of honeyed water and set it before her. "Nothing serious. You're still young. You may not understand yet. I've simply begun to feel as though this world resists my presence." The girl did not reply directly. Instead, she pointed toward the night sky beyond the window, now hushed and profound in its darkness. "That is Yashala, the mother of stars." "What? Where?" Kizzy looked outside, moon-obscured stars blazing in radiant abundance. "Up there, in the constellations. Each star reflects a life's destiny. Wherever stars shine, Yashala abides. She embraces the stars eternally, and humanity with equal grace. She guards the world and guards us. Therefore this world rejects no one. She holds boundless capacity and infinite compassion to welcome all." "Is that true?" Kizzy looked at his hands again, clenching then releasing them. A tangible, undeniable sensation. "So, it has always been me who rejected this world, hasn't it?" This time Camilla said nothing more. She drank her honeyed water, selected a few biscuits from the cabinet plate, and scampered away, her light footsteps echoing softly into silence. Not long after Camilla left, Kizzy packed his things and walked out of the cooking research club, strolling along the path of Vanthias with a complex mood. In the darkness, shrouded by the night, the stars in the sky stood out distinctly. The young man did not return directly to his dorm, but instead came to the lawn outside the castle. As the night breeze blew, the ground made a rustling sound. He casually found a quiet spot to stretch out his limbs on the soft grass, oddly recalling a line from a movie. When you look up at the starry sky, there is a sense of not knowing who you are, because your understanding of aliens surpasses that of yourself. Kizzy was not a man in black maintaining the world and dealing with extraterrestrial visitors, but his understanding of his original planet indeed surpassed that of the present. It was the world he had lived in for 24 years. And here, after all, was unfamiliar. Having transmigrated into a completely different person, he always felt like an invading species. The loneliness and resistance in his heart were masked by superficial joy and integration rather than being completely eliminated, and one day they would be exposed again due to certain events. He extended his hands upwards with force, looking at his tender palms and backs of his hands, attempting to grasp the star that belonged to him, which ultimately turned into a comfortable stretch. Let's go with this. At that moment, the words of Professor Monson echoed in his ears. Accept our current reality, but at least we should live splendidly as ourselves in the present. Resonating with Camilla's somewhat ethereal voice, she has the capacity and heart to embrace anyone. As if everything suddenly made sense, the corners of his mouth turned down a mix of self-deprecation and genuine laughter. Let's go with this. After all, the grown-up me is 2 worlds apart from the child me. It's like I have reincarnated with memories, and upon growing again I discover that the world is a magical one where magic is still materialistic. At that moment it seemed as if a droplet fell from the sky and hit his palm. He quickly flipped his hand to check if it was rainwater, only to see a swirling vortex forming in his hand, gradually coalescing into a larger water sphere. Oh, what the hell is going on? In order to avoid the water sphere hitting his face, he hurriedly stood up from the ground and shook his hands. What sound like a bowl of water splashing on the ground echoed from the distant lawn. So what is that? He checked his hands again and suddenly felt something was off. He hadn't stood up by himself. Slowly turning his head to look behind him, a tender green vine was emerging from the soil behind him, tugging at his collar and lifting him up like a cat. What are you? The vine couldn't speak and retracted back into the ground. He furrowed his brow and squatted down to touch it, finding no holes or signs of disruption. When he shifted his gaze and turned around, he was startled by a wall of earth suddenly rising from the ground. Enough already. Can someone explain to me what the hell is going on? Hey, is anyone nearby? He silently closed his eyes and opened his divine sense. The surroundings were empty, but his body felt vastly different from before. Specifically his divine sense itself. What is going on here? Is it cataract vision? X-ray vision? Chimu o xiong. He looked at the colorful lines flowing rhythmically along his meridians and inexplicably felt that this was himself, not some wandering soul from another world. It was like opening a certain security door. It was unmistakably his home, and the smell made it obvious. Oh, I'm very sorry, he muttered to himself, as if apologizing to the wandering soul that he had completely replaced, or perhaps to the entire world. Opening his eyes and leaving the perspective of divine sense, he gazed at his outstretched palms slowly, clearly, and cautiously reciting, Quantongzi, Yizuwasa, Taiwan Pu Cien. Condensed water droplets. A clean round droplet of water floated in his palm, growing larger as it transformed from his magical essence into water elements. I knew that I am actually a genius. His tone was urgent and filled with joy. He's perception of magical essence and affinity for elements felt as if a nearsighted person had suddenly regained their sight after removing their glasses. The flow within his body and the diffusion in the air, the interaction between them both became incredibly clear. His mood was no less than winning 5 million in the lottery, only to have it blown away by the wind, and then feeling miserable, using the last 2 coins to buy a new ticket, discovering he had won 100 million. If only there were people around, otherwise it would be a chance for the fantasy world to witness what it means to say, I am that candidate, look at the joy I ought to have. The young man again imagined the earth wall rising and the vine extending, only to have the ground swell into a small mound atop which a blade of grass grew. A gust of wind blew, causing the grass to sway and get blown away. Okay, so this is how we play, huh? Magic indeed cannot be wielded solely through imagination. It was likely just an accident before. Indeed, it is a tool. He defined magic as a tool for changing the world. Just as the original world used technology and mechanical creations to alter lives, this place uses magic and elements. The spell models discussed in class are essentially the principles of mechanical operation. The flow of magical essence serves as fuel for power, and once transformed into elements, it is the operation of machinery, making it much simpler to understand. Thinking of this, he tidied up his things and bounced back to the dormitory before the designated time. It feels like you're much happier than usual. Upon entering, Flown immediately sensed the joyful atmosphere around moving closer to examine him from head to toe, even though believed he had already restrained himself considerably. Are you a dog with a keen nose? So perceptive. Can you even smell my mood? In adventures, the most important thing is to read people's expressions. As the future great knight, I excel at reading expressions. For instance, I never dare to speak when my third brother is being beaten up. Then your third brother is truly pitiful. He has shared so many inside scoops with you. He told me that getting beaten up once is better than both of us getting beaten up. It's a win. The next afternoon, Camilla received a paper crane from Vanilla and happily skipped off to the cooking research club for some snacks. He came by at noon and said this was specially saved for you. The seniors were somewhat puzzled. Did you do something? I don't know. Camilla's expression was subtle as she happily raised the warm egg tart and double-skim milk. I just heard the call of Yuzura and relayed some oracles to him. By the way, you seldom mention the Mother of Stars. Does she really exist? Of course she is omnipresent. After finishing class in the afternoon in a small laboratory, Zyrweni looked at the paper bag that he placed on her desk, her eyebrows twitching slightly. What did you bring? Ki's expression was somewhat awkward. I felt that you seemed to lack nothing, so I wasn't sure what to give you. These are some small desserts I made as a token of gratitude for allowing me to conduct experiments here and for the little suggestion to consult Professor Mason. Egg tarts and double-skim milk. Familiar words slipped from her lips. How did you know? In fact, I have a good relationship with Camila. She often comes to play with me and brings cookies made by the older girls. Just a few days ago, she told me that a big brother had come to the Cooking Research Society, but she wasn't there that day, so she missed out on the 2 delicious dishes. I didn't expect that person to be you. What a coincidence. I saved a portion for her at noon today, but since I finished just as class was about to start, I didn't hand yours directly to you. It might be a bit cold now. It's fine, thank you. After Keys, he left. Zyrweni opened the oil paper bag inside, and although it had indeed gotten a bit cold, it didn't affect the faint sweet aroma emanating from the egg tart. She picked up the small bowl of egg tart, took a fork from the drawer, gently scraped a layer off the elastic golden surface, and tasted it, revealing a faint smile. No wonder Camila has been thinking about it. The taste is quite good. Since that night, Keys, he had only occasionally gone to the laboratory to check on Zyrweni's progress with her runic studies. Most of the time, he was still immersed in the library studying magical theory. Aside from special areas, most of the books in the library regarding plastic energy spells only skimmed the surface, recording spells below the 3rd ring, all of which were the more common types found in the 4-element theory. They were relatively simple, allowing those without significant talent to manage the mage exams. Spells of the 4th and 5th rings were rarer, but not absent, and they were also more basic in nature, not involving too much variation, mostly the type that guards the threshold. Keys, he had knowledge about what spells left by Ifan, which was exactly the opposite end of the spectrum. Most of them were spells of the 7th and 8th rings, and there were even those exceeding 10 rings, including an 11th ring arcane spell, but the spell models for these spells were extremely complex and abstract, as headache-inducing as Riemann geometry and topology. The book also mentioned, to understand the essence of what spells, one must perceive the truth of life for oneself. Such cryptic and profound statements made Keys want to throw the book at times. In the end, he returned to the starting point, which was the trick, the straight line in spells. As long as one understood how to manipulate the magical elements, one could use the simple magic. In fact, it wasn't that Vanches was being stingy and unwilling to reveal advanced spells, it was just that he considered that these children were still immature in mind. During their growth, they were bound to become overly obsessed with power and pursue those high-damage hiring spells, so he tried to impose some restrictions. On the other hand, the research of higher-level spells was also more dangerous, generally done after these students came of age, visiting those renowned mages with recommendation letters to become their disciples, completing the construction of high-difficulty spell models under supervision and guidance. The power of spells could make a person extremely destructive, which not only ensured the safety of mages during the learning process, but also served as a means of selection for mages in terms of both character and talent. Although human hearts are inscrutable, and one might occasionally misjudge, it was still much better than revealing all types of spells. In addition, this also served as a kind of test. The war is over, and peace has arrived. The king of Yakman is very clear-headed. He knows that development is the hard truth. On the battlefield, mages can fight, but in daily life, they do not produce. With food shortages and a sharp decline in population, mages will eventually face death. Where will new talent come from? Thus, the limitations of spells will also lead more mages to seek their own means of livelihood and desired research directions, building new spell models for it. The so-called, let 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contend. For example, the spell used by the Hunter Osha to accelerate the penetration speed of tanning liquid and leather tanning, no matter how high the spell ring level is, it ultimately represents a brand new beginning. And everything mentioned above must first learn the theoretical foundation of spell models. Well, for instance, Keys, he is currently looking at a study on spell models and wandless casting movements. It mentioned that constructing a model is one thing while using the built model is another. If one has not undergone long-term practice beforehand, the techniques constructed in panic and hesitation during encounters are unstable, prone to failure in release, or causing harm to the body. Just like unstable current and voltage can damage electrical appliances, of course, the part about current is Keys' own understanding. Therefore, the casting movements without a wand must be comfortable for the caster. Commonly performed gestures that can help focus the mind, allowing a swift activation in case of emergency. For instance, when I personally release fire spells, I prefer to flip my hand backward. It makes me feel as if I am quickly flinging the fire elements into my hand. Many wind mages enjoy making grand gathering gestures for the same reason, as it makes them feel like they are gathering the air elements around them, concentrating on the casting state, making it easier to succeed. I get it, it's a conditioned reflex, right? He understood quickly. Isn't that Pavlov's dog? When the bell rings, the dog starts to salivate. Thus, he continued reading. Similarly, the hand gestures should be kept as simple as possible. Otherwise, exaggerated, complex, or difficult movements cannot be timely responded to in sudden situations. Moreover, while there are no aesthetic requirements for casting movements, the author believes that making faces at an enemy isn't a good idea unless making them die from laughter is also a strategy. At the same time, when mages cast spells without using a wand, their hands often feel awkward and have nowhere to go if they don't move them. It creates a strong sense of discomfort. Based on the above situation, experiments show that suddenly restricting someone else's hands during casting in combat can lead to psychological rigidity on their part, interrupting their spellcasting thought process, resulting in spell failure. Of course, after this article is published, I believe many mages and magic academies will conduct targeted training to eliminate discomfort in battles. In summary keys, he quickly thought of the gesture he used for wandless casting, which was the hand seal. So the basic idea of shadow ninja comes from magic. Of course, he couldn't mimic the ninja style like a middle school student every day. The domestic battle mages are much more complex than the Chinese zodiac, and having both hands is also inconvenient, which violates the principle of simplification. Most importantly, he simply couldn't do it. The hand seal's keys he mentioned were the ones Xia used while hunting, just raising the index and middle fingers, which indeed has some correlation with shadow ninjas. After all, it's a seal of opposition and resolution. This is purely coincidental. Vinet lay on the counter of the Norvis tavern saying, "Ever since Cozy I left it feels much quieter here." Kraut, who was drinking, replied, "But he only has 4 months in a semester, and we've just passed the halfway mark. Why don't you write him a letter?" "Never mind, by the time the letter arrives he'll be back in a month." In the activity room of the Vantius Cooking Research Club, Cozy Eye unusually did not go to the library or the laboratory. After reading for half a month, he was nearly confused and concluded that spells indeed could not be mastered in a single leap. His understanding of spell models was somewhat inadequate even for a first-string spell. However, with a smoother conversion of magical essence and affinity, he had almost mastered all the traditional tricks described in the book except for the properties he did not possess. For instance, he could make a flower bloom, a seed crack open, or a leaf bud with the druid's trick, although these were limited to non-magical plants. Nevertheless, they were still quite useful, at least in the future soybean crops wouldn't need to be soaked in water overnight to sprout. He also learned spells like light dance and bright light, which use materials like phosphorus luminescent wood or fireflies and luminescent grass. The former created 4 floating light sources the size of torches around him, while the latter illuminated any object within a 20-foot radius and could even change the color of the light at will. That night their dormitory had a disco ball lasting an hour, a Cozy Eye who didn't know how to end the spell, and a husky dancing in the middle of the room. Fortunately, they were not very loud and did not attract the attention of the dormitory manager. Other interesting tricks included the Vitality spell, which could stabilize injuries, and the Lesser Phantom, which could create a sound or an image of an object and last for a minute. There was also a trick called the Marvelous Art used to demonstrate magical powers to ordinary people, proving that one could use magic. The effects included but were not limited to making an ordinary unlocked door or window open or close, instantly changing the color of one's eyes within a minute, doubling one's voice for a minute, and harmlessly shaking the ground for a minute. How should I put it? Some of it was amusing, but upon reflection, it was also somewhat practical, creating a sense of entanglement and contradiction. Lastly, there was the Acid Splash spell, which simulated corrosive properties. This was merely a simulation of acid and differed from the true acidic substances sprayed by some magical creatures. It could react with metals, but could not produce hydrogen. Regarding this spell, Cozy Eye extended the content taught by the magic class teacher and inquired about the experimental results from Zilvini, concluding with a new question: since the spell did not create real acidic substances, how could it corrode metal? We all know that the so-called corrosion process could be understood as the reaction between sulfuric acid and iron producing hydrogen and ferrous sulfate, while ferrous ions cannot exist independently, otherwise the solution becomes charged. As for why ions cannot exist independently, this is not absolute, nor is it something that can be achieved in this world, so I won't elaborate. Therefore, in this magical materialistic world, without hydrogen being produced, and with iron being consumed, where did the independent ferrous ions go? Cozy Eye brought this question to a certain unique authority, Zilvini, who appeared unfazed, responding in a calm tone. Of course, they were transformed into free-state gold elements. Mr. Fraser seemed to have mentioned in class that alchemy is alchemy and magic is magic. In the worlds observed by both, matter is composed of different properties, so do not confuse the two or interpret them mutually. From the perspective of magic, as long as it involves the use of spells, different elements can explain it simply and purely. The acid splash you mentioned is in essence the water element with corrosive properties, destroying the stable gold element, reverting to a free state and returning to the world. From the perspective of alchemy, the reactions of matter are peculiar and more complex, being a transformation between two substances that truly exist. To be honest, I had never heard of that Mr. Mendeleev. His integration of the laws of material properties has cleared obstacles for alchemy, providing me with an unprecedented clarity about matter. Actually, when Zilvini finished her first sentence, Cozy Eye had already slapped his forehead in frustration. His insights and acceptance of the world, as well as his immersion in Professor Monson's materialist historical perspective, had made him forget that the magical world is composed of elements. Nevertheless, thanks to Zilvini's explanation, many of his questions about spells and matter were resolved, and what once seemed unreasonable became justified. Leaving the laboratory in a good mood, Cozy Eye planned to go to the cooking research club to prepare something delicious as a treat. On the way, he opened his palm, watching as a tender sprout appeared out of thin air and then vanished. This was a more direct application of wood elements than the thorn whip trick. It was akin to the excitement of just acquiring a fun new item, and for the next few days he couldn't help but want to hold and fiddle with it. Only Shano was in the activity room, humming a certain tune softly, while rhythmically tapping her right foot, holding a cloth to wipe the table. Around her, several different brooms and dustpans flew about, cleaning the dust on the floor. Cozy Eye, having gained a general understanding of magic, found this scene quite intriguing. Because while they were all called magic spells, and the freely moving kind of magic were still somewhat different. For example, weapons aside from some specially crafted swords cannot fight on their own without a warrior. The spell commonly used by mages is the movement spell, which manipulates an object to fly to one's hand. Some skilled ones can even actively avoid obstacles, but he had never encountered cleaning being done so flexibly. Good afternoon, Senior Shano. Oh, it's Cozy. Good afternoon. May I ask how these things are moving? Are you talking about these? Shano's voice was soft, but just loud enough to be heard. She paused her actions and gestured to the tools around Cozy Eye. Yes, I remember that the movement spell doesn't seem to be this intelligent. You are right, this is not a simple movement technique. It is a type of household magic taught to me by my mother. Household magic. This is the first time I've heard of such a category of spells. Yes, you will learn it later. Magical essence cannot be used directly. This theory is limited to the realm of energy manipulation spells. Other spells like movement techniques, which have no relation to attributes, are merely applications of magical essence. Actually, I've already learned quite a few tricks, so I have read about this in books before. That's great, but it will be easier for me to explain. Shanuo had a deep understanding of household magic. She even sat on the sofa ready to start a lengthy discourse. The resonance between elements allows mages to manipulate the elements of nature. Similarly, a person's own magical essence can resonate with the separated parts, achieving simple manipulation. As the saying goes, wherever one goes, traces are left behind. Few mages can completely suppress their magical essence, so everything we touch may lead to residual magical essence. The movement technique utilizes this characteristic to summon objects with such personal imprints to our hands. So does this mean we can only move objects we have touched? Cozy recalled instances where mages used the movement technique, and it indeed seemed that way. Most of the time, yes. But are you aware of the existence of illusion manipulation spells? A skilled illusion manipulator can control a person's mind with just a glance or a gesture. So don't limit your thoughts about magical essence. It can even be conveyed through eye contact, though it doesn't usually leave magical essence residue, like physical contact does, and requires the corresponding spell to be activated. Identification spell. Speaking of eye contact, Cozy remembered this seemingly useless spell. Of course, and we cannot summon living beings solely through the movement technique, so there is no issue of offending with the identification spell. But isn't that a bit troublesome? The thought of having to activate another spell while using the movement technique feels as difficult as drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. It is like that at first, but as the spells become more convenient, everyone tends to try this continuously. Over time, they become very skilled at both steps, and it becomes second nature. I understand. I once read an article about wandless casting which mentioned that the application of spells requires long-term training to be executed freely. Shanuo nodded, bringing the topic back to household magic. Based on the most primitive movement technique, we need to plan or limit the movement patterns within its spell model, altering the spell's effects so that certain objects can move in the desired manner. Shanuo shook the folded cloth and made a wiping motion in the air. If one can understand and complete this step, the rest becomes much simpler. It's just about altering the original movement patterns, allowing a broom to sweep the floor and a dustpan to catch dust. After building one set of spell models to allow for simultaneous movement of more objects. Sorry, Senior, could you please pause for a moment? I've encountered a little problem in self-studying the spell model. I didn't quite understand this part. Could you explain what a spell model really is? Cozy had to interrupt Shanuo. In the past few days, he had used his divine sense, even referencing fantasy novels, and had examined his dantian, but had not found the spell model mentioned in the books. This is still foundational knowledge, and the textbook's written explanation is a system that allows the mage's magical essence to operate in a certain way and release spells that can affect reality. I think. Let me think about how to explain it. Shanuo frowned at the ceiling. The spell model is merely a conceptual notion. It cannot be called a material object, nor does it truly exist. This concept is only to help mages understand how to learn and create spells. Its essence refers to how magical essence should flow within the body. You should know how to use tricks right. Cozy nodded. Professor Fraser said that tricks are like a straight line. You just need to gather magical essence and output it outward. The length and shape of lines for different tricks of the same attribute may vary. Some are long, some are short, some are straight, and some are curved. All magic that can be called spells needs the magical essence to form a cycle, which is why it is described as circular. Shanuo made a small motion with her fist, feeling a bit frustrated with her expressive ability. The first time someone encounters a spell model, they will feel somewhat unfamiliar. Transitioning from tricks to a cycle of spells is the first threshold in a mage's learning process, so don't be too anxious. Shanuo, I'm not anxious. You seem more anxious right now. It's okay, we will learn the cycle of spells in our second year anyway. I am already very grateful that you are sharing your understanding with me. Oh yes. Shanuo suddenly remembered something. Magical essence is free. When I was studying magic in my second year, I was puzzled for a long time because I didn't quite understand what a spell model was. At that time, Vinira told me that magical essence is different from blood. It originates from every part of our body. It is free and does not flow in fixed pathways within our bodies as it usually does when dormant. Cozy still felt somewhat lost, so he set this topic aside for now and shifted to another matter. But there are so many spells. If one has to struggle to memorize the diverse spell models for each, can anyone really learn that many spells? Well, I can explain that. Magical essence is like our third hand. It is also an organ of our body and not a material existing independently from us. Our hands can grasp, pinch, and perform various actions without needing to learn. When faced with an unusual object, we can find a suitable way to hold it through trial or guidance, and when we encounter it again, we can grab it without overthinking. For instance, the banjo. I might not know how to play it initially, but after learning and practicing for a long time, my hands will develop a muscle memory. Muscle memory, Cozy chimed in. Yes, that term is very apt. Therefore, using magic is similar to the instinct of hands and feet. Especially for a mage who nearly uses various spells daily, casting has long since become our instinct. Oh, wait, instinct. I thought of a more suitable explanation. I just mentioned that magical essence is one of our organs, so it will react accordingly to external stimuli. For example, when our hands touch water, we immediately recognize it as water. When we touch a knife, we know it is sharp. When the temperature drops, we feel the cold, and when it rises, we feel the heat. When touching a nail or hot food, our hands retract. When we see a stone flying towards us, we dodge. Everything we experience in daily life is recorded by our bodies and also by our magical essence. Therefore, if we encounter corresponding objects or situations, the flow of magical essence will instinctively change, which is the most primitive spell model, the so-called regulations that operate in a certain manner. However, spells that can directly observe the flow of magical essence within the human body are quite difficult to achieve. Even the third cycle spell, Elemental Vision, only reveals a colorful outline. Beginners can only rely on long-term contact and patiently perceive while observing with their bodies and eyes, capturing the fluctuations of that moment. Then through repeated attempts, they master the patterns and actively control the magical essence to operate according to the rules, transforming it into elements to release. If one wishes to endow more characteristics, they must overlay different properties, steps, and operation methods, making finer adjustments in each release to achieve harmony. It is for this reason that most mages begin their spell learning with energy manipulation spells. Once they have mastered the secrets within, they will study more abstract incantations, illusions, prophecies, and so on. He finally understood this time, unable to suppress the excitement within him. Can't others see the flow of magical essence, while my divine sense cannot? It was quite clear. So is this how the domestic spell was researched as well? To appear more natural, he brought up this topic again. I thought you were not interested in this. Shainuo had explained a lot about spell models, and due to the stereotypes regarding gender in this era, she was initially not planning to introduce the domestic spell anymore. No, senior sister, I'm very interested, especially after you finish explaining the training of spell models. I want to know about the research and learning process of the domestic spell. That is the process of constructing spell models. I'm glad you like this spell. Shainuo took a sip of water to moisten her throat. Speaking so much in one day was quite a challenge for her. Sorry, I overlooked the fact that you haven't learned about spell models yet. Let's start with the part about movement spells. When I was learning, my mother told me that the domestic spell is a behavioral spell, conceptually so simple that it doesn't belong to any specific spell system. If forced to categorize it, it would probably fall under the manipulation system, controlling an object with little intelligence. It merely observes human behavior, like when I am wiping the table or sweeping the floor. If you see it, you will know what I am doing, and your magical essence will also know what I am doing, thus forming a kind of spell model. However, the domestic spells I used were only a first-tier spell, a starting point. If you're skilled enough, you could even simulate the entire cooking process, manipulating a knife to chop vegetables automatically, or knead dough, having vegetables fly into the pot, mixing honey into the dough, and then pressing it into shapes according to a template neatly arranged on a baking tray. If we were to do it ourselves, it would sound a bit simple. He silently complained in his heart that it didn't sound simple at all. When he cooked, he didn't feel anything was amiss, but when he counted each task, he found hands truly remarkable, able to complete so many operations in an orderly manner. If senior sister is right, magical essence is like a third hand for humans, and in the future, it will be as flexible as our own hands. However, this hand currently feels more like a broken one in a cast, having become stiff from lack of movement for a long time, requiring gradual mobilization, familiarization, and recovery. After discussing spell model theories with Shainuo Keys, he began to act like a husky running around aimlessly like Florin. If you really want to start learning first-tier spells, it's best to begin with gentle elements like water or earth if you have an affinity for them. This was Shainuo's final piece of advice that day. So initially, he was in his dormitory, closing his eyes to observe the flow of magical essence while extending his hand into a basin of water to feel its properties. Later, he went to the railing corridor at the edge of the school, extending his divine sense to observe the waterfall and stream while introspecting. Honestly, this was quite difficult. It felt like each eye was looking at something different. Fortunately, after some attempts, he became accustomed to this unique observation method and discovered that the magical essence reacted somewhat differently to the three types of water. Wood element is also a gentle element. He had often lain on the grass that had not yet begun to wither, realizing that the magical essence's perception of the grass differed between day and night. He suspected it was related to the plant's photosynthesis. Later, he touched the rough tree trunk and the yellowing leaves due to late autumn, observing the yellow beans and potatoes that had already grown indoors. The result was that the process of magical essence changing was very active, and he found it somewhat incomprehensible. Ultimately, what inspired Keys was a branch that had fallen to the ground. Its magical essence spell model was very simple to the extent that even in the novice stage where magical essence is sluggish, he could barely imitate it. Thus, Lake Toya, Keys successfully conjured a straight branch in his hand, wanting to use it to poke the rapeseed flowers. First-tier spell branch spell. The boy revealed a complex smile, casually sticking the branch into the ground, and then leaning against the side of a marble bench with his arms crossed. How to describe it? It's like solving a math problem where 25 people get off the bus, or the absurdity of Xiaoming being 10 years older than his dad, yet there is a satisfaction in finally entering the realm of spells. In fact, it was clearly recorded in books that if a mage apprentice attempts to imitate the changes in magical essence to construct a spell model without formal and systematic learning and practice, they would end up building a first-tier spell like this, which might even be less practical and powerful than a simple trick. Simply put, what one sees can only be replicated. There is no way to actively and consciously change the spell model to produce effective changes. Thus, these 10-year-old children at the Magic Academy need to undergo a year of learning and practice in the second grade. It's akin to how adults find addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division simple, yet still require a year to learn it. Then when they personally step in to teach children, they realize what it means to be frantic, to have heart problems, and to suffer from high blood pressure. TCH, in the end I succeeded, didn't I? Am now somewhat of a mage. Apprentice who knows a first-tier spell. Keys, he comforted himself. A few days later, Keys, he stood by the artificial lake in the Vanch's garden, raising his left hand with the index and middle fingers extended, while his right hand pulled out from behind, forming a gun shape pointing forward. Z water gun spell. A stream of water shot out from his fingertips, reaching a distance of about 30 to 40 meters, all landing in the lake. This was a spell framework he constructed by feeling the flow of stream water, endowing the water element with the characteristic of flowing, resulting in a brand new first-tier spell, water gun spell. Its power was greater than the water guns he played with as a child, but weaker than those pump-action water guns used in water rafting. What is that? What is that? Is it a spell? The husky beside him exclaimed excitedly at the flowing water. Although it doesn't have much power, it looks quite impressive and seems really fun. Can you teach me? Indeed, Keezy originally didn't want to demonstrate, but one day Florin was a bit dazed on the way to class, so he couldn't help but give him a water gun to wake him up. Later, under Florin's constant pleas and insistence, today became a scene where 3 people watched him play with the water gun. No way, you should see what month it is now. It's winter, and I don't want to have a water fight with you. And aren't you the son of a duke? Can't you have some awareness? Haven't you seen this before? Late in the frost month, November, when frost and dew end, winter begins. He had spent nearly 3 months in Vanch's and had sensed the traces of winter. To be honest, I've never seen a spell that poses no threat at all. This sounded like a provocation, yet the husky still seriously thought, that's really cool. Keezy sighed. If you want to learn this spell, I can teach you next summer. However, I have a spell I can teach you right now if you have an affinity for earth elements. He turned his head to see all 3 roommates raising their hands. Okay, I'm truly impressed by you all. Now watch closely. He displayed his empty hands, then made a gesture, as if pinching someone, causing a smooth, thin stone to coalesce in his hand. Water skimming spell. He aimed at the calm surface of the lake and forcefully threw the thin stone like tossing a dart. The stone continuously and rapidly bounced on the water, creating over 30 ripples before landing on the opposite shore. Wait, what is this? That stone, how can it bounce on the water? Is that a spell? But I only felt the change in elements when you created the stone. Oh, it seems you have no control over it at all. How did you do that? Valant and Gaius also eagerly watched him. Here in Vanch's at the Magic Academy, they were used to seeing powerful, serious spells in the Magic Society. In contrast, such little tricks might seem childish to adults, but for them, it was just right. Moreover, they couldn't cast those serious spells themselves, while this was clearly a first-tier spell they could learn. Thus, every day 4 first-year students gathered at the campus artificial lake, competing to see who could skim stones the farthest. As the days went by, the weather gradually turned colder, especially at Vanch's, which was built on a mountain. Due to its altitude and the specific heat capacity of water, the overall temperature was lower than that of the coastal Farlong Bay. The Academy commissioned Miss Tara to make a batch of thick cloaks and stylish, yet lightweight winter clothing for this year's new students to shield them from the cold winds. It was around the late middle of the icebound month, around December 21st, on a weekend morning, when Koz arrived from his bed. Vanch's had excellent insulation measures. It was unclear what kind of spell was used, but the castle was warm as spring despite the absence of heating apart from the fireplace, thwarting the cold's intent to seal people within their blankets. After taking the neatly folded clothes from the wardrobe and putting on a scarf and hat, Koz descended the stairs and pushed open the dormitory's main door. The cold wind rushed in through the suddenly opened gap, and the sharp contrast made Koz shiver slightly. However, the increasingly cold weather allowed Koz to observe the new changes in the magic elements within him, thus mastering the spell model of coldness. But when Koz tried to combine coldness with water element, he failed. While perhaps not a complete failure, at least he could now with effort freeze existing water with his bare hands like Vanira. Originally influenced by a certain ninja manga, Koz believed that ice elements must be derived from a combination of wind and water elements. Yet after reviewing numerous books, he concluded that different spell models could yield the same final effect. Generally speaking, these property-based spell models cannot manifest independently, but rely on various related material elements which influence each other. For example, low temperatures combine with water to form ice, while high temperatures enhance the power when combined with fire. However, without fire elements present, it becomes exceedingly difficult to raise the temperature through observation and model modification, and similarly, it is challenging to achieve very low temperatures without ice elements. This is because the model lacks the most crucial part that influences it. No matter how sturdy a weapon made of wood is, it is hard to surpass metal unless it is some kind of divine tool. In fact, one could combine ice elements with high temperatures to form water elements, which is akin to selling water by the river, a redundant effort, or taking off one's pants to fart, a waste of effort. In other words, this failure had nothing to do with the pairing of elemental properties. Rather, it was likely due to his own lack of affinity for ice elements, making it more difficult to attempt combinations with different foundational models. Therefore, to be precise, he had mastered the cold spell rather than the ice-type spell. To put it more vividly, he was now akin to a refrigeration air conditioner. If he got stronger, he might become a refrigerator, while a true ice mage would embody the chilling cold of the poles. That being said, Koz had gotten up so early on a weekend to brave the cold wind and leave the warmth of his dormitory, because these days were rather significant to him. Winter solstice. Even though this world did not have a similar calendar, and the cycles of sun and moon were not caused by one sphere orbiting another, the winter solstice represented not just a date, but also a cultural segment that could evoke a sense of homesickness. In the original world, the most significant ritual for winter solstice was ancestor worship. Over time, while people still retained the custom of honoring their ancestors, it had simplified to burning paper money as a tribute. In this world, Koz had no ancestors. Whenever this day in winter arrived, he could only reminisce about the past, recalling the mundane life and ordinary people, events, and things. He also couldn't share this bit of tradition with the relatives of Norvis, as everyone knew he was an orphan. Where would such a tradition come from? Moreover, he did not want to disturb the villagers by celebrating a holiday that seemed nonsensical to them. However, the reason he got up so early was not for anything else, but for the inescapable food. After all, food is heaven. The traditional people of Suzhou were accustomed to drinking a type of winter wine brewed from glutinous rice, or yellow rice, with osmanthus flowers during the winter solstice night. Unfortunately, Koz had never found either glutinous rice or osmanthus flowers. This directly resulted in the absence of tangyuan on the table for the southern winter solstice, and in some places they eat roast meats, which are roasted and cured snacks like in the Guangdong region, making it even harder to achieve. Similarly, in the traditional customs of Ningbo, sweet potato soup is one of the must-eat delicacies during the winter solstice. Unfortunately, sweet potatoes had yet to be cultivated, while Koz had just harvested mature soybeans and potatoes a few days ago. During this time, he was surprised to find that the portion of plants that senior sister Sano had taken from him had matured, and their growth seemed even more promising than his own. This was quite reasonable. After all, Koz was merely a novice in botany. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Practice is the only standard to test truth. The fact that he could cultivate these crops was already a manifestation of the farming gene deeply engraved in his soul, working in a rather mystical manner. Koz decided not to trouble Sister Sano any further for lectures, but to dedicate the next semester to studying the planting methods of the magical world, as well as the plant magic arrays mentioned by teacher Hilda. As for now, half of Sister Sano's harvest was used for cooking, while the other half would serve as quality seeds for the next year. Why next year? Because this semester was nearing its end. Koz's share of potatoes would be clean, chopped, and cooked. This process is called saccharification, during which enzyme agents such as malt could be added to accelerate starch transformation. Then the processed ingredients would be cooled to a suitable temperature, about 2030 degrees Celsius, placed in a sealed wooden barrel, and yeast added for fermentation. Fortunately, vodka is distilled, not aged, so the fermentation time only requires several days to weeks. He moved the wooden barrel to the laboratory where Silvini had asked him what it was. Koz explained that it was a raw material for preparing some combustible water in the laboratory. These were all events that had taken place over the past few days. Now back to the main topic. As Koz headed towards the cooking research department, he planned to reference the practices from Nanjing, eating tofu, drinking chicken soup, and following the northern customs for the winter solstice, dumplings, wontons, and smashing. When Kizi pushed open the door to the culinary research club, he was startled to find all three senior girls already present, leaving him utterly bewildered. Could it be? Is today some special holiday I've never heard of? Why is everyone here? Indeed it is. Today marks the anniversary of the Demon King's destruction a millennium ago, the very day humanity embraced a new life and ushered in the new year. Yet because the hero's sacrifice and the Demon King's annihilation occurred on the same day, people choose not to celebrate the new year on the day of mourning. Instead, they observe the Dawn Festival, the final day of the month, the last day of the year, the Demon King's final day of existence, and the symbolic dawn of renewal. Today is named Prayer for Tomorrow, a solemn day dedicated to praying for the hero's soul. In the royal capital of Polovia, an annual ritual is held to cleanse the hero's statue, restoring it to pristine brilliance. People lay out wine and food before it as though he still walks among them. Other cities lack such formal traditions, yet even without grand festivities, citizens still prepare fine meals and thoroughly clean their homes, so that the hero's spirit may behold the world he safeguarded, now radiant with beauty and peace. We gathered here today partly for this reason, to tidy the club's common room and kitchen, and to prepare something delicious, and partly to celebrate the Dawn Festival together a little early. But the Dawn Festival isn't for many days yet. Vanilla paused mid-wipe, turned, and began counting on her fingers. The Dawn Festival itself falls on a non-school day. The following day begins winter break, so the academic term effectively concludes with this festival. Students depart campus or return home. The 2 days before involve final examinations, and the week prior demands intensive review. What remains but today? We've followed this rhythm every year. So naturally we assembled without needing to say a word. Knowing you and Camilla are still young, and likely to sleep late on weekends, we didn't summon you at dawn, planning instead to inform you at noon. Yet you arrived unbidden. But you seem unaware of all this. So tell me, why did you come so early? Now it was Vanilla who wore a look of genuine puzzlement. Keezy glanced toward Shaner. The 2 plants we discussed have finally sprouted, and senior sister Shaner's cultivars are thriving magnificently. So I thought to prepare dishes inspired by them for all of you to taste. I knew Shaner was extraordinary. Berries exclaimed, sweeping her junior sister into an exuberant embrace. Oh well, potatoes. Are they truly edible? That must be. The senior sister clearly recognized the plant, but trusting Keezy's meticulous explanations and thorough discourse, she had diligently nurtured it, yielding notably larger specimens of what was known as ghost bells. I've already tasted them myself. There's absolutely no issue, senior sister. Well, all right then. In that case, lunch and the kitchen are yours. We'll continue cleaning the common room. Understood. Keezy accepted the charge, then dashed from the activity room to the laboratory, and swiftly returned bearing a wooden frame and a small vial of colorless flake-like solid. And what, pray tell, is that? Berries seized the chance to ask first. A simple yet indispensable culinary apparatus. Just wait and see. In truth, it was a traditional tofu-making frame, crafted by Keezy after mastering the branch art. 2 sturdy wooden rods crossed in an X formation and secured at the center with a nail, allowing them to pivot like scissors. Each rod's ends bore iron hooks designed to suspend a fine meshed gauze. A central hook enabled the entire apparatus to hang suspended in midair. Keezy retrieved the soybeans, soaked overnight until plump and swollen from round to oval, and turned to Vanilla. Senior sister, do you know a wind-based spell capable of generating miniature wind blades, sharp enough to penetrate water and pulverize its contents? Actually, I believe I can attempt it, Shaner interjected unexpectedly. An elder sister deeply fond of Professor Hidell once taught me a wind artifice that may fulfill your need. That name sounds strangely familiar. Was she called Furel? Keezy poured the soaked beans and water into an iron bucket and sealed the lid, tightly pressing down with both hands. You should stand well back. The wind blades are razor sharp and I fear accidental harm. Also, the lid must be removed. But won't the beans and water spill out? Not to worry, Keezy. Vanilla lifted her staff from its stand and stepped forward. I shall assist from beside you. Berries never joined such endeavors. Her affinity lay solely with fire and earth. Then, good luck to you both. Though uncertain of their intent, Keezy retreated to a safe distance. Tiny blade of swiftness. Shaner waved her short wand over the large bucket. A delicate arcane array shimmered at its tip, unleashing countless pale azure wind blades that spiraled inward, slicing relentlessly through the submerged soybeans. Vanilla uttered no incantation. She merely tapped the staff's base against the floor. No array manifested, yet Keezy felt the air above the bucket thicken, coalesce, and seal the vessel completely, even enshrouding it entirely. The iron bucket convulsed violently, yet remained intact, its sturdiness holding firm against the unseen tempest within. How is it going? Is this sufficient? Once Shaner ceased casting, Vanilla released the aerial restraint, and with a water artifice drew forth a milky white liquid, leaving only coarse residue at the bucket's base. Is this the white liquid you require? No, these are still raw. They must be boiled together first, and during processing the soy milk, must be repeatedly reintroduced, otherwise much will remain trapped in the pulp, a terrible waste. Still, senior sister, your separation technique is truly masterful. Keezy sincerely marveled at the elegance of this filtration method. Very well, as you wish. Vanilla returned the soy milk to the vessel and sheathed her staff. Keezy poured the mixture into a pot, kindled the fire, and mounted the frame above it, an austere version far smaller than those used with rural iron cauldrons. The next steps were straightforward. Once the mixture boiled, he transferred it into the bucket, then scrubbed the pot clean of any bean residue and boiled fresh water within it. He then ladled the hot mixture cup by cup onto the fine gauze, shaking the iron wires, suspending it gently up and down, causing the liquid to roll and churn, gradually straining the soy milk into the water below while retaining the pulp. He repeated this process, transferring the liquid back into the gauze again and again for further filtration and extraction. Finally, he removed the cloth and twisted it vigorously, squeezing out every last drop of nutritive essence. This was the most rudimentary method of soy milk production. The sole distinction lay in this world's absence of conventional cheesecloth, or rather non-woven fabric. In daily life, one often sees tofu vendors pushing carts draped in gray fabric. The very non-woven cloth, impermeable, mesh-free, perfectly designed to block even the finest bean particles, yielding soy milk with a silken, throat-soothing smoothness utterly free of grit. The freshly made soy milk carries a rich aroma of soybeans, a scent that has never graced this world before. After a busy hour, Master took out a small glass bottle and dissolved the crystals inside it in water. This was magnesium chloride prepared from brine that he had entrusted to other senior students to bring back from the trading club. Brine, scientifically known as salt brine, is the residual liquid left in salt pans after seawater or salt lake water is used for salt production. Fallalong Bay is close to the sea, and even though there is no awareness of harvesting salt from seawater at the moment, one can still collect a few bottles of seawater and then remove other impurities through boiling, filtering, and reactions in the laboratory, leaving only magnesium chloride. Like gypsum, it can quickly cause dispersed protein particles to aggregate, that is colloidal precipitation, forming a white curd. After wrapping it in cloth and pressing it with a weight to squeeze out the moisture, the curd is transformed into tofu. Tofu sold on the street is usually pressed into a square container for easy cutting into pieces later. While preparing magnesium chloride, Shi Erwei asked Kuzei. She found it curious that someone who just started learning alchemy was always conducting peculiar experiments. Kuzei replied that he was merely preparing for a culinary delight and promised to let her taste it once it was ready. As the exams approached, how could these two still be so relaxed? It was because they didn't need to study for exams at all, one relying on divine sense to enhance memory, and the other being a theoretical genius who had been auditing classes since childhood. In the library, a husky was forced to cram for exams, holding Kuzei's notes. Every time I think of the exam moments, sadness flows like a river. In the cooking club kitchen, 3 senior sisters surrounded a wooden basin, observing the white solid inside, and gently tapping and poking it with small spoons. Can this white tinder block be eaten directly? It can be eaten directly, but... Before Kuzei finished speaking, Barizi scooped out a piece with her spoon and popped it into her mouth. The texture is very delicate, just as tender as it looks, but it's quite bland. The flavor is so mild, not as impressive as I imagined. That's for sure, because no seasonings have been added here, and precisely because it has a mild taste, it can absorb many flavors. The main appeal is its soft and tender texture. Kuzei explained from the side. That makes sense. What about this? Barizi tossed a somewhat unattractive potato in her hand. If I remember correctly, this shouldn't be eaten. That's true for sprouted ones, but this is a freshly dug potato straight from the earth and is edible. By the way, there have indeed been rumors about the non-toxic ghost bell recently. Shai Newell recalled an article she had seen in the activity area of the Daughter of the Flower God Society collected by Shida. Air botanists have already resumed research on this plant. Kuzei stepped back calmly. In fact, I have already eaten this. It's delicious and safe. If you're worried, I have potions to deal with ghost bells. Vanira leaned forward facing Kuzei and tapped his head with her wand. While it's good to love food, don't just shove everything into your mouth. Let's leave it for now. I think we should first look for Teacher Shida Air. Then I'll finish making the other things and bring a portion for Teacher Shida Air as well. Do you have anything else you want to make? Of course. Kuzei smiled, chopping the filling, preparing to wrap dumplings. In ancient times, cabbage was called song kai. There are none here, only cabbage and zucchini. Finding relatively fresh vegetables in winter is quite rare. Therefore, Kuzei didn't mind and settled for 2 types of dumpling fillings, one with cabbage and pork and the other with shrimp, egg, and zucchini. The others couldn't roll the skins at all, so Kuzei had to roll the skins and wrap them himself. The rolling pin was made using the branch technique. It must be said that aside from lacking power, this spell is quite useful. Vanira and Barizi were skillful with their hands, both studying magic with keen observation. After a while, they learned to make quite beautiful folds. This shape is so cute, like a little crescent moon. Actually, it mimics a human ear. That's not cute at all. Isn't it a bit cruel to make food shaped like human ears? Our saying is that the cold winter wind can freeze off ears, so a local doctor made dough shaped like ears, adding medicinal herbs. The final dish is called cold removing ear soup, which can now also be called dumplings. Eating dumplings and drinking the soup will keep the body warm, so you won't fear losing your ears. The explanation is quite interesting, but I still think the crescent moon is cuter. As long as you're happy, senior sister. Shai Nua, Barizi, and Vanira focused on different aspects. She was looking at rolling the skins, which actually tests the coordination of the hands. The remaining steps were just simple repetitive mechanical motions. So she took a piece of dough and a rolling pin, repeatedly casting the household spell with her wand, while constantly adjusting the spell model, making the dough rotate, while rolling the pin back and forth. This scene resembled a programmer fixing bugs in code. Thus, Kuzei observed the 3 senior sisters who had become proficient at rolling skins and wrapping dumplings in less than an hour, and recalled how he struggled with this skill for years, falling into deep thought. Sir, times have changed and magic has transformed life. What should we do in the end? Should this wrapped dumpling be placed in the oven? This isn't a pie, though I have already prepared it. Kuzei opened the lids of the regular pot and steamer, lit a fire underneath, and filled it with boiling water. Both boiling and steaming are fine, each has its merits. Personally, I prefer steamed dumplings. The dough skin tends to be chewier. After demonstrating the use of the steamer and the strainer, Kuzei handed over the task of wrapping dumplings to the senior sisters while he went to prepare the tofu. Limited by the types of ingredients, he ultimately decided to keep it simple by just beating an egg, then cutting the tofu into pieces, coating them in egg wash, and frying until golden brown on both sides. After taking them out, he chopped some garlic and minced pork, stir-fried until cooked through, then added cumin powder, pepper, basil leaves, and rosemary to mask the smell. Finally, he tossed in the pan-fried tofu, completing a simple minced meat and tofu dish. Chicken soup was much easier for them. It merely involved stir-frying the shredded chicken and dried mushrooms, sprinkling some spices, and adding chopped rutabaga, chives, onions, and cloves to simmer. One can imagine the scene in Tom and Jerry where Tom uses goldfish and duck to make soup, wielding a knife to chop the ingredients, and these were the same materials. However, just these were still a bit meager, so Vanira prepared a dish of braised lamb with vegetables. Barizi made a pike fish ball, and Shai Nua whipped up a white wine and butter mussel soup. She truly had some solid cooking skills and was not just capable of making simple cookies. So, where's the potato? It had been diced, stir-fried with tomatoes, and braised with pork ribs under the watchful eyes of the senior students. Cozy Eye even caramelized the ribs with yellow granulated sugar, a habit he indulged in regardless of recipe authenticity. Whenever large cuts of pork appeared, he could not resist crafting that rich glossy mahogany glaze, lending the finished dish an irresistibly appetizing sheen. Cozy Eye, this potato you speak of had better be edible. After all, these ingredients are rather costly. Vanilla swallowed hard, gazing at the heaping platter of ribs. Heat coaxed forth an aromatic fusion, the starchy sweetness of potatoes mingling with fragrant spices, while a lustrous glossy sauce cascaded over the meat. Though soy sauce and oyster sauce were absent from the preparation, it hardly mattered. Absolutely safe, Cozy Eye declared, popping a piece of potato into his mouth as proof. No. I believe we should consult Professor Hidell instead. Vanilla retrieved an elegant bento box, carefully portioning each dish. Steamed dumplings centered with precision, while the potato tomato braised ribs were sealed separately in a smaller container. Now I hope she's in her office. All right, Cozy Eye reluctantly agreed. They did not find Hidell in her office, but fortune smiled upon them as they encountered her instead within the Daughters of the Flower Goddess clubroom. So, you've come to deliver your Illumination Festival greetings, and also inquire whether a certain plant is safe to eat. Smiling gently, Hidell regarded the 4 students before her, 2 of whom were members of her own club. I have no objection to festive cooking, but exams draw near. Those 2 I'll leave be. But Cozy Eye and Shaner, how far along are your botany revisions? Fail the exam, and you'll be dismissed from the club. Rest assured, Professor Hidell. No issue at all, Cozy Eye replied with unwavering confidence. Neither do I. Shaner's voice was soft, but not uncertain. Very well. Let me see this plant you wish to inquire about. Oh, this is Ghostbell, isn't it? Hidell observed the unremarkable oval tuber Cozy Eye held aloft. Though perhaps it may now be called potato, given how widely that name has spread beyond our academy. Why do you say that? Cozy Eye asked, feigning casual indifference. Likely born of a curious coincidence. A tale from some remote village where villagers mistakenly consumed Ghostbell, yet suffered no poisoning. Somehow the story rippled outward. Curiosity swelled. Even botanists like ourselves felt compelled to verify whether the rumor held truth. And what did you find? Vanilla pressed. The verdict is this: if the tuber sprouts, its toxicity surges dramatically. Yet freshly unearthed and unsprouted, its poison is negligible, virtually undetectable by standard assays. It's astonishing that this phenomenon remained undiscovered for so long, a sobering testament to how dogma can constrain perception. But, Hidell's tone shifted subtly. While reviewing your progress, I noticed precisely 2 students investigating this very plant. Why wasn't I informed? Did we not agree that research on hazardous flora must first receive my approval? Well, I'd already determined it was non-toxic. I intended only to cultivate it for consumption. Surely that doesn't classify it as hazardous. Cozy Eye's voice softened slightly. This time I'll let it pass. Had it truly posed danger, I would have intervened far sooner. Still, next time safety comes first. Hidell lowered her head, extending a slender porcelain-white index finger to gently tap Cozy Eye's temple. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon her lips as she murmured almost inaudibly, "It's rather coincidental. Calculating backward, you began cultivation before this rumor even surfaced." Straightening, she accepted both bento boxes from Vanilla with effortless grace, inhaling the fragrant steam lingering in the air. "You've progressed swiftly with your culinary experiments. Thank you, it's truly thoughtful." Hidell turned and strode away from the Daughters of the Flower Goddess, leaving behind a silhouette both poised and elegant. "What did she say to you?" Berries had seen Hidell's lips move, but heard nothing. "Nothing much. Perhaps she simply thinks I'm less obedient than Senior Sister Shaner, so gave me a private warning. Okay, let's hurry back for lunch. We've been busy all morning, and I'm starving." Berries stretched languidly, her energy unmistakably vibrant. "Since the professor has vouched for it, I'm quite eager to taste this so-called potato myself." With a decisive wave, Vanilla led the group homeward. Passing the laboratory wing, Cozy Eye recalled Hilvini, who might still be conducting experiments alone. "Senior Sister Vanilla, a classmate of mine, is nearby. May I invite her to join us for lunch?" "Hilvini, how do you always know what I'm about to say? This has happened several times already." "Telepathy." Cozy Eye shook his head, bewildered. "Perhaps today simply brims with coincidences. Hilvini is Camilla's friend. Though she prefers solitude, Camilla occasionally drags her along to sample delicacies. Besides, this is the experimental zone. Among first years, who else but Hilvini would be found here? So yes, absolutely, provided you can persuade her. I'll also send Camilla a message." A delicate paper crane materialized midair within Vanilla's reniched array, not soaring away but drifting serenely to rest before Hilvini's laboratory door. "Looks like we needn't search far." Camilla clearly rose early, and both she and Hilvini are already here. Cozy Eye stepped forward and knocked. This was not Camilla's first year at Vandius. She knew the Culinary Research Club would tidy their space and prepare festive fare to welcome the Illumination Festival. Her thoughts mirrored Cozy Eye's. Moments after he departed with magnesium chloride, she arrived at Hilvini's lab to extend the same lunch invitation, though not without polite resistance and gentle insistence. "You're perfectly timed," Camilla exclaimed, spotting the club members at the threshold, and darted forward, tugging Cozy Eye's sleeve. "This is him, the elder brother I told you cooks so wonderfully." Hilvini, seeing familiar faces fill her lab, realized refusal was futile. She simply stroked Camilla's hair with quiet affection. "Camilla, I know him. He often borrows my lab." "Culinary Research Club. In this world, table etiquette leans distinctly Western. Diners do not share food communally from a central platter, but receive individually portioned servings upon sitting down. Vanilla unearthed a glass jar from a cabinet corner. Inside, pickled Jerusalem artichokes. Jerusalem artichokes resemble ginger in shape, yet bear closer kinship to taro, hence their alternate name sunchoke. In certain regions, they're colloquially dubbed foreign devil ginger. Unlike pungent fiery ginger, however, they possess a mild, sweet, crisp, and refreshing character, making them especially delightful when pickled. Without vinegar on hand, they improvised a crushed garlic paste. Biting into springy dumpling wrappers released savory shrimp-infused oil, crisp sunchokes followed, then succulent fish balls, mussels, and tender ribs. A cool beverage would have crowned the meal perfectly. Cozy eye Florin, focus on your studies. I'll bring you some delicious food later. Author, where did the garlic come from? Naturally local. Otherwise, why would garlic feature so prominently among vampire-repelling talismans? On the evening of December 28th, the day before the exam, the dormitory manager, an old man with white hair, called over Coase and handed him a letter. This parchment scroll was much more ordinary than the one from Crowlett. Returning to the dormitory, Coase unfolded it, and upon seeing the familiar flippant tone, a vivid image of Crowlett's shrewd merchant visage automatically surfaced in his mind. The letter began with some meaningless small talk, then mentioned how everyone in the village missed him, and stated that the sender had arrived at Farallon Bay, promising to wait for him at the school's front hall at noon on the day of the holiday, where they had previously dropped him off. At the end of the letter, there was a reminder not to forget about the vodka should any research be completed. Initially, Coase had been contemplating how to return to Novus after the holiday. He didn't have Crowlett's contact information and couldn't just send the letter back to the village. If he did, by the time the postman went there and Crowlett arrived, a month would have passed. Now there was no need to think about it anymore. Crowlett had already come. Moreover, it was likely that once he returned, the village would use the excuse of delaying the Dawn Festival because they were waiting for him to host another banquet celebrating all night long. The thought that there were still people who cared about him made Coase bite his lip to suppress a smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. As for tomorrow's exam, what was that? The hanging of a cheat was not the same as failing. On the afternoon of December 30th, as he exited the classroom, Floan raised his fists and joyfully waved them in the air. Woo, the exam is finally over. This past half month has been unbearable. What do you all plan to do during the winter break? Aren't you worried about your grades? Coase was confident in himself. Oh, honest Gaius, and the T1 level scholar Valent should be fine, but he had no faith in the Husky. Even though the grades are only ranked and not published, if the score is too low, the teacher will call us back for a retake after the school starts right. Upon hearing this, Floan gave a thumbs up. Thanks to your detailed notes, as well as the review sessions with Valent and Gaius, the scores won't be particularly high, so at least we won't be beaten when we go home, and there won't be troublesome follow-ups after school starts. Alright, as long as you're aware of it. So what about you? What will you all do during the winter break? Why are you interested in this? Is winter at the Duke's house so boring? Not really. It's not too boring, but at home I have to adhere to my parents' restrictions, can't go anywhere, and might need to attend a few social balls. And some other events. You should understand it's what the noble children do. We have quite a few in our grade. Valent sometimes has to attend, but he always tries to avoid others. Mentioning the offspring of nobles, Coase found it quite peculiar. This semester had been quite fulfilling and enjoyable for him. No one had bothered him, and the occasional malice he sensed had unknowingly vanished. He even asked Floan about it, as despite Vandia's advocating for equality and resisting discrimination, there would always be arrogant noble classmates looking down on commoners and picking on them behind the scenes. Did you and Valent secretly help me out? Floan's expression was strange at that time. He explained that it wasn't like that. Part of it had to do with what Principal Urbino said during the opening ceremony. Anyone could ultimately become a great mage, so no one dared to look down on him. Additionally, there were indeed classmates who felt uncomfortable with you answering questions in every class to show off, but before he and Valent could say anything, they were stopped by other classmates. Privately, they asked that person if they knew the answers to all the questions the teacher posed in class, and that person stuttered and couldn't respond. So everyone said, you let Coase show off. Are you going to answer the random questions in class from now on? Won't it look bad if you stand up and don't know anything? Then the other party just fell silent at every question. At that moment, Coase watched the Husky's exaggerated yet lifelike performance, feeling a bit amused, wanting to blurt out, huh? Is that all? He didn't truly want to be picked on, he just felt a sense of lack that contradicted the laws of crossing over. Returning to reality, Gaius was sharing his winter break plans this semester. I learned a lot from our club leader, Senior Kellner, and plan to show my father what I've got when I go home, hoping to see if I can help him fulfill some weapon orders on my own. This child truly loved the art of forging. What about Valent? If I don't go find him, he'll stay home reading books by himself and occasionally go out with our family to see an opera. Floan preemptively explained, for the little prince, as part of their life paths overlapped, it can be understood as people wearing extravagant dresses and embroidered jackets droning on about some boring stories. There would also be bards reciting uninteresting poems. Heroic epics were rare, and most were merely hearsay from their travels, with very few brave bards embarking on adventures themselves. Sometimes adults would take us to their balls, where they would generally discuss literature and art, trying to show off their cultured selves. We would just eat and drink everywhere, and as long as we weren't too outrageous, no one would care about us children. Sounds quite interesting. Kaza's response was as polite as possible. I might also seek out that very skilled doctor in the village to learn about potion making and study some first-string spells that may not be as fun as what you all have. That's just you. Floan looked at him with a disappointed expression. Look, you are so free. The forest next to the village is perfect for hunting. You can roam freely in nearby towns to shop. And there are even celebrations where the entire village participates, drinking and having fun, yet you just stay home reading. Maybe it's just different identities, or I think it's pretty good that you all can eat and drink at the balls. Gaius kindly comforted Floan. In the past, it was indeed a bit. But now I feel that the egg tarts, pizzas, fried tofu, and tomato fries that Coase brings back are much tastier than those monotonous dishes. Floan sighed. My parents definitely wouldn't allow me to go to your place, but next year I can mention it to my father in advance and invite you all to my home. The next morning, the attendant who was to take Floan and Valent home arrived. They didn't enter Vandia's, but waited outside the front hall, sending them a message spell. Gaius had more foresight than Coase in this regard. He contacted his father in advance and went out with Floan and the others under the teacher's lead. Coase did not leave immediately. He first took a trip to Silvini's laboratory. Aren't you going home? Zyrwani casually asked as Coase entered. I was just about to head back, came over to say goodbye and pick up the wine I left here. What about you? Are you staying at Vandia's during the break? Currently, yes. My grandfather is handling some matters, and he will take me home in a few days. You seem to seldom mention your parents. If I may be so bold, aren't they scholars in the field of alchemy? They have passed away. Zyrwani's tone was very calm, without a hint of choking up, just like usual when I was young on a winter day like this due to an alchemical explosion. I hate explosions. They are sorrowful and lack elegance, fleeting like fragile life. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sigh the worst outcome. It's alright, you have experienced it too, haven't you? Coase initially wanted to raise his hand to explain that it was different, but thinking about his identity in this world and the parents who had long passed, he dejectedly lowered his hand again. Yes. You're right. But how did you know? Coase pondered. He shouldn't have mentioned his background to anyone other than his roommates. I regretted allowing you to borrow the laboratory that night, so I did a little investigation. Sorry. It's nothing new, I completely understand. After all, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want someone I barely know messing around with my laboratory either. You won't kick me out after the break, will you? At least you have performed well this semester. Although she didn't answer directly, it indicated Zyrwani's stance. Will Camilla also stay at the academy? Coase imagined the mascot of the Culinary Research Club. Her situation was as special as Zyrwani's. She usually follows Professor Caroline. I'm not sure, but you can ask her directly. Zyrwani said as she caught sight of a silver ponytail passing by outside the window. The next second, the door of the laboratory was pushed open. Zyrwani, I'm here to find you. Sister Vanilla and the others are leaving again today. The little girl entered and immediately spotted Coase, pointing at him. Woo, there's one more here, but I have to leave too. Coase touched Camilla's silky silver hair. It felt nice. No wonder everyone liked to ruffle others' hair. By the way, wait a moment. Coase turned and left the laboratory, heading towards the Culinary Research Club. The seniors had been consciously using up the remaining ingredients these days, but there were still some scraps and food with a longer shelf life left. It was still early in the morning with some time until noon. He spent an hour baking some small tarts and a large pizza, using whatever was left: potatoes, bacon, ham, seafood, vegetables, cheese. Everything was neatly arranged in sections cut into pieces and packed to bring back to the laboratory. The final snacks, you two can share them. These are fine to eat occasionally, but if you eat them all the time, you'll gain weight. Coase intended to remind Camilla, who particularly liked small cookies, but when he turned around, he noticed Camilla seriously studying him for a moment before running out the door. Does she not like being lectured? I was just making a reminder. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with that. About 20 minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, and Camilla pushed the door open, holding a necklace embedded with red gems. It had no runes and was not of the same type as the conversion gem. Here you go, no need. Coase waved his hand. I just made a pizza, you don't need to give me anything. Since it's from Camilla, it's better to accept it. Zyrwani interjected from the side. Why? Alright, fine, thank you. I'll make you something delicious when I get back. Coase had to squat down and let Camilla hang the red gem necklace around his neck. The little girl insisted on doing it herself. So do you have any other business? No, goodbye, have a happy winter break, remember to close the door when you go out. Zyrwani replied, without looking up from her book. Goodbye, Mage's Hand. This is a zeroing spell similar to Mage's Hand, but while Mage's Hand summons a ghostly hand that can pass through walls, but cannot lift objects heavier than 10 pounds, Mage's Hand was specifically developed for mages to lift heavy objects. A hand formed purely from magical essence grasped a fermentation barrel placed in the corner. Nearly half a month had passed. Note the date is correct. This did not start fermenting on the day of the Qiming festival. The semi-finished vodka inside had begun fermenting, but had not yet undergone further distillation and filtration. In the end, Coase went to the weapon storage area to retrieve his spear, the branch of the Holy Heart tree, and his bow and arrows, which he hadn't used at all this semester. However, he might need them for next semester's magic class on spells, so he had to bring them back. What a coincidence, Professor Monson, you were the one seeing me off as I leave Vandia's. Coase used Mage's Hand to carry the barrel and his luggage to the teleportation array in front of the academy's archway, where he saw the familiar history of magic teacher. Indeed a coincidence. Professor Monson chuckled. I hope you are no longer confused about this world. Clearly, he still remembered Coase's earlier inquiries. It's much clearer now, thank you very much. That's good, and no need to thank me, child. It's the teacher's duty to resolve students' confusion. Have a pleasant winter break. Coase bowed to Professor Monson, and the next second he appeared at the teleportation array in Farallong Bay. He walked out of the front hall and found himself at the same spot where he had been sent over, with the red-haired merchant resting against the cart in thick clothing, his feet on the railing, chewing on a straw, basking in the sun. There are times in winter when the sun shines brightly. Cloud had not fallen asleep. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, he removed his hat with one hand, jumped off the cart, and took the barrel that was suspended in the air to place it inside the cart, only to see Cozy's helpless expression. What happened? I just thought the barrel was the heaviest. Your books are all valuable knowledge. It's better to carry them yourself. It's the same familiar excuse and the same familiar taste. It's nothing, just that it feels nice to see you again, Uncle Clout, looking so carefree. Look at what you're saying. Ooh, I've always been serious, and I'm much younger than Asha and Cook. I've said it many times, you should call me brother. Both of them laughed at those words. All right, the villagers miss you quite a bit. Hurry up and get in the cart. We are going home. In the beginning, people thought this was just a story about searching for chili peppers. On the way back to Norvis, Kraut reached through the thick carriage curtain and tossed a pouch of coins inside. A small heater had been added to the carriage, making it considerably warmer than outside. Is this the profit from the past 4 months? Quite a lot. Cozy Eye opened the pouch and saw over 10 gold coins lying inside, peeking out to ask the merchant driving the carriage. The beer business has been improving. Haven't you noticed that I've even replaced the carriage and horses? The carriage has larger capacity and has weight reduction and reinforcement runes on it, so we can reach Vantia's in just 10 days. Wow, that's impressive. And that wooden barrel of yours must be filled with vodka. It's swaying back and forth. According to your words, the public opinion about potatoes has spread successfully, sparking discussions, and even authoritative botanists and pharmacologists have published their latest research. It's gone even more smoothly than I imagined. Cozy Eye tapped the lid of the wooden barrel with his finger. It's just freshly fermented liquor, not yet opened, and requires further purification. Fortunately, the first batch can only be considered as a test product with a small quantity, making it easier to handle. Then I want to be the first to try it and see if it tastes good. By the way, Cozy Eye, do you have anything to do during the winter break? Brewing wine. Studying. Something that can be done in just a few days and can be done anywhere. Anything else? No, I haven't planned anything yet. That said, Cozy Eye actually wants to build a good fireplace and read books in a warm home all winter. How about going to the Northlands with me? A piece of parchment map was tossed in. What place is that? Our history teacher did mention the Northern United Kingdom in class. This is a map of the Duchy of Jackmand and its surrounding areas, but Cozy Eye did not find the term Northlands anywhere. The Northlands is a collective term referring to the northern regions within the Duchy of Jackmand. Because the majestic mountains block the harsh winds and snow coming from the north, this boundary is established. The Northlands are also known as Ling Bay or Northern Land. It is not the Northern United Kingdom, but it is close, though one has to cross a vast ocean in between. The further you go that way, the colder the climate becomes. There are few seasons in a year where one doesn't see white. Even so, the average temperature is still considerably higher than that of the Northern United Kingdom, where it is truly frozen year-round. I can't understand why anyone would want to live in such a place. Then why are we still going to the Northlands? Is Norvis not cold enough? Isn't it just right that you're back? We need to expand the beer sales over there, and you mentioned before that vodka is a drink that feels warm, so I think it will be greatly welcomed in the Northlands and even the Northern United Kingdom. That's why I want to take you to have a look. Don't you have vodka test products? Isn't it much better to try them in the Northlands than here? It will also broaden your experience. Being a mage is not just about staying at home and working in isolation. Cozy Eye felt a bit tempted by what he heard. Then what do they usually use for heating? Surely they can't just wait for vodka to appear. Of course not. They use a kind of red plant that can be roughly categorized as square-shaped. How to put it, after eating it, one feels a burning sensation on the tongue and the face turns red as if poisoned, making the whole person sweat. Originating from the Western Harapodaro Empire. Cozy Eye's tone rose several degrees. He knew too well what this was. A plant that was initially referred to as ghost due to the impression it left people, and here it is called ghost lantern, the chili pepper. Chili peppers were recorded in a travelogue written by Ifen, which mentioned this crop that left a deep impression after just one taste. However, Ifen did not discover any other uses for it besides warding off the cold. Moreover, based on the description, Cozy Eye found that this chili pepper clearly has the appearance of a sweet pepper, but possesses the spiciness of a bird's eye chili. He wonders who strayed and who cheated. The spiciness can be said to be a significant aspect of human history in this world. Pain. He had originally wanted to find this thing through certain channels, but after wandering around Falai Long Bay during the Harvest Festival and not finding it, the Harapodaro Empire is far away. Senior Flar has also mentioned not to publish tasks for materials that are too hard to find, which made him give up on the idea of posting tasks in the mutual aid community. Has Vantia started teaching you about such obscure plants? No, I saw it in an extracurricular book. Isn't Ifen's book an extracurricular book? You're right, this plant prefers warm and humid climates, is not cold resistant, and comes from the hot Harapodaro. It was brought back by a merchant from the Northlands during trade. Then why haven't I seen it in other parts of Jackmand? How many places have you been to? Kraut made an audible mockery. However, this thing doesn't taste good. After eating it, one feels discomfort both above and below. Besides the Northlands, it really isn't popular in other parts of Jackmand. Cozy Eye, that's not. That thing isn't meant to be eaten raw, and feeling discomfort both above and below. But it sounds like a necessity for the Northlands. Is there really no one doing this business? Who would do it? Not even dogs would. If the price is set too high, even ordinary people can't afford it, even if it's a necessity. This thing can also be dried cut, and put in shoes to prevent toes from freezing. So the nobles who originally didn't like eating it found it beneath their dignity and saw no need to buy it. If the price is set too low, one wouldn't even recoup the cost. Which merchant would go through all that trouble just to sell cheap goods? Only the city guards of each town would inevitably buy it, but the lords of the Northlands are not fools either. They figured out that no one should cheat anyone, and simply decided to build greenhouses to grow it themselves for self-sufficiency. And cities like ours that are not so far north can generally survive winter just by chopping wood for fire. Merchants wouldn't profit by sourcing goods from Harapadaro, and locals wouldn't want to abandon growing food just to cultivate an unpopular heating crop. This originally small market has become even smaller, so no one sells ghost lanterns anymore. Now in the Duchy of Jackmand, only residents of the Northlands grow a little at home, while the rest are in the Lord's greenhouses. After finishing the introduction, Kraut glanced back and added with a sense of insight, "You wouldn't be interested in ghost lanterns again, would you?" "Maybe, who knows?" "So when do we set off?" Cozy Eye, having been seen through, spoke ambiguously. 5 days after arriving home. Along the way, we'll purchase some necessary supplies to keep warm, which will save some time, and we'll need to hire a party of adventurers, also known as mercenaries. Although the journey only takes 7 days, it is in a border area which is much more dangerous than going to Vantias. The ice and snow of the Northlands are not friendly to people, but are a realm of ice attribute monsters. Cozy and Kraut are still en route, while most others have already returned home. Yakman Duchy's duchy is in essence a semi-autonomous ducal territory under the kingdom, akin to a feudal vassal state. This administrative structure stems from the nation's founding. Edric I, the ancestor of Valant, was himself a duke. At the time, the reigning monarch was incompetent and tyrannical. Edric led a rebellion to overthrow him and established a new realm. Having witnessed firsthand the perils of decentralized ducal power, Edric I deliberately named the new realm a duchy, yet revoked the duke's right to establish autonomous vassal states, instead designating their domains as ducal holdings. Taxes levied within a ducal holding belonged solely to the duke, who could also maintain a limited standing force. Yet the territory remained sovereign. Crown land city governors and garrisons were appointed, commanded, and salaried directly by the king, thus carefully constraining ducal authority. The subsequent dynastic rise and fall of Yakman Duchy lies beyond the scope of this narrative. This background is offered only for contextual clarity. The House of Ulster has been allied with Edric's lineage for generations. Their loyalty began with Edric's rebellion against royal tyranny and endures to this day, serving successive monarchs as steadfast and indispensable pillars of the realm. The current heir is Geraint Ulster. His wife is Anade Ulster, the parents of Frown. Geraint's 2 elder daughters are long married. His eldest son is destined to inherit the estate and serves valiantly as a knight, a tradition upheld rigorously by the Ulsters. No military merit, no inheritance. His second son works for the Mages Association. It was he who first journeyed to Vandias to study magic, and through him the tradition continued with Frown. Now only Geraint and Anade remain at home, savoring their tranquil life as a couple. Yet that serenity lasts only 8 months each year, for the remaining 4 those 2 incorrigible children return home. Frown's elder brother is hardly worth mentioning. He has studied for years, committing no grave offenses, but perpetually minor ones. Lady Anade has long ceased reprimanding him. "Frown, how did your first term at Vandias go? Did you apply yourself diligently, or misbehave?" "Absolutely splendid. I met Valant. We share a dormitory, and my other 2 roommates are equally fascinating. I've even joined a book society called Don't. A literary society. I hadn't realized I possessed such a flair for performance, and I'm also blah blah blah, my roommate Cozy blah blah blah." Lady Anade listened to Frown's effusive monologue and sighed softly, not in exasperation but gentle wonder. She had never known her youngest son to be so loquacious. Yet this earnest vivacity filled her with quiet pride. At least she need not fear he would falter in forging human bonds as he matured. In the royal castle of Polovia, capital of Yakman Duchy, a woman of serene elegance and quiet majesty sat in her chamber, cradling a slender youth just returned from winter break, still clad in his academy uniform. "Valant, my dear boy, how fares life at Vandias?" Valant tilted his face upward. His delicate features, graced by the overwhelming legacy of Princess Linnea, were almost ethereally beautiful. His eyes shimmered with quiet brilliance. "Exhilarating, mother. Aside from Frown, I've made other friends. Though he revealed my identity, my roommates treated me neither differently nor distantly. They've been unfailingly kind. Cozy, my roommate, prepares delicious meals rivaling even the palace chefs." The princess smiled upon her youngest son, her gaze suffused with tender affection. In her heart, every child was extraordinary. Valant, whose name means the courageous one, possessed innate magical aptitude yet harbored deep reluctance toward attending the Mage Academy. The king had intended for court mages to instruct him privately, until she made the decisive choice to encourage him to step beyond solitude to embrace life at Vandias on his own terms. Linnea believed steadfastly and waited patiently for his unfolding. Originally Valant, who bore latent magical talent, had no desire to attend the Academy of Magic. Though the king planned for court mages to tutor him privately, it was she who ultimately resolved the matter, urging him to leave his cloistered world and confront life at Vandias independently. "Have your brothers returned this year?" "All of them, bearing gifts for you. Only your eldest departed days ago, summoned northward." In Belmuk, a city steeped in legend of the divine blade, inside a bustling smithy, Gaius, whose demeanor at Vandia's had been quiet and reserved, now animatedly recounted tales of his affable roommates, the society's president, and the forging mastery he'd honed in the artificer's workshop. He proudly boasted of having forged practical tools for his roommates entirely on his own. The burly middle-aged man beside him beamed and nearly proposed a celebratory drink. With a hearty slap, palm like a broad fan striking Gaius's back twice, just as Elwyn once clapped Cozy, he boomed, "Excellent. You rascal, grab your hammer and follow me to the yard. Let's see just how far you've truly come, boy." Along a quiet path of Vandia's academy, a tall, upright elder with a flowing white beard walked hand in hand with a little girl dragging a small leather-bound book chest behind him. Clad in a deep blue mage's robe, its fabric marred by faint acid-like scorch marks, he stood tall and resolute. A prominent nose-high cheekbones and thick wavy silver hair swept back from a forehead etched with furrows holding the weight of wisdom. His eyes sparkled with sharp, incisive intellect, an elder brimming with unflagging vitality. "Sylvanie, I hear this year's freshman entrance exam yielded not 1 but 2 S scores, and the second is a commoner utterly without lineage or privilege." "Yes, exceptionally gifted in academics. He snatched many of my participation points during lectures. His memory is astonishing. He can recite previously unseen runes purely from recall, and he commands an alchemical theory I've never encountered. Though Sylvanie reflected, recalling Cozy's culinary feats, he does seem somewhat distracted from core studies. Yet what he produces is genuinely impressive. All things considered, he's remarkably accomplished, just slightly less so than I am. Good heavens. A peer whom Miss Sylvanie deems worthy of acknowledgement. Truly extraordinary." Sylvanie knew her grandfather, normally stern, had since her parents' passing made earnest if infrequent attempts at levity to lift her spirits. Still, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Grandfather. All right, all right. Our Sylvanie is merely uncompromising in her pursuit of alchemical rigor. By the way, where is that young man from? I recall the name, Stonehold, isn't it? Some irksome old woman left Vandia's years ago and supposedly took refuge somewhere nearby. How many decades has it been? I've never found the time to visit. It was Mistress Medicine, grandfather. She saved me once." Entirely unrelated matters. 10 days later, the carriage arrived at the tavern in Novus Village. Cozy-Eye jumped off the carriage, pushing open the wooden door of the tavern, while Clout remarked with a knowing look, "I told you the new carriage is fast." This winter was just like when Cozy-Eye first arrived, though adventurers from other places were scarce, practically non-existent. The villagers were not completely idle during the winter. They were busy organizing farming tools, fermenting manure, repairing water channels, doing some carpentry work, and occasionally fishing by the safer lakes to supplement their households. The red-haired merchant rushed in first, calling out inside, "Look this way, who has returned? Calculating the time you should have arrived." Vanette folded the cloth used for wiping the tables and smiled as she walked up to Cozy-Eye, giving him a hug and gesturing, "You've grown taller, and it seems you've gained weight. I can hardly hold you now. I was only gone for 4 months, Sister Vanette. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Yet to me 4 months felt longer than the previous 4 years. You were still a child who needed to ask me about letters, and now you are already a student at the Magic Academy." As they chatted, Cook emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of steaming hot dishes, saying, "Lunch is ready. Is there anyone feeling hungry from the journey?" Cozy-Eye and the others did not eat much for lunch, because by evening, without needing to be told, everyone would spontaneously gather to hold a feast. "Listen up, everyone. A few days ago, to wait for little Cozy's return, we skipped the Awakening Festival, so today, we must celebrate properly." "Exactly. Just like what Cozy-Eye used to say. What was it called? Two doors colliding together. That's called a double happiness." "Ah yes, double happiness. Cloud, did you bring back enough beer?" "How could I not?" Cloud exclaimed as he pulled a large wooden barrel from the carriage outside, smashing the lid open with a punch. "How could I not bring some?" "Oh." A loud cheer erupted in the tavern. Late at night, as expected, only empty barrels and villagers sleeping on the floor remained in the tavern. While they were drinking, Cozy-Eye entrusted a sack of soybeans and the notes he had written on the road to Cook. "Uncle Cook, the items in this sack are called soybeans, a crop I am researching this semester. The parchment contains the methods for producing 2 ingredients. Since the process may take a whole year, I currently have no good way to shorten the time, so I need your help to keep an eye on it. The finished appearance might not be very appealing. One is yellowish and the other is dark, but it's not spoiled. That's just how the final product looks. If successful, the yellow can be used as a sauce to eat with cucumbers, cabbage, or garlic, while the black is meant for cooking specifically in the half-spherical iron pot I left behind." Indeed, the 2 recipes recorded on Cozy's parchment are for debanjiang and soy sauce, reminders of his childhood before he crossed over when his parents were well, and he would go to his hometown to celebrate the new year. During those days, his grandfather would always grind soy milk, make tofu, sundry soybean blocks, brew soy sauce, and feed the tofu scraps to the pigs. These scenes had long been buried in Cozy's mind, vivid memories that he often recalled during sleepless nights. Soaking beans, steaming beans, mixing materials to create the starter, sundrying for fermentation, and pouring oil. The ancient method of brewing soy sauce is complex and time-consuming, with each step filled with the charm of traditional craftsmanship. Moreover, the duration and temperature of sunlight significantly affect the fermentation of the soybean paste. During the brewing process, it is necessary to stir appropriately, and during rainy weather, one must cover it in time. Because of this, the ancient method of brewing soy sauce is referred to by the older generation of soy sauce makers as the art of time and sunlight. However, Cozy Eye had to attend school at Vanch's every semester, so he couldn't run around with the soy sauce barrels. However, he never expected that this ancient knowledge would be of no use in his past life, but would soon come to fruition in the magical world, perhaps even thriving. Fate truly has a sense of humor. Cozy Eye imagined himself in a tavern filled with Western faces in the future where a customer would come in and order a beer followed by a plate of egg sauce, a cucumber, and some garlic to accompany the drink, and he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. As for now, he repeatedly emphasized to cook a little bit of taste is normal, it's not spoiled. From that day on, over the course of about 5 days, Clout left Novus to contact the adventurer teams. At first, when he proposed taking Cozy Eye to the northern borders, Vinette had opposed it. However, she was persuaded by Clout's reasoning of experience, perspective, and practice, and could only prepare some thick fur coats she had sewn for them. Modernly speaking, that would be a mink coat. Cozy Eye himself was not idle either. He initially intended to visit Grandma Madison to check in, but found no one at her home and was turned away. When he inquired with the villagers, Osher said that Madison had gone to attend a conference on potions and had left long ago. Thus, the young man had no choice but to return home and start preparing vodka in a hurry. The liquid in the barrel that had been fermented was down to just 2 steps: distillation and purification. However, these 2 steps had to be repeated 3 or 4 times to obtain a higher purity vodka. Distillation is well understood. It separates the lower boiling point alcohol from the mixture using the differing boiling points of alcohol and water. As for purification, it involves removing undesirable substances such as fusel oils and esters from the alcohol to make the vodka cleaner. The only purification method Cozy Eye could currently use was activated carbon filtration. This also involves the preparation of activated carbon, which generally includes 2 stages: carbonization and activation. The carbonization process involves pyrolyzing carbon-containing materials into porous char under high-temperature, low-oxygen conditions. As hydrogen, oxygen, and other non-carbon elements generate volatile gases and escape, the char material forms certain fissures due to its irregularity. Similarly, due to objective limitations, Cozy Eye could only choose the physical activation method. Using steam as an activator to open the closed pores of the char material, expand the already open pores, and simultaneously create new pores, forming a more developed pore structure. With time tight and tasks heavy, Cozy Eye began to feel a bit regretful, knowing that today would come. Why didn't he prepare the activated carbon in Silvini's lab earlier? On the morning 5 days later, Clout returned looking at the dark circles under Cozy's eyes and the perfectly arranged clear liquid in diamond-shaped bottles on the table. Is this vodka? No, what vodka? That's called a berserk potion. Cozy Eye, resting his head on the table, felt a bit tired and began to ramble. After drinking it, the sanity value decreases, but combat power greatly increases. The more you drink, the better the effect. Certified by the warrior race. Hilda, known as the Unyielding Shield, captain of the return adventuring party. In Norvis Tavern, the merchant gestured with his palm toward a broad-shouldered man clad head to toe in heavy armor, introducing him to Kizi, whose face had been washed and whose wits had fully returned. Oh, Clout. I've told you not to introduce me that way. Our party is harmonious. There's no formal captain. I simply handle most external communication. Very well. Kizi, just take it as he says. His profession is warrior, and he serves as the shield safeguarding our party. Mr. Hilda, it's an honor to meet you. Please guide me kindly. Kizi sensed the stranger's genuine warmth and greeted the broad-shouldered warrior, whose massive shield alone radiated profound reassurance, in a voice both innocent and childlike. Pleased to meet you. A truly charming child, Hilda said, gently clasping Kizi's small hand before turning to Clout. Are you truly taking him to the Northlands? I mean, no offense, but such a place hardly seems suitable for one so young. It's quite all right. Kizi is remarkably well-behaved, not like mischievous children who shout and dash about recklessly. In any situation, he stays close by my side. Let's set this aside for now. We'll finish introductions first. I have no objection, Hilda replied, calmly seated solidly upon his chair as he drained the glass of clear water. Let us begin with those nearest me. Liang Xia, a peerless ranger whose archery is unmatched, a masterful stalker skilled in stealth, and one who comprehends the tongues of most beasts and birds, our party's vigilant eyes. A modest talent unworthy of such praise. Liang was modest by nature, roughly 20 years of age, comparable to Clout. He wore the traditional wide-brimmed feathered hat of rangers, a short blade at his waist, and a bow slung across his back. Though less imposing than the towering Hilda, he carried himself with quiet, unassuming poise. Walther the swordsman, possessing dazzling swordsmanship, he delivers decisive blows while also intercepting any foes Hilda may inadvertently overlook. In truth, he rarely misses a single strike, so I remain thoroughly at ease. Lady Xia, a wind element mage. Her spells are delicate, yet swift, making her an unpredictable assassin among mages. Her supportive and offensive magics are equally refined, though she favors the latter. Greetings. Xia wore not the stereotypical robes of a mage, but supple leather armor akin to that of a ranger, practical attire enabling her to keep pace during long expeditions. I've known Hilda and the others for years. Whenever my route passes through perilous stretches, I entrust them with my protection. Their reputation is impeccable, and their presence inspires deep confidence. Clout tapped his knuckles against Hilda's plate armor, producing a dense, resonant thunk unmistakably solid. Among adventurers, prowess speaks louder than words. And because the return party was intimately familiar with Clout, and had collaborated many times. They displayed humility rather than eagerness to flaunt their abilities. Then please eat, drink, and rest well. We depart this afternoon. He'll prepare Kizi's gear and brief him on conduct en route. No wandering off, mind you. Understood. Hilda replied, crisp and decisive. Clout led Kizi to his carriage and opened the rear compartment. Aside from my cargo here are fur-lined winter garments, waterproof boots crafted from otter hide, durable, insulating, and highly water-resistant, as well as a tent, sleeping bag, dried rations, potable water, fuel for warmth, and salves for wounds and frostbite. We journey to the Northlands, not the Northern Alliance, so magical gear is unnecessary. These top-tier mundane supplies suffice entirely. Kizi peered curiously into a glass vial filled with amber-hued healing elixir. I've wondered since earlier, does your adventuring party lack a dedicated healer? Truly specialized healing mages are exceedingly rare. Clerics versed in restoration magic almost exclusively serve the church and march alongside military forces. Only large mercenary companies or a handful of elite parties retain full-time healers. Most other parties simply rely on rudimentary self-care techniques or purchase reliable healing potions. There's little need for more. Fair enough. Setting that aside, their composition is indeed textbook perfect. Kizi returned home, retrieved a tripod and a black iron cauldron, discarding the steamer too bulky and impractical for wilderness use, then asked, may I bring this along as well? You intend to cook outdoors? Wouldn't that be somewhat inconvenient? Of course. I've planned everything meticulously. Surely you'd prefer something better than desiccated jerky. Do as you wish. It won't take up much space. Then Kizi produced a large gemstone bottle brimming with vodka carefully packed within a box. Clout uncorked the bottle, sniffed, odorless, then dabbed a drop onto his tongue. A sharp, fiery warmth bloomed instantly. Excellent. Just don't drink it now. We're leaving this afternoon, aren't we? I know. I'm merely sampling it. This bottle is mine then. I'll savor it properly upon reaching our destination. The merchant smoothly tucked the bottle into his coat pocket. Aside from books and clothing, you have nothing else to pack, correct? Kizi scratched his head, loaded the remaining bean oil and animal fat onto the cart, and slipped his iron spear and longbow beneath the cargo. As for the branch of the sacred heart tree, it had long since been sealed in its box and buried beneath his bed. Nothing left now. Then let's bid everyone farewell. We'll meet at the tavern. After Clout departed, Kizi donned the warm fur-lined leathers sewn for him by Vianette. Had initially considered wearing the uniform of Vandias, warm, durable, and inscribed with runes for resilience and stain resistance. But upon seeing its intricate embroidery, he reconsidered. He wasn't even a mage yet. Wearing it would draw far too much attention. After bidding farewell across the village, Kizi encountered Xia on the mountain path, returning with a hare slung over his shoulder. Hunter uncle, won't you join us on this journey to the Northlands? With you there I'd feel infinitely safer. Xia removed one glove, holding it loosely in one hand while placing the other firmly on Kizi's shoulder, walking forward as he spoke. I want to accompany you. Winter wolves and other monstrous beasts still hunt freely through the Norvis Mountains. I must remain to protect the village. The Northlands teem with formidable monsters. I've faced them myself. Tread carefully on your journey with Clout. Though his words may seem flippant, his judgment is sound. Traveling with him will broaden your horizons and prove invaluable for your future path as a mage. Then I'm off. Goodbye, Mr. Xia, and take care hunting up the mountain. No worries. Farewell, young Kizi. Xia waved after the boy, sprinting down the path. As they departed from Norvis and ventured further north, the weather grew colder, with white snow visible on the ground. The wheels creaked as they rolled over it, and the sound of hooves left a trail of distinct footprints. Clout drove the carriage while Kizi sat inside. The 4 members of the return team wore cloaks capable of withstanding the biting cold of the snowstorm, riding on horseback. The ranger Langer had released a somewhat majestic havoc falcon at some point. This eagle, once matured, was as large as a golden eagle and possessed extraordinary vision, able to discern biological traces up to 18 kilometers away. Although its magical level was not high, it naturally utilized the power of wind elements to fly at great speeds, making it a favored companion for many druids and rangers as a vessel for casting the gaze spell. Kizi leaned against the window, gazing through the newly replaced clean glass at the vast snow-covered plain outside. His shadow was reflected in the glass, with a layer of mist covering the area around his mouth. On such a flat road, there was little need to steer the carriage. Clout leaned his head into the carriage curtain and glanced at Kizi, who was lost in thought, reminding him, don't keep staring at the white snow on the ground. Otherwise you might wake up tomorrow with red, swollen eyes, sensitivity to light, tears, and trouble opening your eyes. It would be quite uncomfortable. Oh, I know, Kizi replied, pulling his gaze back and leaning against the carriage. What's wrong? You seem troubled. It's nothing, just. This is my first time traveling far, and it's not for study. This should count as my first adventure. I feel a kind of indescribable excitement, and it feels like I'm dreaming, curious about the outside world. Sister Vinet was right. Time feels both slow and fast, as if 4 years ago was just yesterday. I have been to Panchir City and its surrounding areas with you, wandered through the port city of Farallong Bay during the Harvest Festival, and studied magic in Vandias. Now I am on the road to the northern borders. Once the world felt like just a small piece surrounding me. You see, I was originally just a orphan. Kizi related it to his past life and the moment he first arrived in this world. As a modern person wandering into another world, he felt out of place with only what was around him feeling like his own. Clout chuckled lightly, his tone joking, yet serious. Now you are no longer alone. What? Kazee looked up momentarily taken aback. I mean, you are no longer by yourself, and there is not just the northern borders. Oh, a broader world awaits your arrival. Oh, of course. Kazee added, beer and vodka will also accompany us as we travel around the world. I love to hear that. Snowflakes danced in the air above the snowy plain, blocking out a great deal of sunlight. The setting sun resembled a deep orange fireball gradually sinking in the west. Hilda halted the horses in front of a protruding snow rock. Are we staying here for the night? Kazee inquired, feeling the carriage come to a stop as he lifted the carriage curtain to ask Clout. Yes, child. The Great Shield Warrior heard his question and began to explain, there is a rock here that can help shield us from the cold winds at night. If we go further, we may not find another shelter for a while. So let's set up camp early and depart early tomorrow to avoid delaying our journey. Clout jumped down from the carriage, took out wooden stakes to secure the horses, and adjusted the carriage's position to block the biting winds from the north with the rock. Kazee helped carry out the animal furs and the supporting rods from the carriage. Without modern industry, travelers here used tents made from rolled fur, which were relatively heavy and unsuitable for hiking camping, but they were definitely sturdy. They might be blown away by a fierce wind, but would not tear apart. In regions with pleasant weather, tents could be set up rather casually, and even sleeping outdoors posed little issue. However, those who traded near the northern borders knew that tents must be constructed in a four-sided pyramid shape. The advantage of pyramid tents is that they are composed of multiple triangles, presenting a smaller surface area to the wind and offering high stability, able to withstand strong winds and adverse weather conditions. However, in stormy weather there might be issues with rainwater leaking, but here it doesn't rain, so that doesn't matter. Hilda and the others also took down the luggage strapped to their horses, helping each other secure their tents. Wind ropes tightened straight, and iron stakes driven through the still loose snow to anchor them into the ground. The team's mage, Miss Liang Xia, was also somewhat skilled in fire spells, providing great convenience for their team in kindling fire during their everyday adventures. Kazee took out his small magic stove, and while others retrieved jerky and bread, he set up the fire and the pot. Kid, you can actually cook. Hilda found this scene quite fascinating, as adventurers generally don't bother with such things in the wild. This was the first time he saw someone bring a pot on a journey, and this pot looked different from the usual ones he encountered. Yes, mister. Hilda, I believe having a bowl of hot soup in such cold weather will give us more energy for our journey tomorrow. However, the smell of cooking in the wild may attract some foraging beasts. Hilda did not reprimand him sternly, but patiently explained, thinking the child was unaware and could simply be reasoned with. It's alright, I've considered that. Kazee rubbed his hands together, forming a pale blue wind element sphere that gradually expanded, enveloping the surrounding area like cling film. This was his developed first-string wind element spell wind wrapping technique, with a name as straightforward and down-to-earth as ever, sounding rather unimpressive. This spell has a low mana consumption and can be maintained for a while, effectively sealing in the smells produced during cooking, much like a lid. As Kazee effortlessly chopped the jerky into fine pieces with a wind element knife, he explained to Hilda, once the meal is done, just toss the sphere containing the smells away with the wind. After a while, the wind sphere will dissipate on its own without mana, and the smells won't linger in our camp. I apologize, I didn't expect you to be a little mage. It's merely a basic application of wind elements, nothing impressive. Hilda turned to look at the only complete wind mage in the team, Liang Xia. She smiled with her red lips, shrugging her shoulders. It's simple, but quite imaginative.